The foolish wife, Jiang Xuani, has a husband who returned from battle after 3 years, bringing back not only the title of a general, but also a marriage decree from a powerful minister's granddaughter. Divorce? No way. Jiang Xuani desires neither a separation nor a legitimate marriage. After parting ways, she takes her 2 younger siblings along, establishes herself as an independent woman, runs a tavern, and experiments with medicinal cuisine. Her life becomes a whirlwind of joy, guided by her whims without any constraints. Is her ex-husband, the general, filled with regret? This is merely an appetizer. When her mother-in-law and sister-in-law come pleading, she kicks them away with her foot. Her biological father seeks her out. She wishes him a swift journey to the underworld. The frail young prince carries a deep grudge. Jiang Xuani possesses unparalleled strategies. Her brother-in-law harbors deep affection, but Jiang Xuani bids him a cordial farewell. The talented scholar, handsome and sincere, wishes to become her husband. Can this be arranged? War breaks out at the borders. Jiang Xuani dons her armor, wields her spear, and drives her chariot into battle. The frail prince, on the verge of death, rises in alarm, blood spilling from his mouth. Jiang Xuani, you promise to be responsible for me. Even if I am unworthy, no one else shall lay claim to you. Prologue. The transaction at the Temple of the God of War in the 29th year of the Jiading era of the Xia dynasty, during a dreary autumn with incessant rain. As evening approached, the chilly raindrops penetrated the bones of those hurrying along the roads, their clothes tightly wrapped against the cold, umbrellas in hand. Outside a dilapidated temple dedicated to the God of War in Shuanqing, a wandering physician named Jiang Gizi gathered a pile of wood to start a fire. He held a roasted chicken over the flames and opened his medical box, preparing to drink a bit of wine to ward off the chill. Suddenly, the temple door creaked open, and a slender woman, carrying a child on her back, stumbled inside. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face dirty and worn, with rainwater drenching her hair, which cascaded down her face, revealing splotchy marks all over. The woman wore tattered clothing, her hands clasped behind her to shield the child, her lips turning purple from the cold. Jiang Gizi was startled and instinctively reached for the knife in his medical box. You are Jiang the physician? The woman's hoarse voice trembled, revealing her uncertain age as her eyes fell upon the medical box, urgency flooding her features. How do you know? Jiang Gizi was just a lowly wandering doctor, not someone of great renown. Jiang the physician, please save my life. The woman cried out, collapsing at his feet, disregarding the dirt of the temple. She pulled down the tattered cloth covering the child on her back, revealing a beautiful little girl, her eyes tightly closed and devoid of vitality, yet her face burned with fever in this cold weather. Why did you come here? There are many capable physicians in the city. Jiang Gizi asked, already knowing the answer. Poverty. The woman lowered her head, untying the straps of her garment, carefully cradling the child in her arms. Physician, we are outsiders. My husband died in the chaos of war, and on our way to seek relatives, we were robbed by bandits, losing everything, even our travel permits, preventing us from entering the city. She stroked the child's feverish face, explaining mechanically and anxiously. This girl is delicate and tender, not like a child raised in the countryside. Jiang Gizi, experienced in the ways of life and death, did not believe her words upon seeing the child's small hands. Physician, please save my child. I have heard you possess miraculous remedies that can bring the dead back to life. Please save my daughter. The woman interrupted Jiang Gizi, feeling the child's breath growing weaker in her arms. I am not a charitable healer. I earn my living through my craft. What can you offer as payment? Jiang Gizi scrutinized the woman, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, valuing human life less than a jar of wine. The color drained from her face once more as she looked at her child. The girl's slightly parted lips exhaled a faint warmth, as if she could vanish at any moment, her lips cracked and her cheeks unnaturally flushed. Gritting her teeth, the woman pulled down the collar of her garment, revealing a patch of creamy skin. I will offer my body as payment. Can you accept that, physician? Jiang Gizi was taken aback, not expecting such a proposition, but he was soon captivated by the delicate sheen of her skin illuminated by the firelight, his breath becoming uneven. Cough. I am not like those rogue bandits. If you go out and claim I assaulted you, physician, my daughter's life hangs by a thread. If anything happens to her, my life is forfeit as well. Our lives depend on you, so what do you fear? The woman, surprisingly calm now, responded. It's not impossible, but I am of a certain age and do not wish to be a fleeting partner. If you will heal this child, will you agree to be my long-term wife? To bear my children? Jiang Gizi assessed the woman. Though she appeared haggard and dirty, she was still fair and lovely, seemingly just over 20. If he could secure such a wife to tend to his household and continue his lineage, it would be as if the god of war had blessed him. Very well, I will comply with your wishes, as long as my daughter is safe. Lin Shui and I will be at your service. The woman replied calmly. Jiang Gizi, not daring to delay further, knew if the girl died, a beautiful woman would be lost to him. He removed the roasted chicken from the fire and placed it aside, pouring a half bowl of wine to warm it over the coals, instructing Shui and I to help undress the girl, exposing her delicate skin. He dipped his fingers in the wine, preparing to rub the girl's chest. Let me. Shui and I hurriedly intervened, turning her back to block Jiang Gizi's view, removing an object from the girl's neck and stowing it away before applying the wine to the girl's chest, as Jiang Gizi directed. Do not be afraid, we must force out the stagnant blood to relieve her acute condition. The girl seems to have been frightened, her spirit disturbed, leading to a blockage of energy and blood, causing her fever. Jiang Gizi took a thick silver needle, dipped it in wine, and pierced the girl's forehead. As he lifted the needle, dark purple blood oozed out. Lin Shui and I remained silent, tearing a strip of cloth from her undergarment to gently wipe the girl. This child is about 3 or 4 years old. After a few acupuncture points, Jiang Gizi took the girl's hand and pricked each fingertip, casually asking, "For years old?" Lin Shui and I replied, frequently checking for any change in the child's expression until a final bead of dark purple blood appeared, causing the girl to frown slightly. She's awake. Sister, I am your mother. Shui and I exclaimed, filled with joy. It's not that simple, she merely has sensation now, and the stagnant blood has flowed out. She is at least away from death's door. Jiang Gizi applied another needle to the child's head, but his gaze fell upon Lin Shui's collar. Next, we must use medicine to protect her vital energy and calm her spirit, but this will cost a fortune, as the medicine is quite valuable. I am not a greedy person. How about we proceed with our marriage first, and then I will treat her with peace of mind. Jiang Gizi, under the compulsion of fate, uttered these words while locking eyes with Lin Shui and I. Lin Shui and I hesitated, instinctively clutching her clothing, but after a moment, she slowly relaxed, placing the child on a nearby pile of straw and covering the girl's eyes with her garment. Hurry, physician, so we can give my daughter the medicine. Calmly, Lin Shui and I unfastened her clothing, her fair skin glowing a golden red in the firelight. The pain in her lower body nearly made her cry out, but she bit her lip, turning towards the child, desperately reaching out to hold the girl's tiny hand. The next morning, after the rain had cleared, Jiang Gizi felt an unprecedented sense of elation, only to notice bloodstains on the clothing spread out before him. Turning to Lin Shui and I, he inquired, how could there be blood? It must have been an unfortunate occurrence, Lin Shui and I replied, not looking at the garment, tidying the clothing that had been applied to the girl, her expression serene. Does this child have a name? Jiang Gizi frowned at the girl. In these turbulent times, with frequent wars, dowries for women became exceedingly costly. Many impoverished families abandoned their daughters at birth, but Lin Shui and I cherished hers, which seemed rather unusual. Life hangs by a thread, Xianyi. Her name is Xianyi. The great calamities have passed, and I hope my dear sister will remain safe and sound from now on. Lin Shui and I murmured softly, caressing the girl's restored fair face. Suddenly, the child in her arms stirred, slowly opening her eyes, her pupils as dark as ink, gazing intently at the unfamiliar world. Chapter 1. The general's regret. In the 11th year of the Daxia Qingyuan, autumn arrived. In the He residence of Yingsheng, the afternoon sunlight failed to penetrate the dimness of the west wing, yet the cold detachment on the handsome face of the man seated opposite Jiang Xianyi was unmistakable. Jiang, although we are betrothed, you were but a child then, unaware of the world, and our union lacks substance. The imperial decree to annul our marriage will soon arrive at our home, and thus our engagement shall be dissolved. The newly appointed general He Dingjiang spoke in a calm tone, his expression reflecting the same indifference. He lifted his gaze to the woman before him, seemingly searching for a trace of sorrow in her countenance. Unfortunately, none was found. Jiang Xianyi appeared somewhat taken aback, raising her head slightly, her dark phoenix eyes locking onto He Dingjiang's face, remaining silent. Indeed, she was an innocent. He Dingjiang had once thought that the little girl merely lacked the inclination to speak, not that she was as foolish as his younger sister claimed. However, at this moment, it became evident that he had been overly hopeful. The Jiang family had simply purchased him with their wealth, seeking a profitable match for their simple-minded daughter. Thankfully, he was not ensnared by such a predicament. Do you not comprehend? I am saying that you may leave the He residence and sever all ties with my family. You shall no longer be my wife. He Dingjiang frowned and reiterated. He Dingjiang, do you truly wish to annul our engagement? Jiang Xian's expression remained impassive, her voice devoid of emotion, as soft as pearls falling on a silver plate, albeit spoken with an unusually slow cadence. He Dingjiang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the woman before him. After 3 years of bloodshed on the battlefield, few dared to address him by his name. Truly, she was a simpleton, untainted by fear. He Dingjiang silently justified Jiang Xian's demeanor to himself. We have never been wed, so how could there be an annulment? Even if there exists a marriage certificate, it is of no consequence, a trivial matter. The marriage was arranged by the granddaughter of the Prime Minister Yu, and she are worlds apart, and this cannot be altered. He Dingjiang's fingers, resting on the table, curled slightly as he tapped them rhythmically, a habit born of his determination. At this moment, the humiliation he had long harbored could finally be cast aside. He was no longer a man sold for gold. I have served in the He family for 4 years, tending to my elders and caring for my younger relatives. The neighbors all know I am He Dingjiang's wife. Even if it was an arranged marriage, the bride should be a concubine. Jiang Xian spoke slowly. A concubine? Do you know who Feng Yi is? How could she be reduced to such a status? Moreover, you would be the legitimate wife. That would be an insult to Feng Yi enough. There is no need for further discussion. Quickly retrieve the marriage certificate. This matter requires no more words, He Dingjiang urged, unwilling to prolong the conversation. You once vowed to Shui and I that you would marry me alone for this lifetime. Why then do you seek to wed another?
Viang Vuan Yi obstinately questioned.
He Dingjiang's fingers clenched into a fist. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Xian would remember such a promise. This marriage was ordained by the emperor, and I cannot refuse it. Why bring up past matters now? He Dingjiang's voice rose in pitch. Then let us separate. With our neighbors as witnesses, I shall report to the authorities and leave the He family as a single woman, Jiang Xian stated, fixing her gaze on He Dingjiang for a moment before speaking in a monotone. Her words momentarily shocked He Dingjiang, who then frowned with a hint of derision. Separate? We have not even wed. We could simply destroy the marriage certificate quietly. Why stir up the entire neighborhood? Have you perhaps learned some underhanded tactics during these 3 years apart? Madame Zhu mentioned that in order to safeguard the Jiang family's fortune, our marriage had already been arranged, and my dowry was brought over. Jiang Xian replied, her hands clasped together, her phoenix eyes slightly raised as she regarded He Dingjiang. The faded green sleeves of her short robe showed signs of wear, revealing a slender, pale wrist, though her hands bore a roughness. He Dingjiang was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a little over 3 years, and he was not so foolish as to forget the past, but he was reluctant to recall it or for Jiang Xian to remember it. That foolish girl, who had always loved to bring him gifts, had once been endearing to him. From the capital to Yingsheng, he had never seen such a beautiful girl who treated only him with kindness. Yet, Jiang Xian was regarded as a fool by others, with rumors suggesting her ill-fated destiny, rendering her kindness cheap, merely a simpleton's admiration for an outstanding young man. He Dingjiang had naturally accepted her kindness, occasionally offering a token of his protection, until his parents coveted the Jiang family's wealth. No, it was the aunt from the Jiang family, skilled in the culinary arts, who favored his character, enticing his parents with a generous dowry to arrange a match with that foolish girl. He had once fiercely resisted, but when his mother lamented the difficulties faced by the He family, he yearned to pass the martial examinations and gain recognition from the He family's noble lineage. The Jiang family was the only one capable of providing the necessary financial support. Since then, Jiang Xian and the Jiang family had become the heavy stone beneath his feet, both propelling him upward while causing him immense pain. Jiang Xian was the whip that broke his back, driving him to strive forward. Very well, let us separate. You shall accompany me to see my mother. This matter is best resolved swiftly. He Dingjiang dismissed those old grievances, regaining his composure, eager to settle this affair. Jiang Xian remained silent, patiently waiting for He Dingjiang to lead the way before she followed at a distance. Xiancheng was abundant with osmanthus trees, even though the He residence was modest. The backyard boasted a flourishing osmanthus tree, its blossoms in full bloom, exuding a captivating fragrance. As they passed beneath the tree, Jiang Xian paused, slowly lifting her gaze to admire it. He Dingjiang had already stopped ahead, turning back to look at her with slight impatience. What is so remarkable about the osmanthus tree? Do not dawdle, my public duties are pressing, and this matter cannot simply be delayed. As he met Jiang Xianyi's gaze, her eyes sparkled like two obsidian jewels in the sunlight, her fair skin reflecting a radiant glow, with only her long lashes casting shadows like clouds. Even though her attire was faded and worn, it did not diminish her beauty. He Dingjiang felt a strange stirring in his heart, leaving his subsequent words unspoken. Very well. Jiang Xianyi stepped forward, this time walking ahead of He Dingjiang. In the main house of the He matriarch, He Dingjiang conveyed his decision to his parents. What? Separation? Absolutely not. His mother, Madame Zhu, firmly shook her head. Mother, this is a matter of necessity, it is not a betrayal of my vows. The emperor's decree cannot be defied. Furthermore, Feng Yi is both beautiful and wise. With lofty aspirations we support each other as comrades. Moreover, with the esteemed Lord Shi's favor, he has advocated for the emperor to bestow upon me the title of loyal and martial general. How could I not be grateful? He Dingjiang had not anticipated his mother's change of heart. He had sought the marriage certificate with her explicit consent, and now he could only persuade her. The Daxia dynasty revered loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness, particularly for someone like him, a newly elevated noble, where reputation was paramount. This was also why he felt compelled to persuade Jiang Xianyi to amicably dissolve their engagement. My son, how could your mother ever hinder your future? Madame Zhu tenderly reassured her son, turning to regard Jiang Xianyi with a benevolent expression. Xianyi, over the years, Aunt has treated you well. If it weren't for her protection, those distant relatives of the Jiang family would have long cast you and your brother aside, leaving you to wander helplessly. How pitiful! Zhu Shi said as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Now that you've grown up, the excuses you once used no longer hold water. Although it was merely a fraud for the neighbors to believe you were wed to Dingjiang, behind closed doors, you still call me aunt, don't you? Xianyi, perhaps it would be better if Dingjiang wrote you a divorce letter. The He family has been kind to you siblings all these years, and after receiving this letter, we can consider those debts settled, thereby clearing the slate. What do you think? Zhu Shi wore a smile that seemed to linger only on the surface. Divorce? I have done no wrong. Why should I be divorced? Jiang Xianyi raised her head and asked, her gaze clear and tranquil. You foolish child. You are being stubborn. This is merely a pretext. Anything to get you away from the He family would suffice. Of course, even if you leave the He family, should you encounter difficulties in the future, Aunt will still lend a helping hand and not abandon you. Zhu Shi's benevolence was beginning to wane. No. Xuanyang has said that I must not be divorced under any circumstances. If I am wrongfully divorced, I shall report this to the authorities. Jiang Xianyi's voice remained steady, yet it sent a tremor through Zhu Shi, who widened her eyes in shock. What did you say? Where did you learn such words? Kneel down. Zhu Shi snapped back to her senses, slamming her palm on the table, startling He Fu beside her. Jiang Xianyi did not kneel. Xianyi has done no wrong. Zhu Shi trembled with rage, unprepared for the sudden rebellion from the usually obedient girl. How can you defy your elder? That is a mistake in itself, He Fu remarked, glancing at his second son and pointing at Jiang Xianyi. However, when Jiang Xianyi turned to face him, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, avoiding her gaze. Jiang Xianyi turned back to Zhu Shi. There has been no defiance. Xianyi has spent 4 years in the He family, preparing meals and taking care of Aunt during her illness, even using her dowry to cover the family's expenses. Cough, cough. That's not true. Let's not discuss this further. You should return for now. We will deliberate this matter. The He family has graciously taken in you siblings, and we will not cast you aside. Do not mention anything about reporting to the authorities. Dingjiang is now the highest-ranking official in Shuanqing. Zhu Shi interrupted Jiang Xianyi, casting a hurried glance at He Dingjiang, gesturing for Jiang Xianyi to leave. What she thought would be a simple matter had grown complicated. The words Jiang Xianyi spoke today were far more than she could have expressed in the past month. The highest-ranking official? Jiang Xianyi turned to scrutinize He Dingjiang. You once said you would protect me for a lifetime. Does becoming an official mean you can no longer do so? He Dingjiang, who had been observing Jiang Xianyi, was reminded of a vivid memory. A little girl, mocked and bullied by neighborhood boys, who had looked up at him and asked, "Will you protect me for a lifetime? If not, then there is no need." At that time, He Dingjiang had inexplicably nodded in agreement. Now he returned to the present, lowering his gaze. Times have changed, and I have protected you for many years. Leaving the He family would be beneficial for both of us. Jiang Xianyi tilted her head in contemplation before replying, very well. After she bowed and prepared to leave, Ding Jiang furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by dowry? Haven't my military wages been sent back all these years? The family has always had enough for expenses. It was sufficient. Zhu Shi calculated in her mind before speaking the truth. Your elder brother is incompetent. He made mistakes in the accounts, leading to a shortfall of over 300 taels. Even the martial exam in Dingzhou requires money, and this family needs to be fed and clothed. My health is not great either, cough, cough. Zhu Shi covered her mouth with her handkerchief, feigning distress, causing He Fu to shudder at the sight. In that case, let us replenish her dowry. The recent rewards from the emperor have been substantial, and the salary of General Zhongwu is quite generous. A little silver is hardly an issue. Ding Jiang's frown relaxed, as financial matters were easily resolved. However, the He family required better management. How could there be a shortfall of 300 taels in the accounts at the shop managed by his elder brother? How can we possibly replenish such a large sum? Moreover, can the emperor's rewards be exchanged for silver? Forget it, we must seek a more suitable solution. Zhu Shi furrowed her brows in worry. If all the expenses from the past 4 years were to be covered, it would amount to a significant sum. If they were to go to the capital to enter the general's residence, would they not be ridiculed by those relatives of the He family? She had no desire to be looked down upon again. The thought of those disdainful gazes made Zhu Shi wish to adorn herself in gold and silver and confront them with her second son. And those imperial rewards, such prestige would be a point of pride for the future general's residence. How could a foolish Jiang Xianyi ever deserve it? These thoughts could not be spoken openly. Just as she was about to discuss strategies with her son, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Mother, second brother, this fool is trying to kill someone. Zhu Shi hurriedly rose at the sound, while Ding Jiang dashed out. In the courtyard stood Jiang Xianyi, arms at her sides, next to a little girl with her hands on her hips. He family's only daughter, Xiaonyang, sat on the ground, covering her face, while the eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Xiulian, stood in front of her door, watching the spectacle unfold. What are you doing? Zhu Shi glared at Jiang Xianyi in fury. Seeing her mother-in-law appear, Qin Xiulian feigned urgency, moving to help her sister-in-law. Though 16, Xiaonyang was a head shorter than Jiang Xianyi and considerably heavier. At that moment, Xiaonyang attempted to rise with Qin Xiulian's assistance, only to find it lacking, causing her to tumble back down. Zhu Shi shot a fierce glare at her daughter-in-law. Xianyi has done nothing. Jiang Xianyi stated calmly. It wasn't her, it was that wretched girl. Xiaonyang scrambled to her feet, releasing her grip to reveal a small handprint on her face. Qin Xiulian frowned at the sight. Such a dark mark indicated a severe slap. The little girl, barely 8 or 9 years old and just reaching Jiang Xianyi's chest, raised her chin defiantly and declared, "That's right. It was me. I can handle you. So why would I need my sister?" Fuming, Xiaonyang pointed at the little girl. "Jiang Lingyi, how dare you come to our home to hit me? There is no law anymore. My second brother is General Zhongwu. Second brother, quickly deal with this little brat."
Ha!
General Zhongwu is something great? Just a step above cattle. The little girl sneered. How dare you insult the general? Second brother, take her to the authorities. Xiaonyang, forgetting her pain, gritted her teeth and urged her brother. Insult? You clearly do not understand what constitutes an insult. For instance, Jiang Lingyi pointed at Xiaonyang. If you feed a dog for 3 days, it will remember me for 3 years. Feed you for 3 years, and in 3 days you will forget. You are even inferior to a dog.
You.
Xiaonyang attempted to advance, but Jiang Lingyi's fierce glare made her retreat. All subjects exist to serve the emperor. Is General Zhongwu the only exception? To be under command is to serve willingly, heart and soul. What is wrong with that? If General Zhongwu disagrees, I shall turn myself into the authorities. There's no need to trouble you to take me, you, who endlessly whine, and complain. Soon you will be the one on your knees. Jiang Lingyi pointed at Xiaonyang, her finger unwavering. He family. Ding Jiang furrowed his brow once more, taken aback by the sharp wit of such a young girl. No wonder his younger sister spoke of the Jiang family's 2 younger members with both animosity and fear. What exactly transpired? Ding Jiang sought clarity, for he had no desire to intervene in the squabbles of such women. I merely stated that second brother intends to cast off Jiang Xuanyi henceforth. She shall be a discarded wife, unwanted by anyone. He Yao's voice dwindled to a whisper. Speak up, louder. You claim to be the esteemed sister of a general, yet you brazenly label old bachelors as lecherous and refer to them as prostitutes. Is this the standard of upbringing in your He family? Today, your esteemed lady, am merely feeling benevolent and in good spirits, and thus I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, for there resides in the front courtyard a close attendant of the general. Shall I summon him to join us in this little discourse? Jiang Lingyi, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusatively at those in the courtyard, made her age of merely 9 seem inconsequential. Mother, second brother, I did not. He Yao, taken aback by Jiang Lingyi's boldness, felt her face flush crimson and hurried to clasp her mother's arm. He Yao, how dare you be so disrespectful? A figure approached alongside the voice, and with a sharp crack, He Yao received yet another slap across her face. Chapter 3. You are still the daughter-in-law of the He family. He Yaonyang, caught off guard, let out a sharp scream, allowing everyone to see that He Dingzhou, the youngest son of the He family, was glaring angrily at his sister. Dingzhou, what are you doing? You just walked in and struck your sister. Is this how a brother should behave? Zhu, their mother, was torn between pity for her daughter and anger at her son for failing to discern friend from foe. Mother, how can you indulge Yaonyang in such a manner? Xian Yi has been managing household affairs from a young age, and she is of the same age as Yaonyang. Has Yaonyang ever stepped foot in the kitchen? Just look at how they are dressed. Yaonyang appears to be the daughter of a wealthy family, while Xian Yi hasn't had a new outfit in years. Yet, she disrespects her sister-in-law, calling Xian Yi foolish and spouting vile language. Shouldn't she be punished? As He Dingzhou spoke, He Dingjiang scrutinized Jiang Xianyi's attire and then observed He Yaonyang. Indeed, the fabric of her clothing was of inferior quality, and Jiang Xianyi's outfit, faded and noticeably short, was a stark contrast. Enough. Even if Yaonyang speaks out of turn, it is my duty as her mother to discipline her. How dare you, as her brother, not support her and instead aid others in bullying her? What kind of decorum is this? Zhu shielded her daughter, her face pale with anger, her resentful gaze landing on Jiang Xianyi. If it weren't for her, there would be no such turmoil, disrupting what should have been a day of family reunion, causing chaos and unrest. He Dingjiang also felt that He Yaonyang's words lacked propriety. However, having grown up in this small county, she had not learned much about etiquette. It would be timely for her to enter the general's residence and find a knowledgeable elder to teach her proper manners. Yet He Dingzhou, as a younger uncle, addressing his second sister-in-law by her name was equally inappropriate. Contemplating this, He Dingjiang spoke in a somber tone. Dingzhou, don't they teach you etiquette at the martial arts academy in the capital? Is that how you speak to your mother? Second brother. He Dingzhou's expression was complex as he looked at He Dingjiang. Apologized to mother. He Dingjiang, accustomed to giving orders, spoke authoritatively. Mother, I was wrong, He Dingzhou said, lowering his head to apologize to Zhu, concealing the emotions in his eyes. Sister, this has nothing to do with us. Come, let me prepare some snacks for you. I just picked fresh osmanthus flowers. As for that ridiculous family banquet tonight, let those who wish to cook do so. We shall not serve. Jiang Lingyi's almond-shaped eyes squinted as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Xianyi, playfully pulling her towards the back courtyard side gate. Xianyi, how can you just leave? The family banquet still needs to be prepared. You are still the daughter-in-law of the He family, Zhu called out, suppressing her anger, regretting allowing her second son to return home and demand the marriage document immediately. At the very least, they should have shared this reunion meal. The dishes prepared by the two sisters would surely surpass anything from Wangjiang Tower. Is my sister the only daughter-in-law of the He family? There stands another one. The eldest daughter-in-law, who speaks often and eats much. This family banquet is of great importance. Naturally, it should be entrusted to the esteemed daughter-in-law, not my sister. Jiang Lingyi declared, tugging Jiang Xianyi along. Chun Xulian, holding her son, was watching the commotion, secretly popping a couple of dried fruits into her mouth. Treats from her uncle meant for her mother-in-law. The delicacies from the capital were delightful. Suddenly being called out left her bewildered, her cheeks puffed up and flushed. Unable to utter a word, Zhu, observing her eldest daughter-in-law's shameful demeanor, could only give her second son a meaningful glance. He Dingjiang felt that Jiang Xianyi's departure was unreasonable, so he turned to block the two sisters. Today's incident was caused by Yaonyang's indiscretion. But you should not be so calculative. Indulging Lingyi in striking Yaonyang is unwise. It would be better to reason with her or leave it to mother to handle. He Dingjiang should not have engaged in such conversation with someone so simple-minded. If she could comprehend such principles, she would not have been called Jiang Gizi's simpleton since settling in Shuanqing at the tender age of 4. Yet, he often forgot this and genuinely wished for Jiang Xianyi to understand his concerns. Oh, Dear, how amusing. General He, I have been an orphan since I was 5, without parents to guide me. Even I understand basic principles. Do you think your sister will comprehend them if you explain? Jiang Lingyi retorted. Besides, whatever I wish to do requires no one's indulgence. If she insults my sister, I will retaliate immediately, making her aware of her mistakes. If she remains unlearned, I will strike her each time I see her. Aunt Xu, being of an older age, should not have to worry about such matters. Let me take care of this, Jiang Lingyi said, shaking her little pigtails confidently. Though they barely reached He Dingjiang's waist, her demeanor was formidable, her round, sparkling almond eyes wide open as she stood protectively in front of Jiang Xianyi. The He family, except for He Dingzhou, found themselves in a state of exasperation. How could Jiang Gizi, such a cunning individual, and Lin Xuanyang, so kind and gentle, produce such a troublesome child? Jiang, since you are still a He family woman, you must heed your mother's words. You cannot simply leave, He Dingjiang said, unable to reason with the child, and could only dissuade Jiang Xianyi. Who says we are leaving? General He, you forget easily. It was Aunt Zhu who said we were not properly settled in the He family and opened a side door in the back courtyard for my brother and me to stay in a separate room, making it easier for my sister to take care of us. Now we are merely going there, Jiang Lingyi replied, rolling her eyes and secretly mocking her mother. Though He Dingjiang was indeed the most promising son of Xuanqing, Xianyi, you have always been sensible and understanding. Today, with Dingjiang back and no cook hired, you need to organize the banquet for tonight. Your sister-in-law and those 2 maids will help. Hurry and prepare. Zhu, feeling helpless, softened her tone, fearing Jiang Lingyi might truly drag Jiang Xianyi away. Without the 2 sisters, they would have to reserve a table at Wangjiang Tower for a dignified dinner, which was said to cost 30 taels of silver, the thought of which made her wince. If you want my sister to organize the banquet, bring money. The ingredients are not grown in your He family kitchen. Jiang Lingyi extended her small hand, palm up, towards Zhu. Zhu felt a pang in her heart. Typically, it was Jiang Xianyi who procured the food, ensuring they enjoyed unique dishes. Given the current situation, she knew she would have to part with some silver to maintain dignity. Digging into her purse, she pulled out a silver piece, weighing it in her hand, just over 1 tael, and, with a reluctant heart, handed it over. Today, as Dingjiang returns in glory, do not be stingy with the silver. Prepare well. Jiang Lingyi was not dissatisfied, dashing over to accept it. As long as there's silver, that's enough. 1 tael of silver for half a tael of labor. And the remaining half tael is still acceptable, she said, pulling Jiang Xianyi along. Zhu felt a wave of darkness before her eyes. He Yaonyang, with a swollen face and tear-filled eyes, leaned against her mother. He father took the initiative to mediate. Let us all go inside to talk. Today is a good day. Let us discuss matters regarding the capital. With those words, Zhu's grievances dissipated. This small grievance was nothing compared to the future glory in the capital. For the sake of He Dingjiang's future, she decided to let the younger ones frolic for now. Once the He family's foundation was solidified, she would return to address their misbehavior. As Jiang Lingyi pulled Jiang Xianyi away, she finally looked up expectantly and asked, Sister, do you feel angry or sad? Chapter 4. As long as I can climb into his bed. Jiang Xianyi turned to Jiang Lingyi, her phoenix-like eyes clear. Not at all. Jiang Lingyi sighed in disappointment and muttered softly, When will you wake up? What kind of events will make you feel anger, sadness, or joy? There is still a year to go. The He family's reunion banquet was far from perfect. Firstly, He Dinyuan, the eldest son, returned quite late, claiming that he had been delayed at the shop due to unresolved accounts. Chen Xuelian cast a sidelong glance at her husband, returned to their room with the child. And upon her return, her expression was not favorable, frequently glaring at He Dinyuan, who was avoiding her gaze while their son cried, demanding attention. While He Dingjiang conversed with his parents, he contemplated that once they arrived in the capital, the He family must establish some rules. Otherwise, it would likely cause him numerous troubles. After all, he was to marry the granddaughter of the prime minister, and many eyes were upon him. He Dingzhou wore a solemn expression, lost in thought as he occasionally glanced towards the door. He Yaonyang was filled with grievances with no outlet for her frustration. Although the marks on her face had faded somewhat, they now throbbed with a lingering pain. The banquet was set. The He family had 2 maids, Chunhong, who typically served Madame Zhu, and Chinikyo, who handled the laundry and assisted in the kitchen. At that moment, it was Chunhong who busily moved about serving the food. At 17, Chen Hong possessed a delicate beauty, with a fair complexion and rosy cheeks, yet she had been unfortunate in her birth, as her father only desired a son to toil. When she was 9, her father attempted to sell her to a brothel, but upon encountering Jiang Xuani's mother, who took pity on her, he bought her to serve as Jiang Xuani's maid, essentially providing companionship and protection against ridicule. When Jiang Xuani married into the He family, Chen Hong accompanied her as a dowry maid, only to be summoned by Madame Zhu upon entering the household. Chen Hong was slender and graceful, her eyes sparkling with life. As she stood behind Madame Zhu, serving dishes while her gaze often drifted towards He Dingjiang. Jiang Xuani did not join the feast. When He Dingjiang inquired, He Yaonyang bitterly replied, "That fool does not deserve to sit here. Naturally, she is eating in the kitchen. You truly have a short memory." He Dingzhou coldly glared at his sister. He Yaonyang trembled. She understood her third brother's temperament. Today, he was particularly enraged and had acted against her. For he usually dealt with her in secret, and if she reported him, the next punishment would be even harsher. She dared not speak further, keeping a mental note against Jiang Xuani. All of this was due to Jiang Xuani. The young master of the Sun family mocked her, saying she was inferior to a fool, and her second brother had also been harsh toward her. One day, she would settle the score. He Dingjiang frowned, saying, "After all, we are family. If my sister-in-law can dine here, why can't Jiang Xuani take a seat?" He Dingzhou's eyes flickered as he glanced at his second brother. Xuani has always preferred solitude. Why force her into a situation where she feels uncomfortable? Madame Zhu put on a smile as she explained, casting a warning glance at her youngest son. He Dingjiang nodded, realizing that Jiang Xuani's behavior was indeed different from that of others, and chose not to press further. He Dingzhou withdrew his gaze, appearing both disappointed and somewhat relieved, suppressing his emotions as he quietly ate. In the kitchen of the back courtyard, the petite maid Chen Xiao finally had a moment to rest, eating her bowl of rice, while chatting with Jiang Xuani. "Madam, the young lord has returned today. Your days of hardship are finally coming to an end. Serving this entire family, spending your dowry money, while they say you're a simpleton. Soon, you'll be the general's wife. And let us see who dares to look down on you." Chen Xiao frequently glanced towards the kitchen door, wary of He Yaonyang suddenly appearing, venting her frustrations about the main household to Jiang Xuani. Jiang Lingyi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You little maid have a kind heart. Here, take a piece of chicken leg. I just served them a one-legged chicken." Chen Xiao was startled. Such a chicken leg was not something a lowly maid like her should eat. "Jiang Xiaonyang, I cannot eat it if I say so. If they ask, tell them to come to me." "What's the matter? Is it forbidden for a chicken to be one-legged?" Jiang Lingyi sneered, placing a shiny piece of braised pork into Jiang Xuani's bowl. "It matters not where one eats, but rather what one eats." Despite her young age, Jiang Lingyi had perfectly inherited her mother's culinary skills. On the small dining table in the kitchen, several meticulously prepared dishes lay, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables that whetted the appetite. Everyone believed that after a serious illness, Jiang Xuani had turned foolish, referring to her mother by name, often staring blankly at a spot for long periods, responding nonsensically to inquiries. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xuani possessed an astonishing memory. While she was not adept in the kitchen, she could recall every detail of Lin Xuanyang's cooking, including the time and quantity of each ingredient, rendering her skill one of imitation. In contrast, Jiang Lingyi was a true prodigy, capable of combining simple ingredients to unleash extraordinary flavors. Jiang Xuani looked up at her sister, and Jiang Lingyi quickly assured, "Don't worry, I've saved food for that fox brother of yours. It's in the food box. And the soup is warming in the ceramic pot." After finishing their meal, Chen Shuo tidied the kitchen as Jiang Xuani carried the food box alongside Jiang Lingyi, intending to exit through the side gate to the back room, only to be blocked by someone. "Madam, today the young lord has returned. Which bedroom should I prepare for him, or shall he simply try to get acquainted with you, Chen Hong?" Jiang Lingyi raised an eyebrow, noticing the maid's unusual eagerness, which had earned her Madame Zhu's trust. "No need," Jiang Xuani replied curtly, attempting to continue onward. "Madam, but he is the young lord. A woman should revere her husband. Only by gaining the young lord's favor can one ensure a comfortable life. Madam, you are too straightforward. If you are truly driven out of the He family, what will you do as a widow?" Chen Hong frowned, patiently advising that only by securing her identity as the general's wife could Jiang Xuani continue to serve He Dingjiang as a maid. However, She had overheard rumors that the He family intended to send Jiang Xuanyi away and even spoke of a marriage proposal. If that were to happen, all her hopes would be dashed. At 17, if she did not align herself with a capable man, would she have to marry a laborer like her father and live a life akin to her mother, perpetually beaten and scolded?
No.
She could not endure such a life any longer. Chunhong was resolute in her decision. What do you think I should do, sister? Jiang Lingyi seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter and inquired eagerly. Jiang Xiaonyang, this maid cannot say. Chunhong hesitated, revealing her struggle. Then, do not speak. Jiang Lingyi pulled Jiang Xuanyi away. Oh, Jiang Xiaonyang, do not be in such a hurry. I have been with you since you were a child. Naturally, I wish for your well-being. I have heard that in other households, to secure their affections, they send their closest maids to serve their lords. Chunhong glanced around to ensure no one was watching, gritting her teeth to express her thoughts. Jiang Xuanyi was a simpleton, and Jiang Lingyi was just a naive little girl. Fearing expulsion from the He family, they were merely desperate and seeking her advice. Once she climbed into He Dingjiang's bed, who would truly be the master and who the servant would remain uncertain. Do you wish to serve the second young lord? Jiang Xuanyi asked calmly, her eyes betraying no emotion. Chapter 5. Demoting a wife to a concubine is a grave offense. Chuanhong's eyes brightened as she hastily replied, It is not that I wish to serve. I would do anything for you, madam. Do not do anything for me. If you are willing, that is enough. Jiang Xuanyi glanced at the new flower Chunhong had inserted into her hair and left with Jiang Lingyi. Chunhong was overjoyed, turning to murmur as she walked away. If you do not contend for it, you cannot blame me for contending. Even if it is as a concubine, I would still be the general's concubine. As long as I can leave this Xuanqing and enter the general's estate, my good days will come. Humph. Kind words cannot persuade a stubborn fool. Compassion does not save those who cut off their own paths. Chunhong took a step closer to her aspirations. Jiang Lingyi waited until Chunhong had walked far before scoffing. Noting how her demeanor and age seemed incongruous, Jiang Xuanyi's expression remained cold. I do not understand compassion. Jiang Lingyi sighed upon hearing this and followed Jiang Xuanyi out through the side gate. After walking a few steps along the alley, they arrived at their dwelling in the back room. The lights had already been lit in the back room, where a figure sat under the window, engrossed in a book. Sister, I bet Jiang Mianting is reading the chronicles of the enchanted ghosts, Jiang Lingyi called out loudly. Jiang Xuanyi looked up to see that figure hastily hiding the book in hand and picking up another to feign reading. Jiang Lingyi covered her mouth to suppress her laughter as the sisters entered the room. Jiang Mianting, with his fox-like eyes, calmly rose. Sister, you have returned. Jiang Xuanyi nodded, her gaze falling upon Jiang Mianting's book, the records of the worthy ancestors. Brother is truly diligent. You must have received a reward from the master again? Jiang Lingyi said, not looking at the book, casting a mischievous glance at Jiang Mianting's hands. Jiang Mianting initially held the book loosely in her palm, but at this moment she clenched her teeth tightly, preventing Jiang Lingyi from seeing. What does it have to do with you? The bamboo board stewed meat was delectable and never enough. Brother, you must be full. You probably cannot eat the food I brought for you, right? Jiang Lingyi pointed at the food box, her eyebrows dancing with malicious glee. Naturally, I must eat the meal prepared by my dear sister, she continued. If you find this month's allowance excessive, I shall withhold it. Jiang Mianting, calm and composed, approached the dining table and sat down, opening the food box to prepare the meal. Jiang Lingyi quickly masked her expression, adopting a flattering demeanor as she rushed to the table. Brother, how can you serve yourself? Your hands are precious. Leave these trifles to me. She deftly arranged the food, opened the earthen jar, poured the hot soup into a bowl, and attempted to feed Jiang Mianting with chopsticks. However, Jiang Mianting snatched them away disdainfully, gritting his teeth as he used a swollen, painful hand to grasp the chopsticks and eat. Today, He Dingjiang has returned to divorce his wife. Jiang Lingyi, suppressing her laughter, spoke softly. Jiang Mianting paused for a moment, raising his head to observe Jiang Xuanyi's expression. Seeing her as calm and unperturbed as ever, he resumed eating. His sister relayed their mother-esque teachings, explaining that the He family, concerned about their reputation, did not wish for a scandal. While divorce would be easy, seizing Jiang family wealth would not be so simple. Jiang Lingyi produced a packet of osmanthus cake from her bosom, which she had made by climbing the osmanthus tree to pick the flowers. It was the safest way to eavesdrop while not delaying her task of gathering ingredients for snacks. What significance does an easy task hold? The He family had only two paths: Either allow his sister to become a general's wife, ensuring the He family's prosperity for generations, or if they wished to abandon their lawful wife, they would strip the He family of everything they owned. A flash of cunning glimmered in Jiang Nianting's fox-like eyes before they returned to the youthful innocence and grace he possessed as he continued to eat slowly. Jiang Xuanyi accepted the osmanthus cake from Jiang Lingyi, revealing that her palms and fingertips bore light calluses, yet her fingers remained long and graceful, rendering any minor flaw insignificant. It had only been a year. If Jiang Lingyi could not bite into the osmanthus cake, her cheeks puffed with worry. That evening, it was not only Jiang Lingyi who felt anxious. The tasteless banquet left Zhu Shi, now alone with He Dingjiang and his son, to continue discussing Jiang Xuanyi. This matter is inconsequential. The Jiang family harbors a simpleton. What storm can they stir? He father stroked his proud beard. Just provide her with some money for a new home. She has no relatives to rely on, and she will naturally comply. He reminisced about the past when he was once a dashing young man of the He family. But after being embroiled in a power struggle that led to their branch being ostracized, he and his family had to hide away in a small old residence in Shuanqing. He recalled the frustration of letting go of his childhood sweetheart, one of his 2 concubines, now lost to him. Now, his second son had returned with a loyal general, an achievement unmatched by the He family's younger generations, and moreover, they had formed an alliance with the Shi family, whose influence in the realm was substantial. Zhu Shi interrupted He Changshan's reverie with a furrowed brow. I fear the 2 younger ones may be difficult to deal with. Despite their youth, our Yao mother has suffered at their hands, enduring many grievances in silence. As long as we do not wrong them, it should not be a significant issue. If we offer them a bit more silver to settle, do you think they would dare to defy us? He Dingjiang spoke lightly. Yet Jiang Xuanyi's image beneath the osmanthus tree lingered in his mind. Had it not been for the pressure from the emerging Jiang family relatives, would he have ever exchanged marriage vows? Now, however, it had become a leverage against him. If they had allowed her to become a concubine, they would merely have gained another cook in their household. Zhu Shi regretted the thought more and more. A concubine? He Changshan's eyes brightened. Diminishing a wife to a concubine is a grave sin in Great Xia. If this news reached the officials, it would surely cause trouble. He Dingjiang felt a stir within him, but the timing was not right. Otherwise, it might have been a favorable opportunity. Shi Fengyi, being open-minded and one of the few women in Great Xia skilled in martial arts, would surely not oppose his taking a concubine, especially when even Shi Xiang had several concubines. Your future is paramount. The young lady from the Shi family is a noble woman. It would be inappropriate for her to enter into a marriage with a concubine already in place. Zhu Shi shot He Changshan a look. You are incorrigible. Had it not been for the circumstances, I fear our courtyard would be quite lively. That maid had already shown her displeasure long before you arrived. Mother speaks wisely. Then let us proceed with the divorce. As I have suggested, provide her with ample silver and return her dowry. He Dingjiang decisively stated, unwilling to waste time on this matter, for he had urgent official business to attend to. Zhu Shi wished to voice her thoughts but swallowed them instead, urging He Dingjiang to rest early. He returned to the adjoining room, which had been tidied by Chen Hong. He Dingjiang stood and respectfully bid farewell, returning to his chamber. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air as he entered, surveying the study, which remained arranged as it had been when he was home. Thanks to Jiang Xuanyi's efforts. Perhaps Chen Hong was merely an excuse, as he could not help but imagine Jiang Xuanyi tidying up the room. He Dingjiang entered the inner chamber, shedding his outer robe and changing into the inner garments hanging by the screen. Sitting at the bedside, he removed his boots, only to hear the door creak open softly, revealing someone entering. His movements paused as he lifted his gaze, only to see the slender Chen Hong carrying a basin of water, her eyes shimmering like pools of water. Lingering on him, the servant is here to assist the second young master with washing his feet. Chen Hong, averting her gaze under He Dingjiang's scrutiny, shyly approached the bedside. Kneeling down, the delicate green cross-colored robe she wore was loosely tied at her waist, and as she bent, it opened slightly, revealing her pale, soft skin beneath. He Dingjiang's gaze fell, catching a glimpse of this fleeting beauty, and he inhaled the unique fragrance of youth. Chen Hong attentively lifted He Dingjiang's feet, removing the cloth socks and gently placing them into the basin of warm water. After a moment's hesitation, she submerged her hands into the water, carefully kneading and washing his feet. He Dingjiang maintained a stoic expression, allowing Chen Hong to serve him, and fortunately, the process did not last long. Young master, Your feet are washed, Chen Hong announced sweetly, yet she had not brought a cloth to dry them. Her ears flushed crimson as she bit her lip, resolutely cradling He Dingjiang's feet in her embrace, using her own dress to dry them. The dripping water quickly soaked her clothing, revealing her alluring curves. Seeing that He Dingjiang did not object, Chen Hong shyly lifted her head, intending to lean closer, only to meet his cold gaze. In an instant his foot shot up, sending Chen Hong crashing to the ground. This act, while harsh, was not surprising. Having clawed his way out of the battlefields of the northern frontier, He Dingjiang's strength was formidable. Chen Hong let out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. The basin overturned, spilling water everywhere. At this moment, Jiang Xuanyi had returned to her courtyard's west wing, changed from her outer garment, and was preparing to enter the inner chamber when she heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. After a moment's thought, she donned her outer garment once more and opened the door leisurely, only to find Qin Xiulian waiting outside. Upon seeing Jiang Xuanyi emerge, she expressed her annoyance. After a long day, you still won't let anyone rest. Clearly, you are a simpleton, yet you resort to such base tactics. Quickly go to your mother-in-law's room. You have done well. With that, Qin Xiulian turned and left. Jiang Xuanyi closed the door behind her and proceeded to Zhu Shi's room, while He Yao mother, who had been eavesdropping from the opposite room, hurriedly followed. Jiang Xianyi entered the main hall and immediately beheld the wrathful countenance of Madame Zhu at the head of the table, while He Chongshan's gaze frequently darted towards the kneeling Chen Hong in the center. He Dingjiang's expression was dark as he sat beside her. How could you stoop to such despicable actions? Kneel! Madame Zhu's sharp reprimand echoed as she noticed Jiang Xianyi's arrival. Jiang Xianyi turned to glance at Chen Hong before coolly inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Kneel. Do you wish to defy your elders?" Madame Zhu's voice rose ominously. With downcast eyes, Jiang Xianyi complied and knelt. Only then did Madame Zhu's demeanor soften. As long as she remained amenable to discipline, this matter could be resolved. "Chen Hong, repeat what you just said," Madame Zhu commanded, adopting the air of a matriarch. "Esteemed matron, I, Chen Hong, have been commanded by the second young mistress to attend to the second master. I merely obeyed orders, unaware of any wrongdoing. I implore you to discern the truth." Chen Hong stammered, her knees trembling, grateful to even still be conscious after that kick. "Jiang Xianyi, you have not yet consummated your marriage with Dingjiang and are aware that the imperial decree for your union is imminent. Why would you instruct Chen Hong to climb into bed, tarnishing Dingjiang's reputation? If the Shijia young lady discovers that Dingjiang's betrothed maidservant has been involved, how will the Shi family explain that?" Madame Zhu's voice grew more forceful, finally releasing the pent-up frustration from the daytime's indignities. "I did not give such instructions," Jiang Xianyi asserted, raising her gaze only to turn to Chen Hong. "I said it was not for me. If you are willing, then so be it." "Is that not an instruction?" He Yao and I interjected, leaping forward to confront Jiang Xianyi. "Mother, this vile woman, knowing her own foolishness, incited Chen Hong to seduce second brother. Such a discontented woman should not remain in our He household. Let second brother hasten to write a divorce letter." The exhilaration in He Yao's eyes was unmistakable. "Although Chen Hong is contracted to me, she has spent these years serving my aunt. Why would she heed my commands?" Jiang Xianyi replied coolly. "Yao and I, what brings you here? Return to your chamber at once." Madame Zhu had not anticipated her daughter's entrance. Such matters were better kept at a distance to avoid contaminating her with filth. "Mother, I fear your kindness and that she might charm you with sweet words, allowing her to escape unscathed. This time, we cannot let it pass," He Yao and I urged. Even without her input, Madame Zhu was not prepared to miss this opportunity. "Xianyi, you have indeed erred this time. How could you be so foolish?" Madame Zhu feigned a heartbroken expression. "Now that it has come to this, our He family cannot tolerate you any longer. Dingjiang's household must be kept pristine. Initially, I had considered asking the Shi young lady for leniency, allowing you to remain as a concubine to Dingjiang," Madame Zhu continued, casting a glance at Jiang Xianyi, hoping for her gratitude to transform the marriage certificate into a concubine contract. Once He Dingjiang married, she could easily arrange for Jiang Xianyi to be carried into the general's residence in a small sedan chair. Jiang Xianyi remained unmoved. "In that case, since you have committed such acts that would disgust your husband, I can only present you with a divorce letter, severing all ties between us," Madame Zhu coldly declared, retracting her facade of compassion. "If you divorce me, Will you also return my dowry? Jiang Xianyi questioned, raising her head. You dare to ask for your dowry after a divorce? Truly a fool. He Yao and I could not suppress her derision. Without the return of my dowry, you cannot divorce me, Jiang Xianyi replied, her gaze steady as she spoke to Madame Zhu slowly. He Dingzhang's eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xianyi, seeking to witness her panic, sorrow, or anger. If only she would reveal a hint of such emotions, he might contemplate a way to retain her. Yet he saw nothing. Whether Chen Hong acted out of obligation or willingness was evident to He Dingzhang. He merely longed to see Jiang Xianyi in distress, so he could once again offer his protection, for that was how their relationship was meant to be. However, Jiang Xianyi had never sought his aid, not even in their childhood, and he always found himself rushing to her side, feeling uneasy whenever he accepted her gifts. Very well. I shall return your dowry and provide you with a divorce letter, thus severing all ties with my He family. He Dingzhang felt an overwhelming surge of anger, unable to comprehend why he was so furious, losing his usual composure as he spoke loudly.
No.
That cannot be. Jiang Xianyi and Madame Zhu spoke in unison, though Madame Zhu's urgency was palpable. Mother, what is wrong with this? He Dingzhang, overwhelmed with confusion, lost patience with Madame Zhu and furrowed his brow. The dowry of Jiang Xianyi must not be returned. She has committed a grave error and deserves to be discarded. How can there be a divorce and a return of the dowry? Madame Zhu bit her lip, adamant. Mother, it is merely her dowry. I am not in a position to refuse it now, so why must we linger on this matter? He Dingzhang, fatigued, felt a wave of vexation wash over him on his very first day back home. Chen Hong was confined to the firewood room and would be sold off the next day. Jiang Xianyi, you may return for now. You must be weary today. We will discuss this matter further tomorrow. Madame Zhu waved her hand, unable to meet her son's gaze. The rough maidservant waiting outside entered, dragging the weak Chen Hong to the firewood room, while Jiang Xianyi rose, offered her respects, and departed with an air of indifference. He Yao and I stamped her foot in frustration. She has long lost her dowry. It is not just the silver but also the furniture and jewelry. Madame Zhu lamented at that moment. Chapter 7. This time, she can no longer depend on you. All of it is gone? He Dingzhang mused. The silver is one thing, but what about the furniture and ornaments? He recalled how the Jiang family, to avoid being left destitute, had offered all their wealth as a dowry to the He family, leaving behind only an empty house. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Xianyi dressed in worn garments and lacking any jewelry, he glanced back at He Yao and I and Madame Zhu, both clad in fine fabrics and intricate embroidery, not to mention their adornments of gold and gems. Madame Zhu glanced at the furniture they used, her eyes darting. What we have now is all we will return to them. The remaining jade, jewelry, and silverware have long been exchanged for money. The expenses of this family are not trivial. He Dingzhang couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose, realizing his mother was unwilling to endure the meager existence, yet utterly careless with their finances. Mother, if the dowry list is lost, does that mean we need not return anything? He Yao and I proposed. Madame Zhu's eyes brightened, then hesitated. That young man, though not very old and lacking in education, is certainly clever enough. Would he allow Jiang Xianyi to lose the dowry list? He Dingzhang dismissed such underhanded tactics, waving his hand. We cannot resort to such methods. How valuable are those lost items? Probably around 700 or 800 to over 1,000 taels, Madame Zhu muttered, unable to meet his gaze. Even if He Dingzhang received a reward and was to be wed, he was still expected to follow the proper rites when proposing to the Sheng'er family. He had little wealth of his own, having relinquished his military pay to Madame Zhu. If they were to also return the dowry, it would be overwhelming. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the Jiang family had managed to accumulate such wealth solely based on their aunt's culinary skills and Jiang Guizi's medical expertise. How much is the total, including the dowry silver? He Dingzhang asked weakly. It would not be less than 3,000 taels, Madame Zhu whispered, gnashing her teeth as she decided not to reveal her jade bracelet. He Dingzhang felt a tightness in his chest. 3,000 taels was no small sum. Even if used as Sheng'er Fengyi's dowry, it would be far from meager, and he feared he could not produce such a bridal gift. I will find a way to handle this matter. From now on, the management of the household will be entrusted to Fengyi. Mother, you should refrain from household management. He Dingzhang said coldly before exiting. What? She hasn't even entered the door yet, and you want your wife to manage the household? Have I done anything wrong in my frugal management? Madame Zhu complained softly, only to find her husband distracted, which only intensified her anger. As Jiang Xuanyi approached the drooping flower gate in the backyard, she spotted He Dingzhou standing there, seemingly waiting for her. Upon seeing her from a distance, he greeted her with a bow. Jiang Xuanyi remained silent, nodding as she attempted to pass by and enter the backyard. I refuse to believe that it was you who prompted Chen Hong to act, He Dingzhou stated in a low voice, his gaze fixed on her eyes. Jiang Xuanyi responded softly, continuing her forward stride. Do not be afraid. Even if my second brother were to cast you aside, I would not abandon you. In a few days, the martial examination will commence, and I am certain I will emerge as the top candidate. Within 2 years, I shall gather military accolades and bring you to the capital. He Dingzhou felt somewhat uneasy, for reasons unknown, under Jiang Xuanyi's gaze. He often felt a profound sense of inadequacy, believing that he did not deserve to stand before her. Everyone claimed Jiang Xuanyi was a fool, yet only he understood how astute and kind she truly was. In the years since his second brother's departure, it was Jiang Xuanyi who managed the affairs of the He family, her silence belied by the meticulousness with which she handled every task entrusted to her. Regrettably, the He family failed to recognize her worth, and his second brother remained blind to her virtues. This only deepened He Dingzhou's sense of concealed aspirations, as he sensed a flicker of hope for resurgence blossoming within him. Listening to He Dingzhou's words, Jiang Xuanyi contemplated and shook her head. There is no need, thank you. But if I wish to go to the capital, I can manage it myself. He Dingzhou was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the truth in her words. Once Jiang Xuanyi regained her freedom, she could go wherever she pleased. Yet the capital was not a place where just anyone could reside. Jiang Xuanyi was oblivious to the treacherous nature of the world. Living in the capital was no simple feat. She chose not to speak further and stepped through the drooping flower gate into the backyard, while He Dingzhou lingered outside for quite some time. The following day, He Daler did not go to work. Zhu Shi, anticipating their imminent move to the capital, decided to resign from her job, thus ignoring it altogether. Instead, she schemed on how to persuade Jiang Xuanyi to leave the He family voluntarily, ceasing her demands for a dowry. He Dingzhou had a restless night and left home after breakfast. His return to their hometown of Shuanqing had become common knowledge, and everyone who had once crossed paths with him sought to curry favor. The county magistrate of Shuanqing had even sent him an invitation to a banquet well in advance. He Dingzhou took 2 close attendants and strolled through the streets of Shuanqing, pausing briefly at the Wangjiang Tower before heading to the county office. Zhou Zhixian had already received word and was waiting outside the office. The loyal General Zhongwu might not have cared much, but the grandson-in-law of the minister must not be neglected. Upon meeting the young general, he humbly ushered him inside. Jiang Xuanyi's day was unlike the others. She did not go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, so Zhu Shi called upon Chen Xiulian and Chen Xiao to do the task instead. At that moment, Chen Xiulian, hesitant to shirk her responsibilities, reluctantly made her way to the kitchen. After breakfast, Zhu Shi instructed He Dingyuan to find a midwife to sell Chen Hong. He Changshan objected, saying, Chen Hong is a maidservant of the Jiang family. What do you mean by selling her? What will we use to hold the Jiang family accountable in the future? Zhu Shi pondered and, surprisingly, found this reasoning sensible. She then instructed the maid to send Chen Hong some leftover food, ensuring she would not starve, deciding to sell her once everything settled and the He family left Shuanqing. In her room, Jiang Xuanyi nibbled on some pastries before retrieving a kitchen knife and meticulously sharpening it on a whetstone. When He Yaonyang entered and witnessed this scene, she was taken aback, her previous arrogance somewhat subdued. Jiang family, little Tiger was frightened last night and has been crying incessantly today. Don't you possess some medical knowledge? Go and examine him. Little Tiger is quite close to you, she urged. He Yaonyang endeavored to appear nonchalant, though her fingers twisting her handkerchief betrayed her anxiety. All right, Jiang Xuanyi replied, setting down the kitchen knife, cleansing her hands, and picking up a small medical kit before heading to Chen Xiulian's quarters. As soon as Jiang Xuanyi departed, He Yaonyang stealthily returned to Jiang Xuanyi's room and began rummaging through her belongings. She opened a cabinet and discovered a wooden box. Suppressing her excitement, she cautiously opened it, retrieving a piece of paper from beneath a silver hairpin. Trembling, she glanced at it briefly before hurriedly stashing it in her sleeve and hastily exiting. It was only in the afternoon, after indulging in some wine, that He Dingzhou returned home. Upon entering the front courtyard, He Yaonyang eagerly approached him, exclaiming, Second brother, This time Jiang Xuani cannot rely on you any longer. Chapter 8. Without the dowry list, it is all but empty. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine. He Dingjiang's reaction was somewhat sluggish. He gazed at He Yaonyang, seemingly pondering whether Jiang Xuani had ever truly relied on him. Do you doubt it, brother? Rest assured. I will never allow anyone to jeopardize your future. He Yaonyang's gaze was resolute. In her heart, her brother and parents' matters took precedence over all else. He Dingjiang remained silent and walked toward the main hall. In the main hall, Zhu Shi awaited He Dingjiang's return, surprised that her daughter had indeed succeeded. However, being an underhanded method, it was not something to boast about, so she tried to suppress her joy while awaiting her son's return. Mother, He Changshan said, as He Dingjiang entered, bowing before taking a seat. Dingjiang, I have given this some thought. Our intention was to assist the Jiang family's child. So, let us see it through to the end. If Xuani wishes to divorce, let her do so. As long as she presents the dowry list, we shall return each item as listed. However, this matter must be resolved quickly to avoid delaying your important affairs, Zhu Shi said gently, her demeanor kind and patient. But mother, did you not say those items are already lost? He Dingjiang inquired lightly, unable to fathom why his mother and sister had suddenly altered their stance. If there truly is a dowry list, we must seek it out, even if it means converting it to cash. We must tighten our belts and pawn off our possessions to gather the amount required. To divorce without returning the dowry would be tantamount to seizing the bride's property. And we cannot allow this matter to tarnish our reputation, Zhu Shi said, furrowing her brows in resignation. He Dingjiang shared the sentiment.
Today,
Zhou Zixian had hosted a banquet and invited the prominent figures of Xuanqing to attend, all of whom had presented gifts to he. These gifts, though not bribes, were received with ease, and he felt at peace. With these additions, repaying the dowry would not pose a challenge. Then let us proceed accordingly. Let us resolve this matter swiftly, for the imperial decree shall arrive shortly, He Dingjiang said, rubbing his temples as he rose to retire to his room. Even after addressing this matter, he did not feel any semblance of relief. In her room, Jiang Xuani was engrossed to her studies when He Yaonyang pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Jiang Xuani with a book in hand, she scoffed. Do you think that by merely pretending to be studious and polite, you are worthy of my second brother? He is destined to become a great general, a figure etched in history, while you, a fool, would only hinder him. Thus, you must leave the He family. Jiang Xuani remained unfazed, continuing to read. Tomorrow morning, you shall present your dowry list, and my second brother will provide you with a divorce decree. At that time, you and those two little ones from the Jiang family must hastily depart from the He family. He Yaonyang relished the words, believing her brother deserved far better than to marry this foolish girl who was unworthy of him. Jiang Xuani did not lift her gaze, merely responding softly, understood. Dinner was once again prepared by Qin Shulian, who harbored a simmering frustration, yearning to reach the capital quickly. Once there, she could command her servants without toil, and He Dingyuan would no longer pilfer her private funds. As the He family dined, Zhang Lingyi brought food for Jiang Xuani. Peering outside, she whispered, Sister, endure for a few more days. Brother instructed that for the next few days, do not touch any food from the He family, not even the tea. Test it with a silver needle before drinking. Jiang Xuani nodded, savoring the new dish developed by Zhang Lingyi, meat filling wrapped in tofu skin. Simmered in chicken broth over low heat to absorb the flavors, then steamed with lotus leaves, the fragrant combination of the lotus and the meat creating a delightful experience. There is lotus in the meat filling, Jiang Xuani remarked earnestly. Indeed, my elder sister has no fondness for vegetarian dishes. However, in pursuit of a balanced diet, she has included diced lotus root. Only Zhang Lingyi is aware that Jiang Xuani is quite particular about her food preferences, a fact that the He family would never concern themselves with. Jiang Xuani nodded, her expression remaining calm and unperturbed. Tomorrow, we shall part ways. Let Mian Ting handle the arrangements, she stated, finishing the last grain of rice before setting down her chopsticks. What a fool she was, truly falling prey to her brother's words. I understand, sister, do take care. Zhang Lingyi gathered the bowls and chopsticks, placing them into a food box before departing from Jiang Xuani's chamber. The following morning, after the He family had breakfast, they all gathered in the main hall of the Zhu residence. Even He Dingyuan, who had not made an appearance for an entire day, was summoned by Zhu Shi to sit properly. He Dingjiang wore a neutral expression, whereas He Dingzhou's face was as solemn as water. Upon seeing Jiang Xuani enter, Zhu Shi greeted her with a smile. Xuani, my dear niece, I have come to a decision. Since we cannot keep you, let us facilitate your divorce to avoid any resentment. Today, we shall settle your dowry face to face, and thereafter, let us part ways peacefully. Jiang Xuani nodded. Thank you. He Dingjiang, who had been looking down, lifted his head upon hearing these words, sensing that Jiang Xuani's gratitude extended beyond the mere return of her dowry. There's no need for such politeness, Jiang Xuani. Have you brought the dowry list? He Yao and I raised an eyebrow, a smirk barely concealed on her face. I have not. Jiang Xuani replied, shaking her head. Then it appears there is none? Without the dowry list, it means you did not bring a dowry into this household, and thus, we can only provide you with a divorce certificate. You must leave the He family immediately, He Yao and I stated impatiently. Alas, Xuani, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but how could you lose something so significant? Now, without any proof, how can we return your dowry? Zhu Shi feigned difficulty. He Dingjiang turned to look at his mother and sister, suddenly comprehending his sister's words from the previous day. She could no longer rely on you. After all, Jiang Xuani resided within the He household. What could she possibly hide? Upon glancing back at the solitary figure of Jiang Xuani, He Dingjiang felt a lump in his throat. At this point, it was too late to stop his mother. He could only offer Jiang Xuani some form of compensation later. Mother, when my second sister married into our family, she was carried here with a grand dowry. Yet now, you say she must leave empty-handed due to the absence of a dowry list? Are you not afraid that our neighbors will learn of this and mock the He family for seizing the bride's dowry? He Dingzhou questioned coldly, suppressing his anger. Zhu Shi, furious, snapped, silence. You have no place to speak regarding your second brother's affairs. To seize a bride's dowry, one must have evidence. Without a dowry list, even if you proclaim it, it is mere hearsay. How can there be any theft of dowry? Upon hearing Zhu Shi's words, the eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Xiulian, secretly scoffed. Feeling her own dowry list, which she kept on her person, was not something this old hag could take from her. He Dingzhou wanted to argue further, but noticed He Dingjiang's gaze upon him, cold and composed. Recognizing the warning therein, he swallowed his words. Knowing he lacked the strength to intervene for Jiang Xuani at this moment. Who told you that my sister has no dowry list? She simply forgot to bring it. It does not mean it does not exist. A youthful voice, laced with nonchalance, emerged from outside the door. Subsequently, a slender boy, as delicate as bamboo, entered, followed by Jiang Lingyi, who held her head high, her hair styled into two little buns. What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you that they were not to enter the front courtyard but remain in the covered area? Zhu Shi questioned Jiang Xuani with disdain. Naturally, we are here to reclaim the dowry. Aunt Zhu, surely the bricks of your He family were laid with the silver of our Jiang family. What harm is there in our Jiang family stepping upon them? Jiang Lingyi smiled while emphatically stamping her feet. Chapter 9. Who is the fool, truly? Zhu Shi's countenance shifted between hues of green and white. However, Jiang Lingyi was not mistaken. She recalled the past. Once, the He family's old residence was in disrepair. And when they arrived in Shuanqing, they had little silver to their name. He Changshan was nothing more than a young dandy, lacking any skills, relying solely on some ancestral land for sustenance, even pawning his personal belongings. Jiang Xuani's mother was a capable woman. She brought Jiang Xuani to marry Jiang Gizi, who had managed to establish connections in Shuanqing over the years and rented a residence from the He family, specifically the covered area at the back. Initially, Zhu Shi looked down upon this family. Jiang Xuani, afflicted by a grave illness, had become foolish, and Jiang Gizi was merely a lowly itinerant doctor. Under normal circumstances, they would not even stand before her. Yet Jiang Xuani's mother, though appearing gentle, was quite resourceful. Within a few days of settling in, she began inquiring among the prominent families in the city about the need for skilled banquet chefs. A banquet chef need not reside at the host's home. They only needed to manage the kitchen during significant events, or bring their own ingredients and seasonings, which naturally commanded a different price. Initially, Lin Xuanyang struggled to find a family willing to employ her. It was not until a significant event at the Hu family in the eastern part of the city, where the family's chef fell ill, that they found themselves in need of a replacement. The original chef recommended Lin Xuanyang, asserting that her dishes rivaled his own. Lin Xuanyang signed a contract stating that if she failed to satisfy the guests, not only would she receive no payment, but she would also cover all expenses of the banquet. The result was an exquisite feast, praised by the guests, earning the Hu family great honor. who subsequently awarded Lin Xuanyang double her fee. Her culinary fame skyrocketed overnight, and from then on, the affluent families in Shuanqing took pride in hosting banquets with Lin Xuanyang as the chef. The Great Xia dynasty placed immense importance on cuisine. Even the common folk were particular about their daily meals. In a small county like Shuanqing, it was commonplace to hire someone to prepare banquets, and the cost of hiring a chef was considerable. Afterward, Lin Xuanyang, with her newfound wealth, often supported the He family, sending food and clothing for the He children. When the He household needed repairs, Lin Xuanyang secretly provided Zhu Shi with financial assistance. Eventually, the Jiang family purchased their own residence. Lin Xuanyang became a chef, and Jiang Gizi opened a medical practice. They welcomed 2 children, Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi, and their lives flourished, prompting Zhu Shi to propose a match between Jiang Xuani and He Dingjiang, as the two had always been close. During this time, Lin Xuanyang had financially supported the He family, sending both the He and Jiang children to school together, and even finding martial arts instructors for He Dingjiang and He Dingzhou. Jiang Xuani often gifted items to He Dingjiang, and Zhu Shi relished in her newfound stability. Until 4 years ago, when Lin Xuanyang unexpectedly entrusted all 3 children to her before departing with Jiang Gizi to gather herbs, insisting she must look after Jiang Xuani and ensure she did not lose the stone pendant around her neck, claiming it was her talisman, and that should it break, calamity would follow. Who could have predicted that after their departure, neither would return? When inquiries were made, those who returned reported finding Jiang Gizi's medicine basket at a cliff in Shuani Mountain, leading to the grim conclusion that both had likely perished in the fall. When news of this reached Jiang Gizi's relatives, they sought to claim the Jiang family's inheritance, which led to He Dingjiang marrying the 12-year-old Jiang Xuani. To assert that the bricks beneath their feet were laid with Jiang family silver was not entirely untrue. Zhu Shi, emerging from her reverie, noticed Jiang Mianting holding a beautifully bound document, squinting with fox-like eyes. "This is my sister's dowry list. I kindly ask Aunt Xu and General He to verify it, and take this divorce certificate to the authorities for an official record. From this day forth, my sister shall have no further ties with the He family." "Impossible. That is a forgery." He Yao and I cried out sharply. "He Yao and I, you have not even seen the list in my brother's hands. How can you claim it is false?" Jiang Lingyi retorted, hands on her hips, chin raised defiantly. I know, just bring it forth and see." He Yao and I stammered, her confidence faltering. "Well, if you want to see, then see. But if the dowry is not presented, then you are nothing but a scoundrel." Jiang Lingyi's voice rang clear. At this moment, Zhu was also filled with uncertainty. She glanced at the dowry list. Although her memory was vague, the items listed seemed largely accurate, and the parchment bore a slight yellowing, suggesting it had aged. However, the words of the sly young man, who resembled a fox spirit, could not be dismissed. Could it be that He Yaonyang had fallen into a trap? A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Zhu's forehead. He Dingjiang, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to look at Jiang Xuani, only to find her seemingly detached, absorbing none of the words exchanged. He Yaonyang, unwilling to accept her misstep, believed that Jiang Mianting was merely posturing, that Jiang Xuani must have discovered the loss of the dowry list and concocted this scheme. With this thought, He Yaonyang strode towards Jiang Mianting, reaching out to snatch the ledger, only to have it evaded. "I knew you were deceiving. Why do you hesitate to show it to me?" He Yaonyang regained her confidence and asked loudly, "Who do you think you are to demand it?" Jiang Mianting replied coldly. He Yaonyang's frustration boiled. How could a mere 11-year-old speak with the cunning of an ancient fox spirit? "General He, the matter of divorce concerns my sister and me. This dowry list is not something any random person can inspect." He Yaonyang's chest heaved with anger, leaving her speechless. Jiang Mianting turned to He Dingjiang, who, after 3 years, had indeed gained a measure of composure and calmness, his expression unchanged despite the upheaval. "Very well," He Dingjiang said as he rose and moved beside Jiang Xuani, observing her for a moment before taking the ledger from Jiang Mianting. It unfolded to reveal a densely written 3-foot-long sheet detailing the dowry items. Both Xu and He Yaonyang fell silent, harboring a glimmer of hope that He Dingjiang would declare it false. This is indeed the dowry list of the Jiang family. Though reluctant to admit it, He Dingjiang had not sunk low enough to lie brazenly. This document not only meticulously detailed the names, materials, and quantities of the dowry but also included sizes and concluded with the writer's signature and seal, authored by the tutor of the children from the He and Jiang families. In a court of law, this was irrefutable evidence. No, it cannot be. How could this dowry list possibly belong to Xiaonyang? If true, it would mean she had pushed the He family into an inescapable predicament. Zhang Lingyi did not miss the opportunity to strike. A dowry list should be a list, right? Do you think a dowry can be simply jotted down like a prescription? If you had applied the knowledge you've acquired, you wouldn't have committed such a foolish error. You call my sister a fool, but who truly is the simpleton here? Xiaonyang's face blanched with fury, while Zhu's own countenance flushed crimson. At this juncture, she was at a complete loss for how to proceed. General He, if that is the case, please proceed to tally the dowry. With such a quantity, we may need to hire several more carriages, Zhang Mianting said lazily, resembling a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded. Chapter 10. The imperial marriage edict arrives. He Dingjiang turned to Zhu, only to see her averted gaze. Clearly at a loss. The items may not be readily available, so let us convert them to cash. Once we ascertain the total, we shall return the sum to you. He Dingjiang looked at Jiang Xuani, fixing his gaze upon her dark eyes. General He, these matters can be discussed with me. My sister is not inclined to deal with trivialities. If all is converted to cash, it amounts to 4,892 taels and 63 wen, Zhang Mianting declared, producing a jade abacus from his pocket and deftly calculating a figure. Zhu felt a wave of dizziness. You say a figure, and it becomes that figure? He Yaonyang fought to maintain her composure against Zhang Mianting, prioritizing her elder brother's honor over her own pride. This is the price given by the manager of Ru Yifang in Shuanqing. If we consider the purchase price, it would be 6,000. Very well. Let us settle on that amount. Aside from the items currently available, the remaining sum will be provided to you in 3 days. He Dingjiang interrupted Zhang Mianting. Having made his decision, even if it exceeded the amount, selling the existing He family items and drawing from his own rewards should suffice. However, the dowry for Sheng'er would need to be addressed later. Then General He, please draft an IOU. We shall take our leave from the He family with the divorce decree, Zhang Mianting said with a narrowed smile, pressing forward. Do not be overly presumptuous. My brother is the loyal Marshal General. How can he write you an IOU? He Yaonyang could not hold back any longer. Zhang Mianting sneered, is your brother the loyal Marshal General above writing an IOU? Do you wish to see that I also possess your elder brother? Since it has come to this, it would be wise to write an IOU, Yaonyang. Refrain from speaking out of turn. The usually reticent He Dingyuan hastily interjected, surprisingly chastising his sister. He Yaonyang's eyes widened. Brother, why are you siding with them? Bring me paper and pen. He Dingjiang interrupted He Yaonyang's protest. He Dingzhou fetched paper and pen, placing them on the table. He Dingjiang pondered for a moment before picking up the brush to write. Imperial edict has arrived. General He, quickly receive the edict. A voice called urgently from outside. He Dingjiang recognized it as his attendant Deng Wenda, and his heart leapt. He hastily set down the brush and strode to the door, turning back to instruct, He family. Prepare to receive the edict. Outsiders, please withdraw. Mr. and Mrs. He Changshan were still in a daze, but upon hearing He Dingjiang's command, they snapped back to attention, quickly adjusting their attire. They glanced at the still-dazed elder couple, wishing to shove them into a mouse hole. Why are you not hastening to tidy yourselves? Are you seeking death by neglecting the imperial envoy? Zhu gritted her teeth, turning back to assist her daughter. At that moment, Jiang Xuani and her siblings exchanged glances and turned to exit, only to find the group had already approached. Leading the way was a bearded man dressed in the garb of an inner court official, appearing to be in his 40s. To his left stood He Dingjiang, and to his right was a young woman. The young woman appeared to be only 18 or 19, with brows sharp as blades and almond-shaped eyes radiating intelligence. Her lips curved into a perfectly proportioned arc, clad in a fitted plum-colored riding outfit and a green cloak, her feet adorned with plum-colored high-heeled boots, exuding both grace and approachability. As the group approached, they noticed Jiang Xuani and her siblings, and He Dingjiang, engaged in conversation with the court official, momentarily halted, surprised that these seemingly idle individuals had not departed. Jiang Xuani, slightly lowering her gaze, clasped her hands and bowed, her siblings following suit. The inner court official, accustomed to discerning without exposing, was there to honor the minister Shi, and since He Dingjiang remained silent, he merely walked past without acknowledging them. However, the young woman furrowed her brow slightly, studying Jiang Xuani for a moment. He Dingjiang regained his composure and led the official Chun into the main hall. As Jiang Xuani and her siblings prepared to leave, they were halted by Shi Fengyi's voice. The inner court official is here to announce the edict. All present must kneel to receive it. Why do you presume to leave? Jiang Xuanyi looked to He Dingjiang, who frowned slightly and replied. They are here to receive the edict. The country folk are unaccustomed to etiquette. Official Chen, please do not take offense, and Fengyi, do not let it trouble you. Official Chen smiled broadly. General, he is too polite. We are merely here on the emperor's business, and inner court officials come to offer congratulations. So there is no reason for blame. Jiang Xuanyi and her siblings had no choice but to follow into the main hall. Mr. and Mrs. He Changshan finally regained their composure, and seeing the young woman enter, dared not ask questions. Respectfully ushering official Chen to the seat of honor and kneeling with their children and daughter-in-law to receive the edict. Jiang Xuanyi and her siblings knelt as well. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed. Loyal Marshal General He Dingjiang, renowned for his military exploits, unparalleled in loyalty and bravery. The youngest daughter of the Minister of War, Sheng'er, possesses a character of utmost propriety and elegance, embodying the ideals of a virtuous woman. These two individuals are indeed a commendable match, and I have graciously bestowed upon them the honor of marriage, selecting an auspicious day for their union in the hope of a harmonious partnership. Thus decreed. Minister Chen read aloud the imperial edict, and the assembled crowd knelt in gratitude, expressing their appreciation for the emperor's benevolence. He Dingyuan and Qin Shulian, being unaccustomed to such grand occasions, trembled throughout the ceremony, offering only timid murmurs of congratulations. Congratulations to General He, congratulations to Lord He, and to Madam He, congratulations to Miss Shi. Minister Chen conveyed his well wishes, prompting the He family to follow his gaze and realize the identity of the young woman present. Zhu was quick to act, understanding the intricacies of social etiquette, producing a pouch of silver that He Changshan delivered into Minister Chen's hands. The minister accepted it with a smile, offering a brief expression of thanks as he tucked it into his sleeve. After inviting Minister Chen to take a seat, He Dingjiang formally introduced Shi Fengyi. Father, mother. This is the youngest daughter of the Minister of War, Fengyi, who fought alongside me on the northern front. He Dingjiang's tone was unusually gentle, his gaze towards Shi Fengyi filled with admiration. Shi Fengyi greeted her uncle and aunt with grace, displaying no shyness as she performed her courtesies. Miss Shi is forthright. Let us quickly choose a favorable date for the wedding, so the court officials can partake in the joyous feast. Minister Chen's smile widened, yet his eyes, seemingly casually, flitted over to Jiang Xuanyi. The joyous banquet hosted by Minister Chen cannot be lacking, General He. I wonder who these individuals are? He did not inquire about the He brothers or Qin Shulian, but pointedly directed his attention towards Jiang Xuanyi and his siblings. He Dingjiang glanced at Jiang Xuanyi, momentarily at a loss for words regarding their introduction. They are orphans raised in our household. Their parents passed away years ago. Out of compassion, I have cared for them. And now that we are relocating to the capital, it is time for them to establish their own lives. Zhu spoke up, a warning glance directed at Jiang Xuanyi, wary of any unguarded remarks. Minister Chen smiled but remained silent, bowing his head to blow the froth off his tea, showing no intention of drinking. Oh, orphans. Then that must mean you are Zhang's daughter, the betrothed wife of General He? Shi Fengyi remarked with a gentle smile. Zhu's face paled in shock, and He Dingjiang displayed a look of astonishment as he turned to Shi Fengyi. Minister Chen, unfazed by the revelation, seemed already aware of the matter, causing He Dingjiang to suddenly feel the absurdity of his situation. Did Minister Shi truly believe he was unaware of the existing wife in his household? Shi Fengyi's presence was a clear reminder that nothing escapes Minister Shi's scrutiny. Even with this knowledge, she still sought to arrange a marriage decree for him and her granddaughter, leaving the matter unspoken. How could He Dingjiang repay such magnanimity? Indeed, this was the individual with whom he had a previous engagement, though it was merely a temporary arrangement to provide shelter for the siblings. His return was intended to dissolve that engagement and ensure their well-being. He Dingjiang quickly formulated an excuse, his expression turning apologetic as he addressed Shi Fengyi. The reason I did not mention this to you is that it is a difficult truth to convey. Caring for them has regrettably entangled my own marriage. The quiet figure of Jiang Xuanyi, the subject of this absurdity, regarded He Dingjiang with an unreadable expression, as if she were a mere observer. When Shi Fengyi looked at her, it seemed to evoke a sense that this was not her fault. Shi Fengyi offered a gentle smile and turned back to He Dingjiang. Fengyi naturally trusts General He. Very well, then. The court officials have not traveled far in a while. This old body is truly unfit for travel. I shall first settle in at the inn and return to the palace tomorrow to fulfill the decree. General He, I take my leave.
With that,
Minister Chen concluded his business, leaving the remainder to He Dingjiang to manage. He set down his teacup and took his leave. He Changshan and his wife promptly stood, escorting him to the door. Jiang Xuanyi and her siblings turned back at the second gate, as they were merely guests, orphans residing in the He household, and did not count as true members of the family. Today's debt could not be recorded, but now that the decree had been issued, a separation was inevitable. After all, He Dingjiang still cared for his reputation, and there were ways to reclaim the dowry. The siblings, noting the time was getting late, exited through the back gate to the market. After He Dingjiang returned from seeing Minister Chen off, he was troubled about how to articulate the dowry issue, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he found the siblings had vanished. Jiang Xuanyi led her younger siblings through the bustling market, where many recognized them. Some greeted them kindly, while others whispered and shook their heads in disapproval. However, there were also louder voices among the crowd, drawing attention. How could a fool have such good fortune? A fourth-rank general, even the county lord must show respect in his presence. Such dignity and honor are not befitting a simpleton. How can anyone accept this? Remarked a group of young women as they purchased pastries. I advise you all to swallow your words, while others may be unaware. I am well informed. Immediately, an articulate woman stepped forward, gesturing animatedly. My sister-in-law's second cousin's third sister lives in the east wing of the He household. This Jiang Xuanyi entered the He family at the tender age of 12, though they have not consummated their marriage. Her dowry aided her husband in passing the military examination and achieving today's status as a loyal general. Moreover, though Jiang Xuanyi may be simple-minded, her beauty is not to be underestimated. Even in the capital, she would not pale in comparison to anyone. As for her diligence in managing the He household, the aroma of her cooking can be detected several doors down. How could the He family maintain their current status on the meager earnings of 2 sons, especially when they have to support several mouths? The youngest, He Sanling, is also preparing for the military examination. It is precisely because of Jiang Xuanyi's parents' wealth that the He family can boast of their fortune in the neighborhood, having conveniently forgotten how impoverished they were before she joined them. Upon hearing this, the young women deflated, muttering, only a fool would take such risks, betting everything and enduring hardships for a chance to be a general's wife. Even if she were to trade for a new wife, she might not be able to retain her position. I've heard that the general has received an imperial decree for a new marriage, and this new bride is from a prominent family. Will Zhang's dowry ever be recovered? Would a daughter of a high-ranking official be willing to become a concubine? What sort of concubine? Surely, she aspires to be the main wife. To demote the current wife to a concubine is only possible through divorce. Zhang's assets might then benefit the new bride. Surely not. Would a daughter of a high-ranking official covet the dowry of an orphan? That dowry is backed by certificates from the time of the betrothal. The items listed cannot be taken by anyone. That remains to be seen. It depends on whether the He family values their reputation. Jiang Xuanyi approached, glancing back at Jiang Lingyi, who shrunk her neck in mild guilt. I did not practice long enough. Very well, Jiang Xuanyi replied coolly. Really? Sister, are you praising me? Jiang Lingyi's face brightened with joy as she beamed. Sister is merely comforting you. Jiang Mianting, showing a hint of youthful charm, scanned the marketplace, his keen eyes catching every customer entering and exiting the shops. Humph. Sister is not. Sister loves me the most. As Jiang Lingyi proclaimed this, she suddenly paused, casting a glance at Jiang Xuanyi and fell silent. Jiang Xuanyi knew nothing of love. Is the residence prepared? Jiang Xuanyi inquired. Naturally, the arrangements have been made discreetly. I could not inspect it personally, but I trust those I have designated will not make any mistakes. Rest assured, sister. Jiang Mianting replied in a hushed tone, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Indeed. Jiang Xuanyi nodded. All previous belongings have been transported to the new place. Though it was troublesome, the process went smoothly. Thankfully, it is quite secluded there, otherwise, achieving such secrecy would have been impossible. The elderly residents of the original house cannot return yet, lest their presence arouse suspicion. It is inconvenient for me to frequently visit the Dou residence. I have only found excuses to go there twice. Jiang Mianting squinted, lost in thought. It matters not. Even if you are there, you can accomplish little, Jiang Xuanyi remarked indifferently. Seizing a man is trivial. He is hardly a prized possession. Why must they secretly investigate us? They have lingered for so long, nearly thwarting a significant matter. Jiang Mianting complained, yet a smile betrayed his true feelings. making it impossible for onlookers to discern the subject of his musings. For this matter, my elder brother has endured quite a few slaps. He sleeps at his desk all day. I fear that soon he will be expelled by the teacher. Zhang Lingyi could not help but chuckle, a tuft of hair atop her head bobbing playfully. These individuals had visited Shuanqing a year prior. Jiang Shuani glanced at a nearby tea shop, where two men were sipping tea. Upon noticing Jiang Shuani's gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. I had once wondered why they were fixated on us siblings. It turns out they were sent by Minister Shi, seeking that Miss Shi. Jiang Mianting's gaze fell upon Wangjiang Tower. Chapter 11. The young master's noble heart and kindness. What a myriad of troubles have arisen, constraining our every action and delaying countless business dealings. That he Dingjiang has proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. Jiang Mianting's eyes glimmered coldly, a fleeting glint of menace surfacing before he reverted to the innocence of youth. Today we cannot indulge in fine dining. Let's instead visit Granny Sun for some soup dumplings. Once we have dispatched these harbingers of misfortune, we may feast to our heart's content, Zhang Lingyi suggested quietly, pointing to a small shop ahead. While discussing matters on the road, it was Jiang Shuani who proposed that neither the He family nor any part of Shuanqing was sufficiently secure. Zhang Lingyi disliked writing incessantly on paper. Very well. Jiang Shuani agreed, making his way toward the soup dumpling shop, with Zhang Lingyi skipping alongside and turning back to make a face at Jiang Mianting. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind them. Jiang Shuani turned to see a carriage hurtling toward them, the driver shouting, "Clear the way, quickly." However, the carriage approached too swiftly, and pedestrians scrambled to evade it. A nearby wheelbarrow laden with firewood suddenly toppled onto the road, blocking Jiang Mianting's path. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shuani scooped up Zhang Lingyi with one arm while grasping Jiang Mianting's belt with the other, hurling them both past the pile of wood. As he released them and tumbled forward, it appeared as though he had rolled and crawled over the firewood. The carriage crashed through the wood and sped away. Is it in such haste to meet its end? A bystander could not help but curse. Where did these carriages come from? I recognize the vehicles of Shuanqing's affluent families, and I can identify even the horses, if they have been reshod. Yet, I cannot ascertain which family this one belongs to. Though Shuanqing is small, one must not forget its history. Many noble families once resided here. It is possible that they have fallen on hard times and returned to seek refuge. The He family is a case in point. Now, with their son, they are on the rise again. Enough of this nonsense. Wasn't that the foolish wife of the He family who fell? What of her husband being a general? She is dressed far more poorly than 4 years ago. And their grand estate is now a boon to others. How pitiful. Jiang Shuani had already risen, a trace of blood on his palm, and his garment torn. Zhang Lingyi and Jiang Mianting rushed over, concerned. It is nothing. Jiang Shuani waved off, lifting his gaze to the carriage that had turned into an alley, where the former Jiang Medical Hall stood. It is not a rush to meet one's end, Jiang Shuani said, but rather a fear of it. Let me not encounter him again. I would send him to his doom. Jiang Lingyi gritted her teeth. Has the lady sustained any injuries? I have some ointment. If you do not mind, please use it to prevent dirt from entering the wound, as it could lead to severe complications. A voice rich with magnetism resounded behind them. Jiang Shuani turned to see a young man, tall and distinguished, with sharp features, clad in a simple blue robe that nonetheless exuded an ethereal charm. He held a porcelain vial, his warm, jade-like eyes gazing at her with concern. Just as Jiang Shuani was about to respond, Zhang Lingyi darted forward like a startled cat, exclaiming, "What complications? You ravenous crow! How dare you speak thus to my sister? Do not think your handsome visage will deter me from striking you." The young man was taken aback, then calmly bowed his head and addressed Zhang Lingyi. "I beg your pardon, young ladies. I was presumptuous, and my words lacked consideration. I apologize to the young lady." Zhang Lingyi, typically one to respond more to gentleness than harshness, found herself softening under the young man's demeanor. Grinning and playfully waving her hands, "It is no matter. My sister requires no ointment. However, where does your esteemed family reside? Your noble heart and kindness deserve a visit of gratitude." Jiang Mianting reached out to accept the vial, inhaling its contents before commenting, "The young man is mistaken. Such trifles need not weigh on his mind." The young man appeared momentarily taken aback and then bowed once more, saying, "Such trivial matters need not be taken to heart. I bid you farewell." As he spoke, he lifted his robe and turned to leave. Young master, why the haste? Are you married or engaged?" Zhang Lingyi called out, eager to pursue him. only to be yanked back by Jiang Yanting. What are you doing? It is not every day one encounters someone so appealing. One must seize the moment. Jiang Lingyi protested, stamping her foot, but Jiang Yanting held her fast, insisting, now is not the time. Those whom I, Jiang Yanting, set my sights upon shall not escape. Chapter 12. There has never been any protection come. Let us go eat soup dumplings, Jiang Xuanyi declared, brushing the dust from his clothing, unperturbed by the tear in his garment, and continued toward the soup dumpling shop. After Qin de Guanxi's departure, the He family's courtyard became abuzz with activity, preparing the main house for Shi Fengyi, who was to stay. They specifically replaced the bedding and curtains with brand new ones and sent the items from Zhu's room for Qin Xiulian to arrange. Indeed, I am troubled by all this. I am not accustomed to having maids when I travel. I became accustomed to it in the northern military camps. My usual accommodations need not be overly refined, especially since I am only here for a few days. General He has just returned to the capital. He is busy and should not linger unnecessarily. Shi Fengyi graciously expressed her gratitude without uttering a single thank you, displaying a demeanor that was notably approachable. It is quite all right, once you arrive at the general's residence. We will all be family. I trust you will take good care of Shi Xiaonyang, Qin Xiulian said, feeling awkward and unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Attempting to mimic Shi Fengyi's poise, yet finding herself stiff and unable to express her emotions on her face. He Dingzhou maintained a stoic expression, his gaze lowered, unwilling to witness the scene. The courtyard here is small, leaving little room for staff quarters, so there are only 2 old women and a maid. And we must be patient for a few days. Once everything is sorted, we can return to the capital, He Dingjiang interjected, noticing his sister-in-law's pitiful appearance. Shi Fengyi was well aware of the He family's circumstances, having researched them thoroughly. She had hoped that He Dingjiang's return would resolve matters immediately, but the news she received indicated that he was wandering the streets with a troubled brow. Her grandfather had once stated, if He Dingjiang cannot even manage a helpless woman, then he is unworthy of being my grandson-in-law. Navigating her way to this point had not been easy for Shi Fengyi. She could not afford to lose the entire game over one misstep. Therefore, she hastened to request Qin de Guanxi to depart immediately, traveling day and night to reach Shuancheng before her grandfather lost his patience, urging He Dingjiang to make a decisive choice. Although Shi Fengyi was somewhat dissatisfied with the He family situation, the imperfections presented her with opportunities for control. Every flaw in the He family today would become her leverage in the future. General, he worries too much. I am hardly a fragile person, Shi Fengyi remarked half-jokingly, glancing toward the door. Where is Jiang Yangzi? Do not concern yourself with Miss Shi. She wanders aimlessly in the marketplace, lacking the demeanor of a proper woman. It is not as if she truly embodies a daughter-in-law of the He family, so let her be.
Zhu,
Fearful that Shi Fengyi might whimsically seek out Jiang Xuanyi and inadvertently divulge matters regarding the dowry, was determined to prevent any potential chaos. She simply could not endure such turmoil. He Dingzhou looked up at his mother, though he felt that Jiang Xuanyi had endured considerable hardship over the years. The He family had also offered shelter to the siblings. Yet, hearing his mother's words, each syllable felt like a foot crushing his entire illusion of the He family. There had never been any protection, only relentless pressure driving them to a dead end. He Dingjiang pondered Zhu's words, questioning whether Jiang Xuanyi truly roamed the streets at this moment. Had she, over the years, transformed into the very figure he despised? Unbeknownst to them, noon approached, and Zhu, having run out of options, could only send He Dingyuan to Wangjiang Tower to arrange for an exquisite banquet. However, after over an hour had passed with no sign of him returning, Zhu could not help but curse this useless fellow. The granddaughter of the Prime Minister had made a fool of herself upon her first visit, just as she was about to send He Dingzhou to find his brother. A maid rushed in, panic-stricken. Madam, it's terrible. The eldest son has returned, covered in blood, being dragged back by someone. Chapter 13. A crisis unfolds. What did you say? Zhu, alarmed, stood up to rush outside. Yet, after only a few steps, darkness enveloped her, and she nearly fainted. He Dingjiang quickly supported her. He urged the flustered Qin Xiulian to pinch Zhu's acupoint, and when she finally regained her breath, he took Shi Fengyi and strode out. By this time, He Dingzhou stood outside, confronting several burly men, with He Dingjiang's 2 attendants behind him, immobilized by their master's command. If you want us to release him, bring 800 taels of silver, and he can go back. Otherwise, we will do as we please with He Dalong. One of the men declared, arms crossed. Why should we pay you 800 taels? He Dingjiang replied sternly, positioning himself in front of He Dingzhou to inspect He Dingyuan, who bore no visible injuries. The source of the blood was unknown. Second brother, save me. He Dingyuan cried out upon seeing He Dingjiang. Ah, so you are General He? One of the men feigned politeness, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. With General He present, we can rest assured. Surely, you would not condone your brother's debts? How did he incur this debt? He Dingjiang, lacking patience for further nonsense, noted the onlookers who were now gathering, eager to witness the spectacle. He wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Your elder brother frequently frequents gambling houses, and when luck was not on his side, he borrowed silver from my master, 800 taels. As evidenced by this promissory note, the man stated, producing a piece of paper clearly inscribed with He Dingyuan's signature and seal. He Dingjiang felt a surge of anger, wishing he could kick his brother, but knew that this was not the time for reckless actions. He needed to find a way to quell the situation. I only borrowed 400 taels. I had no idea that this was compounded interest, and it ballooned to 800. I cannot pay that. He Dingyuan lamented, a mournful expression on his face. Enticing gambling, illicitly charging interest for profit. If you report this to the officials, you might find yourselves with nothing, and your brutal treatment of him will not be overlooked. Do you think the great Xia has no law? Shi Fengyi coldly interjected, her tone devoid of gentleness. Miss, be cautious with your words. We merely seek to collect what is owed. Who can say this is predatory lending? He Dalong's gambling habits are well known in Shuanqing. Is it not? The man retorted, shoving He Dingyuan. Did we lay a finger on you? We made an agreement for the silver to be returned yesterday. But when we came looking, he fled without a word. I merely threw a bag of pig's blood at him to stop his escape. How could there be any injury? The man boasted, clearly attempting to intimidate the He family with his bloodied appearance, yet the He family held no leverage against him. The crowd outside grew larger, some having walked back and forth several times, simply to witness the unfolding drama. Bring me the promissory note, and I shall pay you. He Dingjiang resolved to purchase peace. Intending to deal with He Dingyuan later, the man immediately brightened. Excellent. General He, you are indeed magnanimous. This sum is but trifling to you. He Dingjiang had brought 2,000 taels, initially intended for moving to the capital and providing for his parents, as the general's residence was but a shell, necessitating the acquisition of many items anew. Yet, with Jiang Xuani's dowry still unfulfilled, this situation had created a significant financial gap. He gestured for his attendant to produce the silver note and counted out 800 taels for the man, who, upon receiving it, nodded and released He Dingyuan. Why are you not hurrying inside? He Dingjiang glanced at his brother, who displayed no discernible emotion. He Dingyuan, dejected and covered in dried blood, followed behind He Dingjiang into the house, looking utterly disheveled. Shi Fengyi, initially entering alongside He Dingjiang, suddenly seemed to recall something. General He, I have matters to convey to Officer Chen. It would be unwise to entrust this to another, so I shall make a trip to the post station. I will accompany you, He Dingjiang offered, instructing an attendant to fetch the horses. No need. Family matters require prompt attention. I can go alone and will return in time for dinner. Shi Fengyi playfully winked, easing some of He Dingjiang's pent-up frustration. He nodded and agreed to see her off. The He family was once again in turmoil. Although Zhu was angry, she still wished to protect her eldest son. However, knowing that He Dingjiang had only a little over 1,000 taels left, she struck He Dingyuan in frustration. She seemed to forget how lightly she had brushed off Qin Shulian's complaint about He Dingyuan taking her private funds, saying, isn't money meant to be spent? Regardless of who uses it, it's the same. In a soup dumpling shop on the street, Jiang Xuani and her brother had just finished their meal. When they offered to pay Granny Sun, she refused. The broth that Sister E taught me to make has garnered much praise from our customers. Look, we have many more patrons now. Jiang Lingyi proudly lifted her chin. Of course my broth is exceptional. I was willing to share my recipe with Granny. But the dumpling money must still be collected. Jiang Mianting, remaining quiet outside, smiled innocently as he placed some coins on the table and followed his sisters out. Yesterday, He Dalong had not ventured out, so the Fan brothers must have been unable to find him. Jiang Mianting wondered whether they would come seeking him today. Was this your doing? Jiang Xuani inquired, turning to him. Not entirely. Regarding He Dingyuan's debts, I merely hinted to the Fan brothers. They are not virtuous themselves. So I thought it fitting to counter evil with evil, Jiang Mianting confessed under Jiang Xuani's scrutinizing gaze, knowing well that she could see through all pretense. Yet she remained an enigma to the outside world. Very well, Zhang Xuanyi acknowledged, withholding further judgment. Had she wished to commend him, she would have said it was excellent. As they walked down a narrow alley, a slender figure emerged, dressed in riding attire with a hood obscuring her face. A man at the alley's entrance lowered his head to hand her the reins, and she mounted swiftly before galloping away. "Isn't that Monsieur?" Jiang Mianting asked, furrowing his brow. He remembered the attire and style of everyone who passed by him. "Indeed," Zhang Xuanyi nodded. "What brings her here?" That man was one of those who had been watching us. Jiang Mianting refrained from glancing back, for he had already seen clearly. "A crisis is at hand," Zhang Xuanyi murmured. "Sister, what is happening?" Zhang Lingyi's eyes widened in alarm. "We do not yet know," Zhang Xuanyi shook her head. "Do you wish for me to investigate?" Jiang Mianting remarked lightly, gazing ahead. "Not now. It might bring trouble," Zhang Xuanyi replied, lowering his gaze as he walked slowly. "Yes, elder sister," Jiang Mianting obediently acquiesced. The three siblings went to the bookstore to purchase some books, then visited the blacksmith to collect the ordered tools. Jiang Lingyi was quite pleased with the knife. It was both lightweight and sharp, perfectly suited for her. After an hour, they returned Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi to the back room, while Zhang Xuanyi entered the courtyard through the side gate, making his way toward his west wing room. "Madame Jiang, why have you returned so late?" "I have been waiting for you for some time," Sheng'er said warmly, stepping out from the main house to intercept Zhang Xuanyi. "Miss Sheng'er," Zhang Xuanyi nodded slightly, standing silently in place. "Do you not wonder why I am waiting for you?" Sheng'er's gaze flitted over Zhang Xuanyi's face, and then to her old dress. Marred at the hem, she sought any signs of unease or awkwardness, but found none. Zhang Xuanyi was far more composed than Qin Xiulian. This was abnormal. The reaction Qin Xiulian had upon seeing her was the expected one, humble, anxious, and flustered. Everyone in this household should respond thus, yet Zhang Xuanyi, in her awkward and isolated position, remained so unfazed. Could it be that foolishness truly brings an ignorance that breeds courage, akin to that of a sage? "Does Miss Sheng'er wish for me to inquire?" Zhang Xuanyi retorted. Sheng'er was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from Zhang Xuanyi, who was indeed supposed to ask her, just like a simpleton. "Not at all. I merely assumed you would invite me into converse." Sheng'er indicated toward Zhang Xuanyi's door. Zhang Xuanyi glanced at the main house, then returned her gaze, saying, "Miss Sheng'er, please." The smile on Sheng'er's face became somewhat strained. Zhang Xuanyi's demeanor made her feel foolish. The west wing that Zhang Xuanyi resided in comprised 3 rooms, with the other 2 designated for storage, rendering her own room increasingly small and dim at this hour. As Sheng'er surveyed the room, she noted that it was not as disheveled as she had imagined. Although the furnishings were old, they were clean. Upon sitting down, Sheng'er discovered a small bookshelf in the room. "You can read?" she asked in surprise, pondering how a simpleton could engage with literature. "I recognize some characters." Zhang Xuanyi casually handed her a book titled 3-Character Classic. Sheng'er flipped through it. It appeared almost new, as if it had scarcely been read. Understanding dawned upon her. It was merely a fa, a collection of elementary texts to feign literacy. Even a simpleton could possess a competitive spirit, deserving of Ding Jiang. "Madame Jiang, I have matters to discuss with you. If anything is unclear, please feel free to inquire." Sheng'er decided to be forthright. "Very well," Zhang Xuanyi nodded. "I once fought alongside General He, and we grew to admire and love each other, leading to a marriage bestowed upon us by the Emperor's grace. Do you harbor resentment toward this, Madame Jiang?" Sheng'er inquired with a smile. Zhang Xuanyi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. She did not understand what resentment was. Sheng'er was unconvinced and continued, "Imperial decrees cannot be defied. Even if you resent it, Madame Jiang. What are your plans for the future?" "To seek a divorce from Ding Jiang," Zhang Xuanyi stated. "If you are willing to divorce, why have you not yet left the He family? Why not sign the divorce papers with General He?" Sheng'er raised an eyebrow and smiled. "The dowry has yet to be returned," Zhang Xuanyi replied calmly. "How substantial can your dowry be? Just return it. This cannot be an excuse. Madame Jiang, this marriage is not something you ought to endure. Return your dowry and leave the He family. If you can remarry, that would be splendid. If not, a few acres of land to sustain yourself would suffice. Do you understand?" Sheng'er said with a smile, her voice gentle. Zhang Xuanyi studied Sheng'er for a moment, then slowly lowered her gaze to the boots at her feet before looking up and saying, "Very well, Miss Sheng'er speaks wisely. Shi Fengyi's heart scoffed. The He family was far too benevolent. Even a simpleton should know the stakes. He Dingjiang was the person she had set her sights upon. How could Jiang Xuani, like a drifting reed, contend for the position of principal wife? Then it is settled. You shall depart the He family with your dowry tomorrow, Shi Fengyi declared, rising as her patience for the cramped room waned. Very well, Jiang Xuani replied submissively. As long as Madame Jiang does not go back on her word, I shall live peacefully. Otherwise. Shi Fengyi smiled, but did not continue. I will not waver. As long as Miss Shi remains steadfast, all will be well. Jiang Xuani stated calmly. Shi Fengyi's smile faded. Indeed, she was a simpleton. Why would she change her mind? Upon exiting Jiang Xuani's room, she saw He Yaonyang hastily following behind He Dingjiang. General He, what brings you here? I just encountered Madame Jiang and exchanged a few words, Shi Fengyi said, her gaze flitting over He Yaonyang's face as she smiled at He Dingjiang. I feared you might not be accustomed to your surroundings, so I came to check on you. After a long journey, you must be quite fatigued. It would be wise to rest for a while. I will call for you when it is time for dinner. If you require anything, just summon Yaonyang, He Dingjiang remarked, looking toward Jiang Xuani. She had already turned back into her room, and he smiled gently at Shi Fengyi. Shi Fengyi waved her hand dismissively. What could I possibly find uncomfortable? Life in the military is far more arduous. Once the household matters are settled, returning to the capital will likely be even busier. There will be scarcely a moment to spare. Indeed, He Dingjiang nodded, escorting Shi Fengyi to the entrance of the main house. To avoid any misunderstandings, he refrained from entering and instead accompanied He Yaonyang to the front courtyard. What did they discuss? He Dingjiang inquired as they walked. How could I dare to eavesdrop? If Miss Shi were to discover me, she would not let me off lightly. He Yaonyang replied, still shaken by Shi Fengyi's gaze. Fengyi is not that kind of person. He Dingjiang frowned, casting a glance at his sister. I was merely jesting. Do not be angry, second brother, He Yaonyang spoke softly, apologizing. Aware that their eldest brother had already caused a significant ruckus today and did not wish to add to her second brother's troubles. Zhu Shi was anxious within the house, feeling as though days had turned into years. Initially, she thought that arranging the dowry today and then receiving the imperial decree tomorrow would allow them to return to the capital without further mention of the matter, thus bringing it to a satisfactory conclusion. Who could have predicted that the decree would arrive a day early, accompanied by the principal party? There was no way to hide it, and Jiang Xuani lingered in the back courtyard, refusing to return the dowry or leave. How could they prevent the two from meeting? Upon seeing He Dingjiang and He Yaonyang return, she hurriedly asked, what transpired? There was no uproar, was there? Fengyi is not that kind of person, He Dingjiang reiterated, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Why did his mother and sister both believe that Fengyi was incapable of forbearance and would cause a disturbance? It is not that my mother fears Miss Shi causing a scene, it is that she fears that foolish girl might say something inappropriate. Our He family will be allied with the Shi family in the future. We must maintain some dignity, Zhu Shi lamented, feeling both troubled and embarrassed. What should have been a joyous occasion had turned chaotic due to Jiang Xuani, making her wish to erase the siblings from existence. She won't, He Dingjiang replied, lowering his gaze, unsure whether he referred to Jiang Xuani or Shi Fengyi. What should we do now? Miss Shi is in no position to speak, and that Jiang family's young man has agreed to a sum of over 4,000 taels. Even if we were to use these items and furniture as collateral, we would still be short by more than 3,000 taels. How shall we repay this? Zhu Shi's face was etched with worry, a hint of blame directed toward her son. He Dingjiang looked up at his mother, realizing that she had grown accustomed to shifting blame, having lost Jiang Xuani's dowry. She now focused solely on his shortcomings. Zhu Shi noticed He Dingjiang's expression and quickly sought to amend her words. I do not blame you. It is merely that their siblings are difficult to deal with, concocting schemes to ensnare Yaonyang. Mother, if it truly proves impossible, then let us clarify matters with Fengyi. My relationship with Fengyi has always been straightforward and devoid of concealment. She will surely understand. He Dingjiang intercepted Zhu Shi's words. He was indeed weary. Chapter 15. Our He family is wronged. How can this be clarified? Although we have utilized a portion of her dowry, we have also sheltered them for 4 years. This account cannot be settled easily. If we do not return the dowry, we shall bear the vile reputation of having misappropriated her possessions. Our He family is truly wronged. Zhu Shi was exceedingly reluctant to lose face in front of Shifeng, yet the Jiang siblings were momentarily impossible to placate, leaving her feeling both vexed and aggrieved. I shall speak with Feng about this. Dingjiang rubbed his brow, reminiscing fondly about the days spent fighting in the northern borders. 2 hours passed, and at supper, Shifeng changed into a silver-red embroidered skirt adorned with begonia flowers, complemented by a light-colored cloak with subtle begonia patterns. Her simple tassel bun was adorned with a single jade hairpin, softening her originally sharp features considerably. Miss Shi's appearance was indeed striking, even outshining the 2 daughters of the county magistrate. Chen Xiulian mustered her courage to praise her. Recalling the most noble women she had encountered were merely the magistrate's wife and daughters, whom she could only admire from afar. Zhu Shi wished fervently to silence her eldest daughter-in-law, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xiulian, who bit her lip, frightened into silence. While Dingyuan sought refuge between his hands. Where is Jiang Nyangzi? Shifeng seemed not to have heard Chen Xiulian's words, glancing around with a gentle smile. She inquired of Zhu Shi. That foolish Jiang Xian despised dining in the main hall and preferred the company of the kitchen maids, naturally eating in the kitchen. Yaonyang nearly let slip her thoughts but quickly recovered, secretly commending herself for her cleverness. She must not appear rude in front of her new sister-in-law, who is the granddaughter of a prime minister. It is better to feel at ease. Shifeng did not look at Yaonyang. Picking up her chopsticks, I did not expect that Xuanqing would have such excellent chefs, rivaling even Su Shanshi from the Xiangfu. Such chefs in the capital demand no less than 30 taels a month, comparable to the salary of a 4th-rank official.
What?
30 taels? Zhu Shi could not suppress her astonishment. The dishes at Wanglu were indeed commendable, but if compared, they did not surpass those of the 2 sisters. If brought to the capital. And this does not account for the rewards from the host family. If an event is organized to the host's satisfaction, additional rewards in silver are inevitable. Our Su Shanshi. Shifeng spoke with a warmth that felt like spring, sharing delightful anecdotes, yet Zhu Shi fell into contemplation. In the kitchen at the back, Jiang Xian did not prepare supper for the He family, but instead made 2 bowls of noodles to share with Chen Qiao. The general's residence in the capital would certainly not take me along. The female servants there are undoubtedly more capable than I. Chen Qiao felt a tinge of worry, continuing to eat her noodles, fearing that she might not even have this to eat in the future. Is life in the capital truly that splendid? Jiang Xian asked slowly, her voice as soothing as rolling jade, albeit at a leisurely pace. Chen Qiao, surprised by her second mistress's response, brightened at the mention of the capital, leaning her thin face closer to Jiang Xian. The capital is indeed wonderful. I've heard that a single district there is as large as our entire Xuanqing, and there are countless markets, with every household having stone lions in front, just like our county office. Jiang Xian paused in her task of picking noodles, lifting her head to gaze intently at Chen Qiao for a moment. That is not the case. The stone lions in the capital are said to devour people. You speak nonsense. You have never been to the capital. How would you know? Chen Qiao, not willing to back down, continued to eat her noodles, refraining from arguing with Jiang Xian, acknowledging that her second mistress could sometimes be a bit foolish. If you wish to go, then go, Jiang Xian said. Chen Qiao shook her head. Even if you take me, I fear I would never step outside again, suffering from the scoldings of the young mistress. Second mistress. Wouldn't it be better if I followed you? My contract is worth only 5 taels of silver. I can manage chores and laundry. Jiang Xian looked up from her noodles at Chen Qiao, who at 13 appeared no taller than Jiang Ling, her frail frame devoid of any flesh. She had been purchased from a broker 2 years ago, merely for the sake of cheapness. You know I intend to part ways with the second young master, and can no longer be a general's wife, Jiang Xian said to Chen Qiao. Of course. She understood, which is why she wished to follow her mistress. They are heartless. Since they are heartless, what good could I, such a useless servant, expect to gain? No matter how splendid the capital might be, I would not have a good life there. It is better to stay with my mistress. At least she would not abandon me. Chen Xiao's thin face displayed a hint of anxiety as she observed Jiang Xian's expression. Very well. If you wish to go to the capital, I can escort you there. Jiang Xian acquiesced, resuming her meal. Really? I mean, to follow my mistress. The capital actually has little to offer. Oh, I almost forgot. Mistress, wait for me. Chen Qiao hastily finished her last bite of noodles, set down her bowl, wiped her mouth, and rushed out the door to the kitchen. After a stick of incense had burned, Chen Qiao returned, nimbly holding a bundle. Mistress, look. I found this beneath the firewood pile. Chun Xiao presented the bundle like a treasure, revealing a blue cloak and inside, a pair of crimson high boots. Mistress, these boots are clearly new, just dirty with some stains. I excel at cleaning such messes. If these boots and this cloak were taken to the tailor shop, they could fetch at least 1 tael of silver. Then, mistress, you would only need to gather 4 more taels to buy me. I can eat less in the future. Chun Xiao gazed at Jiang Xianyi with bright eyes, fearful of being abandoned once more. Just like 3 years ago when her mother took her to buy pastries and left her with a broker, leading to her being sold 4 times within a year. Jiang Xianyi lowered her gaze to the boots and cloak, nodding. Very well, give them to me, but do not speak of this to anyone else. Did my mistress agree? Excellent. Chun Xiao understood, and she remained silent, tightly covering her mouth, unable to conceal her joy. What did you say? Shi Fengyi could hardly believe that Jiang Xianyi possessed such a substantial dowry. I also did not anticipate this. Today, as events unfolded abruptly, and compensating the 800 taels has left us in a tight spot. If we delay, it should not pose a significant issue. So the matter of parting ways with the Jiang family must be postponed. He Dingjiang lowered his gaze, feeling guilty. A delay is not a major concern. However, there are numerous affairs in the capital, and it is inappropriate to linger here. We must devise a solution swiftly. Shi Fengyi's mind raced. Every step she took could not afford to falter. Her grandfather's favor was her only opportunity to escape her predetermined fate. And He Dingjiang was an indispensable part of this equation. She would not allow any errors in this chain. The Jiang siblings had a tumultuous background, well known in Xuanqing. Today, upon hearing her third brother mention rumors circulating outside, they could neither divorce nor become concubines. What means could swiftly quell the matter? He Dingjiang clenched his fists, closing his eyes and gently tapping his brow, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. What if we were to marry, in name only? Shi Fengyi suggested slowly. Chapter 16. Marrying in name only. Marrying in name only? He Dingjiang raised his head, looking at Shi Fengyi, evidently perplexed by the notion. Yes, marrying in name only. The emperor's bestowed marriage must be to the legitimate wife. If there is already a primary spouse, then the second wife is equally a legitimate partner, with no distinction between primary and secondary. Thus it is termed marrying in name only. Shi Fengyi explained slowly, glancing down at the fragrance pouch at her waist. I had no knowledge of such a precedent. He Dingjiang frowned, yet he was clearly contemplating the matter. There certainly are precedents, though marriages bestowed upon those with legitimate wives are few. Shi Fengyi continued to fiddle with her fragrance pouch. Wouldn't this be a grievance to you? I have previously assured you that you shall be my only wife. I shall not confine you to the inner chambers in the future. He Dingjiang felt deeply ashamed, fearing he might already be breaking his promise before their marriage even took place. As long as the general's intentions remain unchanged, what harm is there in a temporary measure? Shi Fengyi lowered her gaze, her expression transforming as she lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, revealing a hint of youthful cleverness and charm. Fengyi, do you still wish to call me general? He Dingjiang's heart stirred as he spoke softly, recognizing that such a broad-minded and sensible woman as Shi Fengyi could only come from a prestigious family like the Shi's. Shi Fengyi readily changed her address, using the name Anji, which was given to him by He Dingjiang. The family was not accustomed to addressing him by his given name. In a few days, you shall call me husband. He Dingjiang instinctively drew closer to Shi Fengyi, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and resting his head upon her shoulder. Shi Fengyi allowed his embrace and reciprocated by encircling his waist. Yes, those trivial matters are of no consequence. As long as we, as husband and wife, are united in heart, they amount to nothing more than Jiang Xian's attire, hardly comparable to Xianyi. He Dingjiang, lost in his tender thoughts, chuckled softly at her words. So, it seems Fengyi has a playful side. Xianyi is none other than the female war god of our dynasty. How could Jiang Xian's attire even begin to compare? Not to mention, your words make me laugh. Oh, really? General He, you can laugh too? Shi Fengyi chuckled lightly. Fengyi, why do I detect the scent of blood? He Dingjiang suddenly furrowed his brow.
How could that be?
It's just my monthly cycle. Why do you say such things? Shi Fengyi playfully smacked his arm. He Dingjiang felt a bit awkward. They rarely shared such intimacy. Accustomed to battlefield judgments, he only thought of injuries, oblivious to the subtleties of women's matters. Would Jiang Xian be the same? He Dingjiang was startled by his own thought and quickly closed his eyes, tightening his embrace around Shifengyi to dispel the notion. As the clouds lifted, the refreshing autumn breeze enveloped the two, who held each other tenderly. In the courtyard, Jiang Lingyi stealthily entered through the side gate, making her way into Jiang Xian's west chamber. Sister, something has indeed occurred. Jiang Lingyi drew a piece of dried fruit from her pouch, offering it to Jiang Xian while popping another into her own mouth, her cheeks bulging. Did Mian Ting go to inquire? Jiang Xian had already removed her outer garment, wearing only a delicate white linen undergarment. Had Shifengyi seen her, she would have been astonished, for the fabric was exquisite, rivaling that which she wore.
No.
It is already circulating in the market. The Fan brothers were murdered in an alley, seeking revenge. Given their imposing stature and fierce demeanor, they must have offended someone formidable in the Jianghu, leading to their silent demise. Jiang Lingyi animatedly gestured with her hands, recounting the tale of the Fan brothers' demise. Take this back to your elder brother. Let him keep it safe. Jiang Xian handed Jiang Lingyi the boots wrapped in a cloak. Jiang Lingyi, sensitive to odors, wrinkled her nose in distaste. What is that foul smell? A fishy scent. Sure, family's young lady's cloak and boots, Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly. Jiang Lingyi gasped. How could this be? I found them. Jiang Xian glanced outside. Best return now. Jiang Lingyi, immediately alert, walked towards the door, turning back at the entrance. Sister, bear with it for a few more days. Jiang Xian nodded calmly. Jiang Lingyi swiftly concealed herself behind the courtyard's arrangements, darting to the side gate, opening it carefully and securing it behind her. Chun Qiao emerged from the side room, locked the door, and returned inside. At that moment, Shifengyi returned to the courtyard. The dim light cast Jiang Xian's silhouette against the paper window as she read. In truth, you could have continued reading, but alas. Shifengyi shook her head regretfully and returned to the main room. The next day, Zhu Shi was in high spirits, treating Qin Xiulian with kindness. Even when Xiao Hu broke a ceramic bowl, Zhu Shi merely frowned and reminded him to be cautious of his hands. After breakfast, Zhu Shi instructed He Yaonyang to summon Jiang Xian to her quarters. He Changshan had been absent during meals these days, and Zhu Shi was too lazy to inquire. As long as Jiang Xian's matter was resolved, the weight on her heart would be lifted. As a legitimate wife? Jiang Xian inquired with little emotion. Indeed. As a legitimate wife, Shi Xiaonyang is kind-hearted and magnanimous, unwilling to let you leave the He family destitute. Thus, she is willing to follow the precedent of our dynasty. After the marriage of a legitimate wife, both the first wife and the new bride are recognized as legitimate wives, irrespective of their order of entry.
Xian-yi.
You need not leave the He family, Zhu Shi declared, beaming. Jiang Xian looked toward He Dingjiang and Shifengyi. He Dingjiang's gaze lowered slightly, a tacit approval, while Shifengyi smiled and nodded at Jiang Xian. When I was betrothed to you, it was never mentioned that I would be a legitimate wife. Xuanyang would surely object, and so would I. Jiang Xian turned to Zhu Shi and stated firmly. He Dingjiang suddenly lifted his head, and Shifengyi's smile froze. Zhu Shi trembled, nearly spilling her tea. What did you say? As a legitimate wife, you are also recognized as such, equal to the Shi Xiaonyang bestowed by the emperor. How dare you refuse? Zhu Shi's voice quivered. Yes, I do not wish to. Jiang Xian replied calmly and resolutely. Jiang Xian, on what grounds do you refuse? He Dingjiang's voice turned icy. He had promised me the position of first wife. The person Jiang Xian marries is He Dingjiang, who is only a first wife, not the He general with a bestowed legitimate wife. Thus, I do not wish to. Jiang Xian stated coolly. He Dingjiang was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter.
This is not up to you.
You are indeed the legitimate wife, and the emperor's decree cannot be altered. Do you intend to defy it? Zhu Shi slammed her hand on the table in anger. Jiang Xian has not defied the decree, has not opposed the emperor's marriage arrangement. She merely seeks a divorce. Jiang Xian turned to look at He Dingjiang. Hearing the words of two hearts in discord, He Dingjiang suddenly recalled a phrase. I have yet to hold you accountable for Chun Hong's matter. Now that Fengyi is willing to forgive you, how can you become so obstinate? Jiang Xian, how can you be so ungrateful after I have taken you and your brother in for so many years? You truly disappoint me. Zhu Shi feigned wiping tears while secretly watching Shifengyi's reaction, as the situation unfolded in a manner no one had anticipated. They thought they could placate Jiang Xian, and that everything would be settled upon her entering the general's residence, yet she unexpectedly rejected their terms. Shifengyi displayed no emotion. merely observing Jiang Xian as if trying to discern her intentions. At that moment, He Changshan, who had been absent for a while, entered, appearing quite cheerful. The matter regarding Chen Hong has nothing to do with Jiang Xian. I have already inquired, and it is all a misunderstanding. I am in need of someone to serve me. So, let us elevate Chen Hong to the status of concubine. Behind He Changshan trailed a docile young woman, none other than Chen Hong, who had been confined to the woodshed. Chapter 17. The unruly are truly deserving of their fate. What did you say? Zhu Shi thought she had misheard, intently scrutinizing He Changshan's expression until he repeated himself. Chen Hong had already knelt in the hall, bowing her head to Zhu Shi. He Shi, pay my respects to the mistress. Zhu Shi's hand trembled as she raised it, wanting to point at He Changshan but finding herself too weak to lower it again. It is merely a concubine. If she disallows it, that would be jealousy. Zhu Shi suddenly chuckled lightly. Good. Excellent. Elevating a concubine is nothing of consequence. Chen Hong quickly bowed her head again. Thank you, mistress, for your understanding. Chen Hong will do her utmost to serve both you and the master. Zhu Shi remained silent. Chen Hong was only a year older than He Yaonyang, and now she was to become a concubine, disrupting the peace of the general's residence even before her arrival. Rise, we are all family now. Although He Dingjiang had once misunderstood you, you should apologize to him, and this matter shall be put to rest. He Changshan, seeing Zhu Shi's silence, forced a laugh and extended a hand to help Chen Hong up. After Chen Hong stood, she again bowed to He Dingjiang. Young master, please do not hold it against me. It was entirely my fault that led to your misunderstanding. He Dingjiang pursed his lips, remaining silent. Since it was a misunderstanding, Jiang Xian bears no fault, so let us not speak of this matter further. He Changshan gestured for Chen Hong to stand behind him and took a seat beside Zhu Shi in the esteemed position. The practice of confinement is indeed a precedent in our dynasty. Even if you are unwilling, you must comply. From this day forth, you shall remain indoors, and in a few days, we shall depart for the capital together. Enough of Zhu's patience has been exhausted. She can no longer maintain a facade of warmth and coldly commands Jiang Xianyi. Jiang Xianyi contemplates briefly before rising to leave, casting a fleeting glance at He Dingjiang. He Dingjiang lowers his gaze, feeling as if a hand is tightened around his heart. A sense of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. Upon returning to the West Wing, Jiang Xianyi is attended to by a servant who brings food and a chamber pot. The door is locked from the outside, and Zhu has instructed that even the key to the side gate be entrusted solely to her, permitting no one to enter or exit. That day passes uneventfully. Zhu had initially feared that the younger members of the Jiang family might come to seek them out. But in truth, only He Dingjiang's former classmates have sent visiting cards, intending to pay their respects to the He family the following day. This is a matter of great honor, and Zhu is pleased to make arrangements. Since Jiang Xianyi's dowry need not be returned, there is no need for frugality. And she promptly instructs Qin Xiaolian and He Yaonyang to prepare the refreshments and banquet for the next day. With classmates coming to visit, He Dingjiang personally delivers an invitation to his former teacher, fulfilling the etiquette of honoring one's mentor. Upon returning home, He Dingzhou is seen pacing anxiously in the courtyard, and upon spotting He Dingjiang, he hastens over. Brother. The Fan family brothers who sought money from eldest brother yesterday have all been killed. He Dingzhou gazes intently at He Dingjiang. A flicker of surprise crosses He Dingjiang's eyes, which then settle into calmness as he replies, What of it? They have met their deserved end for their misdeeds. However, He Dingzhou hesitates, but the neighbors witness their demand for money from eldest brother. Will that not? It matters not. The innocent shall clear themselves. I have just returned from the battlefield as a meritorious officer. How could I kill for mere silver? He Dingjiang says, lifting his robe and striding into the courtyard. Upon hearing that the Fan family would not allow the three brothers to be buried, it is known that the county magistrate is at a loss in his investigation. The brothers had engaged in the nefarious business of extorting money, causing many families to suffer ruin. News of their deaths has been met with applause from the populace. As He Dingzhou speaks, he follows He Dingjiang into the main hall, where Shifengyi approaches, listening quietly with a smile. Who has been killed? Noticing He Dingzhou's silence, she inquires. The Fan brothers who had held eldest brother hostage for money, He Dingjiang replies, his demeanor softening.
Ah.
They were indeed deserving of their fate. The common folk must rejoice at this news. I wonder who has performed such a commendable act. Shifengyi remarks with a smile. He Dingzhou lowers his eyes, choosing not to speak further. Even if they deserved punishment, justice should be meted out by the law. Taking the law into one's own hands is inappropriate and may implicate others. He Dingjiang feels discontented by this turn of events, as his life has recently been fraught with misfortune, and he holds disdain for those who kill indiscriminately. Shi Fengyi's smile becomes slightly strained, but quickly returns to normalcy. What the general says is true. The law must impose its sanctions. This matter is soon set aside. During dinner, Chen Hong has changed her attire and stands beside Zhu and He Changshan, serving dishes. He Yaonyang glares at Chen Hong with piercing eyes, wishing she could stab her with daggers. As night falls and the day's clamor fades, the He family courtyard is filled only with the sound of osmanthus flowers falling, while a small figure stealthily makes its way to the west wing. "Miss," Chen Xiao whispers. Jiang Xian's voice emanates from within. "What is it?" "Young Miss Jiang has sent you food. Do you have any messages for her?" "She is waiting at the side gate." Chen Xiao produces a key and unexpectedly unlocks the door. Jiang Xian stands inside, accepting the food Chen Xiao hands over. "The He family wants me and Shi Xiaonyang to be co-wives, to go to the capital. No wonder they have locked you up. But isn't it good to be the primary wife of the second son?" Chen Xiao expresses her confusion. "Go. Do not let anyone see you. It would only stir up trouble," Jiang Xian responds, closing the door behind her. Chen Xiao quickly locks the door again, but suddenly turns pale with fright. "Chen Xiao, you truly possess the audacity of a bear, daring to convey messages to this fool, and even opened her door." He Yaonyang stands at the door, lantern in hand, clearly having extinguished the light to hide and wait inside. "Young miss, I did not dare." Chen Xiao, terrified, kneels in the courtyard. At that moment, the door to the main house opens and Shi Fengyi steps out, glancing toward the west wing before approaching Chen Xiao. "You did not dare? I see you are quite bold. Have you forgotten who your master is? How dare you aid the Jiang family? Since when did you learn to betray your own?" He Yaonyang accuses fiercely, pointing at Chen Xiao. "Young miss, the second young lady hasn't eaten all day, and her body is frail," Chen Xiao pleads.
Slap.
He Yaonyang delivers a harsh slap to Chen Xiao, who falls to the ground, struggling to rise while biting her tongue to suppress her cries. "You lowly maid! How dare you act recklessly? I ask you, have you not heard a single word I said? I will ask you again. Since when did you collude with the Jiang family?" As He Yaonyang sees Shi Fengyi approaching, she feels compelled to display her authority further, demanding answers. "There's no need to ask her. Ask me," Jiang Xian's calm voice comes from within. "Ask you? What does a fool like you know?" He Yaonyang retorts. "The He family has taken you in, and you dare to dream of becoming the mistress of the general's household.
Now.
Shi Xiaonyang pities you and has allowed you to be a co-wife, yet you still wish to be proud. What audacity! You have even corrupted this worthless maid." He Yaonyang strikes Chen Xiao again, sending her crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. "I said, open the door." Jiang Xian's voice is slow but carries an icy undertone. Chapter 18. The general is not exempt. He Yaonyang, for reasons unknown, suddenly feels hesitant to approach. Glancing back at Shi Fengyi, "Open the door for her," Shi Fengyi instructs. "Go. Open the door, you wretched maid." He Yaonyang, recalling the key that Chen Xiao had found, kicks her and orders, "Open it." Chen Xiao sways, struggles to rise, wipes the blood from her mouth with her sleeve, and slowly walks over to unlock the door, speaking softly against it. "Miss, do not worry about me. Do not suffer because of me. I can endure." There is silence from within, and Chen Xiao ultimately removes the lock, opening the door to find Jiang Xian standing there, devoid of emotion. Her gaze fixed upon Chen Xiao's face. "There is a white porcelain bottle in my medicine chest. Go and apply the ointment," Jiang Xian instructs as she steps out, casually closing the door behind her. He Yaonyang, without realizing it, steps back 2 paces, standing behind Shi Fengyi with the lantern. "Yaonyang, if you have something to say, ask me." Jiang Xian approaches slowly, standing before He Yaonyang. "Ask you? When did you incite that wretched maid to heed only your commands and betray your own?" He Yaonyang, unwilling to show weakness before Shi Fengyi, musters her courage to question. "I did not. Chen Xiao is not a wretched maid, nor does she heed only my commands. She eats neatly, never spilling a morsel." Jiang Xian replies coolly. Truly a foolish child," He Yaonyang scoffs. "Jiang Xian, since it is the elder's command, one must obey as a matter of filial piety. Even if you are foolish, having been influenced over the years, you should understand something. Why then do you act in defiance? Shifeng Yi speaks gently. Jiang Xian Yi does not meet Shifeng Yi's gaze. Yao Nyang, are you finished asking? Finished asking, and what of it? Yao Nyang raises her chin defiantly.
Slap.
The sharp sound of a slap catches Yao Nyang off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned and forgetting to scream. The lantern wobbles in her grasp before she stabilizes herself, only to receive another slap, this time with a forceful gust, landing mercilessly on her face.
Ah.
This time, Yao Nyang screams as she tumbles to the ground, the lantern flying from her hand, the flame igniting the paper, causing it to burn. You struck Chen Xiao, now you shall receive the same. Jiang Xianyi, with her light and graceful demeanor, turned to leave when Shifeng Yi suddenly reached out to grasp her. Jiang Xianyi swiftly turned her head, narrowly evading Shifeng Yi's hand. What are you doing, Mister? What is happening here? The voice of Yingsheng, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated in the air near the drooping flower gate. Ergo and Yao Nyang entered together, having clearly heard Yao Nyang scream. Dressed hastily in white garments, Yingzhou's gaze fell upon Jiang Xianyi, and upon seeing her calm demeanor, he quietly exhaled in relief. Yingzheng approached the trio, first scrutinizing Jiang Xianyi, then shifting his attention to Shifeng Yi, who stood close by, her eyes still reflecting surprise. And Zhang Nyangzi defied the elder's command, sending a rough maid to deliver messages and even opening the door privately. Yao Nyang chastised the maid, yet Zhang Nyangzi struck Yao Nyang. Shifeng Yi, regaining her gentle expression, furrowed her brow in explanation. Is this truly the case, Jiang Shi? Yingzheng finally turned to look at Yao Nyang, the flickering lantern light casting shadows on her swollen cheeks. He coldly questioned Jiang Xianyi. It was the maid's doing, not the mistress's. I saw the mistress had been locked away without food for a day, so I delivered the food that Jiang Xiaonyang sent. I also found the key to unlock the door and acted on my own accord, not at the mistress's behest. Chen Xiao, who had applied medicinal ointment, trembling in fear, knelt beside Jiang Xianyi, stammering an apology to Yingzheng. What? Why was my sister-in-law locked up? Yingzhou, suppressing his anger, queried Yingzheng. This matter does not concern you. Do not pry further, Yingzheng replied flatly. Second brother. Yingzhou raised his voice. Leave, Yingzheng coldly commanded, casting a stern glare at Yingzhou. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Yingzhou clenched his fists, casting one last glance at Jiang Xianyi before retreating towards the drooping flower gate. Jiang Shi, answer truthfully. What has transpired? Yingzheng turned back to Jiang Xianyi. And I have already spoken. Shifeng Yi smiled at Yingzheng, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Jiang Xianyi, I am inquiring of you. Yingzheng raised his voice. Chen Xiao brought food but did not release me. Is there a fault in that? Yao Nyang unjustly struck Chen Xiao, and I merely returned the blow. Is that wrong? Jiang Xianyi countered, refusing to answer directly. Chen Xiao is merely a servant. If Yao Nyang strikes her, so be it. How dare you retaliate? Yingzheng accused. Jiang Xianyi, you have become so arrogant and unruly, disregarding propriety and behaving crudely. How can you claim the title of general's wife? Disappointment and disdain flickered in Yingzheng's eyes, his clenched fists turning pale. Jiang Xianyi's gaze was as deep as ink. According to the laws of the Great Xia, a master who unjustly inflicts punishment upon a servant resulting in injury should be fined 5 taels of silver for minor offenses and receive 5 lashes for severe offenses. Is the general considering reporting this? Yingzheng was taken aback, never imagining that Jiang Xianyi could articulate such a statement. Yet upon reflection, it seemed there were indeed such laws. How do you know this? Yingzheng murmured, almost to himself. And does it matter how she knows? Whether the servant has committed an error is ultimately for the master to decide. When has a master punished a servant according to the law? Jiang Shi. For striking Yao Nyang, should there not be a penalty? Shifeng Yi's smile faltered, her finger pointing at the weeping Yao Nyang. Jiang Shi. Do you not recognize your error? Yingzheng asked in a low voice. Jiang Xianyi, acknowledge my mistake. Jiang Xianyi nodded. Yingzheng looked at Jiang Xianyi, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. You truly recognize your fault? If you had known, you should have struck Yao Nyang long ago. Today, you would not have unjustly struck Chen Xiao. It is indeed overdue, Jiang Xianyi remarked earnestly. Yao Nyang, feeling both aggrieved and furious, dared not approach Jiang Xianyi, unable to hold back her tears. Yingsheng clenched his fists tightly, staring at the calm and composed Jiang Xianyi, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still the little girl who once extended her small hands to present him with the finest treasures? Jiang Shi, remain confined in your quarters for reflection. Chen Xiao, for unlawfully opening the lock, shall kneel in this courtyard for an entire night. She may leave at the hour of Qin tomorrow, Yingsheng coldly ordered. Shi Fengyi frowned at Yingsheng again, realizing that such punishment for Jiang Xianyi was effectively no punishment at all. Yes, second master, Chen Xiao. Relieved by this punishment, worried only about being sold off. Yes, General, Jiang Xianyi will certainly return to her confinement, but Chen Xiao should not be punished to kneel. Jiang Xianyi reached out to support Chen Xiao. What did you say? Yingsheng, already prepared to leave, turned back, his voice laced with anger. I said, Chen Xiao cannot be punished to kneel. She has done no wrong, and no one has the right to punish her, not even the general. Jiang Xianyi calmly met Yingsheng's gaze. Chapter 19. Fearing for his reputation, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. The sound of Yaonyang's sobs had ceased. Only the sound of Yingsheng's breathing was distinctly audible. Jiang Xianyi shielded Chen Xiao behind her, standing tall before Yingsheng. Utterly unacquainted with fear or the emotions of love, hatred, joy, or sorrow. Jiang Yangzi, do you dare disregard the general's words? Shi Fengyi's voice was icy. A husband leads his wife. You have violated this principle. Do you not fear the general's wrath and the possibility of being cast aside? She was bewildered and unwilling to accept that despite her efforts to secure her position, Jiang Xianyi, a mere simpleton, treated it as worthless. Since Chen Xiao's indenture and wages were provided by me, no one else may punish her without my consent. Jiang Xianyi spoke firmly to Yingsheng before addressing Shi Fengyi. Miss Shi, as the text state, a husband leads his wife. If the husband is improper, the wife may remarry. Shouldn't the wife admonish her husband for his misdeeds to prevent him from falling into disgrace? Is this not the way of marriage? If the general were to divorce due to this, I fear for his reputation. Shi Fengyi was taken aback. Slowly turning to look at Yingsheng, is this truly the simpleton he speaks of? Very well, I ask you how to proceed, Yingsheng said, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Jiang Xianyi. Chen Xiao for taking the key and unlocking the door, though there was reason. You must apologize to the general, Jiang Xianyi instructed Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Yingsheng. It is my fault. I should have sought the second master's guidance. I beg for your forgiveness. Yaonyang unjustly struck Chen Xiao. I merely returned the blow. Can we not let this matter rest? Jiang Xianyi inquired again. Yes, mistress. I dare not hold a grudge against the young lady. Chen Xiao quickly nodded in agreement. Go fetch the ointment. Jiang Xianyi commanded Chen Xiao, who hurried inside to retrieve the ointment and returned promptly. I have already punished Yaonyang for her transgressions. This ointment alleviates pain and reduces swelling. I will use it on Chen Xiao, and also give some to Yaonyang. It is fair. Jiang Xianyi offered the ointment to Yingsheng. Who needs your worthless ointment? Yaonyang, still swollen from the 2 slaps, exclaimed in frustration. Though confined, I am still your sister-in-law. My treatment is not egregious. It is you who should not have struck Chen Xiao without reporting to me. Yingsheng turned to his sister, finding her more reminiscent of a simpleton. Second brother, I do not speak further. Jiang Shi must return to her confinement. Chen Xiao is not to approach here. Lock the door and return to your quarters. Yingsheng interrupted Yaonyang, handing her the bottle. Apply the ointment. We have guests tomorrow. Do not lose face. Even in her dissatisfaction, Yaonyang dared not confront her brother, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Xianyi as she took the ointment and retreated to her room. Jiang Xianyi entered her quarters, Chen Xiao locking the door and handing the key to Yingsheng before returning to her own quarters. As Yingsheng escorted Shi Fengyi back to her room, she, lost in thought, inquired at the door, Does Jiang Yangzi possess any martial skills? Yingsheng could not help but shake his head and smile. Fengyi, you worry too much. She merely possesses some strength from doing rough work. Hence she might have struck Yaonyang a bit harder. How could she possibly have any martial skills? Shi Fengyi slowly nodded. Perhaps you are right. At this moment, Jiang Shuani had entered the inner chamber, changed into a fine linen garment, sat down and resumed reading, occasionally rearranging the items on the table. As night fell, The events from the previous evening in the backyard left little trace. The He family busied themselves, with the servants meticulously cleaning the courtyard, while Chunhong directed Chun Xiao to run about. Chunhong had changed her name to Hiyuan, and the maids now referred to her as Yenyang. As the time approached, He Dingjiang's classmates arrived one after another, escorted to the main hall to sit and enjoy tea. He Dingjiang engaged in casual conversation with his peers, while He Dingzhou, 3 years younger than him, stood at the door to greet the guests. From a distance, a carriage was spotted approaching, and He Dingzhou quickly informed He Dingjiang. Su Fuzhong has arrived. He Dingjiang, along with his classmates, went to the door to welcome him. A young scholar with handsome features descended first, followed by Su Fuzhong, who was assisted down from the carriage. My esteemed teacher. He Dingjiang and his classmates bowed in unison. No need for excessive formalities. Su Fuzhong called out to He Dingjiang by his courtesy name, then gestured to the young scholar. This is my nephew Cui Jian, who will be residing here temporarily before participating in the autumn examination. I brought him along to the banquet so he may not remain oblivious to the world outside while engrossed in his studies. Cui Jian bowed and introduced himself. I am the 6th son in my family. You may call me Lu Lang. He Dingjiang could not help but glance at Cui Jian. With such looks and character, being brought along by Su Fuzhong to a banquet surely indicated he was no ordinary person. It would be advantageous to befriend him. So he hurriedly welcomed Su Fuzhong and Cui Jian inside. As everyone settled down to drink tea and converse, the topic naturally turned to He Dingjiang's exploits in the northern conflicts. The Liang kingdom occupies half of our territory. We may have noble aspirations to serve our country, but as mere scholars, we can only wield our pens in protest. How could we compare to someone like Brother Anji, who has bravely marched north, defending our borders and achieving remarkable feats? Truly, we admire and long for such valor. Kong Wenba, who had taken the imperial examination in the same year as He Dingjiang, had failed to achieve success, while He Dingjiang triumphed in the martial examination, leaving him in deep admiration of He Dingjiang. Your praise is misplaced, Wenba. The great Xia values culture over martial prowess, and it is this very benevolence that has allowed barbarians to seize our lands. Over the past 3 years, I have accompanied Duke Ningguo and Marquis Cheng'er northward. Although we could not reclaim any cities, we have managed to secure the northern frontier from further incursions by the Liang kingdom. He Dingjiang humbly downplayed his own contributions, remaining in the shadow of the commanding general. Yet his achievements could not be overlooked. I have heard that not only has Anji been rewarded for his merits, but he has also received a royal marriage proposal. Pray tell, from which esteemed family? One classmate inquired enviously. He Dingjiang's smile faltered momentarily before he nodded. Indeed, it is general. At that moment, Shi Fengyi entered, dressed as a woman yet exuding an air of confidence. He Dingjiang smiled and approached her. Fengyi, we were just speaking of you. This is Shi Xiang's legitimate granddaughter Fengyi. We fought side by side in the military, and I am fortunate to have received a royal marriage proposal. Congratulations erupted from all around, and Shi Fengyi smiled in return. Upon hearing that General He's mentor and classmates have come, I made a special trip to pay my respects. In the future, as General He serves in the court, I hope my fellow classmates will lend their support. Though the great Xia still maintained strict gender roles, it was common for women to engage in commerce, and many served as officials in the palace. However, female generals were exceedingly rare. Since the founding of the dynasty, following the legendary female warrior Xian Yi, while there have been women who trained in martial arts, none had ever led troops into battle and been conferred the title of general. Despite having achieved military accolades, Shi Fengyi was still not granted the title of general, as there remained societal reservations regarding women in the military. Achieving what she had was already commendable. Thus, when it was mentioned that Shi Fengyi had slain enemies in battle, the scholars present displayed expressions of admiration.
Oh.
Since you have already received a marriage proposal from Miss Shi, what then of the Jiang family girl? Su Fuzhong suddenly asked. The hall fell silent for a moment, before Shi Fengyi replied with a smile. Sir, a royal marriage cannot be defied. I could never allow the general to abandon his lawful wife. Moreover, Miss Jiang is also a noble lady. Therefore, if we adhere to the customs of our dynasty, it would be permissible to have both a primary and a secondary wife, thus achieving a balance. Several people nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Shi is remarkably open-minded, befitting a distinguished lady educated in the minister's household. He Dingjiang let out a sigh of relief, intending to suggest that Shifengyi return to the courtyard when Su Fuzhong continued, Miss Jiang was once under my tutelage. And as her teacher, I have also enjoyed the delicious dishes sent by her mother. Anji, since it is rare for you to visit the estate, why not invite Miss Jiang to meet? All eyes turned to He Dingjiang, with several classmates nodding in agreement. Indeed, we have tasted the dishes made by Miss Jiang's mother. It is a pity that the dishes at Wangjiang Tower bear some resemblance to those made by Miss Lin, thus their business flourishes. He Dingjiang's expression turned troubled. I fear that is not possible today. She is unwell and resting in the backyard, not suitable for receiving guests. When my esteemed teacher visits the general's residence in the capital, I will certainly have her express her gratitude for your concern in person. I see. I have indeed overstepped, Su Fuzhong replied with a smile. He Dingzhou, sitting at the lower table, cast a deep glance at He Dingjiang before excusing himself and stepping outside. The topic was promptly set aside, and He Dingjiang signaled for Shifengyi to return to the backyard, while the others continued sipping tea and chatting. Today, the Zhu family had made a significant investment. He Dingjiang's banquet for his classmates was a matter of prestige for the He family, which had not experienced such honor in years. The previous day, she had sent He Dingyuan to Wangjiang Tower to request the finest banquet chef. It was said she brought ingredients to the residence, setting up 2 tables with 15 dishes and 15 cups of wine, with 1 cup of wine exchanged for each dish, along with tea and snacks, costing a total of 15 taels of silver. Such expenditure could not be spared, and fortunately, He Dingjiang had provided her with an additional 100 taels to arrange the banquet and the transportation for their journey to the capital. So spending this 15 taels was not burdensome. The banquet chef had already entered the kitchen, accompanied by just one assistant, one of them being short and presumably a helper. Both wore veils, as per Wangjiang Tower's stipulation that the chef must not reveal their identity to solicit business privately. Thus, the host was not permitted to enter the kitchen. And once the dishes were prepared, the chef personally delivered them to the entrance of the main hall, overseeing the servants as they served, to prevent any tampering with the dishes or financial discrepancies. Around noon, Chen Xiao, who had been assisting outside the kitchen, reported that the banquet was ready. The He family now had few servants. Although He Yaonyang's face had begun to heal, she still bore signs of swelling, and with Yunying unmarried, it was inappropriate for her to help. Yenyang and Qin Shulian were responsible for serving the dishes in the main hall. The He family had not hosted so many guests before, and He Fu eventually emerged, joining He Dingjiang, Su Fuzhong, and Cui Jian at one table, while He Dingzhou sat with a few younger classmates at another, as he too would be taking the martial examination this year and was familiar with these scholars. Naturally, He Dingyuan was not qualified to sit at the table. They first arranged some fruit platters and appetizers, and as the first cup of wine was poured, the first dish was presented: sliced perch. Is this the signature dish of Wangjiang Tower? Perch sashimi? They serve only 3 portions daily, and I have never had the chance to enjoy it. To think I would be able to taste it today. Kong Wenba, youthful and exuberant, expressed his delight at this moment. He Changshan, stroking his beard and raising his cup, declared, Dingjiang invites the gentlemen and classmates, and naturally, we must be attentive. Even if it is simple wine and vegetarian dishes, we must extend our heartfelt hospitality. I raise a toast to all. Everyone raised their cups in agreement. And as they began to sample the dishes, praises flowed freely, creating an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie. As each cup of wine was filled, a dish would be presented. Chen Shulian, with her insatiable appetite, swallowed hard in anticipation. Aunt Wan, accustomed to serving the host, meticulously arranged the dishes in front of the young gentleman. Although He Dingjiang disapproved of Aunt Wan's presence at the banquet, he found himself without alternatives and merely cautioned Zhu to ensure their identities remained concealed, lest they become the subject of ridicule. As the final dish was served, the banquet was nearing its conclusion, and tea and fruits were to follow. Mr. Su pointed to the dish and inquired, might we request the chef to grace us with their presence? It was customary for guests to reward a chef if they found the dishes delectable, so He Dingjiang did not hesitate, gesturing for Qin Shulian to summon the cook. Just then, a slight figure, clad in a headscarf, entered from the doorway. This dish was prepared by the young lady, came a crisp voice, unmistakably that of a child. Is it you who made this? Mr. Su asked. Previously, Lady Lin was the one who prepared such dishes. Might I request the young lady to remove her headscarf? Upon hearing the voice of the cook, He Dingjiang's pupils dilated in alarm, fully aware of the implications, yet unable to intervene amidst the gathering. Jiang Lingyi, lifted her headscarf, revealing a pair of bright, almond-shaped eyes as she addressed Mr. Su. Sir, I am Jiang Lingyi, and Lady Lin is my late mother. She performed a graceful bow.
Ah.
So it is the young Miss Jiang. At such a tender age, you possess such culinary skills? Mr. Su appeared genuinely astonished, clearly unaware of the cook's identity. Jiang Lingyi's large eyes flitted around the room, lingering particularly on Cui Jian, who recognized her as the once arrogant young lady. Sir, my parents have passed, and my elder sister is married into the He family. My brother and I must toil endlessly to make a living, Jiang Lingyi said, wiping her eyes with her sleeve and feigning tears. The scholars present were all moved. Fortunately, I learned the art of cooking from my sister and practiced diligently to earn my keep. I never imagined today the host would be my brother-in-law's family. It is truly embarrassing. My sister's culinary skills are unparalleled. Why is she not the one cooking today? She used to manage all our meals. With a hint of innocence, Jiang Lingyi questioned, is my sister unwell? I have not been allowed to visit with my brother these past few days. Brother? He excels in medicine and is in the backyard. May I call him to treat her? As the room fell silent, the unease became palpable. He Dingjiang had just received a royal decree for marriage, yet prohibited his legal wife's family from visiting, claiming she was unwell and could not be seen. Had something untoward occurred regarding that simple-minded lady? He Dingjiang, perceiving the growing speculation, knew he could no longer hide the truth. Rising from his seat, he addressed Jiang Lingyi. Your sister is not in grave danger and does not require medical attention. She merely needs rest. Why has her door been locked then? Jiang Lingyi retorted. She has always despised being confined to a small room. Brother-in-law, if my sister has erred, please overlook it, considering her years of hard work for the He family. I implore you. As she knelt and bowed her head to He Dingjiang, the room fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sound of her forehead meeting the ground. What has transpired? Mr. Su inquired, his gaze now stern as it met He Dingjiang's. Sir, nothing grave has occurred. I shall fetch the Jiang lady from the backyard to meet you, He Dingjiang replied, bowing before departing. Brother-in-law, I will accompany you. I must look after my sister, Jiang Lingyi exclaimed, rising to follow He Dingjiang. He Changshan's smile faltered as he attempted to lighten the mood with laughter. Yet the atmosphere had shifted, no longer relaxed and harmonious. If He Dingjiang could not tolerate a simple wife, what prospects did they old classmates have? No wonder the perceptive young master of the Jiang family had so astutely analyzed the situation and suggested their visit. As He Dingjiang exited the main hall, his expression darkened. He turned to the innocent-looking Jiang Lingyi, whose idea was this. Did your sister send you a message? Brother-in-law, what do you mean? I do not understand. Jiang Lingyi feigned fear. I merely passed through the backyard while delivering food and saw that my sister's door was locked. She is confined inside. How could she send me a message? What message would there be? He Dingjiang chose not to engage further with the child and strode towards the backyard, with Jiang Lingyi hurriedly trailing behind. As the servant opened the door, Jiang Lingyi attempted to rush inside, but He Dingjiang grasped her arm, commanding, wait here. If you cause any more trouble, I shall have you thrown out. Jiang Lingyi contemplated her options but remained still, secretly feeling for the knife hidden in her sleeve. Inside the room, Zhang Xuanyi was studying when he saw He Dingjiang enter and looked up, asking, What brings you here, General? Today, I have invited Mr. Su and my classmates to a banquet. Mr. Su, recalling his past teachings, wishes to meet you in the front hall. You know well what to say and what not to say, He Dingjiang said, not having the time to inquire further. Zhang Xuanyi nodded slightly, understood. Change into a proper dress. Has no one made you new clothes in these years? He Dingjiang frowned, assessing Zhang Xuanyi, his mind drifting to Shi Fengyi's elegant attire. None. Zhang Xuanyi shook her head, adjusting the exposed cuff of her undergarment. Come with me, He Dingjiang commanded. He found himself at a loss. As none of the household's clothing fit Zhang Xuanyi, only Shi Fengyi shared a similar stature, yet it would be inappropriate to borrow from her. Just as they exited the room, Shi Fengyi entered through the flower-hanging door. I have heard from my sister-in-law about the events in the front hall. I shall accompany Miss Jiang to meet the guests. He Dingjiang nodded, feeling slightly inebriated and his thoughts muddled. As Shi Fengyi reached for Zhang Xuanyi, Jiang Lingyi quickly grasped her sister's hand. Sister, I am so glad to see you. Brother-in-law says you are unwell. What ails you? Jiang Lingyi scrutinized her sister while discreetly placing a note in Zhang Xuanyi's palm. He Dingjiang, growing impatient, urged, hurry along with me. Fengyi, do not concern yourself with them. Shifengyi walked alongside Jiang, while Jiang Xuanyi read the note and tucked it into her sleeve, leading Jiang Lingyi towards the front courtyard. As the four entered the main hall, every gaze shifted past Jiang and Shifengyi to rest upon Jiang Xuanyi. The young woman possessed a fair and firm complexion. Standing tall and slender, her phoenix-like eyes slightly upturned, their dark depths glimmering with life. Her delicate features were accentuated by a nose and lips that were perfectly formed. And though her attire was plain and worn, it only served to highlight the elegance and grace that overshadowed Shifengyi. Had she remained silent, one could hardly discern who the simple-minded lady was. "Uncle, sir," Jiang Xuanyi greeted with poise. Upon hearing her call, the students exchanged glances, their surprise barely concealed. Though I have married into the Jiang family, she was still too young at the time to partake in the marriage rites, hence the continued address of Uncle Aunt. Jiang explained softly. Nods of understanding followed. It had been 3 years since Jiang rewarded the top military scholar with a commission, and Jiang Xuanyi had not yet reached maturity at that time, thus could not partake in the rites. "Miss Jiang, it has been years since we last met. How have you fared?" Mr. Su inquired with a nod. "Sir, I am well. Thank you for your concern," Jiang Xuanyi replied, bowing slightly, displaying no sign of discomfort. "It is merely a slight ailment. It is kind of you to remember," Mr. Su said. "In that case, I shall accompany Miss Jiang to rest." Shifengyi stepped forward affectionately, grasping Jiang Xuanyi's sleeve to convey her generosity. "Sir, I have a question for you that I hope you can clarify," Jiang Xuanyi stated, respectfully offering her hands in greeting while deftly avoiding Shifengyi's outstretched hand. "Please, Miss Jiang, speak your mind. Among those students, you are indeed the most regrettable case, Mr. Su acknowledged, nodding before shaking his head with a sigh. He pondered, regrettably, over her foolishness and beauty. "Sir, if the Emperor's command conflicts with the law, which should take precedence?" Jiang Xianyi asked softly. The hall fell into a sudden silence, only to be broken by Shifengyi's sharp retort. "Jiang Xianyi,
How dare you?
the Emperor's command is the law. There can be no precedence." The students exchanged hushed whispers, acknowledging that Shi's granddaughter spoke the truth. And none dared to dissent. "Miss Shi, how do you explain that a prince's transgressions are equal to those of a commoner? The law must exist beneath the Emperor's command. And the Emperor must also abide by the law. This is the essence of legislation, hence I believe the law should take precedence," Cui Jian replied with a composed tone. "Is Master Cui of the Yanghe Cui family?" Shifengyi inquired, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized him. "Indeed," Cui Jian affirmed with a nod. A few gasps were heard. The Yanghe Cui family had long been a source of talent, with generations producing outstanding officials, maintaining their integrity and avoiding political entanglements, thus earning the trust of emperors throughout history. The current Grand Tutor also hailed from the Cui family, having mentored 2 emperors. As a descendant of the Cui family, he should understand the principle that the emperor's command must not be defied. With a smile, Shifengyi remarked, "The Cui family should not underestimate the youth. One never knows when they might rise to prominence. This individual appears quite exceptional and should not be dismissed lightly. One must not defy the emperor, nor abandon the law." Cui Jian responded calmly, unperturbed by Shifengyi's caution. "Madam Jiang, I believe if the emperor's command contradicts the law, one should seek the origins of the conflict and find a resolution, for even a monarch cannot perceive every matter. Who knows if they might retract their decree?" Su Fuzi spoke gently, his words laden with meaning. Both Jiang and Shifengyi's expressions shifted. Failing to inform the emperor of his prior marriage would indeed be deceit. "Sir, my daughter and General He were betrothed 4 years ago. Now, with His Majesty's decree, I have no intention of defying it. However, I also do not wish to be his primary wife. I am willing to part ways with General He to allow him and Miss Shi to unite, yet General He refuses. Pray tell, sir, what must I do to fulfill my wishes?" Jiang Xianyi articulated her intentions clearly, plunging the room into silence. Once more,
Jiang Xianyi,
"Have you not caused enough trouble?" Jiang could no longer contain his anger, his voice cold and demanding. Chapter 22. I do not desire to be half a general's wife. The resolute general, accustomed to the battlefield's brutality, now harbored a palpable intent to kill. He had endured much, only to find Jiang Xianyi pressing him further. Just the previous night, he had envisioned a harmonious arrangement for their siblings upon entering the general's residence, repaying the kindness of Aunt Lin. However, mere days from achieving a joyful resolution, Jiang Xianyi publicly embarrassed him. General, I am not causing a scene. You are the one who wishes to divorce me. If you cannot grant me a separation, why then do you insist on adhering to the precedent of having both a primary and secondary wife? Why do you treat me this way? Jiang Xianyi asked calmly. And is what Madame Jiang says true? Su Fuzi inquired slowly. Sir, this matter is quite complicated, filled with domestic disputes that might amuse you. Feng Yi. Please take the Jiang family back to the courtyard. Do not disrupt the enjoyment of others, Ding Jiang instructed. Gesturing for Sir Feng Yi to escort Jiang Xianyi away, fearing an awkward conclusion. Who dares to touch my sister? Jiang Ling Yi suddenly interposed. Her eyes wide and arms outstretched, akin to a small rooster ready to fight. Do not cause a ruckus. Take them down. Ding Jiang's expression grew colder, signaling his attendants outside to come in and restrain Jiang Ling Yi. And although this is your family matter, if handled so forcefully, it may cease to be just a family affair, Su Fuzi stated solemnly. Sir, you know Jiang Xianyi has been mentally unwell since childhood. Her words cannot always be trusted. The betrothal was made out of pity by her mother, though it is said to be a secondary wife alongside the primary. What kind of family does Misher come from? This act would only be a disservice to her, as the divorced woman would certainly face scorn and ridicule. How can she and her siblings find a secure place in this world? Upon hearing Ding Jiang's words, several in attendance nodded in agreement. Unable to refrain from advising Jiang Xianyi, brother and also considers the feelings involved. He weighs your situation. Madame Jiang may not realize how divorced women are treated with disdain. Why seek unnecessary suffering in this world? Becoming the general's wife would elevate your status. Indeed, a fourth-rank general's wife holds a title. It is far better than languishing in obscurity. How could a divorced woman find a suitable husband thereafter? Such a good fortune. Let whoever desires it take it. My sister cannot be the only general's wife. Let her return to being the sole daughter of the Jiang family. I do not covet being half a general's wife. Jiang Lingyi erupted, spreading her arms wide with fingers splayed. Standing protectively between the imposing Ding Jiang and the slender Jiang Xianyi, evoking both amusement and admiration. Madame Jiang, fear not. I am here to protect you. And no one can harm your sister. Su Fuzi stood, walking toward them, followed closely by Cui Jian. And do you know why I named you N? It is because your name implies peace and stability, wishing you to secure the nation and maintain peace, while also carrying the sentiment of remaining steadfast regardless of wealth or poverty. However, your treatment of Madame Jiang today has truly disappointed me. Su Fuzi shook his head. Sir, I am not. Though Ding Jiang had transformed from his former self, receiving criticism from his mentor for a lack of virtue would lead to public reproach in the Great Xia. Moreover, Su Fuzi was not merely a teacher. Many high-ranking officials in the Great Xia court were his former students or classmates, and he could only respond patiently. And if you truly care for Madame Jiang, why not listen to her words instead of confining her to a room? Her future should be guided by her own wishes. How can you presume to know what she truly desires? Su Fuzi pressed further. Ding Jiang's gaze met Jiang Xianyi's. Jiang family, is it not preferable to remain in the He household and live a stable life? General, is not my desire. Jiang Xianyi shook her head, remaining calm. Very well, if that is your wish, Jiang Xianyi, do not regret it. Ding Jiang declared, each word deliberate, before instructing for pen and paper. And one quickly provided the materials, and Ding Jiang contemplated before writing the divorce document. Once the final two characters were penned, he turned to Jiang Xianyi. Should you wish to retract your decision now, I would gladly tear this document, and you would still be my primary wife. Thank you, General. Jiang Xianyi, having read the contents clearly, took the pen and inscribed her name at the conclusion. Ding Jiang took the divorce document, pausing for a moment before noticing Zhu Shi, who had come in upon hearing the news. Her gaze dimmed. With parents and mentors as witnesses, it is not I, Ding Jiang, who abandons my wife. Rather, it is Jiang who refuses to remain in the He family. The Emperor's command is unassailable, and we must part ways amicably for our mutual happiness. Zhu Shi, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, reached for the divorce document, and upon seeing the dowry amounts inscribed, fainted from the shock. After a series of reviving slaps to her wrist, she finally regained her composure, supported by Qin Xiu Lian, sobbing as she departed. It seems the old lady still harbors affection for this daughter-in-law. Indeed, It is truly a hardship for the He family. As the situation reached this point, the classmates deemed it inappropriate to linger further and began to take their leave, discussing the events as they exited. Su Fuzi and Cui Jian also bid farewell, and Jiang Xian escorted them out. Su Fuzi inquired gently, "You shall go to the government office tomorrow to register your divorce. You may take your dowry and leave the He family." "Madam Jiang, do you have a place to stay? What are your plans for the future?" "My maternal family has a residence, albeit somewhat dilapidated. It can be restored for habitation. Now that I am divorced and of age, I can establish myself as a woman of my own, living with my siblings," she replied. Jiang Shuani replied in an orderly manner, while He Dingjiang beside her couldn't help but glance at her, feeling as if everything was anticipated by her. And she showed no signs of panic whatsoever. Upon reflection, Jiang Shuani had never been flustered throughout her life. Master Su's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled, saying, "That is well. I can at least provide an explanation to Lady Lin. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. As for compensation, a dish prepared by Miss Jiang will suffice." Jiang Lingyi immediately nodded obediently. "Whatever you wish to eat, sir, I shall ensure your satisfaction." Master Su chuckled heartily and led Cui Jian to the carriage. As Cui Jian entered, he turned back to glance at Jiang Shuani, saying, "Take care, my dear ladies." "Understood." "Handsome young gentleman," Jiang Lingyi replied with a radiant smile, waving her hand. Cui Jian swiftly lowered the curtain of the carriage.
Now,
"Let us go inside to settle today's wages and then discuss the dowry," Jiang Lingyi said, pulling Jiang Shuani along, disregarding He Dingjiang as they walked towards the door. He Dingjiang rubbed his temples and returned to the main hall. "Jiang family, you ungrateful wretches, I have wasted 4 years of goodwill sheltering you." Zhu Shi, who had been leaning on a chair holding her chest, straightened up upon seeing Jiang Shuani and scolded her, abandoning any semblance of kindness. "Thank you, Aunt Zhu, for your hospitality. As for the dowry, it will only account for the silver brought into the He family. The expenses incurred over the past 4 years for food and sundries are not included, and considering my management of household affairs for 4 years, I believe I have repaid the kindness of the He family, and we shall henceforth owe each other nothing." Jiang Shuani held back Jiang Lingyi, who was about to jump forward, and bowed to He father and He mother, addressing He Changshan. "Chun Hong is my maidservant. Since uncle has raised a concubine, I shall hand over her contract to you in exchange for Chun Xiao as contract. Does that sound agreeable, uncle?" Chapter 23. The day of divorce is a joyful occasion. It would be rather unseemly for He Changshan's concubine to still hold her contract in the hands of his daughter-in-law, and Jiang Shuani's words left no room for refusal. Zhu Shi, who had never intended to take Chun Xiao to the capital, felt an aversion towards her after last night's events. Therefore, exchanging Chun Hong's contract was deemed fair, though she still felt the loss of a significant sum of silver. "Mother, please account for the items listed in the dowry list that are still in your possession," He Dingjiang said, rubbing his temples. Zhu Shi pressed her left hand against her right wrist, where a finely crafted jade bracelet rested, which she could never part with, along with the borrowed set of headpieces in the box, and the jewelry in her mother-in-law's jewelry box. Zhu Shi calculated quietly, knowing these were valuable items. Buying them in the capital would cost much more, and how could she not have something to rely on later? She would ask her son for more in the future. After all, pride must be preserved. As for the furniture in the house, including the bed used by my mother-in-law and the food box for descendants, Zhu Shi recounted the items she remembered, knowing the rest had been sold. "These need to be settled by my brother with you. Any damages will have to be deducted. Now, let us settle my wages for today." Jiang Lingyi stretched out her small hand. Zhu Shi reluctantly took out the prepared silver, which He Dingzhou collected and handed to Jiang Lingyi. "Thank you, third young master." Jiang Lingyi had a good impression of He Dingzhou, so she graciously accepted the silver and tucked it away. At that moment, a servant reported that Jiang's uncle wished to see the second young master. He Dingjiang once again felt that everything was within the plans of these 3 siblings. He could only let Jiang Yanting enter now. The slender, bamboo-like young lad appeared refined and elegant, yet his fox-like eyes gleamed with calculation. "General He, I just encountered Master Su and learned that you have signed the divorce papers. It is time to settle accounts, as my siblings and I cannot continue to impose on your household." "Very well, feel free to take the furniture listed in the dowry, and the rest can be converted into cash." He Dingjiang regained his composure, deciding to cut through the chaos decisively. "Then I shall begin to calculate," Jiang Yanting said, pulling out the dowry list to check each item against the actual goods, then retrieving an abacus to tally the sums. We will not count the small change, General He. The remaining 3,000 taels are to be paid in cash. Jiang Mianting placed the abacus before He Dingjiang. There are 36 acres of fertile land outside the city. Along with these, He Dingjiang indicated to the 2 boxes brought by He Dingzhou. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed various jade and gold ornaments of decent quality. These will do. Combined with the land, they can offset about 1,200 taels. Jiang Mianting examined them closely, tapping the abacus as he spoke. The remaining 1,800 taels will be converted into cash and paid by tomorrow. After verifying with the government records, we can then proceed to collect the dowry. After He Dingjiang finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Sister, you may stay another night. My brother and I will fetch you home tomorrow, Jiang Lingyi said, tiptoeing to pat Jiang Xuani on the shoulder before returning with Jiang Mianting to prepare. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Xuani was soon followed by Shifengyi. Lady Jiang, I underestimated you. How did you manage to make everyone believe you were a simpleton all these years? Miss Shi, I have never cared about how others perceive me. Whether right or wrong, what does it matter? Jiang Xuani replied. General He is extraordinarily valiant in battle, yet lacks the iron-fisted approach in dealing with matters. Otherwise, how could you orphans be so bullied? Shifengyi shook her head, but this was precisely the reason she chose He Dingjiang. As her methods could be applied within the general's household. It is merely a sum of silver. I would not concern myself with it. Allowing you to use this to enhance the general's reputation is worth it. If it were to jeopardize the grand scheme I intend to achieve, I fear you would no longer be standing here. Upon saying this, Shifengyi turned to leave, stopping at the door to look back. To think you believe you married a good man by mere luck, with your capabilities, how could you possibly hold onto such fortune? A woman of the inner quarters, vainly dreaming of living life at her whim. Truly a simpleton. Jiang Xuani stood quietly, watching Shifengyi depart. Closing the door and returning to her reading, this was the final page. He Dingjiang was racking his brains over the missing 900 taels when Shifengyi entered, placing a stack of banknotes in his hand. Here, take this. I did not bring much with me out of the capital. A small sum is nothing. He Dingjiang looked at the banknotes, then embraced Shifengyi. With a wife like you, what more could I desire? The next day, He Dingjiang went alone to the county office and soon returned, presenting the divorce papers sealed with an official stamp to Jiang Xuani. Come in, move your things. If there is any damage, you must report it to me. Discovering it later will result in wage deductions. Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, 6 or 7 burly men rushed into the He family's main hall, startling Zhu Shi, who was drinking tea, causing her to spill it.
How dare you?
How did these men come in? Do you not know there are women present? Zhu Shi's face turned pale with anger. Aunt Zhu, if they do not come in, do you think these pieces of furniture will fly away? Otherwise, shall I ask someone to deliver them to our residence? Jiang Mianting asked with a smile. Zhu Shi huffed and led the womenfolk to the back hall. While Jiang Mianting called out, if there are still items for my sister's dowry in the back hall, kindly bring them out. His mother was in her room fixing her hair when a servant knocked on the door, asking her to step aside. Upon exiting, she saw several men standing in the courtyard and quickly covered her face with a handkerchief, angrily exclaiming, Why have you brought men into the back courtyard? Miss, we are here to take away the bed from your room. That is Lady Zhang's dowry, the servant replied cautiously.
What?
I have grown accustomed to using it for several years. Why should it be taken? I want to allow it.
Get out.
His mother shouted. The 4 men, however, remained unfazed. We are only following the employer's orders. We cannot disobey. This is her dowry, and if the young lady can compensate us with silver, it can naturally remain, saving us some effort. Just wait. Do not touch my belongings. He Yaonyang instructed with urgency and hurried to the front yard to find her mother. The 4 men had no time to wait. They urged Hu Pozi to open the door and gather their belongings, then proceeded to dismantle the bed and carry it out. Jiang Lingyi, meanwhile, took 2 women to Jiang Xuani's room. Sister, I have invited 2 beauticians. You entered the He family dressed in red, and you shall leave adorned in red as well. A divorce is a joyous occasion. We ought to dress festively. Jiang Lingyi opened the bamboo box she brought, revealing a splendid red satin dress embroidered with magpies perched on branches, along with a headpiece of red gems set in gold. Jiang Xuani did not refuse. She adorned herself and stepped out, only to be met by the flustered He Yaonyang, who was momentarily speechless upon seeing her. Behold, my sister dazzles, beyond your comprehension," Jiang Lingyi proudly declared, winking at Chen Xiao, who trailed closely behind. The furniture in the front yard had already been moved, and the He brothers stood in the courtyard, their rooms stripped of several belongings. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Xuani as she arrived. "General He, I have kept this silver hairpin for 3 years. It is now time to return it to you," Jiang Xuani said, handing the hairpin from the box to He Dingjiang. "Second brother, is this hairpin what you gave her?" He Yaonyang inquired, astonished, looking at He Dingjiang. He Dingjiang accepted the silver hairpin and slowly recalled that during his martial arts examination years ago, Jiang Xuani had lent him her gold bracelet for travel expenses, and on his way home, he purchased this silver hairpin from a roadside stall in the capital. The pin was adorned with a pair of butterflies poised to take flight. Jiang Xuani had a fondness for butterflies and had impulsively bought it. Before heading to the capital after his success in the examinations, he gifted the hairpin to her. "If I return when you come of age, I shall personally pin it in your hair. If I cannot return, this hairpin shall serve as your coming-of-age gift." He Dingjiang recalled his words, remembering the slender young girl nodding at him. "Good. No wonder she was willing to part with the gold. This hairpin was given by my second brother." He Yaonyang scoffed. "She is deeply infatuated with you, yet she dares to threaten with a divorce. What a fool you are to be so calculating."
Yaonyang.
He Dingzhou shouted sternly, then turned to Jiang Xuani, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Yaonyang, may I ask you something? Can you answer me truthfully?" Jiang Lingyi inquired, scrutinizing He Yaonyang. "Ask away. What do I have to fear?" He Yaonyang retorted defiantly. "When mother was pregnant with me, did she have an insatiable craving for pig-ass head meat, consuming a lot of pig brains?" Jiang Lingyi asked earnestly. "How would I know what my mother ate while she was pregnant with me?" He Yaonyang huffed dismissively. He Dingzhou closed his eyes. "If you didn't consume too much pig brain, how could you resemble a pig so closely? If you hadn't eaten anything, it would be even worse. You clearly possess no brains at all. It's too late to find out now." Jiang Lingyi shook her head with pity. "You little wench, you dare insult me." He Yaonyang fumed, wishing she could leap over and tear Jiang Lingyi's mouth apart, but was restrained by He Dingzhou's hand. "Do not take offense. If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, you wouldn't think my sister kept this silver hairpin as a sign of her deep affection for your second brother. It is akin to a dog bringing a bone to me. I dare not discard it for fear of the dog returning to demand it. And if I cannot retrieve it, I might be bitten." Jiang Lingyi gestured at the hairpin, then turned to He Dingjiang, smiling sweetly. "General He, do not be offended. I am but a simple country girl who speaks clumsily. It was merely a comparison." He Yaonyang was rendered speechless, glaring fiercely at Jiang Xuani, blaming her foolishness for her frustrations. He Dingjiang would not engage in a quarrel with a child. He looked at Jiang Xuani and said, "If you wish to keep this hairpin, it is a gift from the general. It is not appropriate to cast it aside." Jiang Xuani shook her head. "General, please settle the cash payment. We must depart immediately." Jiang Yinting had already arranged for the dowry and returned to escort Jiang Xuani and Jiang Lingyi. He Dingjiang handed over the banknotes and land deeds to Jiang Yinting, who counted them. Suddenly, Jiang Lingyi sniffed the air. "Why does it smell of blood? These banknotes are not clean. Ah, sister, the sedan chair awaits outside. Let us return home." Jiang Yinting stored the banknotes safely and gestured for them to proceed. Amidst the varied gazes of the He family, Jiang Xuani boarded the sedan chair, and as it began its journey, the jubilant sound of a festive suona filled the air, carrying them away merrily. Aunt Xiao, who stretched her small hand toward the door, pouting as if to cry, but was silenced by Chen Xulian, who took her back inside. The Jiang family residence was situated in the northeastern corner of the city, separated from the urban area by a grove of osmanthus trees, thus earning the name Zhigui Lane. Zhigui Lane was not large, housing only 9 families, which contributed to its exceptional tranquility, as the local populace deemed it an inauspicious location, believing that those who resided there often met with calamity. What should have been a place of prosperity had instead become a site of misfortune. Even now, most of the 9 houses were largely unoccupied, and as the Jiang siblings returned, their music and laughter drew the attention of passers-by. "Ah, this courtyard even has a pond. It is far more exquisite than the He family's," Chen Xiao exclaimed, having just completed a circuit of the backyard, her face alight with excitement. "Madam, I shall get to work immediately. I can manage anything. Chen Xiao, from now on, you will stay by your sister's side, assisting her with errands and looking after her needs. In a few days, a housekeeper will arrive to handle the laundry and cleaning, so you need not concern yourself with those tasks." Jiang Mianting accompanied Jiang Xuani to the backyard and instructed Chen Xiao. Young master, those tasks are meant for personal maids. I am clumsy and unfit for such duties, Chen Xiao replied, both surprised and anxious about her capabilities. You are not clumsy, Jiang Xuani said, tilting her head. I will teach you. Yes, I shall listen to the madam. Hearing Jiang Xuani's encouragement, Zhuan Xiao's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. Jiang Xuani still resided in her former quarters, a separate courtyard that Lin Xuanyang had insisted on creating exclusively for her, valuing her preference for solitude, even leading to a dispute with Jiang Longzhong. The small courtyard featured a two-story main building, with a hall on the ground floor flanked by a study and dining room on either side. Upstairs was Jiang Xuani's bedroom and a bathing area, equipped with bamboo pipes for easy water access. The eastern wing of the courtyard housed a kitchen and storage room, allowing Jiang Xuani to prepare her own meals. The eastern wing was adjacent to the neighbor's courtyard wall, while a tall osmanthus tree towered over the western side, its branches extending into the neighboring yard. As Chen Xiao busied herself with tidying up, the three siblings sat in Jiang Xuani's study conversing. Sister, there is currently only one old servant at this door, and for everything, we must bear the burden ourselves. Once the He family leaves Shuanqing and the spies of Shixiang have departed, we can bring in more help. Jiang Mianting lounged in a pearwood armchair, explaining to Jiang Xuani. That is no problem. I am accustomed to these tasks, Jiang Xuani nodded. I have inquired about the items He Dingjiang offered in exchange for cash. They were gifts presented during the banquet hosted by County Magistrate Zhou, given by the prominent gentry of Shuanqing. We have no immediate use for them, but they may prove useful in the future, Jiang Mianting indicated to the box on the table. Best if we have no need for them, Jiang Xuani replied nonchalantly. Indeed. He Dingjiang did not deceive us regarding the lands. They belonged to the He family's ancestral estate, totaling 36 acres, all fertile land that had previously been leased out. The harvest this year has been quite good, Jiang Mianting added, producing the land deed and banknotes. Jiang Lingyi reclined on a sofa, plucking a grape from a nearby fruit platter and popping it into her mouth, commenting, Shuanqing is akin to a paradise, though surrounded on three sides by mountains. The land is fertile, and there is convenient river transportation, a splendid place for retirement. Jiang Xuani and Jiang Mianting were no longer surprised. They had grown accustomed to Jiang Lingyi's eloquence, often uttering phrases beyond her years. The three siblings each possessed their own unique qualities, rendering the peculiarities of others inconsequential. It is still too early to speak of old age. Let us not forget the words of the wise elder. When my sister reaches her 17th birthday, if she fails to cultivate affection, the missing fate cannot be compensated, and malevolent spirits will return. Jiang Mianting leisurely remarked this, while plucking a grape to eat. If only the elder's words were false. There is still a year left, just 1 year. The day after tomorrow marks my sister's birthday. Yet not a single sprout of affection has been seen. Jiang Lingyi lamented. Do not despair. Perhaps the opportunity for my sister to cultivate affection has already arrived. Jiang Mianting raised her gaze toward the eastern wing. Chapter 25. The schemes of the Jiang siblings where? Jiang Lingyi immediately sat up, her eyes wide with surprise. This matter is not urgent. We must proceed with caution. Tomorrow, my sister will go to the county office to establish her household, and our plans from these past years will finally come to fruition. Jiang Mianting raised her eyebrows in delight. Indeed, when our parents suddenly departed, had it only been the three of us, the family fortune would have been divided. My sister's marriage into the He family is the sole means by which this fortune has been preserved. Jiang Lingyi rested her chin in her hand, reminiscing. Had my sister not devised this plan, allowing those individuals to impersonate members of the Jiang family, and informed Zhu Shi, who then came to persuade my sister to marry, we cannot fathom what might have transpired. Jiang Mianting chuckled. We must also thank that Zhu Shi for her foolishness. How could the Jiang family have learned the news so swiftly and hurried here? Once my sister married, she vanished without a trace. Suddenly, so much wealth appeared, not hers, but still within her household. Who could afford to ponder the intricacies? Jiang Xuani remarked, her eyes devoid of emotion. He Dingjiang has shown himself to be quite capable. My sister's gift of the gold bracelet to him was not in vain. Had he not excelled in the martial examinations, securing a high position in the military, our family's assets would have faced great peril. Jiang Lingyi spoke with enthusiasm. Our mother is astute. Many believe Wangjiang Tower to be a restaurant established by noble families in the capital, yet none know it was our mother's own endeavor. Shopkeeper Xiao. Motivated by the substantial profits, would never reveal who the true owner is. Jiang Mianting mused. There must be a reason for her birth from Xue Nyang's womb. It is no small feat for Xue Nyang, as a remarried woman of frail standing, to amass such wealth and connections in Xuanqing. Naturally, this also involves utilizing Jiang Gizi's influence, but is it not a mark of wisdom to employ such advantages wisely? Now that my sister has finally reached the age to establish her household, if the He family proves benevolent, and He Dingjiang is sincere toward my sister, we could unveil our family assets this year and live well. Who would have thought them to be so blind and inattentive? Jiang Lingyi expressed her ire towards He Dingjiang, for his lack of loyalty to Jiang Xuani is a grave sin. This is a blessing. Without the bestowed marriage, we could not ascertain He Dingjiang's true intentions. If my sister were to develop feelings for him, it would only lead to her heartache. Jiang Mianting earnestly analyzed.
Ha!
A youth in his teens, Jiang Shaoling, dares to speak of affection here. Alas, I shall ponder what good deeds to undertake. Today marks our first day home and deserves celebration. Jiang Lingyi rose to head to the kitchen. Sister, I had the clothing and boots you asked me to bring sent to the Fan family. Jiang Mianting's expression turned serious as she awaited Jiang Lingyi's departure. If Shi Fengyi does not trouble us, we shall be fine. However, if she does, let the Fan family deal with her. Xuanqing is not a place she can manipulate at will. How could the county magistrate fail to discover that the Fan brothers had visited the He residence while bearing the burden of supporting the Fan family? It is merely to curry favor with He Dingjiang, and those gifts from the gentry are but stepping stones to the future general's manor. Banquets are not so easily savored. The Fan brothers might as well use her to rid themselves of their troubles. Xuanqing would become quieter as a result. Jiang Xuani had already donned her everyday attire, adjusting the sleeves to a proper length. Sister, do you like it? Jiang Mianting exclaimed joyfully, revealing a childlike smile, then frowned at Jiang Xuani's sleeves. Sister, you have suffered these past years. Aside from undergarments, you have only worn those coarse fabrics. Mother explicitly stated you must not wear rough cloth, lest you develop rashes. However, the outer garment is not a concern. Fortunately, Zhu Shi refused to buy me dresses, and that fabric becomes much softer after washing, so even if touched, it poses no great issue. Though Jiang Xuani wore a simple dress, it was woven from the finest silk and linen, as soft and delicate as a child's skin. Jiang Mianting pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, Sister, do you still not recall any childhood memories? You once claimed to have a prodigious memory. Have you dreamt anything different of late? Jiang Xuani shook her head. Aside from that stone lion and the blood spattering, I have not dreamt of anything else. Xue Yang forbids me from discussing it, fearing it would only invite further ridicule for my foolishness. She is likely correct. It is but a dream. Jiang Mianting squinted. One day, I shall uncover the mystery behind this. Why do you refuse to call Xue Yang mother, insisting on addressing her by her name? A flicker of confusion passed through Jiang Xuani's phoenix eyes before she returned to calmness. I do not know. It seems I have always called Xue Yang that way. Our mother often warned us in our youth not to inquire into this matter, allowing you to do as you wish, which must have its reasons. Jiang Mianting stood up. Sister, take a moment to rest. You may live as you please from now on. In a few days, I will bring Do Wengong here to live in the same courtyard with me, so I can watch him take his medicine.
Good.
Jiang Xuani nodded in agreement. Jiang Mianting made her way to the front courtyard, while Jiang Xuani exited the main hall into the courtyard, where a gust of wind caused the osmanthus flowers to fall like scattered gold. Madam, it is not good. The young lady has gotten into a fight. Chun Xiao hurriedly ran in, her thin face slightly pale. Jiang Xuani followed Chun Xiao to the second courtyard, an eastern small courtyard that had once been where Lin Xuanyang lived and prepared meals. A patch of land had been reserved for growing some rare vegetables, and now this courtyard belonged to Jiang Lingyi. At that moment, Jiang Lingyi stood on a ladder at the courtyard wall, grappling with a small boy who was also climbing the wall, both of them tugging at each other's hair, shouting and refusing to let go. Jiang Lingyi gritted her teeth. You little rascal with uneven teeth, how dare you cross the wall to pick red apricots? The pears on the tree in our courtyard are not for you to take. The small boy was equally defiant. I want to pick them. If they grow on our side, they belong to our courtyard. You have no say in it. Do not think that I would hesitate to chop down this tree. Go ahead and try. Let's see if I won't chop your fingers off. Jiang Lingyi shouted with wide eyes. I won't let go. You let go first. My master says that boys should yield to girls, so you let go first. The small boy's face turned beet red, his eyes brimming with tears as Jiang Lingyi tugged at him, yet he stubbornly held on. Lingy, let go. Jiang Shuani called to her sister. Sister, this little brat is insufferable. Fine, I will heed your words. Little rascal, out of respect for my sister, I will count to 3, and we will both let go. Jiang Lingy declared, seeking to save face.
All right, the small boy agreed.
1, 2, 3, ow. Jiang Lingy released her grip, not realizing that the small boy had let go before her, and as she leaned back with force, she lost her footing on the ladder and fell backward. Chapter 26. Betting on his success in the imperial examination next year, Jiang Shuani lightly leapt, tilting her body forward, extending her arms to catch Jiang Lingy, gently rotating to cushion her fall. Sister, you scared me to death. Jiang Lingy exclaimed, her small face pale as she was set down, trembling as she spoke. Why climb the ladder and engage in a scuffle if you fear heights? Jiang Shuani pointed at the ladder. Right, but where is that little brat? I said to count to 3 before letting go, yet he broke the rules and let go first. I must find him to settle the score. Jiang Lingy regained her senses and began to pace around the courtyard, seizing a stick and rushing outside. Halt! Jiang Yanting intercepted her at the gate. What are you doing? I must seek vengeance. Jiang Lingy lowered her head, attempting to slip past, but Jiang Yanting grasped her collar, restraining her. Vengeance for what? A moment's inattention on my part has led to trouble. Su Shitu resides nearby, and if this delays my sister's important matters, how will you compensate for it? Jiang Yanting deftly snatched the stick from Jiang Lingy's grasp and tossed it aside. Ah? You mean Su Shitu, that emotional one? Brother, surely you must be mistaken. Such a sly servant cannot be a virtuous person. I fear that he would eagerly offer himself. No, he would self-recommend. Jiang Lingy could not help but doubt Jiang Yanting's judgment, following their mother's lead. Could I possibly misjudge? I assure you, anyone under my watch, Jiang Yanting, will not escape. Prepare an extra dish. We must go to the eastern neighbor to apologize. Jiang Yanting cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lingy and exited. Is the person you are watching the handsome young gentleman? Jiang Lingy's eyes widened further, her half-updo unraveling, the other side teetering precariously, mouth agape in astonishment. But where are you hurt? Jiang Shuani checked Jiang Lingy for injuries. No, I still need to add 2 more dishes. Jiang Lingy waved her hands repeatedly and suddenly dashed toward the kitchen, her other bun coming undone as well. However, Jiang Shuani turned and gazed thoughtfully toward the west for a moment. An hour later, Jiang Yanting returned with a neatly tidied Jiang Lingy and knocked on the door of the eastern neighbor. Who is it? An aged voice inquired from within. It is the neighbor from the western residence. My younger sister, being young and naive, has offended your esteemed young one, and we have come to apologize. Jiang Yanting's voice was clear and pleasant, and if one were to judge solely by the sound, it seemed harmless. The door creaked open, revealing an old man. My young master is studying in this tranquil abode and does not receive visitors. Young master, please return. As the old man began to close the door, Jiang Lingy wedged the food box against it. Sir, please be so kind as to inform him that the best cook in Shuanqing has come to offer food as an apology. Sir, do take a whiff of this white-cut chicken. Jiang Lingy opened the food box slightly and waved the enticing aroma toward the old man. Unable to resist the mouth-watering scent, the old man swallowed hard, realizing that if the young master refused, they would have a treat for themselves. He nodded. Since you have come to apologize, please come in. I shall inquire with the young master. Jiang Lingy's face brightened with joy. Thank you, sir. In the future, there will surely be a share for you whenever there is something delicious. The old man, charmed by Jiang Lingy's cleverness, became even more amiable. No need for such courtesy. Young lady, please follow me. The two were guided by the old man around the shadow wall into the front courtyard, where a young boy approached from behind. Immediately noticing Jiang Lingy and visibly flinching. What do you want? I did not push you down. Listen. Quickly inform the young master that the young gentleman and young lady from the western neighbor have come personally to apologize, bringing with them the best cook in Shuanqing, along with white-cut chicken. The old man cheerfully instructed the boy. Apologize for what? Surely, they harbor ill intentions, wanting to report me to the young master. Just go ahead and report. The boy, Tingmo, stomped his foot and ran off. Please do not mind, just wait here. The old man gestured for them to stay under the corridor while he tidied the courtyard. Before long, Tingmo returned, accompanied by Cui Jian. Indeed, he was a handsome young gentleman. It was truly fate that they should meet. I apologize for hitting your young boy. I came to make amends. Jiang Lingy beamed upon seeing Cui Jian, her smile bright and genuine. Dear young lady, no need for such formality. Tingmo was being mischievous. He should not have been climbing trees for pears. However, he was only trying to help as I've been coughing recently, wishing to steam some pears for me. In truth, this is still somewhat my fault, Cui Jian replied, showing remarkable understanding. Please accept this food as a token of goodwill from my sister and me. Jiang Mianting said, gesturing toward the food box. Indeed, indeed. As for the pears, let him pick them, as long as he doesn't injure himself. Jiang Lingyi added, handing over the food box with a beaming smile. Then I thank both the young master and young lady. Cui Jian signaled for Tingmo to take the box. As Tingmo went to retrieve it, Jiang Lingyi whispered mischievously, You little rascal, I'll get you back for this later. What did you say? Tingmo immediately bristled. I said, Young brother, you are quite strong. After all, you pushed me off the wall. Jiang Lingyi feigned innocence. Tingmo, fuming, replied, You are talking nonsense. It was clearly you who lost your balance. Tingmo, did you really push Jiang Lingyi? Go to the back courtyard and copy the 3 character classics as punishment. Cui Jian commanded in a low voice. Yes, young master. Tingmo sulked as he took the food box and left. My younger sister is quite mischievous. Young Master Cui, please do not take offense. Today, we shall not intrude further. I hope to invite you for a drink at our home another day. Jiang Mianting bowed in farewell. Ah. Wait a moment. Young Master Cui, are you betrothed? Jiang Lingyi was abruptly silenced by Jiang Mianting's hand over her mouth as they departed. Upon returning to the courtyard for a meal, Zhang Xuanyi invited Chen Xiao to sit with them. Chen Xiao quickly waved her hands. Madam, how can a servant dine with the master? When there are no outsiders, it is just like when we are in the He family kitchen. It is fine for us to share a meal together, Zhang Xuanyi replied, not insisting further, as the table was already set with Chuan Xiao's bowl and chopsticks. Brother, why did you stop me from asking? Time waits for no one. If he is already engaged, we should look elsewhere. Jiang Lingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. I already know he resides in the eastern neighbor. How could I be unaware of his background? Jiang Mianting cast a sideways glance at his sister, placing a pearl meatball in her bowl. What do you know? Do share. Jiang Lingyi perked up with interest. This young Master Cui is the illegitimate son of the Cui family from Yanghe. That esteemed Cui Taifu is the legitimate branch of the Cui family, making him the young master's uncle. Cui Jian is known for his intelligence from a young age, but has faced jealousy from his legitimate brother and mother. His ability to study until now is thanks to Master Su's persistent advocacy on his behalf. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen into trading and become as calculating as me, Jiang Mianting remarked with a self-deprecating smile, though he did not take it to heart. No wonder the Cui family, having a son on the brink of examination, has only a servant and an elder in the house. Sister, the opportunity has arisen. Traditionally, it is the hero who rescues the beauty. You should reverse this trend. This is a sure potential stock. Jiang Lingyi declared, slapping the table. I wager he will surely top the examination next year. Chapter 27. He is an illegitimate son, not a bastard. What is potential stock? Jiang Mianting could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Potential stock is like a dragon lurking in the depths, possessing boundless power. A minister of great merit. Sister? It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to offer coal and snow. We do not lack silver or cleverness, but rather a son-in-law who lacks wealth and cunning, preferably one who is handsome and family-oriented. Jiang Lingyi, wake up. Is there some sort of enchanted drug in this dish? How can you speak such nonsense? He is an illegitimate son, not a bastard. How could it be so easy to invite him as a son-in-law? However, to claim him for oneself is still somewhat feasible. Why do you both argue over this? Let us eat. Zhang Xuanyi looked up at them, and both fell silent, obediently focusing on their meal. After dining, Jiang Lingyi went to work. There was an important banquet that evening offering generous compensation. She relished cooking. Each requirement from the employer excited her, presenting challenges that elevated her skills, such joy only her sister could comprehend. Chen Xiao cleared the bowls, while Jiang Mianting led Jiang Xuanyi to the eastern wing, opening a room against the southern wall. Sister, I had these moved over. From now on, you may act freely in this courtyard without fear of being discovered. Jiang Mianting indicated the various weapons in the room. Jiang Xuanyi approached the weapon rack, casually picking up a copper whip, gripping the handle and swirling the whip, pointing it forward with confidence. Jiang Mianting quietly took a step back. The whip he had carried in was a hefty 30 pounds, originally meant for 2 hands. Yet Jiang Xuanyi wielded it with effortless grace, using only one. Aside from the Jiang family, no one knew of Jiang Xuani's innate strength, which explained her ease in performing tasks that the He family found excruciating. Jiang Mianting mused that He Yaonyang was fortunate Jiang Xuani had chosen to conceal her prowess, else a couple of strikes would have sent teeth flying. Is Do Wengong still refusing to take medicine? Jiang Xuani inquired. Indeed. I cannot overpower him, nor can I persuade him, and I fear drawing attention, so I dare not linger at the estate, Jiang Mianting replied, his brow furrowing at the mention of Do Wengong. Tomorrow we shall discuss the matter of establishing a female household with Lingyi. Perhaps we can concoct a medicinal dish that Do Wengong would favor, which would yield greater results with less effort. Jiang Xuani returned the copper whip to its rack. What a splendid idea. Jiang Mianting's eyes lit up, then narrowed in thought. Indeed, it's a marvelous notion. Not only could the medicinal dish benefit Do Wengong, but it could also serve as a lucrative business venture. Our clinic's doctor, Du, is quite the gourmand. Very well, Jiang Xuani nodded. If my sister deems it a good plan, we shall proceed after her birthday. However, before that, we must perfect the medicinal dish, ensuring both efficacy and flavor. Jiang Mianting pondered this with a frown. Zhigui Alley was typically tranquil, and at night, it was even more deserted. As Jiang Lingyi rode home in a hired carriage, she lifted the curtain only to see someone hastily departing. He Dingzhou? Jiang Lingyi recognized him at once, alarm bells ringing in her mind. What is he doing here, coming to snoop right after moving away? He does not seem to harbor ill intentions towards us. Why this secrecy? Upon returning home, she promptly informed Jiang Xuani and Jiang Mianting about the encounter. No matter, Jiang Xuani reassured. He Dingzhou mentioned wanting to take me to Linjing. I did not agree. Xuanyang has warned me against going to Linjing. He wishes to take you to Linjing, does he? Jiang Lingyi ground her teeth. Yes, Jiang Xuani confirmed with a nod. This is quite the predicament. I mean, if He Dingzhou were to succeed in the martial examination, he could be a decent match. He is not inferior in looks to his second brother. But why should my sister consider marrying into the He family? Jiang Lingyi quickly dismissed her own thoughts. He Dingzhou's character was more restrained than his second brother's. Given time, he could achieve great things, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed the same fortune as a sibling. Jiang Mianting languidly remarked, I shall not marry. Jiang Xuani set aside her needlework, having spent the afternoon crafting a new dress for Chun Qiao, which was now complete. Sister, how can you refuse to marry? Jiang Lingyi pressed. Mother has always reminded us not to forget the old ways, insisting that you must experience love and emotions to fulfill your destiny. Everyone has desires. And if you remain untouched. Jiang Lingyi's voice trailed off, her sadness palpable. In this world, she had only a few family members. And Jiang Xuani was the one closest to her, apart from their mother, having nurtured her and Jiang Mianting. Though Jiang Xuani did not grasp love or desire, she understood responsibility and discerned right from wrong. Jiang Lingyi could not afford to lose Jiang Xuani. Jiang Mianting ruffled Jiang Lingyi's hair, saying, Do not fret unnecessarily. Do you not know that things will fall into place naturally? It is all contingent upon human effort. Indeed, indeed. My elder brother is the wisest. It all depends on human endeavor. Jiang Lingyi responded with a conspiratorial glance at Jiang Mianting. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the Jiang family's western courtyard, usually quiet, suddenly echoed with the faint sound of footsteps traversing the courtyard towards the back. In the back courtyard, a dim yellow lamp illuminated the room, with the bed curtains drawn to conceal the occupant within. Sir, the new resident in the adjacent courtyard is none other than the legitimate wife of the recently appointed General He Dingzhou. He was bestowed by the emperor to wed Shirgushi's daughter, Shifengyi. This wife rejected He Dingzhou's proposal and requested a separation. Returning with her siblings to her old home, a cloaked figure reported in hushed tones. The middle-aged man by the bed nodded. I see. The place was clearly vacant before. It is unwise to change residences now. Let us station a few more guards at the eastern wall. We must maintain discretion to avoid unnecessary trouble. The cloaked figure accepted the order and withdrew. There is too much noise. A young man's voice emerged from behind the bed curtains, melodious yet devoid of vitality. Rest assured, I shall not disturb your recuperation, the middle-aged man replied softly. Naturally, even should I wish for company, who could penetrate this confinement. Do not cause harm to others. The voice from the curtain spoke flatly, devoid of emotion. It is unwise for you to speak too much. The other day was perilous. We were fortunate to encounter a skilled physician. Were there any delays, You would need to focus on recuperation to restore your strength and calm your spirit, the middle-aged man gently advised. Recuperation is merely a means to delay the inevitable until that day arrives. Young master, the middle-aged man interjected softly, interrupting the words from within the curtains. I am fine. You may rest now. Just keep watch over the night, the occupant commanded. Very well. There is no need to visit the clinic tomorrow. A physician from the capital will come to attend to you, the middle-aged man stated. The occupant responded faintly. As the middle-aged man exited, the dim light filtered through the veil, revealing a figure lying quietly within. The exquisite peach blossom eyes remained open, yet their gaze was unfocused and vacant. At that moment, Jiang Xuani was merely a wall away, her footsteps fading into silence as she returned to her small building and entered her chamber. The room was unchanged, just as it had been 4 years prior. She approached the rosewood cabinet against the eastern wall, feeling for a protrusion at its edge, removing the embedded wooden piece to reveal a copper key inside. Chapter 28. The first-class female household Jiang Xuani held the copper key, gazing intently at it. Xuanyang had placed the cabinet in her bedroom and had warned her not to open it lightly or allow anyone to see its contents. For years ago, before Xuanyang departed, she had hung a dark stone around Jiang Xuani's neck, instructing her that if she could not return, she must protect the Jiang family's legacy and live well. On the day of her coming of age, she was to open the cabinet and examine its contents. By then, she should possess the means to safeguard herself. Even so, she must not reveal the treasures within and must avoid going to Yingsheng. On the day of her coming of age. Why did Xuanyang specify the 10th day of the 8th month? Had she miscalculated my age? Jiang Xuani returned the copper key to its place. The day after tomorrow would be the 10th of the 8th month, and she would heed Xuanyang's words. The next day, Jiang Yanting again requested leave from their teacher and accompanied Jiang Xuani to establish the female household. Jiang Xuani donned a water-blue cotton cross-colored shirt paired with a matching skirt, securing her hair with a silk ribbon of the same hue, and set out with Chun Xiao beside Jiang Yanting. Along the way, they encountered familiar faces, which inevitably led to whispers and stares. Upon reaching the county office, a man clad in official garb rushed towards them, eagerly exclaiming, "Why have you arrived so late? Young Master Jiang? Come follow me inside." He glanced at Jiang Xuani with surprise. "Is this truly the esteemed Jiang Danyang?" "Indeed, this is my sister. Lu Hufang has been quite a bother," Jiang Yanting said, pulling the man close and slipping 2 silver coins into his hand. After weighing the coins, Lu Hufang's face lit up with joy as he tucked them away. "Come, follow me inside. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The clerk is busy with affairs." Jiang Yanting nodded repeatedly, while Jiang Xuani instructed Chun Xiao to wait outside. The siblings followed Lu Hufang into the clerk's office at the back of the county office. Inside, aside from the clerk, 2 junior officials were discussing official matters, but upon Lu Hufang's entrance with guests, they promptly excused themselves. "Master Clerk, this is the Jiang family's eldest daughter, who wishes to establish a female household," Lu Hufang announced, his smile broad as he bowed slightly, placing a silver coin beneath the clerk's official documents. "Do you have the divorce document?" The chief clerk, concealing the silver in his bosom, inquired with an air of formality. "Yes, I do." Jiang Yanting reverently presented the divorce papers to the chief clerk. After reviewing the document, the clerk raised his gaze to scrutinize Jiang Xuani. "General, he will surely become a significant minister of Great Xia. I fear Madame Jiang may come to regret this decision." Jiang Xuani pondered for a moment. "I shall not." The clerk scoffed, taking out a household registration form to fill out. "This is merely a moment of impulse. In the future, you will undoubtedly regret it. To be a legitimate wife alongside the granddaughter of the Minister of Histories. If she were my sister, she would scarcely sleep for joy. Not to mention being a legitimate wife, even being a concubine would be a lofty aspiration." Jiang Yanting smiled broadly, mouthing, "Nonsense." Although the clerk continued to speak, he did not delay in his task, swiftly nearing the completion of the form. Just as he was about to have Jiang Xuani affix her fingerprint, a voice called out, "Wait." Everyone in the official office turned towards the sound, where County Magistrate Zhou stood at the door in official garb, followed by the County Vice Magistrate. The clerk ground his teeth in frustration, suspecting that someone had tipped off the Vice Magistrate to thwart his financial gain. "Sir, what is your command?" The clerk hastily approached the door to greet him, adopting a humble demeanor. "This is the divorced woman from the He family, the one who divorced General He, Madame Jiang?" County Magistrate Zhou surveyed Jiang Xuani, his eyes reflecting the same astonishment as those of Lu Huifeng. The rumored simpleton, the infamous foolish woman of Xuanqing, turned out to be so beautiful. Indeed. Why have you not yet paid your respects to the magistrate? The clerk gestured to Jiang Nianting and Jiang Xuani. Both sisters bowed in greeting as County Magistrate Zhou entered and picked up the nearly completed household registration form from the desk. This document is unacceptable. The magistrate raised his hand to tear the document and tossed it into a nearby copper basin. Sir, could it be that Madame Jiang has committed any unlawful acts? The clerk quivered, having accepted silver and reluctant to return it. As a mere clerk, this was all he had left. Your Honor, my elder sister has always resided in the He family's backyard, and there is absolutely no wrongdoing. Please investigate thoroughly. Jiang Mianting bowed deeply. Redo the household registration document. Madame Jiang is of impeccable character. How can she be classified as a sixth-class household? Let it be a first-class female household. County Magistrate Zhou declared. First class? The vice magistrate's eyes widened. A first-class female household enjoys numerous privileges, whether in business or agriculture. They are exempt from taxes and possess purchasing rights that take precedence over other classifications. Yes, indeed, Your Honor speaks wisely. It is I who was muddled. I shall redo it immediately. The clerk, now enlightened, hurriedly returned to write the document. Madame Jiang, General, he is indeed compassionate. Yesterday, when he came to record the divorce, he asked me to facilitate your establishment as a female household. County Magistrate Zhou said, hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, Your Honor. Jiang Xuani slightly bowed in gratitude. No need. It is merely my duty and does not exceed my responsibilities, perfectly reflecting General He's benevolence. With that, County Magistrate Zhou turned to leave. General He is truly a sentimental man, Madame Jiang. Such concern for his divorced wife is rare. What a pity. The clerk completed the document and had Jiang Xuani affix her fingerprint, shaking his head in regret, wishing he could take her place. Jiang Xuani remained silent, imprinting her fingerprint, thus establishing her as a female household, allowing her to live by her own identity. After exiting the county office, Jiang Mianting intended to visit the medical clinic to consult Dr. Du about medicinal cuisine, while Jiang Xuani returned home with Chen Xiao, who was not waiting outside the office. Jiang Mianting paid it no mind, advising Jiang Xuani to be cautious as she might find it hard to leave the house, and then proceeded to the clinic. Jiang Xuani nodded, parting ways with Jiang Mianting, and wandered towards the market, but did not see Chen Xiao. She paused to gaze at a jewelry stall when suddenly the familiar laughter of a woman reached her ears. Without turning back, she continued walking. Jiang Xuani. The voice of He Yaonyang was filled with smugness. Jiang Xuani did not respond, nor did she halt her pace. Chen Xiao, did I not tell you? A girl like you will eventually be sold out. After all, she only took you in because of Chen Hong's stay at the He household. Look, has she ever treated you as a personal maid? He Yaonyang exclaimed loudly, clearly intending for Jiang Xuani to hear. Jiang Xuani indeed turned back, seeing He Yaonyang standing at the entrance of a clothing store with several elegantly dressed young ladies, while Chen Xiao, clutching a stack of boxes, looked at her with tearful eyes. Chen Xiao, drop that and come here, Jiang Xuani said coolly. Have the young lady seen? That is the foolish woman Jiang Xuani. My brother, out of pity for her plight, allowed her to coexist as a legitimate wife with my new sister-in-law. Yet she disregarded the years of care from our He family and wishes to divorce my brother. She is both a simpleton and ungrateful. Just wait and see how she will regret it. He Yaonyang proclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xuani. Chapter 29. General He in difficulties. The market had grown lively, with the recent affairs of He Dingjiang becoming a topic of conversation among the townsfolk, eager to hear the latest news. He Yaonyang's remarks drew a crowd. So this is the foolish woman. Even if she is fair of face, she is unworthy of a fourth-rank loyal and martial general. After all, she is a simpleton, ignorant of her fortune, and has foolishly let go of wealth and glory. Letting go of wealth and glory is not entirely accurate. After the divorce, she returned to her family home with a dowry of 20 bearers. It is said that when she married, her dowry was as much as 88 bearers, comprising the entirety of the Jiang family's possessions. With a culinary expert like Madame Lin in the Jiang family, amassing a fortune is only to be expected. Therefore, even without nobility, she possesses wealth. What of that? The He family's wife is now a government official, and public humiliation is not something she can retaliate against. The onlookers murmured, while He Yaonyang grew increasingly pleased. Yet the wealthy young ladies, who had initially flattered He Yaonyang with gifts to curry favor for future connections, found themselves embarrassed and angered as He Yaonyang publicly humiliated Jiang Shuani, attracting attention towards themselves. Chen Xiao, drop that, we're going back. Jiang Shuani seemed not to hear He Yaonyang's taunts, focusing only on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled, and turning to He Yaonyang, she softly said, "Young lady, Madame Jiang is calling for me. Please have someone return these items. Do not let go. Chen Xiao, do not think that just because you have left the He family, I cannot command you. Jiang Shuani is merely our He family's discarded wife, an ungrateful wretch. I shall see what she can do." He Yaonyang, emboldened by the crowd, grew even more brazen, forgetting the sting of Jiang Shuani's previous slap. Jiang Shuani approached Chen Xiao. "What are you going to do? I am an official's wife. You are but a commoner. To offend me will have you facing the law." He Yaonyang blustered, recalling just how painful Jiang Shuani's slap had been. Jiang Shuani reached Chen Xiao, took the items from her grasp, set them down at He Yaonyang's feet, and pulled Chen Xiao away. "You shall not leave. You place my belongings on the ground. These are precious items. I demand you pick them up at once and take them home for me. I will forgive your disrespect." He Yaonyang, unable to save face, bravely obstructed Jiang Shuani. Several young ladies behind her stepped forward to assist, knowing Jiang Shuani was of little consequence, while the general's household was immensely beneficial to them. "Chen Xiao is my maid. If Miss He wishes to command her, she must offer compensation. Surely the general's sister would not wish to exploit someone without recompense? Has General He fallen into such dire straits that his household must rely on his name to swindle and force female servants?" Jiang Xianyi spoke at a measured pace, ensuring that everyone could hear her clearly. "Indeed. What of the general's sister? This Jiang lady has already divorced. Why should my maid be compelled to serve her?" A woman in the crowd remarked. "It is precisely this reasoning. Just because one has become a general does not grant the right to oppress the common folk." Another voice chimed in. "You speak nonsense. When have I ever acted deceitfully? Of course, I would compensate her for her service." He Yaonyang unwittingly followed Jiang Xianyi's line of thought to counter. Jiang Xianyi extended her hand. "Then let it be known, Chen Xiao is my personal maid, receiving a monthly allowance of 33 Wen per day. Should she perform additional tasks, there would be further rewards ranging from 10 Wen to a full guan. How much does Miss He intend to offer as reward?" Today, He Yaonyang ventured out with only a single guan to feign a semblance of wealth, purchasing items that were clearly for those wealthy young ladies. She had planned to rest at the familiar water shop, buying some cooked water to treat them, thus maintaining etiquette. If she were to spend that single guan, how could she possibly treat those young ladies? If she were to offer too little, she would be laughed at for her stinginess, which was absolutely intolerable. He Yaonyang hesitated, contemplating reaching for her purse, when suddenly she spotted Shi Fengyi riding from a distance and quickly raised her hand to call out, "Second sister-in-law." Upon hearing He Yaonyang's call, the other young ladies immediately exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with polite smiles as they approached to greet her. "What are you doing here?" Shi Fengyi had come to convey a message to those sent by the Shi family. They would be leaving Yingsheng the following day and could return early. However, she did not expect to encounter He Yaonyang amid the crowd. He Yaonyang regained her confidence. "Second sister-in-law, I came out without my maid and, upon seeing Chen Xiao, asked her to carry my purchases, but Jiang Xianyi deliberately made things difficult, even throwing my belongings on the ground." Shi Fengyi dismounted, and the crowd naturally parted to reveal Jiang Xianyi holding Chen Xiao. This is indeed the granddaughter of the Shi family, displaying a remarkable demeanor that clearly surpasses that of the common folk. How could that foolish woman compare? Alas, she is but a simpleton, unaware of propriety. Shi Fengyi glanced at the items strewn on the ground, her brow slightly furrowing as she turned to He Yaonyang. "Are these all your belongings?" "Indeed. Those are the very items Jiang Xianyi discarded." He Yaonyang proudly lifted her chin, eagerly awaiting Shi Fengyi to reprimand Jiang Xianyi. "If they are indeed your belongings, why then did you allow Jiang's maid to carry them?" Shi Fengyi's inquiry was tinged with a hint of reproach. "Second sister-in-law, He Yaonyang, am somewhat bewildered. I fail to comprehend why you are defending Jiang Xianyi. Not bringing a maid with you is your own fault. How can you blame Jiang? Jiang, you see, is merely acting on the whims of her aunt. Do not hold it against her." Shi Fengyi turned to Jiang Xianyi and offered her apologies. The murmurs within the crowd grew louder. "This is the grace of a noble lady. The granddaughter of the Prime Minister is indeed worlds apart from a common woman. The He family is fortunate to marry into such a family. He Yaonyang did not anticipate such an outcome. Biting her lip, she hung her head, her earlier pride dissipating. In that case, I take my leave. Jiang Xianyi nodded slightly and walked out of the crowd with Chen Xiao. Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Xiao quietly glanced back, relieved to see no one following them, and let out a sigh. My lady, it is all the maid's fault. I should not have listened to the young lady of the He family. Upon returning, I shall only eat a single bowl of rice as punishment. Chen Xiao murmured her apologies. Jiang Xianyi turned to look at Chen Xiao. How can eating a single bowl of rice be considered a punishment? Chen Xiao immediately made a face. Then, let the punishment be that I do not eat at all, just a little pickled vegetable. Is that acceptable? Jiang Xianyi shook her head. That will not do. Chen Xiao felt utterly defeated but mustered her spirits. Fine. Today I shall eat nothing. I won't starve. For I brought this upon myself. I merely meant to say that 1 bowl of rice is not a punishment. 5 bowls would be. Jiang Xianyi stated. 5 bowls? That hardly seems like punishment. It is clearly a reward. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled. I declare it a punishment, and thus it shall be. Since you have acknowledged your error to me, it is only fitting that I decide. Jiang Xianyi replied calmly. Yes, my lady decides. Chen Xiao joyfully skipped along as if treading on clouds. Upon returning to Zhigui Alley, they spotted a carriage parked beside the entrance of the Jiang residence, with 2 men clad in black standing beneath it, swords at their waists, their expressions grave. Chapter 30. The illness unknown to others. My lady, who are those men? Could it be that the authorities have come to seize us? Chen Xiao's face turned pale, and she whispered, biting her lip tightly. The authorities do not come to arrest people with a carriage. They would normally bring shackles and chains. Jiang Xianyi shook her head and continued towards the door. The 2 men showed no signs of movement upon seeing Jiang Xianyi and her maid, while Chen Xiao dared not lift her head, trailing closely behind Jiang Xianyi, straining to listen for any sounds. Just as the 2 were about to enter, the door to the house on the west side opened, revealing a well-dressed middle-aged man with an upright demeanor, followed closely by a young man carrying a medical box. Jiang Xianyi nodded slightly upon seeing them and led Chen Xiao inside. Zhang Bo, the gatekeeper, closed the door, allowing Chen Xiao to finally lift her head and exhale in relief. My lady, why did those guests' carriage stop at our doorstep? Chen Xiao asked in a hushed tone. Chen Xiao was astute, adept at observing the subtleties. Jiang Xianyi praised her gently. Chen Xiao blushed, surprised to receive such commendation and feeling a surge of confidence, silently resolving to be more observant in the future. Does my lady know why? Chen Xiao inquired. The 2 who just left must be physicians. But they are not ordinary ones. Their accompanying guards indicate they are likely medical officials of some standing. Jiang Xianyi replied softly. The carriage is intentionally stationed at our doorstep to create confusion, leading others to believe they have entered our residence. This suggests that the patient residing in the West Side house is one whose illness must remain concealed. My lady can deduce so much, but this undisclosed illness, could it be that of a concubine from a wealthy family? Chen Xiao, astonished by Jiang Xianyi's newfound eloquence and insight, felt a surge of curiosity. Perhaps? Jiang Xianyi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. As they passed by Jiang Lingyi's eastern courtyard, it was eerily quiet. Jiang Xianyi and Chen Xiao entered the courtyard to find Jiang Lingyi perched on a ladder, seemingly hanging something on the pear tree. Chen Xiao, intrigued, approached and called out, Young lady, what are you doing? Jiang Lingyi jumped, nearly losing her balance, and quickly steadied herself against the wall. Chen Xiao, scaring someone can indeed be deadly, you know? Jiang Lingyi steadied herself and resumed her task. Only then did Chen Xiao see that Jiang Lingyi had hung a small porcelain jar from a branch of the pear tree. Why hang a porcelain jar in the tree? Jiang Xianyi inquired. Jiang Lingyi glanced toward the wall, reluctant to descend. This jar contains the pear soup I just made, infused with herbs for cough relief. However, it has no medicinal taste at all. Young Master Cui mentioned he was coughing. How could any pear compare to my pear soup? Jiang Lingyi declared proudly, eyeing the jar swaying gently from the branch. If you intend to gift it to young Master Cui, why not deliver it in person instead of hanging it from a tree? Jiang Xianyi furrowed her brow at the porcelain jar. Sister, you simply do not understand. This is romantic. It allows young Master Cui to feel our affection without any burden. The tree's pear juice adds a touch of whimsy. Just as Jiang Ling spoke, Jiang Xian sprang into action, leaping toward the porcelain jar. Unfortunately, it was too late. The jar fell swiftly, its cord untied. Thud! A cry echoed from behind the wall. Alas, I tied it so securely. Jiang Ling shrank her neck in dismay. 15 minutes later, Jiang Xuani had expertly bandaged the head of the irate Ting Mo, who wore a face full of fury. She then presented him with a bottle of pills, advising him to take them punctually, promising to return the following day for a change of dressings. Master Cui, this pear juice I made is truly effective. Fortunately, I prepared a larger batch. Jiang Lingyi attempted to mend their relationship and mitigate the losses caused by her previous missteps. You made more just to have it drop on my head from the tree, didn't you? Yesterday, you didn't pull out my hair. And today you come to scheme against me. What grievance do I hold against you? Ting Mo finally unleashed all his grievances, his eyes brimming with tears. How is this scheming?
It was a blatant mistake.
Truly, it was a mere error. Young Master Ting, do not hold it against Jiang Xiao and I any longer. Jiang Ling exclaimed, trying to placate him. Shall I strike you to see how it feels? You reported me yesterday, causing me punishment, and today you have injured me. You are too much. Ting Mo could hardly be magnanimous, though he rolled his eyes as he spoke. Ting Mo, you are injured and harbor resentment. Jiang Xiao and I truly did not intend this, and she has already apologized. Just take care of yourself for the next few days and do not blame Jiang Xiao and I any further, shall we? Cui Jian spoke in a gentle tone, his voice exceedingly soothing, earning Jiang Lingyi more points in her heart. While he claimed to have let it go, Ting Mo muttered under his breath about the food he would receive in the coming days, casting sidelong glances at Jiang Lingyi. The food is on me. It's merely leftovers from the kitchen, enough for both you and your master, Jiang Lingyi declared, thumping her chest with a resounding clap. What? You expect our master to eat leftovers? Ting Mo immediately raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. How could I allow the handsome young lord to eat leftovers? I was merely making an analogy. What flavors does the young lord prefer? I'll remember and ensure he is satisfied every day. Jiang Lingyi quickly waved her hands, secretly thinking that this little boy was indeed troublesome, always seeking to provoke her, and she would eventually have her chance to deal with him. Ting Mo, do not be foolish. How can you trouble Jiang Xiao and I like this? I have never minded the food. As long as you go out to buy some pastries and pickles, it will suffice. You two young ladies need not take it to heart. Cui Jian reprimanded Ting Mo with a frown, speaking calmly to the Jiang sisters. Not a bother, absolutely not a bother. It is my honor to serve the young lord. As long as the young lord spends time with my sister during his leisure, perhaps engaging in discussions about poetry, songs, and the beauty of nature. Jiang Lingyi finally fell silent under Jiang Xuani's watchful gaze. Cui Jian's lips curled into a slight smile, suppressing his amusement. Well, since Jiang Nyangzi is interested in poetry and literature, though I am not adept, perhaps I could offer some guidance. Do not limit it to poetry and literature. My sister is well-read and versed in all matters, Jiang Lingyi confidently proclaimed, expanding the scope of their exchange. Ting Mo scoffed, thinking that boasting about being well-read in front of his master was akin to showing off before a master craftsman. He decided to let it slide for the sake of food. Upon returning to her courtyard, Jiang Lingyi secretly observed Jiang Xuani, who, unfortunately, still wore an expression of calm indifference, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Sister, will you not scold me? Jiang Lingyi inquired. If you acknowledge your mistake, I need not reprimand you. If you still do not recognize your error, what use is my admonishment? Jiang Xuani gently tightened the silk ties of Jiang Lingyi's hair, replying softly, Sister, you are truly wise. Jiang Lingyi exclaimed, giving her sister a thumbs up in flattery. Madam, there is someone at the door seeking an audience. They claim to be the most renowned ice merchant from Shuancheng, accompanied by the lady from the Qin family in Dongcheng. May I let them in? At this moment, Zhang Bo entered to announce. Chapter 31. A future proposal, the ice merchant? A matchmaker? Who are they proposing for? Jiang Lingyi glanced at the four people present, prompting Zhang Bo to step back hastily. Guests are welcome. Please come in, to the front courtyard, Jiang Xuani instructed Zhang Bo, leading Jiang Lingyi to the reception area. Zhang Bo soon ushered them in. The woman at the forefront, in her 30s, had her hair elegantly arranged with flowers, a golden hairpin adorning her head. She wore a deep purple robe, her thin lips curving into a smile as she took in her surroundings before addressing Jiang Xuani. You must be the esteemed madam of the Jiang family? I am Tong Ernyang, an ice merchant from Xuanqing. Jiang Shuani nodded and invited them to sit, while Chen Xiao served tea, standing behind Jiang Shuani. What brings you here, Ernyang? Jiang Shuani asked directly. Naturally, I am here to facilitate a joyous occasion, Tong Ernyang declared, flicking her handkerchief and turning to introduce the accompanying woman. This is the lady of Chen Yuanwei from Dongcheng. Chen Yuanwei has a young son who has just reached adulthood this year, handsome and cultured, quite the distinguished young gentleman in Xuanqing. Tong Ernyang praised him animatedly. The Chen family lady, upon entering, scrutinized Jiang Shuani with a critical eye. Hearing Tong Ernyang's compliments, a proud expression crossed her face. My younger brother possesses both talent and looks. Many young ladies in Xuanqing have sought matchmakers for him, yet none have caught his eye. Sitting aside, Zhang Lingyi clasped her hands in her lap, crossing her legs, and smiled at the Chen lady. I heard yesterday that the Jiang family madam has divorced. My mother and I discussed it, and when my brother overheard, he felt compassion, thinking of a fragile woman with two clueless younger siblings. How will she manage? Zhang Lingyi nodded vigorously. Indeed, how will she manage? Do not fret, young lady. The Chen family consists of kind-hearted individuals who cannot bear to see you three siblings in such a predicament. Thus, they have entrusted me to propose a match to you, ensuring a good union, and in the future, the Chen family will naturally look after you all, Tong Ernyang thought to herself, realizing that Jiang Lingyi was rather naive. Which explained why the siblings left the He family. They lacked discernment, and now the Chen family would benefit from it. Such a fortunate occurrence. I heard that Chen Yuanwei's son has yet to pass the provincial examination. How could such a talented young man be deemed worthy? Jiang Lingyi inquired with curiosity. Tong Ernyang momentarily faltered, glancing at the Chen lady, whose expression darkened. My brother has no interest in the pedantry of scholars, although he is talented. He refuses to enter the officialdom, so why should talent be judged by the imperial examination? Indeed. What you say is true, Madam Chen. Jiangdan Yangzi. Given your current situation, a family like the Chens is indeed rare. If you are interested. Tong Ernyang hastily interjected. Ernyang. I have already established myself as a single woman. In the future, even if I marry, it will be through a proposal. Would your young master be willing to marry into my family? Jiang Shuani asked calmly. Marry into your family? What a jest. My brother is a fine man. How could he marry into a woman's family? Madam Chen sneered. Jiang Yangzi, given your current status as a divorced woman from the He family, even being a concubine to our young master would be a high position. It is only our young master's kindness that he would consider you as a legitimate wife. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, this lady speaks very reasonably, Zhang Lingyi quietly advised Jiang Shuani. Young lady, you truly possess wisdom. Tong Ernyang praised Jiang Lingyi, inwardly amused by her naivete. But how is it that I've heard that the Chen family's young master is no taller than 5 feet, delicate and frail? I have heard he requires assistance to exit the spring sending pavilion. Jiang Lingyi counted off her fingers, item by item. Ridiculous. My brother is refined and cultured. How could he ever go to such a place as the spring sending pavilion? Madam Chen retorted. Besides, let us not discuss other matters. Which young man in Xuanqing would be willing to marry you? As long as your dowry satisfies me, I will ensure my brother marries you as his legitimate wife. Madam Chen felt a twinge of insecurity, realizing that this seemingly naive young lady possessed more insight than expected. Where had she gathered such information at such a young age? What could my dowry possibly offer to satisfy you, madam? Jiang Shuani inquired coolly. The Chen family is not driven by greed for your dowry. However, as you are a second-time bride and my brother is marrying for the first time, it is only fair that you provide some form of compensation. A dowry of 101 loads, along with a token of 5,000 coins, would suffice. I doubt you can offer much more. The matriarch of the Chen family, noticing Jiang Xianyi's inquiry, adopted an arrogant demeanor, thinking this naive girl is easily manipulated, indicating that the He family is truly inept. I cannot provide such a sum. Do not delay your esteemed young lord's good fortune. It would be best if you left. Jiang Xianyi lifted her teacup. Tong Ernyang initially believed the Chen matriarch's tactics would be effective, but was taken aback when Jiang Xianyi abruptly offered tea and sent them away. Blaming the Chen matriarch for her audacity, she hastily exclaimed, Madam Jiang, do not be hasty. If there are difficulties, we can discuss them. There are no difficulties, merely an unsuitable match, Jiang Xianyi replied calmly. Unsuitable? My brother marrying you is already a step down. You A woman of twice-wed status still have the audacity to be so selective? If you cannot provide that much in dowry, it can be reduced to 4,000 coins, but no less. The Chun matriarch held up 4 fingers. I have lost interest in this charade. Do not sully our grounds. My sister has already stated that you should leave. Did you not hear? Jiang Ling smiled sweetly, yet her words were anything but polite. If you remain ungrateful, do not come begging us when you cannot find a suitor. At that point, no mere dowry will suffice. In a couple of years, should you become an old maid, even if you beg to become a concubine, you will be deemed unworthy of childbearing. The Chun matriarch rose, walking away with a mocking laugh. Jiang Ling, silent, hastily exited. Such a lack of decorum. No wonder the He family cannot tolerate you. These uncouth children, lacking parental guidance, would surely bring disgrace to a general's household. If they fall into my hands, I shall rectify them. The Chun matriarch shouted, startling Tong Ernyang, who had just lost her chance at a feast. As she felt disheartened, she saw the Chun matriarch clutching her backside, stumbling out. I let you hold back your excrement, but you still do not understand how to behave. Is my sister as you claim? You come to our home to disgust us. Let it be known that my sister was raised on meat. Jiang Ling scolded while brandishing a stick, specifically aiming for the Chun matriarch's ample backside, causing Tong Ernyang to abandon her concern for others and flee the courtyard in haste. The Chun matriarch tumbled out, supported by the waiting maidservants, still groaning in agony. What vile creatures dare to confront my sister? Your Chen Xilang is a frequent visitor to the red light district, a familiar face at the Shuanqing gambling den. Do you truly believe we, as solitary women, are easy prey? Your household is filled with concubines and mistresses. The holes are so vast that even Nuwa cannot repair them. And you wish for my sister to fill them? Dream on. Jiang Ling struck the ground with her stick, placing her hands on her hips defiantly at the entrance. Chapter 32. How can one pursue happiness while being reserved at that moment? The Chun matriarch had found allies and regained her confidence. You little brats. Daring to resort to violence. You truly lack upbringing. Today, I showed pity and sought to accommodate you, yet you bring such misfortune. At this time, Zhang Xian had already positioned herself beside Jiang Ling, instructing Zhang Bo to close the door and ignore the commotion. She whispered to Jiang Ling, have you had your fill of fighting? If not, continue. I will back you. Jiang Ling was taken aback by Jiang Xian's encouragement to strike. Looking up in surprise, she whispered, really? Are you not concerned about our reputation? Do we still have a reputation? Jiang Xian replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the Chun matriarch, cracking her knuckles. Very well. Jiang Ling raised her stick and charged toward the still shouting Chun matriarch. The maidservants who had been supporting the Chun matriarch rolled up their sleeves to intervene. Jiang Xian, unexpectedly positioning herself beside them, defended Jiang Ling, causing several maidservants to be struck multiple times, colliding into one another. The Chun matriarch received a few more blows. Realizing her entourage was ineffective, she hurriedly climbed into a carriage and fled with her maidservants. Tong Ernyang had long since vanished. Sister, you are truly formidable. Those maidservants took quite a beating. They are limping away, Jiang Ling whispered, gesturing toward the retreating figures. I was struck by those maidservants. Jiang Xian frowned, rubbing her arm. Jiang Ling blinked and immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Sister, you have suffered for me. These people are too overbearing. The two sisters supported each other as they entered the house. Once inside, Jiang Ling leaned against the doorframe to peek outside, seeing nothing. They are gone. Jiang Xian listened intently for a moment before heading to the backyard. Who could it be? Jiang Ling pursued with curiosity. It is likely the people of Madame Sheng'er. The Chun matriarch came so quickly to propose because someone must have relayed the news. Jiang Xian replied softly. I regret driving them away. I fear it may bring trouble, Jiang Ling confessed. This is a good thing. Our ignorance in offending them will only tarnish our reputation further. The Qin family will undoubtedly spread word of this, which benefits us. Madame Sheng'er will let her guard down, Jiang Xian remarked as she walked, glancing toward the west, which remained eerily quiet, as if uninhabited. As for the neighbors to the east, they were quick to knock on the door. Cui Jian appeared solemn. With Ting Mo standing by, had bowed. This is my oversight for not advising you. I truly did not anticipate such an incident. Ting Mo's unilateral decision to act without reporting to me was also a mistake. Do not blame Lu Lengjun. Fu Bo instructed me to report. But I feared it would damage Lu Lengjun's reputation, Ting Mo interjected. Cui Jian swiftly halted the discussion. Madam Jiang, should such an incident occur again, please ensure you inform me. Even verbal insults can be reported to the authorities, and I can act as a witness. Cui Jian's eyes sparkled like a pool of stars.
Clear and honest.
Oh dear, it cannot be. A person of Lu Langjun's caliber is rare even in the Great Xia. Where else can one find such a man? Jiang Ling clutched her chest, pretending to be wounded, eliciting a look of disdain from Ting Mo, while Cui Jian found Jiang Lingyi's lively nature amusing, not taking her seriously. At this moment, Jiang Mian Ting returned home, and upon hearing of the incident, a brief flash of malice crossed her eyes before she smiled. I apologize for making you laugh, young Master Cui. My siblings and I were already aware that we would be bullied. It is an unfortunate reality. Thank you for your chivalrous assistance. Should I not be at home in the future, I hope you will look after us. Naturally, your uncle was once Madame Zhang's teacher. I should be more attentive. Cui Jian nodded. Those two caused considerable delays, disrupting our meal. Please wait a moment while I prepare some noodles to accompany the chicken soup. Jiang Ling shook her wrist, having exerted herself during the scuffle, feeling a dull ache as she was only 9 years old. I will assist you. Jiang Xianyi stood and accompanied Jiang Lingyi outside. Cui Jian did not refuse, engaging Jiang Mian Ting in conversation about the books he had recently read. Jiang Xianyi exited the main hall but first led Jiang Lingyi to the backyard, retrieving ointment from the medical chest to apply to Jiang Lingyi's arm. In the future, when you fight, use finesse. Training should not be so laborious. Your wrist aches after just a few strikes. After applying the ointment, Jiang Lingyi felt a cooling sensation, and indeed, the pain lessened. With a sister like you, we need not practice, as long as Do Wing teaches one of us. The other will be fine. Otherwise, if he sees us being foolish, he may become ill with anger. Jiang Lingyi giggled, leaning against Jiang Xianyi and acting coy. For years ago, Lin Xuanyang had gone missing when Jiang Lingyi was merely 5. For these past 4 years, Jiang Xianyi had been mimicking Lin Xuanyang, caring for her siblings, managing the Jiang family's affairs, and overseeing household matters in the He family, which was truly exhausting. Although Jiang Xianyi lacks understanding of love, she adeptly applies the knowledge gleaned from her readings, seamlessly integrating wisdom and strategy into her daily life. Thus, she possesses a strong sense of justice and responsibility, yet remains unperturbed by emotions that might cloud her judgment. She knows neither hatred nor compassion. The chicken soup noodles prepared by Jiang Xianyi are indistinguishable in taste from those made by Lin Xuanyang, while they differ slightly from the noodles crafted by Jiang Lingyi, a distinction that Jiang Mian Ting readily perceives. At this moment, Ting Mo, no longer feeling aggrieved, maintains decorum while dining, yet is tempted to swallow his tongue in delight. Only when his belly is full does he reluctantly set down his bowl. Unable to suppress his worries, "My lord, we have become rather finicky eaters. What shall we do when faced with plain fare in the future? Do not fret, Ting Mo. You shall dine with us daily henceforth, for I am least concerned with discerning palates," Jiang Lingyi said with a mischievous wink. Dining together every day? Does that not imply we are family? Ting Mo scratched his head, being 9 years old, yet slightly shorter than Jiang Lingyi, a child of the Cui family, who, due to his frail constitution, was taken in by Cui Jianshu. Consequently, he is fiercely loyal to Cui Jian, whenever Cui Jian's stepmother seeks information. Ting Mo dutifully informs him. Indeed, we are family. How delightful. Jiang Lingyi encouraged. As dusk fell, Jiang Shaoling Jun, if you encounter any uncertainties in your studies, do not hesitate to seek me out. We may explore and resolve them together. Cui Jian rose to take his leave. 6th young master. This is a pear preserve made by my elder sister, which also alleviates coughs. I present it to you. Jiang Lingyi hastily retrieved a paper package and handed it to Ting Mo. That is unnecessary. The pear soup you gifted is already quite effective. You must accept it. Let us not be polite, for we are family. Jiang Lingyi laughed, secretly admiring her own cleverness. Jiang Mian Ting gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, and after seeing off Cui Jian and Ting Mo, turned to Jiang Lingyi with a firm grip. Can you not exercise a bit of restraint? Are you intent on gifting the entire Jiang family to him? Jiang Lingyi shrugged off his grasp. How can one pursue happiness with restraint? A man like him, once out of sight, may very well belong to someone else. Chapter 33. The deaf and blind neighbor, must one marry? Jiang Xianyi inquired. Not necessarily. Absolutely. Jiang Mian Ting and Jiang Lingyi replied in unison. Sister, if what that old Taoist said is false, then it is certainly not necessary to marry. However, if his words hold truth, marrying a suitable husband and experiencing affection is essential for preserving one's life. Thus, marriage is imperative. Jiang Mianting explained solemnly. I harbor no fear, and thus do not mind, Jiang Xianyi replied. The siblings shouted in unison, both afraid, as if their parents had suddenly vanished, leaving their lives drastically altered. That word had become their taboo. Very well, but I shall seek a son-in-law. Jiang Xianyi continued her stroll toward the backyard, speaking calmly. Jiang Mianting coughed twice, surprised that Jiang Lingyi's remark had genuinely struck a chord with Jiang Xianyi. Sister, if we are to seek a son-in-law, we must strategize carefully. My brother and I shall handle the logistics. You need only charm the young master of the Cui family into willingly marrying you. How does that sound? Jiang Lingyi assigned roles to the trio. Agreed, Jiang Xianyi contemplated before acquiescing. With that, the topic concluded, and each returned to their respective quarters to rest. However, after Jiang Xianyi entered her room, Jiang Lingyi dashed to Jiang Mianting's quarters. Tomorrow marks my sister's birthday. In recent years, no one from the He family has celebrated it. Even the coming-of-age ceremony was hastily overlooked. Jiang Lingyi felt a bit melancholic. Their childhood had been safeguarded by Lin Xuanyang and later Jiang Xianyi, allowing them a semblance of happiness and stability. Yet, Jiang Xianyi had lost her memories prior to the age of 4, and with the arrival of the siblings, their father had become increasingly distant toward her. Though Lin Xuanyang cherished Jiang Xianyi wholeheartedly, she still felt like an outsider among their family of 4. Tomorrow, the He family shall depart for the capital. Once they leave, we need not worry. We shall bring back Do Weng and Liang Mama and properly celebrate my sister's birthday, even arranging a new coming-of-age ceremony for her. Would that satisfy you? Jiang Mianting chuckled at his sister's enthusiasm. The young girl's eyes sparkled, shaking his arm. Really? Why did you not mention this sooner? I have a banquet tonight, and I was originally planning to prepare a few of my sister's favorite dishes for tomorrow. Now I must completely revise the menu. Jiang Lingyi hurried back to her yard, with much to prepare. After she left, Jiang Mianting's smile gradually faded. He rose and stood by the window, turning to gaze toward the western courtyard, lost in thought. Upon his return, he had encountered the carriage that nearly struck him. This new neighbor exuded an air of mystery, leaving him to wonder whether they would pose any hindrance to the 3 siblings. All he knew was that the new neighbor was a wealthy young master come to recuperate, yet no one knew his true identity, nor did he engage with the neighbors, not even allowing the household servants to be seen. This lack of any trace or indication was a first for Jiang Mianting. After pondering for a moment, he leaned over his desk and began to write. In Jiang Xianyi's courtyard, the osmanthus tree was ablaze with blossoms, resembling fragments of gold. As Chun Xiao went to the small pond in the backyard to feed the koi, Jiang Xianyi seized the moment to take out a shuttlecock crafted from copper plates and began to kick it in the yard. This was the only game that piqued her interest. Since Lin Yaonyang first gifted her a shuttlecock, it had become her sole passion. With several layers of copper plates cushioned by a leather base, a few delicate feathers were nestled within. Jiang Xianyi tossed the shuttlecock into the air, lifted her skirts, and with one foot caught the shuttlecock, sending it soaring high. She twirled gracefully, raised her leg to catch the descending shuttlecock, and continued to kick it skyward, endlessly changing her poses, allowing the shuttlecock to fly according to her whims, even threading through the branches of the osmanthus tree, dislodging blossoms in its wake. It had been several years since she last played with a shuttlecock. The last time was 4 years ago in the countryside, where Lin Xuanyang watched her jump nimbly, gradually becoming entranced until Jiang Xianyi paused and noticed her in tears. The afternoon sun of autumn remained fervent, a beam of light momentarily blinding Jiang Xianyi as the shuttlecock struck a branch of the osmanthus tree, soaring toward the western courtyard. With a sharp sound, she heard the shuttlecock land. Since it was a gift from Xuanyang, she felt compelled to retrieve it. Jiang Xianyi initially planned to call upon the neighbor for assistance in retrieving it. However, glancing at the osmanthus tree, she thought it might be much simpler to leap over to retrieve it herself. If someone were present in that courtyard, she could ask them to toss it back. Yet, given the prolonged silence, it was likely deserted. With her skirts tucked to her waist, Jiang Xianyi leaped onto the osmanthus tree and peered into the neighboring courtyard. The layout of that courtyard differed from hers. The side rooms were situated to the west, while the main house was quite conventional. At that moment, the door swung open. The courtyard bore little appeal. further emphasizing the solitude of the young man seated in a circular chair. Jiang Xianyi paid no mind to the young man. She merely noticed her shuttlecock lying at his feet. If he would bend down to pick it up and toss it back, it would be a simple matter. Yet, the young man seemed oblivious to the object at his feet, his beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the sky. "Excuse me, sir. My shuttlecock has fallen at your feet. Could you kindly toss it back to me?" "Jiang Xian," he called out. The young man remained still. "Excuse me, sir." She raised her voice and repeated her request. Still, there was no response. Realizing he was deaf, Jiang Xianyi understood the situation. After waiting a while without any sign of movement, she decided to retrieve her shuttlecock herself. Observing her surroundings, Jiang Xianyi leaped from the tree onto the courtyard wall. In the yard, a faint cracking sound echoed, prompting the young gentleman to lightly tap his left index finger against the armrest, silencing the air. Jiang Xianyi descended from the wall, approached the young man, bowed respectfully, and picked up the shuttlecock, gesturing as she spoke. However, the man's gaze remained fixed in one direction, devoid of any acknowledgement, not even a flicker of his eyes. No wonder he was blind. Jiang Xianyi stated calmly, her voice devoid of emotion. The young man's finger curled slightly, yet he did not strike. "Thank you. I apologize for the intrusion." With that, Jiang Xianyi turned and made her way back to the wall, gathering her strength to leap over it gracefully before landing lightly on the ground. After her departure, the young man's gaze shifted towards the wall, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. A middle-aged man entered the courtyard, casually tossing the items he carried into a bamboo basket meant for fallen flowers. "What is it?" the young man inquired, still gazing skyward. "Nothing much. A wedding invitation from the eastern neighbor, announcing the warm homecoming, and a birthday celebration for the eldest lady. The notice was left at the door for me." The middle-aged man approached and supported the young gentleman. "Eastern neighbor?" The young man rose, following the middle-aged man into the house, but suddenly halted, turning back to glance at the invitation lying in the bamboo basket. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xianyi, the preparations by the Jiang siblings were underway. The next morning, Zhang Bo reported that a young gentleman named he sought an audience with the eldest lady. Jiang Xianyi pondered momentarily before nodding, instructing Zhang Bo to bring the visitor to the guest hall. He Dingzhou entered, spotting Jiang Xianyi clad in a light green, casual dress, seated in a circular chair. He was not surprised by her presence and gestured for him to sit down. "Young master He, you must be departing with General He today. What brings you to seek me?" Jiang Xianyi inquired gently. "Lady Jiang, I have come to present you with this." The moment He Dingzhou uttered Lady Jiang, a surge of joy flooded his heart. She was no longer merely a second sister, no longer belonging to someone untouchable. "Xianyi, today is your birthday, and I have rushed here to gift you this jade hairpin. Will you wait for me for 2 years? 1 year, after I am inducted into officialdom, I will formally propose with the 3 letters and 6 rights, making you my wife. Is that agreeable?" He Dingzhou opened the brocade box, revealing a delicate butterfly jade hairpin nestled within. Chapter 34. The hairpin ceremony. He Dingzhou's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Xianyi's eyes, for reasons unknown. His sense of unworthiness resurfaced, making him feel as though he was indulging in a fantasy. "Young master He." Jiang Xianyi's address carried a hint of distance. "I cannot accept this hairpin. You have protected me over the years, and I have repaid you in my own way. There should be no debts between us." He Dingzhou stiffened, recalling how Jiang Xianyi had cared for him, making clothes for him when he traveled to the capital, providing him with travel funds. Those gestures were indeed a form of repayment, not a sign of special treatment. "As for marriage, having left the He family, I will not return. I will not wait for you, nor will I marry you. Young master He should seek another suitable partner. Do not seek a good match with me." Jiang Xianyi closed the brocade box and pushed it back towards He Dingzhou. Although he had anticipated this, his mind was still in a daze. His proposal had been outright rejected by the very girl he had liked since the first glance. Perhaps if he had been braver back then, had rushed to her aid when those ruffians threw mud at her, everything might have turned out differently. "The hour is late. You should return swiftly, young master He, or you may delay your journey," Jiang Xianyi gently reminded him. He Dingzhou stood to leave, and she handed him the brocade box once more. "I wish for you to excel in the upcoming military examination." He Dingzhou nodded, taking the box and departing. As he reached the gate, he turned back to look at Jiang Xianyi. "No matter what, if in the future you remain unmarried and I achieve success, I will surely come to wed you, should you wish. Jiang Xianyi chose not to elaborate. She felt she had expressed herself clearly enough. Shortly after He Dingzhou left, Jiang Mianting and Jiang Ling also stepped out. Jiang Xianyi paid them no mind and picked up a book to read in the study. Suddenly, she heard voices outside. There seemed to be quite a few people approaching. And as she lifted her gaze, they had already entered. Jiang Mianting proudly pointed behind her. Sister, they have all returned. Behind Jiang Mianting stood a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young girl, followed by an elderly man in tattered clothing and disheveled hair, along with several young women and older servants. Greetings, lady. The middle-aged woman, teary-eyed, bowed, with the others following suit, except for the elderly man who grumbled. Sheng'er, why all this fuss? Life on the estate is much easier, and begging is far more convenient. The young girl laughed. Old doe, you dare speak of begging in front of the lady? Have you forgotten how she served you soup? Ahem, enough of this. Let them be. Sheng'er, I shall test you tomorrow, and if you slack off, even if you are the lady of the house, you shall be punished by sending me to beg on the street. The old man's words elicited laughter from the crowd. Jiang Xianyi nodded. Very well. I look forward to the examination tomorrow. Mama Liang, you have cared for Jie since she was young. Henceforth, this household will be under your management. I have a little maid by my side, and the rest of the servants may be assigned by you. Jiang Xianyi addressed the middle-aged woman, her eyes still devoid of emotion. The woman wiped her tears and replied, Yes, my lady, I will take good care of this household. Mianting, is old doe's accommodation arranged? Jiang Xianyi inquired again. Sister, old doe is staying in the same yard as me. If he refuses to take his medicine, I will report him, and you must punish him severely. Jiang Mianting stood with her hands clasped, gazing at the old man with the demeanor of a triumphant child. You little rascal have become increasingly difficult to handle. The old man pointed at Jiang Mianting, shaking his head in resignation. My lady, Jean He's embroidery skills have improved significantly, and she recognizes some characters. Would it be all right for her to serve the young lady? Mama Liang glanced at her daughter, asking cautiously. Jiang Xianyi observed the young girl. That is acceptable, but Jie has a lively temperament. So those around her must be cautious and not indulge her whims. They should protect her in times of trouble. Rest assured, my lady. Jean He will serve the young lady well, prioritizing her needs above all. Jean He joyfully bowed, while Mama Liang quietly sighed in relief. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone went about their tasks, bringing life and vibrancy to the household. Chen Xiao timidly emerged from behind a nearby screen, looking at Jiang Xianyi with anxious eyes. My lady, I know nothing, cannot read, nor can I embroider. I only know simple sewing. If there are any suitable maidservants. Jiang Xianyi understood that Chen Xiao had overheard Jean He's remarks and pondered before asking, Would you like to learn to read? Yes. But where would a maidservant find a tutor? Chen Xiao's head drooped. I shall teach you. There is no need to seek a tutor. Jiang Xianyi turned to retrieve a copy of the 3-character classic from the bookshelf. Let us start with this. Learn 3 characters each day, and in 6 months.
How many will you know?
549 characters. Chen Xiao immediately calculated. For reasons unknown, though she had never studied arithmetic, she could easily recite simple calculations. I have yet to compute the total. See, you are always more clever than I am. In 6 months, you will be a maidservant who can read and write. Jiang Xianyi sat down, finding some paper along with writing tools for beginners. Chen Xiao, filled with excitement, bit her lip as she watched Jiang Xianyi hand these items to her. Practice with these daily, if you find it inconvenient. You may also take them back to your room. Thank you, my lady. I can reduce my monthly allowance by half. It is not necessary to provide it, as ink and paper require considerable expenses. Spring Qiao's voice trembled as she spoke. In the future, your ability to read will benefit us both. So it is only natural that I invest some resources. Jiang Xianyi shook her head and opened the 3-character classic, teaching Spring Qiao to recognize the first character. Shortly after, Zhang Ling returned in a hired mule cart, bringing a load of items. The front hall and guest area were swiftly arranged, while in the back courtyard, Jiang Xianyi continued diligently instructing Spring Qiao in her studies. Jean He, now 15, was not only beautiful but also clever. After observing for a while, she took new clothes to the back courtyard to assist Jiang Xianyi with her bath. Jiang Xianyi did not inquire further. After bathing in the purification room, She changed into a plain white fine linen undergarment, and he escorted her to sit in the warm pavilion adjacent to the main hall, where Spring Qiao quietly observed from the side. At that moment, guests began to arrive. Dr. Du from the medical clinic, Manager Xiao from Wangjiang Tower, and Cui Jian, who brought ink for calligraphy. However, these were the only few present, engaging in conversation in the guest hall. When the auspicious hour arrived, Spring Qiao assisted Jiang Xianyi into the main hall, where Jiang Xianyi's dark hair was half tied up. Mama Liang recited the praises of the hairpin ceremony, first dressing Jiang Xianyi in a water-green silk robe embroidered with peonies, after which the guests entered the main hall to offer their congratulations. Jiang Ling held a tray covered with brocade, standing beside Jiang Xianyi with a smile, acting as her supporter. Mama Liang lifted the brocade to take the jade hairpin prepared by Jiang Mianting, just as she was about to place it in Jiang Xianyi's hair. A voice interrupted. "Wait, I have arrived late. Please use this hairpin instead." Chapter 35. This young master has limited days. Everyone turned to see a young gentleman in a wheelchair being brought in, his eyes covered by a black silk ribbon, which accentuated his pale complexion and slightly pursed lips. The speaker was a middle-aged man beside the young master, whose handsome and scholarly appearance was marred by a scar on his left cheek, lending him an air of grimness. Jiang Mianting frowned slightly. Upon seeing Zhang Bo following with an invitation, she quickly smiled and approached. "Is this the neighbor residing in the western courtyard? May I ask who the master is and how to address him?" The middle-aged man, holding a long sandalwood box, bowed in greeting. "I am Zheng Mian, and this is my master, young Master Mu, here to congratulate Lady Zhang on her hairpin ceremony." "Young Master Mu, I apologize for the oversight," Jiang Mianting said, returning the gesture while casting a careful glance at the young gentleman, silently pondering why he had not been seen before. He was blind. The middle-aged man continued. "My master is known as Jiulang at home, as he suffered from cold poison during childhood, which damaged his eyesight and occasionally left him deaf." Zheng Mian's expression turned somber. "We have come to this place for a short stay to recuperate. Ordinarily, my master does not meet outsiders. Yesterday, I received an invitation from young Master Jiang, which was quite difficult for me, but today I had no choice but to bring him along. This is because my master received a divination from a Taoist priest, stating that for the first invitation to a woman's hairpin ceremony, he must present a jade hairpin to be placed in her hair to dispel his affliction." Zheng Mian opened the sandalwood box, revealing a fine jade hairpin within. "This cannot be allowed. The hairpin should be placed by the young lady's mother," Manager Xiao remarked. "Ah, is this the mother of Lady Zhang?" Zheng Mian quickly bowed to Mama Liang. No, I am not." The maidservant hastily waved her hands, feeling quite embarrassed. "Since she is not the mother, what harm could it do for my master?" Zheng Mian urged. "My master cannot see. He would never tarnish Lady Zhang's reputation. Merely placing a jade hairpin would greatly alleviate my master's suffering." Zheng Mian continued to persuade. "This still seems inappropriate," Jiang Mianting said, glancing at Jiang Xian, while Cui Jian interjected. "Although your master suffers, it does not justify forcing others to comply. The hairpin ceremony is a significant event in a woman's life. How can one betray their own heart due to another's predicament?" The crowd nodded in agreement. The young master, still obscured by the black silk ribbon, tilted his head slightly. And Zheng Mian's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. "It truly is a matter of coercion. However, my master has been nearly deaf of late, and I am genuinely anxious, which is why I resorted to this desperate measure." Dr. Du furrowed his brow and said, "Is your master the one who visited the Jiang Medical Clinic a few days ago?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Mian turned to look at Dr. Du, a fleeting coldness in his gaze before nodding. "Indeed, my master did visit the clinic." "I see. In that case, it is true. Young master, lady, I fear this young gentleman may not have much time left. Let us treat him as a dying horse to be used as a live one and give it a try," Dr. Du lamented, shaking his head with regret. Zheng Mian hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Indeed, the heart of a healer is benevolent. I thank you on behalf of my master." As this matter unfolded, all eyes turned to Jiang Xianyi. This was her affair, and others had no right to decide for her. "If I do not comply, and should young Master Mu face misfortune, his soul may not find peace. Therefore, I shall allow him to place the hairpin," Jiang Xianyi said softly after scrutinizing the young gentleman for a while. Young Master Mu's fingers, resting on the arm of the wheelchair, slightly curled, while Zheng Mian took hold of his hand, writing in his palm, then placed the sandalwood box into his hand. Young Master Mu nodded, and Zheng Mian instructed the young boy behind him. Yelong, push the young master closer. Do not disturb the lady. The boy, expressionless, wheeled the chair toward Jiang Xianyi. Sister, why did you agree to this? A sickly person may evoke pity, but having him place the hairpin on you is truly inauspicious. Jiang Lingyi murmured with a frown. It matters not. It is hard to say who is more unfortunate in this encounter, Jiang Xianyi replied softly. Jiang Lingyi nearly laughed, surprised that her sister's self-deprecating what was not lacking, as she had been called foolish and cursed throughout her life, earning a reputation for misfortune. At this moment, Yelong had wheeled young Master Mu to Jiang Xianyi's side, and Jiang Lingyi gestured for him to place the jade hairpin on her tray. As the ceremony must follow the proper procedure, Yelong retrieved the jade hairpin from the box and placed it on Jiang Lingyi's tray, covering it. Mama Liang then stepped aside to allow for the placement of the hairpin on Jiang Xianyi. Young Master Mu, supported by Yelong, stood up. Though Jiang Lingyi was reluctant, she moved the tray closer to young Master Mu to facilitate the ritual. Young Master Mu touched the jade hairpin on the tray, paused for a moment, and recited, Auspicious day, gracious eternity, only you possess fragrant virtues. May your longevity last for 10,000 years, humbly accepting blessings. Young Master Mu's voice was clear, yet inexplicably cold. The audience felt it resembled not a praise, but rather a spell. Upon finishing, he placed the jade hairpin atop Jiang Xianyi's head. In that instant, fleeting images flashed through Jiang Xianyi's mind, only to vanish as quickly as they came, leaving her gaze somewhat bewildered. Lady Jiang, be sure to keep this jade hairpin safe. If it is lost, it may be impossible to recover, and should anyone inquire, it would be difficult to explain. Young Master Mu suddenly leaned forward, whispering close to Jiang Xianyi's ear. When Jiang Lingyi rushed to shield Jiang Xianyi, young Master Mu had already straightened up, returning to his wheelchair, while Yelong pushed him back to Zheng Mian's side. Jiang Xianyi turned her head, the jade hairpin gleaming with a warm luster atop her head, yet the phoenix eye at its tip faintly glimmered with a hint of red. Zheng Mian took his leave from Jiang Mianting, merely stating that his master's health was poor and they needed to return for rest. Jiang Mianting escorted the three of them out of the courtyard. Although this man was blindfolded, he was indeed quite handsome. Yet he could not compare to young Master Cui. A frail person with little time left, it was doubtful he could be saved even with good fortune. Jiang Lingyi whispered to Jiang Xianyi, the two sisters returning to the back courtyard, where Jiang Xianyi changed into everyday attire and removed the jade hairpin from her hair. Recalling the feelings of that time, Jiang Xianyi endeavored to remember. As if she were in an expansive garden, butterflies fluttering about, and a beautiful woman smiling radiantly at her. Sister, what troubles you? Jiang Lingyi observed Jiang Xianyi gazing intently at the jade hairpin, her words falling on deaf ears. It's nothing. Let us proceed to the kitchen. For our guests are still awaiting, Jiang Xianyi replied, carefully putting away the jade hairpin, intending to accompany Jiang Lingyi to the kitchen. You need only take Do Wengweng to the banquet. How could the birthday star possibly cook? Leave everything to me, Jiang Lingyi instructed, sending Chen Xiao to escort Jiang Xianyi to the main hall to converse and enjoy tea with the guests while she herself prepared the feast in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the western courtyard, young Master Mu had removed his cloth band and was reclining in a chair, draped in a fur cloak, leisurely sipping tea and reading. Young Master, that jade hairpin was a precious heirloom. Is it not a pity to give it to that woman? Yi Lang remarked quietly, glancing at the high wall to the east. What is there to lament? Should I wait for the day to present it to a new bride? Young Master Mu replied nonchalantly, his gaze still fixed on his book. Yi Lang paused in organizing the books, his head drooping in melancholy. Young Master, the physician from the Jiang family, did not see your face back then. But today it seems he has recognized you. Zheng Mian entered, speaking softly while making a hand gesture. Best to keep it, if one day my malady recurs, Mr. Zheng may regret not sparing his life, young Master Mu said indifferently. Young Master, there is no need for such words. The herbalist is yet to return. And perhaps by then your ailment may be resolved, Zheng Mian replied, frowning. Sir, I have heard that phrase for over a decade. It is time to awaken from this dream. Just because my body is frail, does that give a mere girl the audacity to mock me? Young Master Mu shifted his gaze from the book to the east, a coldness returning to his eyes. This jade hairpin is a family heirloom. Yet it bears the most ill fortune. My father was always reluctant to pass it to my mother. Until that year when he believed the rest of his life would be stable, and on the third day of handing it to her, Young Master Mu paused, his eyes swirling with dark tides. Hearing that the Jiang family daughter was foolish, he did not anticipate her capability to leap over walls and scale rooftops.
Today,
As General He's family departed from Yingsheng, the Jiang family was to hold a hairpin ceremony for the eldest daughter. And these three siblings seemed to possess some talent. Zheng Mian recalled the clever Jiang Shaoling, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Yet he shook his head. After all, she grew up in the countryside and knows not the weight of her actions. Humph, foolishness. I find that woman to be quite astute. Seeing that I was alone, she scaled the wall, calling me both deaf and blind. Young Master Mu threw the book onto the table, his eyes icy. Young Master, if you wish to teach her a lesson, she is merely a village woman. Why must you personally deliver the jade hairpin? Yilang asked expressionlessly. Would that not be granting her an advantage? With that jade hairpin in her possession, she shall have no peace. Young Master Mu lowered his gaze, picking up the book once more. Young Master, is the medicine ready to be served? Yi Lang inquired, glancing at the guard outside holding a tray. Yes, place it here. You may all leave, Young Master Mu ordered calmly. Young Master, the medicine must be taken on time. Do not spill it again. The herbs brought here are already scarce, Yi Lang said, his face stern. Young Master Mu slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Yi Lang, who promptly exited in silence. On the other side of the wall, the Jiang family had already set up the banquet, designating a seat for Dou Wengweng beside the warm alcove adjacent to the main hall, where Jiang Xian sat beside him at a dining table. Sister, here is your longevity noodle. May the red phoenix star shine upon you, bringing you enduring fortune and longevity, Jiang Lingyi said. Placing the noodles from the tray in front of Jiang Xian, 2 eggs nestled atop the wide noodles, supported by vibrant green leaves. Very well. Thank you, Yijia. Jiang Xian replied, picking up her chopsticks to eat earnestly. Sister, the young Master Mu sent a gift earlier but left without dining. Madame Liang inquired whether to send them a portion of food to fulfill the courtesy, Jiang Lingyi recalled as she returned to the kitchen. Then let us send a portion. Have Madame Liang arrange it. No need for further words. Simply fulfilling the courtesy is sufficient, Jiang Xian said as she served Dou Wengweng a bowl of soup, looking up to speak. Jiang Lingyi nodded. Very well. I will heed my sister's wishes. Xian girl, there are still guests present. Why linger with an old beggar like me? Enjoy these fine wines and dishes. Quickly go attend to the guests, Dou Wengweng urged after finishing half a cup of wine. Very well. Wengweng, continue to eat. I have some matters to discuss with Dr. Du, Jiang Xian considered before nodding, instructing Chen Xiao to look after Dou Wengweng as she rose to the main hall. There were but a few guests. Shopkeeper Xiao had hurried back to the tavern after just 1 cup of wine, leaving only Cui Jian and Dr. Du drinking together, while Jiang Mianting persistently encouraged drinking. Upon seeing Jiang Xian enter, Jiang Mianting, feeling somewhat guilty, set down his cup. Dr. Du, who had claimed to be weak in liquor, was now insisting Jiang Mianting pour more, clearly a bit inebriated. Cui Jian, maintaining his demeanor of a clear breeze and bright moon, showed no change in expression, nodding slightly as Jiang Xian entered. Congratulations on the hairpin ceremony today, eldest daughter. It is no easy feat for a young girl to endure such tribulations at the He family. Dr. Du raised his cup, his face flushed and slightly swaying as he offered a toast. Thank you, Dr. Du, Jiang Xian replied, sitting down and taking a sip of the fruit wine prepared by Jiang Mianting. Congratulations, Lady Jiang, Cui Jian merely stated, offering his congratulations but not raising his cup. Jiang Xian glanced at Jiang Mianting. Thank you, young Master Cui. This wine is made from last year's apricots. Though sweet, it has a lingering potency, so it should be sipped lightly. No worries. I still possess some tolerance for alcohol, Cui Jian replied, yet his previously clear eyes appeared somewhat dazed, and without warning, he collapsed onto the table. The attendant, Ting Mo, hurried over in alarm. Young Master, young Master. Jiang Mianting was also startled. He merely intended to have Cui Jian slightly tipsy to soften his aloof demeanor, facilitating more interaction with Jiang Xian, hoping to quickly gain her favor. Unexpectedly, Cui Jian was so fragile that he succumbed to intoxication outright. Send young Master Cui back, and prepare some hangover soup to send along. Jiang Xian instructed Jiang Mianting, who had no choice but to summon a servant to assist Ting Mo in escorting Cui Jian back to the courtyard. At this moment, Jiang Xian turned to Dr. Du. Doctor, today you mentioned young Master Mu. Why do you say his days are numbered? Is the cold poison capable of claiming a life? Dr. Du, in a moment of candor, replied, that young master was taken to the clinic a few days ago. Wearing a veil to conceal his face, even his attendants were similarly disguised. At that time, the cold poison had flared, and he trembled uncontrollably, his body icy to the bone. Had I not encountered this affliction before, I truly would not have known how to treat him. Dr. Du continued, taking a sip of wine, his eyes glazed with intoxication. The craftsmanship of Lin Yang is truly remarkable. That young master was in dire straits. Had the cold symptoms not been alleviated in time, he might have lost his life that very day. I administered acupuncture to relieve the symptoms and used warming herbs for his bath, which helped push back the cold. However, it merely pushed it back. If it flares again, it could be even more perilous. Who can endure such torment? This young master is quite robust, having survived for many years, but if a remedy cannot be found, I fear he may not last another year. Dr. Du concluded his account of young Master Mu's ailment and sought more wine from Jiang Mianting, who appeared momentarily distracted. Sister, why concern yourself with that neighbor to the west? Is there truly no remedy for this cold affliction? Jiang Xian pressed further. My medical knowledge is limited. I have heard of a rare medicine that is reputedly excellent for strengthening the body. However, if misused, it can turn into a venomous cold, Dr. Du responded. The cycle of life and death is a delicate balance. To achieve a cure, one must either discover the antidote that counters it or absorb it entirely. This is akin to the principle of using poison to combat poison, or employing the fiery nature of toxins to dissolve them. Whichever method one chooses is fraught with peril. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Dr. Du, shaking his head, took another sip of wine and lamented, such remedies are not easily found. As the banquet concluded and Dr. Du took his leave, Jiang Mianting settled the elderly Do Wengong and followed Jiang Shuani back to the study in the rear courtyard. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Sister, why did you ask about that ailing wretch? He is the one who nearly collided with us that day. Really? It was him? Jiang Lingi exclaimed, her indignation rising. That fool who nearly caused someone else to be reborn. Had I known, I would surely have slipped some laxatives into their food. Just then, Jiang Lingi entered, overhearing Jiang Mianting's words, and her temper flared. Jiang Mianting quickly shushed her. Do not speak such nonsense. Just hope that your food does not cause them to suffer from diarrhea. This gentleman is no ordinary person. I sent them a message merely to test the waters and discern the nature of the individual, yet I could uncover no information. Why do you seek to investigate him? Jiang Lingi queried, intrigued. Before we moved back into the residence, we learned that our neighbors had settled on both sides. To the east resides the old residence of the Cui family in Shuanqing, though it has remained largely uninhabited for years due to the unfortunate reputation of Zeguilane. It is said to be inauspicious, Jiang Mianting explained. How unfortunate to have such a charming young man reside here amidst bad omens. Fear not. We shall help him turn misfortune into fortune, Jiang Lingi declared, alternating between clenched teeth and vigorous pats on her chest. Ignoring her sister's antics, Jiang Mianting continued. As for the western neighbor, I only know they moved in a fortnight ago and have remained silent since. They have not even ventured out to purchase daily provisions, and I do not know their name or origin. What family did this residence belong to before? Jiang Shuani inquired. It is known to have been an official's old home, yet the identity of the owner remains a mystery. No one has lived here for years. Mother warned us not to pry into the affairs of our neighbors or speak of your matters to others, so I have never inquired about them, Jiang Mianting replied. Jiang Shuani recalled that Xuanyang had indeed advised against inquiring about neighbors to avoid attracting trouble. Perhaps that was why no one had approached the Jiang family, allowing Xuanyang to conceal her modest savings. Could he be the illegitimate son of that high official? Jiang Lingi speculated, her imagination weaving intricate narratives. What sort of high official keeps a mistress so discreetly, even returning her to an old residence? Why do I even discuss this with you? My question is, why are you concerned about his illness? Jiang Mianting pressed, noting that Jiang Shuani typically showed little interest in others, even in the case of He Dingjiang from years past. He must not die, Jiang Shuani asserted, rising to retrieve a sandalwood box. Inside lay a finely crafted jade hairpin, its delicate artistry and lustrous quality indicating its high value. Resembling a phoenix poised to take flight. Jiang Lingi, momentarily dazed, remarked, Is it merely because he gifted you a hairpin that you've chosen to be unfaithful? Do not speak such foolishness. Sister, what has transpired? Jiang Mianting asked earnestly. Today, when I adorned my hair with this jade pin, I recalled forgotten memories. It seems there was someone I should not have forgotten, Jiang Shuani pondered, contemplating the figure surrounded by butterflies. Who could that woman be? And what of that grand garden? Jiang Lingyi, astonished, glanced between the hairpin and Jiang Shuani. Sister, are you recalling your biological father? Could he be a high-ranking official, perhaps from a noble family? And mother was his childhood sweetheart? Jiang Lingyi, I shall go to your room and burn all those ridiculous novels of yours. Jiang Mianting exclaimed, preparing to leave. Brother, please do not. I shall not dare again. Is this not mere speculation? Mother never divulged who your biological father was. If he happens to be a powerful figure still living, we could at least seek his favor, sparing ourselves from the constant worry of safeguarding our family estate. Jiang Lingyi pleaded, hastily retracting her words. Even if he were a powerful man, how can we be certain he would not turn against us? Mother endured great hardship, never revealing whether your father still lived. Even if he does, he would surely be untrustworthy. Jiang Mianting declared firmly. Casting a glance at Jiang Shuani, she continued. What Lingyi says holds little merit. If Xuanyang was wise, why would she not let me search for my family if my biological father were alive? If he had not passed, he must be a man of ill repute. Indeed, sister, your analysis is sound. We rely on no one. You possess talent, brother has wisdom, and I have culinary skills. Together with the charming Master Cui, or rather, the future Lord Cui, we shall not be beholden to any noble family. Jiang Lingyi swiftly shifted her perspective, envisioning a bright future. Since arriving in this world, she had adapted to the environment and remained hopeful. Jiang Mianting felt uneasy at the thought of Cui Jian but maintained her defiance. This Cui Jian is truly inept. When I asked him about his drinking capacity, he claimed he could handle a few cups. I thought he was being modest, but it appears he was speaking the truth. Jiang Lingyi laughed heartily. How delightful. He truly is an innocent soul. Sister, you must devise a plan to win this gentleman's affection. I have a collection of novels you may borrow. They are rare editions. Sister, I shall indeed burn those novels, Jiang Mianting declared, striding toward the door, with Jiang Lingyi hastily following. Jiang Shuani gazed at the jade pin for a while longer, attempting to reinsert it into her hair, but no visions reappeared. Must it be that blind gentleman who places it in my hair for those memories to surface? She mused. Her desire to uncover the truth behind her lost memories grew stronger. She simply wished to understand what she had forgotten and what connection that woman might have to her future, oblivious to the implications of her thoughts. Madame Liang delivered a food box to the gatekeeper, who soon reported back to the courtyard. She has sent food again, as if she were doing us a favor. Throw it away. Young Master Mu scoffed. Young Master, even if we discard it, we must return the food box. It is better to let the guards eat it than to waste this goodwill, Zheng Mian advised gently. Dispose of it as you see fit. But do not bring it inside. If it is too unpalatable, toss it in the chamber pot, young Master Mu replied, recalling Jiang Shuani's calm demeanor, which ignited his irritation. He should have been the one to wear such an expression, yet he had been provoked into losing his composure. Zheng Mian nodded and departed. The guards were typically cautious about eating anything, as the safety of the young master was paramount. If they were to fall ill, it could jeopardize everything. However, today, Zheng Mian felt assured about the food and instructed everyone to open the box and eat, then wash the dishes and return them. The guards were secretly pleased, expressing gratitude to Mr. Zheng before opening the box. Just as Zheng Mian was about to leave, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and involuntarily swallowed hard. Turning back to see what was happening, Mr. Zheng, what are you doing? A low voice questioned, and for the first time, Zheng Mian felt a pang of guilt. You see, young master, I am merely testing whether this food is poisonous, Zheng Mian replied, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief and standing to face young Master Mu's icy countenance. Such noble intentions, risking your own safety for the sake of your subordinate. However, should the food you consume be poisoned, you would be doomed 100 times over. Young Master Mu sat in the cart, a woolen blanket draped over his legs, his gaze traversing past Zheng Mian to the pile of bones on the food table behind him. Zheng Mian regretted eating the meat with bones. Several guards, harboring resentment, remarked that it was a reward intended for them, yet Mr. Zheng suddenly returned, claiming he needed to verify its safety, and ended up inspecting it without restraint. What fear is there in risking one's life for the safety of the young master? However, my subordinates have already checked. Aside from the taste being rather poor, there were no abnormalities, Zheng Mian stated calmly. The guards remained silent, secretly admiring him. Indeed, Mr. Zheng speaks with a blend of truth and deceit. Thankfully, the taste was lackluster. Otherwise, one feared that even the bones of the chicken would be entirely consumed. Young Master Mu let out a cold laugh, gesturing for Yi Lang to push him away, and Zheng Mian hurriedly followed. Young Master, perhaps that Miss Jiang is not an evil person. It may just be an unintentional mistake, and you should not hold a grudge against a mere girl, Mr. Zheng suggested, walking beside him with his hands clasped behind his back, as if casually bringing it up. An unintentional mistake? At first, you did not say such, Mr. Zheng. You claimed she humiliated me, a sick man, with her healthy body, which is a moral failing deserving of punishment, young Master Mu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mr. Zheng, speaking deliberately and slowly. Did I say that? How could I utter such harsh words? You must have misheard, young master, Mr. Zheng insisted, waving his hands repeatedly. Yi Lang, young Master Mu called. Indeed, the gentleman did say that. If you do not believe it, we can settle it with a fight, Yi Lang stated expressionlessly. That would not be necessary. If that is the case, I was in error to hastily conjecture based solely on your words, Mr. Zheng conceded without hesitation. Mr. Zheng, a single chicken has bribed you to this extent, young Master Mu narrowed his eyes. Half a chicken, the other half was snatched away by those fellows, Mr. Zheng retorted indignantly, as he could have consumed more had it not been for the informant. Very well, it seems that if that Miss Jiang requires something of you, you would certainly comply, young Master Mu remarked coldly. Young Master, you misunderstand. I would never betray you. In fact, I have devised a strategy to make your stay here more comfortable, Mr. Zheng said earnestly. There is no need. I do not mind such things. Young Master Mu decisively refused. Young Master, you might want to listen first. We can discuss it if you are willing, Mr. Zheng persisted. Is it not you who desires a more comfortable existence? Young Master Mu scrutinized Mr. Zheng's attire, noting his preference for a disheveled scholar's appearance while indulging in lavish feasts. I take no shame in that. Young Master, you have discerning eyes. Yet this matter is not out of personal desire. If you do not believe me, you may ask those guards, Mr. Zheng defended. Young Master Mu gazed intently at Mr. Zheng, who had never been so resolute, unwilling to compromise. Then speak of your idea and reveal what benefits it holds for me. Young Master Mu instructed as Yi Lang continued to push him toward the room. The sun was setting, bringing a chill to the air. Young Master, it is rare to receive such favor. We shall need to stay until next summer. While we have enough rice and pickled vegetables, fresh produce is scarce, and it is inconvenient to procure it regularly. However, if we eat only this, I fear your health may not withstand it, Mr. Zheng said, and at this moment, young Master Mu fixed his gaze on Mr. Zheng's eyes, prompting him to amend. The guard's health may not hold up. Furthermore, that Zhou Yan is indeed negligent. The food he prepares tastes all too similar to that of a military camp. Mr. Zheng could not help but display a look of disdain. Get to the point. You know, I do not mind the food, young Master Mu stated. Young Master, earlier I tested the dishes, not for poison, and discovered that the neighboring chef's skills rival those of the famed drunken immortal pavilion. Nay, they far exceed it. Mr. Zheng spoke with enthusiasm, his usual solemn demeanor fading as he reminisced. One taste, and it is hard to resist. If you do not believe me, young Master, you may try. He pointed toward the door before lowering his hand. No need. I fear the bones have already been thoroughly picked clean. Get to the point. Young Master Mu lowered his gaze, yet did not express anger. Food was the sole matter that could alter his temperament. The crux is that we can take advantage of our location to discreetly procure food from the neighbors, or exchange something for it, Mr. Zheng glanced around before locking eyes with young Master Mu. Yi Lang quietly took 2 steps back. What is it you wish to say? Young Master Mu's voice was icy. Young Master, I would never allow you to compromise your integrity for food and drink. Yet a minor scheme to persuade the neighbors to share their provisions would also serve as a light punishment for that ungrateful lady. Would it not achieve 2 goals at once? Mr. Zheng expressed his strategy with pride. Are you certain this is merely a light punishment and not a reward for her? You wish for me to flatter her to satisfy your own desires? Young Master Mu retorted, grinding his teeth. Young Master, do not say it like that. It is merely the will of the people. Mr. Zheng attempted to rally support. I do not wish to. Yi Lang maintained his stoic expression. Young Master, the key lies in your ability to personally retaliate against your foe. Her humiliation towards you is intolerable. If you win her favor only to cast her aside, would that not? Young Master Mu lifted his gaze to Mr. Zheng. Then I shall provide the silver. Surely, that will suffice. However, you must demonstrate goodwill, or else she may not be willing. Mr. Zheng had no choice but to take a step back. Very well. As a dying man, I shall comply with your wishes. Do not let my suffering be in vain, young Master Mu murmured, adjusting his blanket with a faint tone. Thank you for your understanding, young master. I shall proceed with this plan and hope for your cooperation. Mr. Zheng's face lit up with rare joy as he exited with quickened steps. At this moment, Jiang Xianyi returned to her room with a jade hairpin in hand, shutting the door behind her. Approaching the locked cabinet, she retrieved a copper key from the top and opened the cabinet's lock. Inside were 2 rows of 8 compartments, each containing a drawer. Jiang Xianyi pulled open the leftmost drawer of the top compartment, revealing coarse clothing for children, which she remembered wearing at the age of 4. Opening the right compartment, she found a small satin bundle, and upon unwrapping it, discovered a neatly folded child-sized coat. The pale yellow coat was made of soft satin, intricately patterned, and adorned with embroidered butterflies on the collar, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Beneath the coat lay a matching pleated skirt of the same color and material. At the very bottom of the bundle was a small pouch, made of fine material but poorly embroidered with 2 unsightly butterflies. Jiang Xianyi examined the pouch for a moment, then carefully repackaged the children's clothing, placing everything back into the cabinet before locking it again. Madam, the young lady has quarreled with someone and even threatened with a kitchen knife. Chen Xiao's anxious voice called from outside the door. Chapter 39. Why should I suffer injustice to please you? Jiang Xianyi opened the door and stepped out, while Chen Xiao hurriedly explained as they walked. It turned out that someone had come looking for Mama Liang, and in a scuffle, Mama Liang was struck. He sought help from Jiang Ling-yi, who went out and confronted the assailant. Jiang Xianyi could not discern the urgency, but walked swiftly, and despite Chen Xiao's frantic running, she could not keep pace. They soon reached the quiet courtyard where Jiang Ling-yi resided. Upon reaching the front gate, they saw Jiang Ling-yi rushing out with a specially crafted steel kitchen knife, shouting, "Life is so short. Why should I demean myself for you? If you value your life, I shall sever it for you." At that moment, Jiang Mian-ting hurriedly approached and, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Ling-yi, stop." Jiang Xianyi had already reached the door and was about to reach out to pull Jiang Ling-yi back when she saw someone blocking her path. Grabbing her by the arm, a guard apprehended her, and Mr. Zheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed Jiang Ling-yi with keen interest. Such bravery in a young lady is truly a pity not to be harnessed in the military, he remarked. Where I go is none of your concern. Let me go. Are you here to assist this scoundrel in bullying a defenseless woman? Jiang Ling-yi protested, struggling fiercely. Release the young lady. But you must refrain from wielding weapons and resort to reason, Zheng Mian advised patiently. As the guard loosened his grip on Jiang Ling-yi, Jiang Xuanyi approached. Jiang Ling-yi brandished a kitchen knife, pointing it at the diminutive yet domineering middle-aged man across from her, scolding, "Do not think that because you are Liang Mama's man, I will not dare to teach you a lesson. If you strike a woman, be prepared to be struck by one." At that moment, Liang Mama, supported by Jin He, wept profusely, covering her face. The man extended his neck toward Jiang Ling-yi, saying, Come, strike here, and let us see if the authorities will protect your Jiang family. I beat my wife, and you, a mere child, wish to teach me a lesson? Hitting a woman is unacceptable. Your wife is a person, born of flesh and blood. Why should she endure your violence? You squander your days in drinking and gambling, living off your wife and daughter's toil. What sort of man are you? Jiang Ling-yi, incensed, jumped up, knife in hand. I will not waste words with you. Third sister, quickly bring the money. You return to the Jiang family to manage the household. Yet you are unaware that I would find you? For every penny less in your monthly allowance, you will face a beating. The man reeked of alcohol, and several others lurked in the distance, whispering conspiratorially, evidently accomplices. Where would I procure such funds for you? Were it not for the young master's assistance, my daughter and I would likely have starved. Liang Mama lamented through her tears. Whom can you blame? After bearing 4 daughters, if it were not for the youngest's death, I would be left raising these financial burdens. The man pointed at Jin He, causing her to cower behind Liang Mama. Liang Mama has no money for you. Do not create a ruckus here. Considering that Liang Mama is Ling-yi's wet nurse and you her husband, I shall refrain from reporting your assault on a servant. Just leave. Jiang Mianting interjected, positioning herself before Jiang Ling-yi as she addressed the man coolly. Young Master Jiang, this is a matter of our household. Even though you are my wife's family, it is not within your purview. Please refrain from meddling, or alternatively, if you wish to provide me with silver on behalf of Liang San, I shall depart immediately. The man appeared impervious to reason, while Liang Mama felt both ashamed and helpless. Liang Mama, as the housekeeper of the Jiang family, you must not allow outsiders to disturb our peace. Nianting still requires her studies. You should return inside, and in the future, do not receive guests outside without my permission, Jiang Shuani instructed, pulling Jiang Lingyi along as she spoke. Yes, my lady, I understand, Liang Mama hurriedly replied, ushering Jin He into the courtyard. Should you dare to enter, I will break your legs. Even the master's family cannot forcibly seize another's wife. Liang Mama's husband suddenly lunged at her with a menacing expression. As Jiang Shuani prepared to shield Liang Mama, Zheng Mian exchanged a glance with the guard, who swiftly delivered a kick, sending Liang Mama's husband sprawling to the ground with a yelp. My young master is recovering here and requires tranquility. To dare disturb this peace is tantamount to courting death. This time, I shall spare you for the sake of Lady Jiang, but should it occur again, you shall not return, Zheng Mian declared coldly, an air of authority emanating from him. The guard, holding a food box, remained still, but continued to apply pressure on Liang Mama's husband, who writhed on the ground. Enough. I see your cries have diminished. Zheng Mian finally commanded the guard to cease. Begone. You are forbidden from appearing here again, the guard warned in a low voice. Liang Mama's husband struggled to stand, staggering away, while the others had long since vanished. Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for your chivalrous assistance, Jiang Shuani acknowledged with a nod. Lady Jiang, it was merely a courtesy to return the food box and express gratitude. I did not expect to encounter such ruffians. It was a trifling matter. Zheng Mian replied, naturally making his way toward the Jiang residence, the guard following with the food box. Jiang Mianting narrowed his eyes, exchanging a glance with Jiang Shuani, subtly gesturing as he followed her inside. After sipping some tea in the main hall, Zheng Mian spoke. Lady Jiang, may I inquire about the chef responsible for today's meal? I prepared it myself. What of it? Jiang Lingyi replied, patting her chest proudly. Zheng Mian scrutinized Jiang Lingyi, clearly unconvinced. Please do not jest, young lady. These dishes possess an extraordinary flavor. I wonder from where you source such a skilled cook? It is indeed I. If you wish to praise, do so in person. I can handle it. Jiang Lingyi raised her chin, her expression radiating pride. Is it truly the young Miss Jiang? Zheng Mian found it hard to believe. Indeed, it is my younger sister. What guidance does Mr. Zheng have for us? Jiang Mianting smiled, her eyes sparkling. The matter is this. My young master, plagued by a chronic ailment, has a poor appetite and rarely eats. Today, he savored the dishes prepared by the young Miss Jiang and found his appetite improved, Zheng Mian reminisced, secretly hoping his young master would not learn of his words. We, who serve the young master, are exceedingly pleased, and thus devised a plan to request your household's cook to prepare meals for us, with remuneration to be negotiated. Zheng Mian stated, his gaze falling on Jiang Lingyi, who appeared somewhat troubled. After all, she was the hostess, not a mere cook. Nevertheless, he was determined to secure this arrangement. Since it is the young Miss Jiang's own creation, perhaps we can rephrase this request. If the young Miss Jiang is willing to oversee our household's meals, feel free to articulate any conditions. I shall comply with all that is feasible, Zheng Mian proposed, believing he had presented a generous offer, contingent on the Jiang siblings' appetite. I am unwilling. I have already promised young Master Cui to oversee his meals. How could I also take on yours? My dishes are quite costly. Jiang Lingyi shook her head vigorously, outright rejecting Zheng Mian's proposal. Zheng Mian, taken aback by the unexpected setback, attempted to coax her further. Young Miss Jiang, are you aware of the many things I can arrange? Perhaps I could be of more assistance than that young Master Cui. Jiang Lingyi scrutinized Zheng Mian, the scar on his face betraying a hint of eagerness. And with a glimmer in her eyes, she queried, can you assist my sister in finding a handsome son-in-law? Chapter 40. Selling out young Master Cui is not difficult. Zheng Mian momentarily stood in shock, while the guard had never witnessed such a lapse in his composure. A son-in-law? One who is handsome? Zheng Mian assessed the trio in the hall, all of whom possessed remarkable beauty. Compared to them, anyone would seem handsome. Very well. This matter is negotiable. My young master may be physically weak, but he is indeed handsome enough to serve as a son-in-law, Zheng Mian resolved, wearing a broad smile. As for whether my lady and my young master are fated to be together, that will require time to discern. The guard turned to Zheng Mian. incredulous at his master's apparent infatuation. Your young master?
No, no, no.
Zhang Lingyi waved her hands repeatedly. He is far too frail. My sister seeks a son-in-law, not someone to bring her misfortune. Zheng Mian replied. Is that not too blunt? Young Miss Jiang, if my young master were to eat more and take care of himself, he would naturally grow strong. My sister cannot wait that long. If you can assist me in securing young Master Cui as a son-in-law for my sister, I will agree to provide you with meals, Zhang Lingyi said, her eyes sparkling with calculation. Young Master Cui? So, Lady Jiang has a heart for someone after all. Zheng Mian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, realizing that his young master had lost the opportunity to exploit this situation. However, Zheng Mian's disappointment was fleeting. He soon recognized a glimmer of hope. It would not be necessary to sell out his young master. Facilitating the arrangement with young Master Cui was a trivial task. As for whether it would truly result in a marriage, that was a matter for another day. For now, he would simply agree. All right, it is settled. Starting tomorrow, Miss Jiang shall prepare our meals. I will certainly persuade young Master Cui to agree to be a son-in-law to Madame Jiang. However, I request some time to convince him and his family. Zheng Mian remained composed, already strategizing how to approach the young master of the Cui family, of whom he had considerable knowledge, while knowing nothing of this illegitimate son from the second branch. Very well. Please compile the number of individuals requiring meals, along with any dietary preferences or taboos, and hand it over to me. We have discussed the conditions, but the ingredients and remuneration must not be shortchanged. Should my conditions not be met, I reserve the right to terminate your meals and demand triple the payment. Zhang Lingyi extended 3 fingers, shaking them at Zheng Mian. Zheng Mian replied, You are certainly not losing out. The guards questioned, Sir, are you being taken advantage of? Very well, let it be as Miss Jiang wishes. Bring me paper and ink. Zheng Mian was eager to finalize the arrangement, believing he could afford the cost. Jiang Mianting glanced at her sister, who winked at her, indicating a hidden scheme, and she chose not to intervene. Jiang Xuanyi, typically taciturn, remained an outsider throughout, but Jiang Mianting knew she did not object, indicating her own thoughts. Zheng Mian took up his pen, considering the number of residents in the household that should remain undisclosed, hence he added a few more to the list. As for the dietary preferences, he catered to the young master, while the guards were not picky eaters. The arrangement was thus settled, and Zheng Mian generously produced 2 gold leaves as a deposit to prevent any potential change of heart from Miss Jiang. Zhang Lingyi accepted them without hesitation and handed them over to Jiang Mianting, as the trio had clearly defined roles, with Jiang Mianting managing the finances and operations. After seeing off Zheng Mian, the siblings gathered to devise their plan. Sister, brother said that the sickly young man is unusual, since they have approached us. Why not take advantage of it? A win-win situation, with rewards and no losses, Zhang Lingyi expressed her thoughts. You are quite right, sister. Furthermore, it is better to befriend than to offend. We shall not cling to them, but neither should we antagonize them. Additionally, this presents an opportunity for you to get closer to the sickly young master and investigate any unusual occurrences. Jiang Mianting supported the proposition, largely influenced by Jiang Xuanyi. Not to mention the matter of the marriage proposal, Jiang Xuanyi had never shown interest in anyone over the years, thus such an opportunity must not be squandered. Jiang Xuanyi nodded. Today, I inquired about medicinal cuisine from Dr. Du, who expressed considerable interest. My previous studies with Uncle Jiang in the field of herbal medicine, though insufficient, may still be put to use. Rest assured, sister, I too am interested in this. I will draft a prescription promptly. Medicinal dishes can satisfy both culinary cravings and serve therapeutic purposes, achieving 2 goals at once, Zhang Lingyi assured with a smile. Why has Mu Wu, from Aunt Liang's household, suddenly sought us out? Does he not usually work away from home? Jiang Xuanyi turned to Jiang Mianting with a question. I know. Zhang Lingyi immediately retorted with indignation. It turned out that Mu Wu intended to sell Jin He to an old widower, claiming he would provide 300 guan as a bride price and demanded no dowry. He rushed back to find Jin He, only to discover she had already moved from the estate. Upon discussing this matter with Aunt Liang, she naturally refused. He then demanded money from her, intending to pay the 300 guan to prevent Jin He from marrying. Lacking the funds, he resorted to violence against her. Jiang Lingyi recounted the story, and Jiang Mianting nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense. No wonder Aunt Liang was anxious to come over a few days ago. She must have heard the news early. Yet Jiang Xuanyi turned to Jiang Lingyi, sister, who informed you about Mu Wu's arrival. Did you not return to the courtyard? It was Jin He who came to me in tears, pleading for help, claiming Aunt Liang was in danger of being beaten to death. I rushed over to persuade him, but he would not listen and even cursed at me, prompting me to return for a kitchen knife, though I had no intention of taking a life. Jiang Lingyi lowered her head, her voice softening, aware she would be reprimanded by her sister. You are still young. When assisting others, prioritize your own safety. If it is impossible, you need not help. Nothing is more critical than your own well-being. Jiang Xuanyi spoke gently, devoid of emotion. Though the words were meant to convey concern, they sounded more like a lesson. Jiang Lingyi understood. She had grown accustomed to her sister's lack of emotion and recognized her impulsiveness, hastily nodding in agreement. Moreover, Jin, he was at fault from the start. She clearly understands your temperament. Even if seeking assistance, she should have approached me or Mienting instead of you, Jiang Xuanyi stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Lingyi looked up, her almond-shaped eyes blinking twice. Sister, this is not Jin He's fault. Aunt Liang raised me, having lost a daughter. Jin He has looked after me as a sister. Thus she may feel closer to me. When Lin Xuanyi gave birth to Jiang Lingyi, it was already the 3rd year in Shuanqing. At that time, she was quite renowned. Yet to maintain her clientele, she continued cooking even while pregnant. After giving birth, she wasted no time. Just a month later, she hired Aunt Liang to help nurse Jiang Lingyi. At that time, Aunt Liang's youngest daughter was already 3 months old, and unexpectedly, while she was feeding Jiang Lingyi, Mu Wu rushed in, claiming their daughter was crying incessantly. Upon returning, they found her lifeless. Because of this, Lin Xuanyi felt indebted to Aunt Liang and kept her in the household, compensating her with a double monthly allowance. Jiang Lingyi, having matured, also took great care of Aunt Liang. Sister, regardless of who it is, if someone seeks to exploit your affections to compel you into action, their intentions are suspect. Remember, those who genuinely wish to protect you will not place you in peril, Jiang Xuanyi stated calmly. Chapter 41. The ability to acquire wealth and the means to protect its sister. Jin, he did not mean it. She was merely flustered and did not know what to do. I will be more cautious in the future and avoid being so impulsive. Jiang Lingyi still trusted Jin He. During her childhood, Jin He had often cared for her like an elder sister. While one might argue she had taken advantage of their emotional bond, it was not done with malicious intent. Very well, just be vigilant. Though Jin He is a few years older than you, you're her mistress. And you must always have your own opinions, Jiang Xuanyi cautioned. Jiang Lingyi repeatedly agreed, yet her sense of master-servant hierarchy was not strong. As a culinary prodigy of the 21st century, she had never feared stronger contenders, diligently honing her craft. At 36, unmarried, she had immersed herself in recipe research until late into the night, only to awaken to the realization that she was now in Lin Xuanyi's womb. Although she did not understand why she had been brought to this time, she had resolved to seize the opportunity. The former Jiang Lingyi was now Jiang Lingyi, determined to excel from a young age. She tirelessly trained her arms and learned Lin Xuanyi's culinary skills, having already begun accepting catering tasks 2 years prior. Now emerging as a capable chef. However, Zhang Mianting had always covered for her, presenting her as a helper at the employer's residence, fearing that if the Zhu family discovered her true identity, their earnings would dwindle. Sister, starting tomorrow, we have a year to secure young Master Chui's affection. You must seize the time to strategize. Brother, and I will fully support you, Jiang Lingyi emphasized, still focused on this matter. Given her crossing over, she believed in the existence of supernatural elements and recalled how the old Taoist resemblance to Zhang Sanfeng from the films made her suspect he was a celestial being guiding her. If Jiang Xuanyi was someone closely linked to her in this world, ensuring her long life would serve as her talisman. Thus, everyone harbors selfish desires. It is a matter of whether one judges by intentions or actions. Is strategizing akin to besieging a city? Jiang Xuanyi inquired earnestly, not understanding. More or less. It means making young Master Chui particularly fond of you, Jiang Lingyi vaguely explained. To make him particularly fond of me is no easy feat. I shall do my utmost. And the rest will be left to fate. Jiang Xuanyi smiled, her rare smile revealing dimples at the corners of her lips, transforming her face into a vibrant and enchanting sight. Sister, you look beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often. Jiang Lingyi, a fervent admirer of beauty, even prior to her time travel, was determined to find a mirror as soon as she was born. Fortunately, she did not inherit her father's looks. Jiang Xuanyi shook his head and remarked, what significance does beauty hold? In the end, one is still referred to as a fool or a simpleton. It is the ability to acquire wealth and the means to safeguard it that truly matter. Sister, your insights are indeed profound. The three of us must adhere to this principle. Although we possess some wealth now, we must remain cautious. There are countless envious eyes on our estate and businesses, Jiang Lingyi replied, twirling her two little braids. Jiang Mianting, disliking the term cautious, scoffed. You should be the one to exercise caution. That Mu Wu is nothing but a scoundrel, claiming to work while actually consorting with a band of idle rascals. Why should we invite trouble? Jiang Lingyi frowned. I understand. He is overstepping his bounds. If it reaches the ears of young Master Cui, who knows how he will view us common folk? That could jeopardize your important matters, sister. If young Master Cui were to think less of us because of this, would it not be a blessing? Jiang Xuani interjected. Indeed. Jiang Mianting rose and addressed Jiang Lingyi. You have also toiled throughout the day. Rest early. Tomorrow, I shall attend the academy, and since you are not engaged in the banquet for the employer, you may stay home to contemplate medicinal dishes. I must also prepare food for our neighbor, ensuring their first experience is unforgettable. Jiang Lingyi was filled with ambition. Tomorrow, Master Do will assess you, so you must prepare. He has already retired for the night after indulging in wine, Jiang Mianting added to Jiang Xuani. The three siblings returned to their respective courtyards, where Jin He and Chen Xiao awaited outside. Upon seeing Jiang Xuani, Jin He lowered her head slightly. Jiang Lingyi, though stubborn in words, was soft-hearted. Seeing Jin He in such a state, she quickly led her away. That night, Mr. Zheng in the western residence stayed up late, writing several letters, urging his guards to send them out promptly. The following morning, Jiang Lingyi dutifully prepared breakfast and had two maidservants carry the food box, personally delivering it to the western residence. Mr. Zheng, I wish to witness your son dine firsthand, ensuring the authenticity of the meal. Should he find it unsatisfactory, I shall immediately retract my deposit, and our transaction shall be nullified, Jiang Lingyi declared with utmost seriousness. Mr. Zheng, with dark circles under his eyes, grimaced. While they could eat without issue, his son's picky appetite posed a dilemma. A single complaint would lead them back to pickled vegetables and the same bland military camp fare. Please wait a moment. I shall inform my master. Zheng Mian hurriedly thought of how to phrase his request to persuade his master not to dampen the mood. Upon entering, Zheng Mian sincerely addressed the young master. Sir, the young lady from the Jiang family has sent breakfast and insists on witnessing you dine to understand your preferences. Given such earnestness from a young lady, the young master should not dismiss her feelings. Very well, let her join me for breakfast, he said with a hint of annoyance. Why should I be constrained even during meals? The young master, with his alluring peach blossom eyes, shot Zheng Mian a glance. No. It is simply that a young girl's tears can be quite bothersome. It is better to indulge her and sample the dishes. If they do not please, one can simply say they are satisfactory, and we need not trouble ourselves in the future. Zheng Mian rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile to persuade. Do not smile like that, it is quite unappealing, and makes me less hungry. Bring her in, the young master replied, his gaze lowered. Yes, sir. Zheng Mian suppressed his delight, knowing this approach had worked. The guards outside took over from the maidservants and brought in the food box. Jiang Lingyi pointed to one of the boxes. This is for the picky young master. The rest are identical. The guards took it to their own courtyard. Zheng Mian escorted Jiang Lingyi into the young master's courtyard, personally carrying the food box to the main hall. The young master, still blindfolded with a black silk scarf, was already covered with a blanket despite it not yet being mid-autumn. He sat at the table, with his attendant, Yelong, standing behind him. Young master, this is Jiang Lingyi. Please taste the food and see if it is to your liking. Jiang Lingyi stood by quietly, awaiting his response. Zheng Mian maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was anxious, knowing his master was not one to flatter easily. The young master merely grunted in acknowledgement as Zheng Mian arranged the small dishes, porridge, and several steamed buns, finally presenting a bowl of wontons. The young master frowned slightly, inhaling quietly, and nodded towards the wontons. Sir, these wontons are made with tender chicken mixed with pork and a sprinkle of finely chopped greens. I wonder if they suit your palate? Jiang Lingyi ventured to speak once she saw him taste the wontons. Greens? Zheng Mian gasped, his hand trembling. His master despised greens. As the young master hesitated to scoop another wonton, he remarked, Not bad. Not bad? Jiang Lingyi reached for the wonton bowl. Quite good, the young master added, his fingers elegantly gripping the bowl. Zheng Mian sighed in relief. His master was showing some sense of propriety. This is a lamb and bamboo shoot crystal bun. This is yam and lean meat congee, and this is osmanthus pastry, Zheng Mian continued. Upon hearing this, the young master, with a piece of cake in his mouth, became momentarily distracted, forgetting to chew. What? Is this not to your liking? My mother taught me this. It is her specialty, Jiang Lingyi queried, puzzled, as she had made the pastry during the peak of osmanthus season, which she adored. No, it is merely that the taste resembles one I have had before, yet it is different. Nonetheless, it is quite good. The young master continued eating the pastry, eventually sipping some soup. Zheng Mian and Yelong exchanged worried glances, concerned that their master might not handle such a hearty meal after a long time. Jiang Lingyi felt a tinge of disappointment. You have only eaten a little. Young master, this is an affront to my culinary skills. Young Master Cui is far superior, handsome, and enjoys his meals. Miss Jiang, you see, my master is quite satisfied. Please prepare food daily, and the servants can collect it. Zheng Mian quickly settled the matter with a smile, and Jiang Lingyi nodded in agreement before taking her leave. How unreasonable. I consumed so much for her sake, and she dares to compare me to young Master Cui. That good for nothing? The young master questioned Zheng Mian with a stern expression. Sir, yesterday you wore that silk scarf and were not truly blind. How could you not notice the extraordinarily handsome young Master Cui, the sixth son of the Cui family from Yanghe? Not only is he striking, but he is also exceptionally talented. He will surely shine in next spring's examination. Zheng Mian's hands were tucked into his wide sleeves, glancing towards the door, eager to conclude the conversation and enjoy his meal. When did eating well become a skill? Had I known, I should have let you dine instead. Ensuring that young lady would not be disappointed, the young master scoffed. Zheng Mian dismissed the comment, nodding in agreement. I am but a good-for-nothing. Young Master Cui is not. I shall not linger to obstruct your view. I take my leave. With that, he hurriedly exited. What a pitiful sight. The young master said, Yelong, fetch me some paper and a pen. I shall order 2 dishes for dinner, and see if she can manage to create them. Upon returning home, Jiang Lingyi found that Jiang Xuani and Master Dou had already finished breakfast and were in the backyard practicing martial arts. This was an occurrence that had happened before, and no one was permitted to disturb them. Master Dou's assessments comprised 3 sections: strategic arrangement on a sand table, questions on military tactics, and martial arts practice. The stone table in the pavilion of the back garden was set with a sand table, and had Master Hidingjiang been present, he would have been astonished to discover that it depicted the geographical map of the border between the Northern Territory and the Liang Kingdom. Master Dou launched an offensive from the direction of Liang Kingdom, while Jiang Xuani adopted a defensive stance from the Great Xia side. Arranging their forces with bamboo sticks to denote numbers, the front indicated open visibility, while the back signified concealed troop movements, with the hidden numbers ultimately determining victory in their confrontation. In a secluded valley, Jiang Xuani had covertly stationed hidden troops, while Dou Wengong maneuvered a significant portion of his forces into the same valley, suspecting that the cautious and composed Jiang Xuani would likely deploy a considerable number of soldiers to thwart his advance. However, when the 2 armies clashed, Jiang Xuani revealed her true hand, a mere handful of troops. Have you truly relinquished this strategic pass? Dou Wengong inquired, astonished, as his gaze shifted towards another hidden contingent of Jiang Xuani's forces, situated merely a few dozen miles from his border city. He had initially presumed them to be scouting units. These forces were sufficient to breach the city, then return to encircle and engulf his separated troops. The pass is mine, and your border city shall also fall under my control. Jiang Xuani displayed her forces, and Dou Wengong, realizing his city was inadequately defended, watched as she planted her dark banner. Little girl, what makes you think such a meager force can delay my encirclement? Dou Wengong laughed heartily. Because it is I who shall accomplish it, Jiang Xuani replied, as if stating a simple fact, devoid of any mockery. Dou Wengong observed her, his laughter fading, as he seemed to glimpse another person through her. You truly resemble. He did not finish his thought, shaking his head as he sat upon a stone bench, where Jiang Xuani had already prepared a cushion. To eradicate tyranny and rescue the weak, to wage war against injustice with righteousness, to punish the immoral with virtue, and to pursue the straight path while avoiding the crooked. What does it mean? Dou Wengong sipped his tea, questioning. Those who conquer through righteousness become emperors. Those who triumph through virtue become kings. Those who prevail through strategy become nobles, and those who win through strength become powerful. Weapons should not be wielded by those devoid of morality and benevolence. Nor should the world's calamities be resolved by the unfaithful. This is the answer, Jiang Shuani replied calmly. Little girl, you have indeed not squandered your time. How splendid! It is a pity, however, that you are a woman. What of men? A treasured sword sheathed, a brilliant pearl dusted with grime. Dou Wengong stood, his expression forlorn as he strode towards a small training ground. The small training ground was constructed by Lin Xuanyang specifically for Jiang Shuani, located at the northeastern corner of the courtyard, surrounded by wooden planks over a meter high, with only a small door against the northern wall, rendering it invisible from outside. The training ground was modest, with a diameter of merely 20 meters, and a rack of weapons stood at the side. Jiang Shuani first picked up a sword, its blade narrow and slender, and practiced a series of sword techniques. When she halted, Dou Wengong nodded in approval. In those days, you were always chasing that family boy. Everyone thought you were enamored by his youthful handsomeness. But who knew you aimed to steal his techniques? This swordplay now is executed with such mastery that he boy could not compare. I merely retained his movements. Jiang Shuani replied, her breath steady as she placed the sword back on the rack and took up a bronze mace. Seeing her ease, Dou Wengong shook his head. I can no longer wield this mace. Even if I wish to offer you guidance, it is beyond my capability now. Just observe. And if you see any faults, please advise me. What I cannot accomplish, others certainly cannot, Jiang Shuani said, moving to the center of the training ground with the mace in hand. The heavy, short weapon lacked elaborate maneuvers. Each strike was decisive, relying on brute force rather than speed, which Jiang Shuani compensated for with her strength. Upon completing her practice, Dou Wengong coughed twice, chuckling. Had you faced me in my prime, I would not have dared to confront you head-on. I have seen a girl gifted with divine strength, yet. His voice trailed off as he cast his dim gaze downward, a sentiment he had voiced for many years, yet it could never reclaim that regret. Jiang Shuani did not inquire further about the identity of Dou Wengong's past, for it bore no relevance to her. Her pursuit of martial arts was due to Lin Xuanyang's insistence, having pursued Heiding Jiang to clandestinely learn from him since she was 5. Later, when they acquired a residence, Lin Xuanyang encountered the beggar Dou Wengong and insisted on inviting him to be Jiang Shuani's teacher. Thus, he quietly moved into the Jiang household. Little girl, this spear is still too light for you. A heavier long weapon would suit you better. Attack when the enemy is unprepared. The legendary female warrior, the cloth-clad marquis, once wielded a long halberd. Her might was unmatched. Would you care to give it a try? Dou Wengong proposed. Chapter 43. The ill young master tries medicinal cuisine a long halberd? Jiang Shuani pondered. It could be worth a try. Dou Wengong, you must be weary. Let us return. Very well, I shall commend you for your diligence. Though you are a woman, possessing such strength for self-defense ensures the peace of your household. If the nation faces peril, you might don armor and march to battle. Since the cloth-clad marquis, no other woman has matched her prowess. What a pity. Dou Wengong sighed, shaking his head as he returned to the courtyard with Jiang Shuani. At that moment, Zhang Lingyi was busy with the kitchen maid. Madam he had worked in the kitchen alongside Lin Xuanyang and, having learned much from her, became the cook for the Jiang family, responsible for their daily meals. Young lady, is this the medicinal cuisine you mentioned? Who is it for? The medicinal ingredients must be suitable for one's constitution. Is medicinal cuisine any different? Madam, he chattered as she worked. Zhang Lingyi was packing the medicinal cuisine into a food box. Knowing that Dou Wengong and Jiang Shuani's sparring should be nearing its conclusion, given Dou Wengong's frail constitution from past ailments, this medicinal cuisine was prepared using Jiang Shuani's formula for him. Upon hearing Madam He's words, Zhang Lingyi rolled her eyes, contemplating that Dou Wengong was akin to an elder in the Jiang family. If he suffered any adverse effects from the medicinal cuisine, it would be quite disastrous given his age. Someone ought to test it first. There is no one in our courtyard whose constitution matches Dou Wengong's. It would be futile for others to try, Zhang Lingyi mumbled. At that moment, Jiang Shuani approached, intending to fetch some snacks for Dou Wengong. Testing the medicinal cuisine? Indeed. The herbs used in the decoction differ from those in the cuisine. The ingredients complement the medicinal properties, and it should indeed be tested. Jiang Shuani nodded. Let me handle it. I understand some pharmacology. I can ascertain whether it is warming or cooling after consumption. Jiang Shuani reached for the food box. You are a lady. How can you act as a man? Zhang Lingyi pressed down on the box. Just then, a guard of young Master Mu delivered a menu detailing the dishes young Master Mu wished for dinner. Zhang Lingyi opened it and sneered. A sickly wretch who can barely eat a few bites still requires a menu. As Jiang Lingyi closed the menu and turned back, she glimpsed the food box. And an idea struck her. This soup is made from a chicken's stomach filled with medicinal ingredients, stewed, and after removing the herbs, the chicken meat is sliced and steamed with sauce. It should suit that sickly young master's taste. Why not? Jiang Lingyi lifted the menu. Jiang Xuanyi took the food box. Since it is a cold poison, these warming herbs should suffice. I shall go. I can also check his pulse to see how he reacts to the medicinal cuisine. This formula was devised by my sister. She knows how to adjust it. As for the taste, I must hear his opinion. Let us go together. Jiang Lingyi grasped Jiang Xuanyi's arm. The sisters went to deliver the food. And this time the doorman directly escorted them into young Master Mu's courtyard, where Zheng Mian awaited them. Jiang Lingyi spoke first. This is the soup and a small dish I specially prepared for young Master Mu. Please do not count it as part of our remuneration. This soup is particularly effective for cold ailments, and I hope young Master Mu will give it a try. Zheng Mian remained impassive, yet could not suppress his suspicion regarding the sisters' unusual enthusiasm. Rumors had it that the esteemed lady was foolish, yet concealed formidable skills. Her personal visit was perplexing. After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Mian decided to decline. My young master is notoriously picky with food, I fear. Sir, please allow the two young ladies to enter, Night Wolf interjected from the doorway. Zheng Mian found it inappropriate to say more and ushered them inside. Young Master Mu was once again draped in black silk, seated on a circular chair with a warm stove in his arms. Jiang Lingyi discreetly scoffed, using a warm stove before mid-autumn. He truly is averse to the cold. Young Master, Miss Jiang has specially prepared soup and a small dish for you, as I was concerned you might lack an appetite, Zheng Mian explained. Bring it forth. It would be remiss to disregard Miss Jiang's kind intentions, young Master Mu replied coolly. Ah, it seems young Master Mu is not afflicted with hearing difficulties? Jiang Xianyi cast a serious glance at young Master Mu and inquired. Young Master Mu's eyelid twitched slightly, his thin lips pressed together as he replied, It happens occasionally. I am not deaf. That is well, Jiang Xianyi said. I would like to take your pulse to ascertain whether the warming food you consume is suitable for you. Is it merely a matter of food? Have you perhaps poisoned it? I suffer from a cold ailment that numerous doctors have failed to cure. Do you believe this food can transform my condition into something warm? Such arrogance, young Master Mu scoffed, finally reclaiming a bit of his pride. Why do you provoke Jiang Lingyi? Young Master Mu continued. Since you assert such, if anything is amiss, do not lay the blame on me. Jiang Xianyi opened the food box, revealing chicken soup, sliced chicken, and thin pancakes to wrap the chicken. At that moment, Zheng Mian stepped forward and grasped young Master Mu's wrist. I implore you, Jiang Yangzi, to diagnose my young master. Should there be any mishap, I cannot bear the consequences. Young Master Mu struggled briefly, but as Jiang Xianyi's fingers rested upon his wrist, he reluctantly acquiesced. The gentle warmth of her touch brought him a sense of calm, though her fingertips were not as soft as those of a physician, possessing a slight callousness. Distant memories surfaced, and young Master Mu recalled a similar sensation when that pair of hands had held his wrist, warm yet somewhat rough, providing him with an unexpected reassurance. Soon, Jiang Xianyi withdrew her hand. Indeed, young master, there is coldness residing within your organs, causing stagnation in your blood flow. However, you must have been taking medicine, albeit with little efficacy. My young master loathes medicine. It is no wonder that General He wishes to seek you in marriage, perhaps for you. This is indeed a fortunate affair, young Master Mu interrupted Zheng Mian, wiping his hands and preparing to eat. Yalong approached to serve him, and under Jiang Lingyi's guidance, rolled a pancake for young Master Mu. He took a couple of bites and sipped the chicken soup, showing no signs of distaste. What do you think of the flavor? Is there any odd taste? Jiang Lingyi inquired earnestly. It is acceptable, nothing out of the ordinary, young Master Mu replied tersely. After consuming 3 small pancakes and more than half a bowl of soup, he rinsed his mouth and washed his hands. Since you are well, we shall take our leave. If there are any issues, please inform us promptly, Jiang Xianyi said, rising to bid farewell, taking Jiang Lingyi with her. Sister, this medicinal cuisine takes time to take effect, and I cannot ascertain its efficacy for him, Jiang Lingyi whispered as they exited, pondering how to expedite the treatment for Do Weng. Raising her head, she noticed Cui Jian emerging from his house and greeted the two sisters with a bow. Young Master Cui, are you heading out? Jiang Lingyi approached with a bright smile. Indeed, I wish to visit the bookstore. The shopkeeper mentioned that some renowned collections may arrive today, which is quite rare, Cui Jian replied candidly. To the bookstore? Sister, I have finished all my storybooks. Could you accompany young Master Cui and purchase a few new ones for me? Jiang Ling extended her hand to take the food box and nudged Jiang Xianyi. Are storybooks convenient for young Master Cui? If it is not, I can go myself. Jiang Xianyi looked at Cui Jian. There is no inconvenience. Please, Jiang Yangzi. Cui Jian gestured politely.
Wait.
Jiang Ling exclaimed upon seeing Ting Mo behind Cui Jian. She hurried inside to call Chun Xiao out, ensuring they did not lose their composure. I have prepared food for you at home. Do not rush back, Jiang Ling whispered to Chun Xiao, who hesitated but eventually nodded, allowing them to depart with a smile. The Zhigui lane was not far from the marketplace. Traversing the osmanthus grove brought them to the edge of the bustling market, where the streets grew busier. The largest bookstore in Shuancheng was situated to the east of the market, requiring a short walk along the street, where familiar faces recognized Jiang Xianyi and pointed discreetly. Upon seeing Cui Jian beside her, they exchanged whispers. Does Jiang Yangzi mind such idle chatter? Cui Jian asked softly as they walked, his posture erect like a straight bamboo. His ordinary blue round-collared robe exuding the refined aura of a noble family. Not at all. It is common for the ordinary folk to engage in gossip over tea and meals. Today it is me. Tomorrow it will be someone else. There is nothing novel about it, Jiang Xianyi mused, surveying the stores, contemplating Jiang Mianting's suggestion of possibly opening a medicinal cuisine establishment. The people of the Great Xia dynasty adored exquisite food while also seeking longevity and health. If tailored medicinal dishes could serve both purposes, affluent families would undoubtedly flock to it. It was a method to profit from the wealthy, while the common folk were content with mere sustenance, often reluctant to spend on medicine, let alone medicinal cuisine. Jiang Mianting excelled at appealing to the rich. Passing by a fabric shop, Jiang Xianyi suddenly paused, asking Cui Jian to wait a moment as she entered with Chun Xiao, who followed after some thought. Young lady truly has an eye for quality. This is the 1,000 layers brocade freshly transported from Jingling. A decade ago, only the palace could afford it, but in recent years, it has become more available for the gentry, the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced, noticing Jiang Xianyi's interest in the brocade. Shopkeeper. Was this 1,000 layers brocade once a tribute 10 years ago? Jiang Xianyi inquired with curiosity. Indeed, young lady may not know that at that time, the weaver's techniques were not yet refined. It took a highly skilled weaver half a year to create a single piece. And even the noble women of the palace found it insufficient for their needs, let alone the common folk. The shopkeeper carefully displayed the fabric to Jiang Xianyi, the light revealing layers of patterns that shimmered and danced. Thanking the shopkeeper, Jiang Xianyi exited the fabric store. Do you have a fondness for the 1,000 layers brocade? Jiang Yangzi? Cui Jian pondered before asking. I have no particular fondness for anything. I have merely seen the 1,000 layers brocade before, hence my inquiry. Jiang Xianyi replied, shaking her head. Cui Jian glanced at her for a moment, but chose not to press further, given Jiang Xianyi's background. It was indeed unusual for her to have encountered such exquisite fabric. Soon they arrived at the bookstore, where the shopkeeper greeted Cui Jian with exceptional warmth. Although Shuancheng had many scholars, few were as well-read as Cui Jian. Jiang Xianyi first selected a couple of calligraphy books for Chun Xiao to practice with upon their return, then sought storybooks for Jiang Lingyi. The bookstore was sparsely populated, with some searching for books while others copied texts. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. Luling, why are you idling about in the marketplace instead of studying at Laomuan? It seems your mother is too indulgent, allowing you to roam freely with silver. Jiang Xianyi turned to see a slightly plump youth with a fair complexion standing before Cui Jian, dressed extravagantly and exuding an air of arrogance, as he questioned him. Fifth brother, I am here to find some books. I shall return shortly, Cui Jian replied, picking up a book and preparing to circumvent the youth. Did I give you permission to leave? You are merely of the Cui family. Do you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? Have you not heeded your brother's admonitions? How can you expect to participate in the imperial examinations with such a lack of respect for family hierarchy? The youth raised his voice, blocking Cui Jian's path. Fifth brother, if there are lessons to be imparted, let us return home. This is a bookstore. Do not disturb others. Cui Jian calmly met the youth's gaze. This was Cui Jin, the fifth master of the Yanghe Cui family, studying at the Shuancheng Academy. It turned out he was Cui Jian's half-brother, and Jiang Xianyi had initially mistaken him for a young master from another noble family. The nearby scribes whispered among themselves. Cui Jin, noticing the attention from others in the bookstore, exhibited a fleeting sense of pride, but his voice was laced with anger. You shun your family, refuse to attend the academy, and choose to stay at the old residence for the exams while parading about the marketplace with a girl? Defying your elder brother. This is a disgrace to our family. You shall return with me for a reprimand in the courtyard. With a gesture, he signaled to two attendants behind him to approach and seize Cui Jian. Ting Mo stepped forward, blocking the way. Do not touch my young master. Master Wu. My husband merely came to purchase books, and the shopkeeper can attest to that. Why must you force my husband? A sharp slap resounded through the air, causing Ting Mo to stagger and crash against the corner of the bookshelf, blood immediately oozing from his forehead. Ting Mo. Cui Jian rushed over to assist him, while Cui Jin, shaking the hand that had struck, declared loudly, the spoiled servant you raised, just like you, shows no respect for elders and dares to confront his master. Take him back and teach him a proper lesson. Seeing Ting Mo bleeding, Zhang Xianyi approached, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his pocket as Cui Jian pressed a cloth against the wound. Sprinkle this powder on the cloth and apply it to stop the bleeding and reduce swelling, Zhang Xianyi instructed, handing over the vial. Indeed, associating with women, lacking in shame, and disregarding propriety in public, such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Cui Jin could hardly contain his disdain, eager to insult his lowly half-brother who he felt was infinitely inferior. Cui Langjun, please be cautious with your words. I am a student of Master Su, and I happened to meet Cui Luling on our way to the bookshop. Zhang Xianyi raised the book he held and met Cui Jin's gaze. Even if we are together, what of it? Cui Luling is a gentleman of noble character and impeccable conduct. He has committed no transgressions worthy of scorn. Brothers should cherish one another. If the elder fails to set a good example, what right has he to reprimand the younger? The shop fell silent, astonished that a young woman dared to admonish a scion of a prominent family. This was, after all, a personal matter, and her involvement was unexpected, complicating the situation further. How dare you, vile woman? Cui Jin had not finished his sentence when he let out a cry of pain. Zhang Xianyi had taken his finger, wrapped it in his own sleeve, and forcefully bent it back, causing him to kneel before her in agony. The pampered son of a wealthy family, unaccustomed to hardship, had never imagined a common girl would dare to treat him so roughly. He was caught completely off guard. I care not for your family affairs, but you shall not insult me. Ting Mo is but a servant boy from my neighborhood. You injure him and must pay for his treatment, which amounts to 10 taels of silver. Zhang Xianyi extended her hand.
Fine, fine.
My lady, please release me, and I shall pay. Cui Jin, devoid of any dignity, grimaced in pain and commanded his servant to fetch the money. Onlookers could not help but snicker at his cowardice. How strong could a mere girl be? To kneel and submit like that was truly lacking in backbone. ISNT that the just-divorced Jiang family's foolish lady, the discarded wife of General He? Someone recognized her, and the bookshop erupted in murmurs. Chapter 45. Young Master Mu spits blood at this moment. The servant hastily handed over the money, and Zhang Xianyi let Chen Xiao take it before finally releasing Cui Jin. As Cui Jin rose, his face pale with pain, he retreated a couple of steps for safety. Just as he was about to point at Cui Jian again, he shivered and withdrew his hand. Cui Jian, just you wait. I shall return to report to father about your disgraceful deeds in Xuanqing, consorting with a divorced woman and bringing shame upon the Cui family. Cui Jin finished, fearing Zhang Xianyi might pursue him, and hurriedly left with his servant. Zhang Xianyi, seemingly unfazed by the gossip, calmly asked Cui Jian, have you chosen your books? Cui Langjun? I have, Cui Jian replied, equally composed. Then let us return, Zhang Xianyi instructed, allowing Chen Xiao to assist Ting Mo as they settled the payment and exited the bookshop. Although Ting Mo had bled, the application of the powder had halted the flow. And now that he was cleaned up, he prevented Cui Jian from hiring a carriage. The group retraced their steps home. Thank you, Lady Jiang, for your assistance. Family matters can be complex, and I fear I have caused you amusement. Cui Jian expressed his gratitude, maintaining a neutral demeanor. Do you think Cui Langjun blames me for meddling and allowing you to face further reproach? Zhang Xianyi turned to inquire. Cui Jian also turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had you not intervened, I would have had to strike him myself, though it would have been far more chaotic with so many witnesses. Cui Jian turned back to face forward, his eyes sparkling with mirth. I could not have managed to subdue him as you did, without dirtying my hands. I truly admire that. However, now that you have provoked him, will your family heed your explanation? Jiang Xianyi asked. Even without provoking him, who would listen to my words? Even my own mother would blame me for my lack of forbearance. If one desires to assign blame, they will find a reason. And there will always be those who point out my faults. Cui Jian replied with a gentle smile, his tone calm as he spoke the most piercing truths. This matter involves me, and I shall not shirk responsibility. I will not interfere in Cui Langjun's family affairs, but if you suffer reproach because of this, you must inform me, Jiang Xianyi said after a moment's thought. Thank you, Lady Jiang. This matter does not concern you. I have grown accustomed to it, and will find a way, Cui Jian responded lightly. What other means can you have, Langjun? With a reduction in monthly allowances due to family discipline, had it not been for Lady Jiang providing food, we would have been reduced to eating only flatbreads and pickled vegetables, Ting Mo muttered quietly, his tone filled with grievance. Ting Mo, Cui Jian warned softly. Jiang Xianyi ceased her discourse, and they quickly returned to Zhigui Lane. In the distance, Mama Liang and Jean He waited anxiously at the gate. Spotting Jiang Xianyi's figure, Jean He hurried over. Madam, it's terrible. The young Master Mu's men have taken the young lady away. And now they've locked the door.
Why?
Jiang Xianyi asked, her urgency concealed as she quickened her pace, soon arriving at Mu's residence. Jean He ran to catch up, while Mama Liang reached Jiang Xianyi's side. Madam, they merely said they wanted to invite the young lady inside. And she followed without question. However, she has not returned for quite some time, and when I knocked, they did not respond. Mama Liang, Zhang Lingyi's wet nurse, cared for her as if she were her own, and was distraught, tears streaming down her face for not keeping a closer eye on Zhang Lingyi. Do not fret. You both return home. I will inquire, Jiang Xianyi said, stepping forward to knock on the door. But it's the lady of the Jiang family? The others stepped back. The voice from within was cold and severe. Cui Jian stood beside Jiang Xianyi, wishing to enter with her. It is I, open the door. Jiang Xianyi gestured for Cui Jian to return home. She had her methods. The courtyard door opened a crack, allowing only Jiang Xianyi to enter, while Chen Xiao anxiously clutched the books. Lady Jiang, I will wait here. If you do not return within half an hour, I shall report it to the authorities. Cui Jian declared loudly from outside. The guards led Jiang Xianyi toward the back courtyard, their expressions serious as they entered young Master Mu's residence, where Zheng Mian awaited, his demeanor equally frigid. Lady Jiang, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I cannot predict what I might have done. Zheng Mian's tone had lost its previous flattery, now cold and resolute. What has happened? Jiang Xianyi asked calmly. Please, enter, my lady. Zheng Mian led her inside, through the main hall and into the adjoining warm pavilion. Inside the warm pavilion, young Master Mu lay pale and unconscious on a couch, while Jiang Lingyi sat beside him on a small stool, clasping her hands in worry as she observed him closely. Upon seeing Jiang Xianyi enter, Jiang Lingyi's expression relaxed. Sister, you're back. Quickly, see this weakling, he is truly useless. After eating that soup, he spat blood. Zheng Mian's eyes twitched as he shot a fierce glare at Jiang Lingyi. However, given the uncertainty of what the young master had consumed, he dared not act against the sisters. I shall take a look. Jiang Xianyi approached, extending her hand to check young Master Mu's pulse. But Yilang stepped forward to block her. What do you intend to do? Who sent you here? Yilang asked coldly. What do you mean? My sister wishes to check his pulse. What more do you need? Jiang Lingyi protested. If you refuse, then let us leave, sister. Jiang Lingyi sprang up from her stool, pulling Jiang Xianyi to leave. Yilang, allow Lady Jiang to examine him. As Zheng Mian observed young Master Mu spitting blood and fainting, he noted that his breathing remained relatively stable, so he refrained from taking action against Jiang Lingyi, merely bringing her along to witness the scene. Should anything happen to the young master, neither of the sisters would survive. The occupants of both courtyards would be compelled to accompany him in death. Reluctantly, Yilang stepped aside as Jiang Xianyi approached the bedside and sat on the brocade stool to diagnose young Master Mu. Without realizing it, Zheng Mian had crept closer. Despite his usual composure, he found himself growing anxious. Jiang Xianyi's fingertips probed for nearly a quarter of an hour as he listened to young Master Mu's breathing, his brow furrowing slightly. How long has young Master Mu been unable to find repose? Yilang paused, locking eyes with Zheng Mian, who hesitated before replying, only occasionally. Jiang Xian Yi turned to gaze into Zheng Mian's eyes. In truth, it is more frequent than that. My young master suffers from a cold affliction that seldom allows him to rest, only managing brief moments of slumber, Zheng Mian admitted through gritted teeth. Young Master Mu has fallen asleep now. Jiang Xian Yi withdrew his hand and diligently began to wipe it with a cloth. Zheng Mian's lips twitched. Did my young master soil you? Yet, Yi Lang remained skeptical. But why did he spit blood? Jiang Lingyi felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. She had contemplated numerous possibilities and ultimately decided to shoulder the consequences. It was my concoction. If anything is amiss, address it with me, not my elder sister. She knows nothing. Jiang Lingyi stepped forward, hands on her hips. Jiang Xian Yi raised his gaze. His sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Lingyi. The prescription was mine. It has nothing to do with you, so do not take the blame upon yourself. Yi Lang immediately drew a dagger, pressing it against Jiang Xianyi's throat, his eyes filled with malice. You have indeed poisoned the young master. Speak quickly. Where is the antidote? Jiang Xianyi turned his head to Yi Lang. Such inquiries will yield you no answers. Yi Lang, do not act rashly. Lady Jiang, please enlighten us as to why my young master has spat blood, Zheng Mian admonished Yi Lang, pushing his hand away and respectfully inquiring. Chapter 46. A common man's burden. The cold affliction that plagued young Master Mu had been forced deep within his organs, further suppressed by precious medicinal herbs. However, your young master did not take his medicine regularly, which allowed the cold to escape. Jiang Xianyi stood up and stepped away from the bed. The remedy I devised for dispelling the cold contained an ingredient specifically designed to break the confinement of the cold within the body. Unlike typical cold conditions, which dissipate gradually through the blood, your young master had accumulated an excess of cold, causing his blood vessels to yield and resulting in his vomiting. Now that the cold has been expelled along with the blood, he should find comfort and be able to sleep, unlike the severe fatigue he previously endured. Jiang Xian Yi, unusually verbose, maintained his calm and aloof demeanor, devoid of any trace of sympathy or compassion. I see, Zheng Mian exclaimed with unbridled joy, observing the faint flush returning to his young master's cheeks. But why would you prescribe a remedy for the cold to my young master? Yi Lang still could not comprehend. My young master has stated that excessive kindness is often a guise for ulterior motives. You may revel in your secrets. Our Lord Do also suffers from the cold. That remedy was intended for him. Were it not for the trial of medicinal cuisine, young Master Mu would be fine. Let us return, Jiang Xianyi interjected, blocking Jiang Lingyi as they moved toward the warm pavilion. Trial of medicinal cuisine? Yi Lang, unfamiliar with the term, nonetheless recognized its unexpected benefits for his young master. Lady Jiang, I have been presumptuous. Thankfully, your young master has escaped danger. I shall prepare a token of gratitude and personally deliver it to your residence.
Zheng Mian,
ever adaptable, set aside his pride to respectfully accompany the young girl to the main hall. There is no need. This is merely a stroke of fortune. It would be unwise to use young Master Mu for medicinal trials in the future, Jiang Xianyi replied coolly. Since Jiang Lingyi had already revealed their situation, there was no longer any need for concealment. They had not clarified the matter with others and were indeed at a disadvantage. Lady Jiang, my young master is notoriously averse to bitter medicine, making it exceedingly difficult for him to take his remedies, Zheng Mian lamented, attempting to evoke sympathy. However, Jiang Xianyi remained unmoved, entirely indifferent to his plight. Lady Jiang, why don't we strike another bargain? Zheng Mian proposed after a moment's contemplation. No deals. Your young master has spat blood, and you threaten us sisters with blades. Not only is this transaction off the table, but the previous agreement no longer stands. And the deposit shall be returned to you. Jiang Lingyi swiftly dismissed Zheng Mian as suggestion, pulling Jiang Xianyi away. Lady Jiang, you must understand the principle that a common man bears the burden of possessing something precious. Zheng Mian said, hands folded behind his back as he followed the sisters. Appearing less anxious, he wagered that Jiang Xianyi was not a fool but rather quite shrewd, as the young master had claimed. What do you mean? Who possesses something precious? Jiang Lingyi recognized the phrase's implication but was unsure of what Zheng Mian referred to. Jiang Xianyi halted, contemplating before turning back. What manner of transaction does the gentleman propose? Lady Jiang, please, come inside for a detailed discussion. Zheng Mian, adopting a respectful demeanor, gestured invitingly. Are you suggesting that you will provide the medicinal materials, request us to prepare the medicinal cuisine, and offer generous remuneration? Jiang Lingyi squinted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Mian Pavilion intends to open a medicinal cuisine establishment. Many dishes require trial preparations, necessitating a focus on both efficacy and flavor. It is indeed a fortunate opportunity to find someone for trial cooking with a generous reward. Precisely. As long as Lady Jiang provides the appropriate medicinal cuisine for my young master, the usual herbs are not difficult to procure. As for the remuneration, that is of little concern, Zheng Mian replied, his expression relaxing, confident in his negotiation skills. Sir, if that is all there is to it, then there is no need for further discussion. We have sufficient resources to sustain ourselves without risking this venture, Zhang Xianyi said, rising to leave. Lady Jiang, all matters are negotiable. If you have any needs, feel free to express them. I will do my utmost to accommodate, Zheng Mian urgently urged, realizing that Jiang Xianyi was indeed not easily dealt with. Since you have spoken, I shall not be polite. I request that you ensure our Jiang family's safety. Whether for my brother or sister Yi, anyone who poses a threat to them or covets our family's wealth, I ask you to protect us, Jiang Xianyi stated calmly. Zheng Mian touched the scar on his face, intrigued. How does the lady know I can accomplish this? Are you not afraid I might harbor thieving intentions? Jiang Xianyi raised an eyebrow slightly. You and young Master Mu managed to enter Zegualu unnoticed, while others remain oblivious to your origins. You are certainly no ordinary citizens. As for our modest wealth, others may covet it, thinking us common folk with something precious, but it would be of no interest to young Master Mu. Zheng Mian replied. Your words carry a deeper meaning, yet I have no evidence. Very well, I will take the liberty of accepting on behalf of my master. As long as it ensures the young master willingly takes his medicine, I will comply. Then it is settled. I will prepare a list of the required medicinal materials and send it over. The medicinal cuisine will be delivered to your residence daily. And I will personally oversee young Master Mu's meals, Jiang Xianyi decisively confirmed, finalizing the arrangement. Zheng Mian also agreed that as long as the Jiang siblings ventured out, they would be notified in advance and provided with disguised guards for protection. As for the remuneration, Zheng Mian was particularly generous, directly handing over 2,000 taels in silver notes to the starry-eyed Jiang Lingyi. Sister, 2,000 taels. Who exactly is this young Master Mu? Even a servant can casually produce such a sum. This money is indeed easy to earn. Jiang Lingyi could not contain her excitement as they exited the door. Realizing this was enough to sustain her for half a year. Cui Jian awaited outside, and upon seeing the sisters emerge safely, his stern expression relaxed. Cui Lengjun, what brings you here? Jiang Lingyi exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Cui Jian. I am relieved to see you both safe. I shall take my leave now. Cui Jian politely departed, returning to his own courtyard. Cui Lengjun possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is rather too formal. Sister, do not delay, the autumn examination is approaching, and by March of next year, the spring examination will follow. If he succeeds, we may not know which family will gain a promising son-in-law. And those vying for his attention will not yield easily. Jiang Lingyi grew anxious upon discussing this matter, chattering incessantly as she and Jiang Xuanyi entered their home. Upon seeing the sisters return, Mama Liang and Jean, he felt relieved and hurried to prepare tea and snacks for them. That evening, young Master Mu did not eat dinner but remained in a deep slumber, while Yilang felt both joyful and apprehensive, occasionally sneaking in to check on him. Since the medicinal meal proved effective, Jiang Lingyi prepared another for old Master Dou, who, upon seeing food, happily consumed it. That night, Jiang Mianting did not deliver his medicine, and he thought it was forgotten. Secretly pleased, Jiang Xuanyi returned to her chamber, changed into a fine linen undergarment, and began reading. Suddenly, she glanced at the cabinet by the wall. Approaching it, she opened the cabinet and retrieved a pale yellow jacket, swaying it gently in the light, the brocade patterns appearing to ripple like waves. The next morning, as Jiang Lingyi and Madame He finished preparing breakfast, the guards of young Master Mu arrived, hastily taking the food box and leaving. Young Master, if you wish to enjoy the dishes prepared by Miss Jiang indefinitely, you must exert some effort to persuade the Cui family's young master to join our family, Zheng Mian remarked nonchalantly while observing young Master Mu savoring his meal. What? Young Master Mu nearly choked on his soup. This is a condition promised by your servant to Miss Jiang. Should I not agree? You would not taste such exquisite cuisine even once, Zheng Mian stated calmly, knowing young Master Mu had already boarded the ship, and the remaining matters would be manageable. He doubted anyone could enjoy such fine meals and want to return to the military rations prepared by Zhou Yan. Due to young Master Mu's unique status, He was particularly cautious about imported goods, which the kitchen staff dared not use, fearing they might be compromised over time. Thus, they often resorted to purchasing from taverns. Yet the selection was limited, leaving him unfulfilled and unable to eat from one establishment consistently. Zheng Mian was determined to secure a period of culinary delight, even as he pondered the audacity of a divorced woman seeking a talented young master as a son-in-law. Young Master Mu wiped his mouth clean and finished his last sip of soup. Since you have agreed, it is naturally up to you to handle it. Why must you make it difficult for me? Young Master Mu was reluctant to partake in such a dubious venture. Although the Cui family's young master was distasteful, he did not wish to become a pawn for the cunning Jiang matron, which felt like an injustice. Your servant lacks the capability. I merely agreed on your behalf. If you are unwilling, there is little I can do. This may be your last meal. Zheng Mian pointed to Yilang, who was tidying the empty bowls. It would be simpler to provide her with more gold and silver. Why trouble a young man? Young Master Mu, having not slept well for years and now feeling satiated, spoke with renewed vigor. It is easy to acquire unpriced treasures, yet rare to find a beloved. You, young master, lack the scheming nature of the Jiang sisters. I have already sent a letter to inquire about the Cui family's young master. In a few days, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you may employ some tactics to persuade that unfortunate young man from the Cui family to submit. Zheng Mian coolly outlined his plan, disregarding young Master Mu's sense of justice. Very well, let it be so, young Master Mu conceded, realizing that rather than endure a difficult life for himself, it would be preferable for the Cui young master to suffer in his lengthy existence. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xuani, her matrimonial fate had been predetermined.
Today,
She formulated more medicinal recipes to discuss with Dr. Du, adjusting the medicinal ingredients accordingly. On her way back, she stopped by the blacksmith shop to inquire about her drawing of a long halberd, asking if it could be forged. After visiting several shops that all claimed it was unfeasible, she was told that such weight required a sharp blade and could only be crafted by a master weaponsmith. Miss, such a heavy weapon, could it be a mistake in the weight? One blacksmith remarked, doubting whether she was truly asking for herself. Realizing it could not be made, Jiang Xuani said no more, gathering her sketches as she departed. As she passed through the market, a few flamboyantly dressed young men exited a gambling house, heading toward Wangjiang Tower. One of them, spotting Jiang Xuani, exclaimed, "Isn't that the foolish daughter of the Jiang family? I once threw mud at her while playing in the East City, and she didn't even get angry, but that meddlesome He Erlang, do not speak nonsense. He Erlang is now a renowned general. How can you casually slander him?" Another interjected hastily. However, this foolish daughter truly is foolish. It is said she refused to marry the granddaughter of the Minister of Works and chose to divorce, becoming a divorced woman. She may find it difficult to remarry. As a concubine, I could perhaps endure taking her in. Who says no one would want her? Even if she is foolish, her looks are fair. Chen Xiling. I heard your family sought to propose marriage only to be driven away by her? Laughter erupted among them. Indeed, such a thing happened. Chen Xiling, you are truly useless. Gambling is mostly a losing game, and even a divorced fool like her refuses to marry you. As they laughed, Chen Xiling's face turned ashen. Having lost money at the gambling house, he was already frustrated, and now being mocked by these ruffians ignited his anger, prompting him to stride toward Jiang Xuani. The others followed, eager for the spectacle. Jiang Xuani, accompanied by Chen Xiao, intended to avoid them, but Chen Xiling deliberately blocked her path, forcing her to halt. Jiang daughter, I am Chen Xiling from Yi City. My sister kindly visited to propose marriage, yet you drove her away. Today, I demand an explanation. You are merely a divorced woman. Why do you reject my advances? I came to propose out of pity. How can you be so ungrateful? Besides my kindness, what other man would wish to marry you? Chen Xiling, having lost money the previous night, was agitated and spoke with a foul breath. Jiang Xuani took a step back, ready to respond, but saw Chen Xiao glaring fiercely. Lowering her head, the petite girl charged at Chen Xiling like a slender spear. Chen Xiling, taken off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, stumbling backward onto a stone and falling to the ground. You scoundrel with a vile tongue and heart, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Our Lady? Have you blinded your eyes? My lady is not to be coveted by a rogue like you. You are the true fool. Your entire family is foolish. Chen Xiao asserted, summoning her courage, though her voice trembled, her slender fingers shaking as she pointed at Chen Xiling. Well said. Our Lady speaks little, and her divorce is of no concern to others. The late Madame Lin raised her to be kind-hearted. Who in the neighborhood has not benefited from her kindness? Now we must witness her children being bullied. Shopkeeper Xiao, having heard the report from his assistant, hurried over to support Chen Xiao. With the shopkeeper of Wangjiang Tower now involved, those who were already discontent with Chen Xiling's behavior began to speak out, denouncing these ruffians for mistreating a respectable woman, with some even suggesting they be taken to the authorities. As the crowd grew, Chen Xiling, disregarding his injuries, was hastily helped to his feet and fled in a panic. As the crowd dispersed, shopkeeper Xiao discreetly signaled to Jiang Xuani before quickly returning to manage his business. Meanwhile, a young man in brown clothing, who had been keeping his head down, quietly slipped away. Jiang Xuani gently patted Chen Xiao's head, asking, "Are you hurt? Please do not act so rashly next time." Chen Xiao, feeling anxious, replied, "Lady, did I cause trouble? Nature, indeed, is not the issue. Rather, it is your injury that would pose a dilemma. Such a person is hardly worthy of concern." Zhang Xianyi, observing that Chen Xiao was unoccupied, glanced back and said, "Today it was you who saved Chen Xiling." Chen Xiao looked bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhang Xianyi's words. She had clearly exerted herself in that collision, her head still throbbing, and surely that reprobate would not fare any better. In the following 2 days, apart from training, Jiang Xianyi devoted herself to studying medicinal cuisine with Jiang Lingyi. Young Master Mu resigned himself to being a test subject for the dishes, though he had not coughed up blood again, which left Zheng Mian somewhat disappointed, suspecting that the medicinal effects were insufficient. Before one knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The previous day, Jiang Xianyi and her siblings, alongside Cui Jian, received an invitation from young Master Mu to a banquet at his residence to celebrate the festival. Naturally, the feast was prepared by Jiang Lingyi, and young Master Mu had grown accustomed to her culinary skills, his satisfaction evident as he surveyed the silver notes. Once everyone was seated, Zheng Mian entered to announce the arrival of guests. Chapter 48. The End of Filial Affection. Young Master Mu, his eyes covered by a black silk veil, nodded slightly. "Please come in." 2 individuals entered. The middle-aged man at the front was unfamiliar to Jiang Xianyi, but the one following him was none other than Cui Jian's elder brother, Cui Jin. Upon seeing the two, Cui Jian lowered her gaze slightly. She knew that what was inevitable could not be avoided, though she had not anticipated encountering them here. Rising, she bowed to the middle-aged man and Cui Jin, saying, "Father." "Fifth brother." The middle-aged man merely grunted in acknowledgement. "Cui Chengwu, it is a considerable effort for you to travel here during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is rather unsuitable for the younger generation to journey far, so I hope you will bear with me," young Master Mu said amiably. "You flatter me, young master. I am merely honored by your hospitality," Cui Jian's father, Cui Chuan, replied, engaging in polite banter. Suddenly summoned by the clan leader, Cui Chuan was instructed to attend the banquet in Xian City, with particular emphasis on the extraordinary nature of young Master Mu, cautioning against any disobedience. Although somewhat perplexed, Cui Chuan was wary of neglecting such an important request and, coincidentally, had encountered his 5th son returning to report grievances, thus bringing him along. Little did he expect that among the guests was his own illegitimate son. Cui Jin, still astonished, pondered why that woman was present at the banquet and why she seemed quite familiar with the blind young Master Mu. After some thought, he recalled that the woman had previously claimed to be a neighbor, which made sense. After all, it was merely a festive gathering among neighbors. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyi and Zhang Mian exchanged glances, aware that they were in the presence of Cui Jian's father and brother, and thus felt compelled to make a good impression on Jiang Xianyi. What they did not realize was that, in Cui Jian's eyes, Jiang Xianyi had already become a most uncouth and reckless woman. Zheng Mian, taking on the role of introducing the guests on behalf of young Master Mu, did so without much thought, as Cui Chuan regarded them merely as neighbors. The young lady was skilled in culinary arts, and it was only natural for her to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with young Master Mu. However, he did wonder why they had been invited. As the wine flowed, the Cui family father and son, while enjoying the delicious fare, remained unaware of the underlying tensions. Cui Jin sought an opportunity to inform his father of Jiang Xianyi's misdeeds, but found none. "Cui Chengwu, I have heard that there are 8 young masters in your household. Is that true?" Young Master Mu inquired casually. Cui Chuan, now somewhat intoxicated, felt more at ease than at the beginning and, upon hearing young Master Mu's question, chuckled. "I regret to say that, although I have failed to secure an official position, I am indeed blessed with a multitude of children. Young Master Mu, do not jest. It is often said that many children bring blessings. It is an enviable situation, indeed. How could it be a source of mockery? I, on the other hand, have no siblings, living a solitary existence without even a drinking companion, which is truly lamentable. Young Master Mu replied with a smile. Oh, young master jokes. Having many children is also a source of worry. Let's not speak of it, Cui Yingchuan remarked, casting a disparaging glance at Cui Jian, who sat across from him. Zheng Mian observed the interplay among the father and sons, a slight smirk playing on his lips. If that is the case, young Master Qingwu, why not arrange their marriage early? It would save your daughter the trouble, would it not? Young Master Mu suggested lightly, caressing the wine cup in his hand. Indeed, as of now, only the sixth young master remains unmarried. The seventh and eighth are still quite young, and under their mother's guidance. Cui Yingchuan replied nonchalantly. Cui Qingwu. It is known that the sixth young master possesses remarkable talent and charisma, surely a point of pride for you. Why would you worry? Young Master Mu coaxed, subtly leading Cui Yingchuan into a trap. Little did he know, the sixth young master, though a son of the concubine, was stubborn and, believing himself clever, disregarded his legitimate brother and mother, engaging in behavior that flouted propriety. Cui Yingchuan turned his gaze to Cui Jian, whose calm demeanor only exacerbated his feelings of inadequacy as a father, inciting his deep-seated resentment. Originally the third son of the second wife, lacking any extraordinary talents, he had been relegated to managing the family business, serving as a laborer for the more gifted sons of the clan. While other sons were sent to the academy, achieving mediocre results, Cui Jian emerged as a source of ridicule, with whispers suggesting he was not of Cui Yingchuan's blood. Year after year, Cui Yingchuan's pride transformed into profound jealousy and disdain, exacerbated by the derision from his legitimate wife and other sons, erasing any semblance of paternal affection towards Cui Jian. Upon hearing Cui Yingchuan's words, Zhang Mianting and Zhang Ling Yi were taken aback, while Zhang Xian Yi remained unfazed. What are you saying? Cui Xiaolangjun is humble, courteous, and possesses a chivalrous heart. How can you speak of your own son in such a manner? You hardly embody the role of a father. Jiang Ling Yi exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. How dare you speak so disrespectfully, you little girl? Cui Yingchuan's face darkened at being chastised by a mere girl, yet with young Master Mu present, he refrained from retaliating. Do not be hasty, young Lady Jiang. There is no need for anger, Cui Qingwu. Since you harbor discontent towards the sixth young master, why not settle a marriage for him soon? Young Master Mu suggested with a smile. A marriage? Which young lady does young Master Mu refer to? Cui Yingchuan recalled the clan leader's instructions to heed young Master Mu's arrangements, slowly beginning to understand. Perhaps this esteemed young lady from the Jiang family, would you find her suitable, Cui Qingwu? Young Master Mu gestured toward Zhang Xianyi. Jiang family's esteemed Lady Cui Yingchuan hesitated. Though he was from the collateral branch of the Cui family, he still bore the name of the prominent Yanghe Cui clan. How could he marry a commoner? Yet, the clan leader had insisted he comply with young Master Mu's wishes. Father, this Jiang lady is a perfect match for the sixth young master, Cui Jin interjected, realizing that marrying such a rough and uncouth woman would only invite ridicule upon Cui Jian, even if he were to succeed in his examinations. Hearing his son's words, Cui Yingchuan hesitated, just as young Master Mu added, however, the Jiang lady is of a self-sufficient household and would need to be taken in. Cui Yingchuan nearly choked on his drink. The sons of the Cui family would marry into a commoner's family? Would that not invite scorn from his kin? This proposition was utterly unacceptable to him. He resolved to return and discuss the matter with the clan leader, seeking clarity on young Master Mu's true intentions. Surely, even the emperor would not send a fine son of the Cui family to marry into a common household. Cui Qingwu, the final decision rests upon their willingness. If this comes to pass, and they are able to be so open-minded, you will undoubtedly gain favor within the clan, young Master Mu hinted meaningfully. Well then, Cui Xiaolangjun, we have reached this juncture. It is time for you to voice your thoughts. Are you willing? Jiang Ling Yi, seeing her sister silent and merely seated quietly, decided to directly ask Cui Jian. Cui Jian had been gazing downward, but slowly raised his head to meet his father's gaze. What do you think I should do, father? Cui Yingchuan pondered the words of young Master Mu when he was suddenly engulfed by a surge of malicious intent upon hearing Cui Jian's inquiry. As your father, I believe you should consider marrying into our family. Chapter 49. Lady Jiang, do not move. I shall rescue you. A profound silence enveloped the hall, and even Zhang Lingyi felt no joy. Cui Jian quietly observed his father, refraining from further words. Young Master Mu, allow me to inquire of Lord Cui Luleng. Jiang Xuanyi interjected. Young Master Mu slightly turned his head towards Jiang Xuanyi, his brow furrowing. Why must Lady Jiang still question this? The will of parents and the words of matchmakers dictate our fates. If Lady Jiang does not oppose, is it not a mutual delight? Matters must be consensual, otherwise, how can grievances arise? Jiang Xuanyi retorted. Lord Cui Luleng, marriage is a union of two families meant for harmony, not enmity. I simply ask, do you wish to become my husband? Jiang Xuanyi calmly inquired, her gaze steady upon Cui Jian. Zhang Lingyi and Jiang Yanting watched Cui Jian intently, their expressions tense. Cui Jian remained silent, his eyes locked onto Jiang Xuanyi's, seemingly lost in thought. I understand now. Jiang Xuanyi nodded. Young Master Mu, let this matter rest. I shall not force anyone. I seek a partner who is wholeheartedly willing. Jiang Xuanyi raised her cup. I toast to young Master Mu for his goodwill, and to Lord Cui Luleng for his unwavering integrity. Cui Jian appeared to regain his senses, hesitating before lifting his cup and drinking deeply. Cui Jin, feeling discontent, contemplated urging his father to press Cui Jian, believing that such pressure would break his resolve, erasing him from the family lineage. Yet, seeing Cui Yingchuan's somber countenance, he dared not speak further. Young Master Mu resumed his jovial demeanor, having done all that was required of him, indifferent to Jiang Xuanyi's reluctance to impose her will. Feeling somewhat weak, he decided it was time for the gathering to disperse. Without uttering a word to Cui Jian, Cui Yingchuan and Cui Jin departed in their carriage. That day, the streets of Shuancheng were adorned with lanterns and performances. Jiang Xuanyi and Jiang Yanting expressed little interest, while Zhang Lingyi, despite being 36 at heart, retained a youthful spirit and eagerly set off with Jin Hechunkyo. After offering a few parting words, Jiang Xuanyi bid farewell to Cui Jian and returned home with Jiang Yanting, who was preoccupied with a newly acquired book of strange tales. Thus, the siblings separated to their respective courtyards. In Jiang Xuanyi's courtyard, lanterns were also hung, and a table laden with various fruits and mooncakes was set beneath the osmanthus tree. As the moon rose high, Jiang Xuanyi contemplated the scene and gathered some mooncakes and fruits, along with a jar of osmanthus wine. She nimbly ascended the osmanthus tree, stepping onto the eaves of the small building. Perched upon the roof, her view expanded, and as she indulged in the fruits and sipped the wine, a fleeting desire stirred within her, merely a craving for sustenance. Meanwhile, in the western courtyard, young Master Mu sat in his wheelchair, gazing up at the woman on the rooftop with an unspoken longing. If not for the burdens of his identity, would he not belong there instead? Jiang Xuanyi, reclining on the roof and enjoying the moonlight with her drink, remained oblivious to young Master Mu's wistful gaze. Even if she had noticed, she would not have understood, only surprised that he was not blind. Lady Jiang, what are you doing there? Cui Jian's voice, now tinged with anxiety, broke the tranquility. Jiang Xuanyi turned around to see Cui Jian staring intently at her, his expression taut, while Ting Mo, behind him, appeared on the verge of tears. Lord Cui, Jiang Xuanyi, cannot explain. I thought this place was secluded, where the blind read and the unaware roamed, not expecting to be discovered. Jiang Xuanyi replied. Lady Jiang, I can clarify today's events. It was never my intention to put you in an awkward position. Please do not be upset or act rashly, Cui Jian patiently explained, seeking ways to approach Jiang Xuanyi. Ting Mo, recognizing his master's intent, hurriedly fetched a ladder. Lady Jiang, I feel like a caged bird, lacking the ability to protect myself, let alone others. Everything is beyond my control. You are wise. Could you truly wish for such a husband? Cui Jian gently urged, ever vigilant of Jiang Xuanyi's movements, fearing any misstep. Young Master Mu in the other courtyard listened intently, a cold smile gracing his lips. How self-indulgent. Lord Cui, I have done nothing rash. I simply wish to enjoy the moon and wine here, Jiang Xuanyi declared, raising the jar in a gesture of reassurance, causing Cui Jian to raise his arms in alarm. Lady Jiang, there is no need to explain. I understand. Please remain steady. At that moment, Ting Mo arrived with the ladder. Cui Jian urged Jiang Xuanyi. Lady Jiang, do not move. I shall come to your aid. He climbed the ladder, carefully scaling the courtyard wall and then the eaves.
Now.
It was Ting Mo's turn to worry for his master. My lord, are you not afraid of heights? Steady your legs, or you will lose your balance. Do not speak nonsense. I am not afraid of heights, merely reluctant to climb. Lady Jiang, fear not. I am coming. Cui Jian struggled to steady his legs and tongue, striving to appear calm, avoiding looking down as he fervently ascended the eaves. What a match made in heaven. What was it that he had refused before? Now he sought to play the hero, who would save whom was uncertain. Young Master Mu watched with keen interest, occasionally offering sarcastic commentary. My lord, at least she has feelings. What do you possess? Only your subordinates and a few oblivious rascals, foolishly feeling jealousy. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman, Zheng Mian chimed in. Also gazing upward. Do I care for such things? Only women and petty men are difficult to manage. This Lady Jiang monopolizes both qualities. Only the blind would foolishly pursue her. Young Master Mu scoffed. My lord, you may yet regret your words. Here, you are the only blind one, Zheng Mian cautioned. Young Master Mu paused, and years later, he would find solace in the truth of that remark, becoming the very blind man he had once mocked. Cui Jian, trembling as he climbed, finally reached Jiang Xuani's side, grateful for her steadying hand as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Cui. Jiang Xuani turned to him, recalling Jiang Lingyi's words, and a smile unfurled across her face. Cui Jian, upon hearing her words and seeing her radiant smile, felt all thoughts cease. His hand suspended on his forehead, captivated solely by her dimples and crescent-like eyes. Meanwhile, young Master Mu, who had forgotten to depart, intended to retreat, but was entranced by the sight of her beaming profile and the delicate dimples at her lips, rendering him unable to look away. Wen, when you grow up, will you marry our Ji? Wen, be a son-in-law to Aunt Yao. Young Master Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Very well, Aunt Yao. Wen shall be your son-in-law. It will not be long before we meet. Madam Liang. A flustered Mama Liang rushed in, followed closely by a similarly distressed Jin He. Mama Liang, what is the matter? Jiang Xuani inquired. Although Mama Liang was astonished to see Jiang Xuani with Lord Cui on the rooftop, she could not afford to dwell on that now, her voice frantic. Madam, the young lady is missing. Chapter 50. Jiang Lingyi is missing. Mama Liang's urgent tone startled everyone in the two courtyards, save for Jiang Xuani. How could she be missing? There are many people at the Lantern Festival. Could she have merely gotten separated? Have you searched for her? Jiang Xuani inquired as she rose, displaying no signs of panic or concern. Truly, this Lady Jiang remains unfazed in a crisis. Zheng Mian could not help but commend her. This is utterly inhumane. Young Master Mu exclaimed coldly. Is there not someone to protect the young lady? How could she be lost? Who was present, and why was I not informed? Young Master Mu whispered that since he had made a promise, he could not go back on his word. If any misfortune were to occur, not only would the medicinal meals that could grant him peaceful slumber vanish, but even ordinary food would be out of reach. Although Cui Jian was apprehensive, the instinctual fear overpowered him, keeping him from rising. He clutched the roof tiles tightly. Lady Jiang, do not worry. Scorching is not a bustling place. And Miss Jiang is quite astute. Unless she has enemies, there should be no trouble. Perhaps she merely got lost while watching an amusing performance. At that moment, Jiang Xuani glanced at Jin He, only to find her with her head bowed, weeping. If it were merely a case of getting lost, she ought not to be so frightened. Cui Langjun, forgive me. Jiang Xuani wished to find Jiang Lingyi quickly, but could not abandon the well-meaning Cui Jian on the rooftop. So, he took swift action and embraced Cui Jian's waist. Before Cui Jian could comprehend Jiang Xuani's intentions, he felt Jiang Xuani draw near and lift him from the ridge. With a powerful push from Jiang Xuani, he was carried through the air and gently landed in the courtyard. Such remarkable skill. Night Lang could not help but murmur in admiration, having misjudged the delicate-looking young lady who could carry someone effortlessly with her lightness. Suddenly, a thud and a crack sounded from the adjacent courtyard, leading Night Lang to believe he had miscalculated again. Lady Jiang had fallen. At that moment, Cui Jian was scrambling to rise, the two tiles he had clutched on the roof shattering into 4 pieces on the ground. It's nothing, my legs just gave way. Lady Jiang, let us hurry to find Yijia. Cui Jian regained his composure, concealing his hands in his sleeves. Jin He, tell me what happened? Jiang Xuani inquired as he moved outside. The elder maid, Jin He, continued to weep. This is not the time for tears. I require you to speak the truth about what transpired. Jiang Shuani turned to Jin He, his tone turning frigid. Elder miss, I, myself, and the young lady, along with Chun Xiao, went to see the lanterns and then the performance. I strayed for a moment to buy candied hawthorn for the young lady, and when I returned, she had vanished. Jin He produced a note from her hand. Someone gave me this. Jiang Shuani unfolded the note, which bore the message, 500 guan for the ransom. Delivered to the War God Temple. One person to come. Disobedience means death. Is this from the kidnappers? Cui Jian's expression turned grave. Who gave this to you? There were too many people I did not see. Someone pressed it into my hand. And Chun Xiao? Jiang Shuani asked, hastening his steps. I do not know where she has gone, Jin He sobbed. The guards from young Master Mu are with you. Did you see them? Jiang Shuani spotted Jiang Mianting arriving and turned back to ask Jin He. The guards? I do not know. Jin He was startled. Jiang Shuani ceased his inquiries, instructing Jiang Mianting to take silver notes, and they quickened their pace towards the marketplace. In the Mu residence, Zhang Mian hurried into the back courtyard. Young Master, Knight 7, who followed Miss Jiang today, has yet to return. The Jiang family girls claim that she is missing. Could Knight 7 still be searching for her? Young Master Mu's expression darkened further. It was truly inept for Knight 7 to lose track of someone right under his nose. My subordinates have sent Knight 5 and Knight 9. You need not be alarmed. Xuanqing is not likely to descend into chaos, Zhang Mian reassured him. Young Master Mu tightened his cloak and glanced back at the wine jar belonging to Jiang Shuani still on the rooftop. Upon reaching the marketplace, they encountered crowds of night revelers. You two search for Chun Xiao in one direction. I will head to the War God Temple. The city gate closes at midnight during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is an opportune time. Jiang Shuani assigned tasks, taking the silver notes and heading eastward. Lady Jiang, do take care, Cui Jian urged solemnly. Although Jiang Mianting was aware of Jiang Shuani's capabilities, the enemy lurked in shadows while they were exposed. He feared Jiang Shuani might fall victim to an ambush, yet for Jiang Lingyi's safety, Jiang Shuani was the best choice to deliver the ransom. Jiang Shuani nodded and sped towards the eastern city gate. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the city gates were brightly lit. Jiang Shuani hurried out of the city, making his way to the dilapidated War God Temple outside. This place was familiar to him. Ever since that year, when Lin Shui and I found Jiang Gizi at the War God Temple and used his secret method to save Jiang Shuani. Lin Shui and I would take Jiang Shuani to pay homage every year on that day. The War God Temple was shrouded in darkness. Jiang Shuani took out a fire stick to light it and walked to the dilapidated incense altar, placing the silver notes upon it. Listening intently to his surroundings, he heard no sound. I have placed the notes here, 500 guan precisely. Regardless of who encounters hardship, we sisters will not report to the authorities. We only seek safety. I will return home now and wait, hoping you will not break your promise. Otherwise, I shall turn Xuanqing upside down to find you. Jiang Shuani declared as he made his way out of the temple. Many individuals were entering and exiting the city gates, some coming in from the countryside to enjoy the lanterns, while others took advantage of the festival to conduct small businesses. Jiang Shuani entered through the city gate. Proceeding along the marketplace, he paused at a small stall, picked up a small mirror, glanced at it, then set it down and continued towards the western city. Before long, he reached the osmanthus grove, where he soon concealed himself behind a large tree. Rapid footsteps echoed behind him. A man glanced around, contemplating turning back when Jiang Shuani suddenly emerged, grasping the man's arm and lifting him up. Before the man could scream, Jiang Shuani covered his mouth. Listen, if you dare to make a sound, I will shatter your arm. Hearing Jiang Shuani's words, the man nodded repeatedly, his left arm hanging limply, clearly dislocated. Who sent you to follow me, and where is the person you kidnapped? I will release you now, but you must not scream. Jiang Shuani spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. The man nodded. Jiang Shuani removed the cloth from the man's mouth and tossed it to the ground. It was you, Tai. He said if I watched you return home without reporting to the authorities, he would give me 5 guan. The man grunted through gritted teeth, sweating from the pain. Where did they take the person they kidnapped? Where were you supposed to report? Jiang Shuani pressed further. I do not know who he kidnapped. He only instructed me to wait in the marketplace and follow you home. After I returned to the marketplace with a green lantern, someone would give me 5 guan. The man said, his face contorted in despair. Very well, you will now return to buy the lantern. Should you deceive me, your arms and legs will be of no use to you henceforth. If you attempt to send a signal, be aware of the consequences, Jiang Shuani warned sternly. Chapter 51. I will retrieve it for you. Jiang Shuani tended to the man's arm, ensuring it was set properly, and watched him leave without following. Instead, he hurried back to the residence. Changing into a servant's attire, he smeared his face with ash, tied his hair up with cloth strips, and concealed a short dagger in his clothing before stepping out once more. Jiang Shuani dashed out of the osmanthus grove, eventually catching up with the man. He saw that the man had indeed bought a green lantern. Not far along, someone bumped into him and moved on, causing the man to pause in surprise. Jiang Shuani stealthily followed this individual. To his astonishment, the man headed to the He family residence. After the He family had departed, only an old servant remained to oversee the house. However, he did not enter the main courtyard but slipped through to the back room, where Jiang Lingyi and Jiang Mianting had once resided. The man entered the back room, and Jiang Shuani refrained from following. Shortly thereafter, he observed two individuals rushing out, one of whom was Mu Wu. With this 500 guan, we can enjoy ourselves for a while. Whenever we need more money, we can just go to the Jiang family to ask for some. What can these orphans and widows do? Mu Wu boasted. Five brother, do not be careless. If it were not for the trap set with that troupe of performers, this young lady might not be so easy to deal with. The man glanced around and remarked, Indeed, and there is that little girl, who almost uncovered the ruse in her mad pursuit. Had it not been for Chen Xiling taking her away, we would have been in quite a predicament. Let us hurry, for the silver notes still lie within the war god temple. It matters not, it matters not. At this hour, aside from that foolish lady and our brothers, who else would venture there? Still, we must hasten. The night is long and fraught with dreams. If that young lady awakens first. As the two conversed, they moved further away. Jiang Shuani emerged from his hiding place behind the back wall and entered the inner chamber to search. In Jiang Mianting's bedroom, he discovered the unconscious Jiang Lingyi. After checking her breath and pulse, he deduced she must have been affected by some sort of narcotic, something he had only heard Jiang Gizi mention before. It was his first encounter with such a situation. Not long after Jiang Shuani carried Jiang Lingyi out, he spotted three men dragging several individuals along. The bound Mu Wu, upon seeing Jiang Shuani with Jiang Lingyi, was first taken aback, then shouted, It's him. He is the one who abducted Jiang Zion. It has nothing to do with me. The guards, clad in brown protective attire, immediately drew their weapons upon seeing Jiang Shuani. Release Jiang Zion. It is I, Jiang Shuani. He replied calmly, stepping towards Mu Wu and delivering a fierce kick that resulted in a bone-crunching sound. The guards, seasoned from battle, swiftly covered Mu Wu's mouth, turning his cries into muffled whimpers. Though Sister Yi possesses a lively spirit, she has always been kind-hearted since childhood. Your actions towards her are utterly despicable. Jiang Shuani cast a glance at the other captives. Knight 7, feeling vexed, stated, Today, I followed Jiang Zion and her companions, and I saw this rogue harassing the young lady's maid. I secretly trailed them, but they parted after exchanging only a few words. Later, when Jiang Zion was summoned to witness the performance, she vanished from that wooden box. Initially, I thought it was merely a trick, but to my horror, she truly disappeared. And I hastily searched everywhere. When I realized the troops' actions were suspicious, I pursued them out of the city and discovered that Mu Wu had colluded with the performers to abduct Jiang Zion. Understanding the situation, Jiang Shuani nodded and said, Now my maid, Chen Xiao, is in danger as well, having been taken by Chen Xiling from the East City. We must rescue her swiftly. Take these men back. At dawn, they will be delivered to the authorities. It is my oversight that led to the abduction of the young lady. I shall rectify it. Knight 7 clasped his hands in acknowledgement. As they exited the stone alley, Knight 7 was about to head towards the Chen residence when he noticed a crowd gathered around something, with murmurs of pity circulating. Jiang Shuani quickened his pace. Upon penetrating the throng, he could hardly recognize Chen Xiao, her once slender face now bruised and swollen, with blood trickling from her mouth and her eyes tightly shut, her clothing stained with blood. Just then, Jiang Lingyi awoke, dazed and shocked to see Jiang Shuani's dark visage, but then recognized him and exclaimed, Sister. She turned to see the nearly lifeless Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao. Sister, please save Chen Xiao. It was for my sake that she was captured by Chen Xiling. Jiang Lingyi leapt from Jiang Shuani's arms to rush to Chen Xiao's side. Jiang Shuani knelt to check Chen Xiao's pulse, relieved to find she still had breath. It seemed Chen Xiling did not wish for her demise. This beating was merely a means to a cover-up, a pretext to evade punishment, with the worst outcome being some compensation for her injuries. As Shifengyi had rightly pointed out, what significance does the law hold if there is no one to enforce it? The common folk can seldom discern justice. Jiang Xuanyi lifted Chen Xiao into his arms and, without uttering a word, hastily made his way to the Jiang Medical Clinic. Dr. Du, upon hearing Jiang Lingyi's account, scolded her while treating Chen Xiao. It turned out she had been struck with a leather pad. He was astonished that the Qin family employed such cruel instruments of punishment. After checking her ears, he noted slight bleeding but believed the internal structure remained unharmed. Only after Chen Xiao regained consciousness would it be clear if her hearing had been affected. After administering medicine and applying ointment, Jiang Xuanyi carried Chen Xiao back home. Both Cui Jian and Jiang Mianting were present. Jiang Mianting ordered a servant to lock the captives in the woodshed. As Muwu begged for mercy, while crying out in pain, Mama Liang angrily charged at him, only to be restrained by Jin He. Night had deepened, and Cui Jian took Ting Mo with her as she departed, advising Jiang Lingyi to rest well, assuring her that she need not worry about their meals the following day. Chen Xiao had yet to awaken, and Jiang Lingyi felt a dull throbbing in her head. It was then she realized her fear and refused to sleep in her own quarters, insisting on staying in Jiang Xuanyi's room. Chen Xiao typically slept in the adjacent room, but that night, Jiang Lingyi took her place, prompting Jin He to remain to care for Chen Xiao. Jin He gently bathed Chen Xiao, changing her into clean undergarments. And Jiang Xuanyi instructed her to fetch a hot water bottle and place it at Chen Xiao's feet, for she was particularly sensitive to the cold. After Jiang Lingyi washed up and donned her nightclothes, she lay down beside Jiang Xuanyi, initially maintaining some distance. However, as she recounted her harrowing experience, she gradually nestled into his embrace. "Sister, why is Mu Wu so wicked? We have done him no wrong." Jiang Lingyi, having been frightened, began to relax and drift into slumber, her eyelids growing heavy. "Fear not, I shall reclaim what is rightfully ours and avenge Chen Xiao," Jiang Xuanyi promised, emulating Lin Shui's gentle manner as he soothingly patted Jiang Lingyi's shoulder, allowing her to peacefully close her eyes. In the adjacent room, Jin He sat on a low couch with her knees hugged to her chest, her eyes reflecting both excitement and fear as she nervously chewed on her nails. The following morning, when Jiang Lingyi awoke, Jiang Xuanyi was already gone from the bed. Mu Wu had a restless night, plagued by dreams of the past, and recalled that Jiang Lingyi might not prepare breakfast for him, prompting thoughts of reprimanding Night 7 once more. However, the food box was delivered punctually. As Mu Wu took a bite of the osmanthus pastry, he turned and asked, "Who made this?" "It is said that it was personally prepared by the esteemed Jiang Dinyang. She has already gone to the county office to file a complaint," Zheng Mian replied, rolling up his sleeves. How could she produce such flavors for a complaint? Is she truly going to lodge a grievance? Mu Wu asked in astonishment. Jiang Dinyang has commanded the servants to escort those individuals, and the young master of the Jiang family has drafted a complaint to report to the county office, alleging that Chen Xilang incited Mu Wu to conspire against the life and well-being of a common girl, Zheng Mian explained with significance. "Indeed. What did I say? She is the master of deception, appearing foolish while being astutely cunning." Mu Wu resumed savoring his osmanthus pastry, realizing that the plans he had initially devised for the Jiang siblings were now rendered unnecessary. Jiang Xuanyi and Jiang Mianting walked ahead, with several servants trailing behind, escorting Mu Wu and his accomplices, prompting discussions among the bystanders, some of whom curiously followed them to the county office. Upon reaching the large drum stationed outside the county office, Jiang Xuanyi picked up the drumstick and struck it vigorously, the resonant sound drawing the attention of passers-by. The county magistrate, who had been enjoying his breakfast, nearly choked upon hearing the drum. He wondered what significant matter warranted such a summons, as the drum at the Scorching office had not sounded in nearly a decade. Upon learning that it was the foolish lady, the newly appointed Jiang Xuanyi, the magistrate understood the situation and reluctantly set down his bowl to ascend to the courtroom. A common woman accuses Chen Yuanwai's fourth son, Chen Xilang, of harboring resentment after being spurned in marriage and conspiring with the commoner Mu Wu and others to abduct her younger sister and maid, intending to harm them for profit. The maid Chen Xiao, who protected her mistress, was severely beaten by Chen Xilang. "I implore the magistrate to uphold justice for this woman." Upon hearing that the accusation was against the son of Chen Yuanwai, the magistrate's expression remained unchanged as he casually tossed the complaint onto the desk. "Zhang's family. Conspiring for wealth and committing murder is indeed a grave offense. Do you possess any witnesses or material evidence? Who has examined the injuries? Where lies the wealth you seek? and whose life has been taken? Zhou County Magistrate inquired leisurely. My lord, the material evidence is here. This is the letter demanding ransom after the abduction of the young girl, along with witnesses Mu Wu and his accomplices. Zhang Xian indicated the bound individuals. The motive for the crime is twofold. Not only monetary gain, but also the fact that the abducted girl possesses exceptional culinary skills, earning substantial rewards as a banquet cook. The entire family relies on her earnings for sustenance. Thus, her abduction is indeed a quest for wealth. As for the murder, when the maid found the girl, she was on the brink of death, with a physician from Zhang's clinic available to testify. Chen Xilang committed private retribution resulting in death. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Zhou County Magistrate blinked. If Zhang was not a fool, she would not have declined the identity of the general's wife. Yet if she were foolish, she would not exhibit such composure and eloquence, methodically pointing out Chen Xilang despite her slow speech. Who is Mu Wu? Zhou County Magistrate glanced at the case file. The complaint Jiang Xian submitted included Mu Wu's testimony. That would be me, Mu Wu replied, flexing his hands which had been bound for an entire night. You claimed Chen Xilang instructed you to abduct the young lady from Zhang's family. Is that true? Zhou County Magistrate queried. It is true. Mu Wu glanced at Jiang Xian, recalling her words, and nodded vigorously. You all were instructed by Chen Xilang to conspire in the abduction of Zhang's young lady? Zhou County Magistrate further questioned the others. They all nodded in agreement. Bring Chen Xilang from the East City for questioning, Zhou County Magistrate commanded the bailiff. The order to bring him for questioning was not an arrest. Jiang Mian stood outside the court, slightly narrowing her eyes, quietly instructing her servant, who swiftly departed. As it was still early, Chen Xilang, having drunk the previous night, was easily brought to the hall, still inebriated. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, he wore a hint of smugness, thinking the girl was likely dead. What could a mere maid do? Anyone daring to embarrass him publicly deserved punishment. Chen Xilang, whose real name was Chen Yu, felt no worry as he was well acquainted with Zhou County Magistrate.
Chen Yu.
Do you recognize the Jiang family from Zhigui Lane in the West City? They accuse you of instigating the abduction of a young girl, abusing her, and seeking both wealth and her life. Do you plead guilty? Zhou County Magistrate asked. Chen Yu was initially startled, then burst into laughter. My lord, I am a man of letters and propriety. How could I possibly instruct someone to abduct a woman for wealth and murder? It was you. Mu Wu, pointing at Chen Yu, suddenly lost his voice, panic-stricken. His accomplice Yu Tai recoiled in fear. What is happening? Zhou County Magistrate frowned. Jiang Xian turned to see Mu Wu clutching his throat, his face reddening, clearly suffering from being unable to speak. My lord, Mu Wu is clearly being framed. Yet fate has not favored him, rendering him speechless. I beseech you to punish him. Chen Yu puffed out his chest, feeling as if heaven was on his side. Mu Wu must have suffered a sudden ailment, but it is likely not serious. He simply cannot speak. Jiang Xian stated calmly. Take him away and summon a physician for examination, Zhou County Magistrate ordered. Mu Wu, in a state of panic, was taken away, while Jiang Mianting's expression grew serious. Mu Wu's sudden muteness shifted the situation dramatically. Zhang's family, Mu Wu can no longer speak, thus he cannot identify Chen Yu. What else do you have to say? Zhou County Magistrate believed the case was nearly concluded. My lord, Mu Wu has already provided a statement. Even if he is mute, you must still make a judgment. Furthermore, his accomplice Yu Tai is also a witness. They admit to having abducted the young girl. If they were not acting under orders, then they conspired for wealth, implicating Chen Yu in murder. Jiang Xian pointed at Yu Tai and the leaders of the acrobat troupe. My lord, that is not true. I was indeed coerced by Chen Yu. If I did not comply, he would take my life. I implore you to investigate. Yu Tai immediately knelt and bowed, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. You lie. How dare you slander me? Chen Yu, furious, kicked Yu Tai, but the bailiff restrained him. My lord, see how vicious he is. I had no choice but to comply. Yu Tai seized the opportunity to add, glancing back at Jiang Xian. Zhou County Magistrate frowned. No noise. Zhang's family, their words alone are insufficient as evidence. Where's the injured party? How can it be determined that Chen Yu is responsible? My lord, the injured party has arrived. Jiang Mianting announced from outside the hall. The servant carried in Chen Xiao, wrapped in a thin blanket, while Jiang Ling hobbled in with a bandaged head, leaning on a cane. My lord, I am Jiang Ling, the girl who was abducted by this Chen Xilang. Now my leg is crippled, and my head has been injured. I can no longer cook to support my family. I implore you to seek justice for me." Jiang Ling Yi began to wail as she entered the hall. "The maid Chun Xiao is here as well, my lord." Zhang Xian Yi pointed to Chun Xiao, who was laid on the ground. After a night, Chun Xiao's face was more swollen, even though it was wrapped in bandages. It was evident that her entire face was puffy, her eyes unable to open. Zhou County Magistrate glanced at Qin Yu, who appeared indifferent. "My lord, the young lady has material evidence. I request you to examine it personally." Jiang Xian Yi produced a folded piece of paper, holding it delicately. The clerk hastily took it and delivered it to Zhou County Magistrate, who opened it to find only a few elegant characters written, "To provide someone with a handle. What joy is there?" Zhou County Magistrate raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the table and pressing the paper beneath the case file. "Chun Yu, did you have a quarrel with the Jiang family in the marketplace a few days ago? Jiang's maid Chun Xiao even knocked you to the ground?" Zhou County Magistrate inquired. Outside the hall, Zhang Mian-ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. It indeed happened, but Chun Yu still wished to explain. With a bang, the gavel struck, and Zhou County Magistrate's gaze turned cold. "Chun Yu, both witnesses and material evidence are present. What else do you have to say?" At that moment, Chun Yu began to panic, realizing Jiang Xian Yi would report him. He thought that with Chun Yuanwei's influence, this would be easily resolved as long as he did not admit to it. However, Zhou County Magistrate's sudden change of attitude was beyond his expectations. "My lord, I am wronged. I merely acted out of anger, taking this lowly maid back to teach her a lesson. But I did not conspire to murder or instruct anyone to abduct Zhang's young lady." Chun Yu shouted in protest. Hearing this, his servant outside turned and dashed away. They were all enjoying the lanterns together when, by chance, Zhang's young lady was abducted, and you immediately took Chun Xiao away. How can these people unanimously accuse you of being the mastermind? You have no grievances with them. Why would they do this? Confess. Zhou County Magistrate shifted the direction of inquiry, and the evidence became glaringly evident, leaving Qin Yu without a defense. Confess. Looking like that. You dare to call yourself a beauty. Even fish would sink at the sight of you. My sister rejected your advances, and you publicly insulted her, Chun Xiao. Unable to bear it, bumped into you, and you maliciously plotted to have her abducted, even intending to kill her. This is an overwhelming injustice. You are nothing but scum. Jiang Ling Yi advanced towards Qin Yu, pointing a finger at his nose, secretly wishing to give him a swift kick if he dared to raise his hand. However, at that moment, Qin Yu was too bewildered to comprehend why Zhou County Magistrate was taking such a stance, so even when Jiang Ling Yi pointed at him, he did not dare to move. Zhou County Magistrate's lips twitched, and he coughed. No noise. Jiang Ling Yi immediately responded cheerfully. Yes, my lord, no more noise. Chun Yu meticulously organized his thoughts, realizing that County Magistrate Zhou had no intention of letting him off easily. Glancing back at the clever servant, he knew he had to stall until his father arrived to rescue him. Chun Yu cautiously said, My lord, I assure you that I did not abduct Miss Jiang. Hurting that maid was a moment of folly on my part, and I am willing to compensate her with some silver for her injuries. Magistrate Zhou slammed the table again, exclaiming, You have not even passed the elementary examination. Why do you dare to call yourself a student? Confess the truth, or face severe punishment. Terrified, Qin Yu involuntarily fell to his knees, pleading, My lord, I would not dare. You refuse to confess? Seize him and administer 20 lashes. Magistrate Zhou glanced outside, timing his command for the henchman to carry out the punishment. Chun Yu was dragged away, receiving a merciless beating that left him howling in agony, his skin lacerated. The punishment was prolonged just long enough for Chun Yuanwei to arrive. By the time it ended, Chun Yu had lost consciousness. Chun Yuanwei's wife hailed from a wealthy merchant family and was the backbone of their household. She had only this one son, whom she cherished like the apple of her eye. If she were to learn of her son's beating, there would surely be an uproar. Chun Yuanwei hurriedly pleaded outside the hall, My lord, I am Qin Maosheng, the father of Qin Yu. I am unaware of what crime my wayward son has committed. I humbly ask you to enlighten me. Please enter the hall, Magistrate Zhou replied, instantly adopting a more formal demeanor, appearing troubled by the matter at hand. After recounting the events, Chun Yuanwei quickly grasped that his son had provoked the wrong person, allowing Magistrate Zhou to exploit the situation. My lord, my foolish son has acted inappropriately. I beseech you to consider that he is the sole child of my wife and show leniency. Mentioning his wife resonated with Magistrate Zhou, who understood the intimidation had achieved its purpose. Chen Yu had already suffered greatly, which made it appear that justice was served. In this manner, Mu Wu could not testify, and Chen Yu offered 500 guan for the medical treatment of Zhang's maid, along with an additional fine of 200 guan. Mu Wu and others received 30 lashes and were exiled for 500 miles as a deterrent, after which they were dismissed. Jiang Xianyi offered a faint bow, while a servant approached to carry Chen Xiao. The Jiang siblings exited the county office. He got off easy, receiving only 20 lashes. And what of Mu Wu's 30 lashes and exile? He has barely escaped with his life, Zhang Lingyi observed indignantly. This is merely a small reprisal. Jiang Xianyi replied softly. At that moment, Cui Jian arrived at the courthouse, nodding as he learned the outcome. Had it not been for Lady Zhang's complaint, those 20 lashes may never have fallen upon Chen Yu. The local magistrates often find themselves constrained by the powerful and wealthy, or even collude with corrupt officials for profit, making reform difficult, Cui Jian remarked, furrowing his brow. Upon returning home, Jin He awaited at the entrance and rushed over to support Zhang Lingyi. I am fine. As Zhang Lingyi entered, she carefully removed the bandage from her head and discarded her cane, cautiously escorting Chen Xiao upstairs. Old Lady Dou was aware of the incident, but chose to remain silent, taking her medicinal meal before retiring early. At the stroke of the high hour, a shadow scaled the wall of the Chen residence from the eastern city. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Xianyi donned a simple brown outfit, indistinguishable from any ordinary servant, save for the black cloth covering her face. Finding Chen Yu's courtyard was not difficult. His cries of pain echoed through the night, sending chills down her spine. Jiang Xianyi observed the courtyard from the entrance. It was empty, and she followed the sound to the bedroom window. Poking a hole in the paper, she saw Chen Yu sprawled on the bed, crying out in agony. Approaching the door, she noticed a sleepy servant on night watch. Just as she intended to enter, a noise behind her alerted the servant, who promptly rose to investigate. Jiang Xianyi swiftly incapacitated him with a strike. As she turned to subdue the new arrival, she saw a figure clad in black with a mask. The black-clad individual gestured for her to enter, and Jiang Xianyi nodded at the cloth binding the figure's hair. Chen Yu continued to wail in pain as Jiang Xianyi approached the bedside and, without hesitation, dislocated his arms, causing his cries to escalate. With swift precision, she struck his wrists and fingers, each crack echoing through the room until his screams finally ceased. Jiang Xianyi and the figure in black quietly exited, scaling the courtyard wall once more. Back at the residence, Jiang Xianyi removed her mask. Old Lady Dou. How did you know I was going to the Chen residence? Old Lady Dou also removed her mask. I had no idea. I merely wished to see what kind of filth was involved, and unexpectedly found you. Old Lady Dou, appearing weary, caught her breath before asking, where did you learn these skills? From the Tales in Air Jia's book, Jiang Xianyi replied thoughtfully. Old Lady Dou coughed abruptly, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Jiang Xianyi. I have taught you all I can. What I cannot teach, you have discerned on your own. Just one thing. Never claim that your master is a beggar. Indeed, my master is a paragon of virtue, Jiang Xianyi replied expressionlessly. Old Lady Dou studied her for a moment under the lantern's glow before silently turning to leave. The news of Qin family's young master being avenged, with both hands shattered, spread quickly. Some speculated whether it was the same individuals who had killed the 3 brothers of the Fan family. The case against the Fans ultimately went unresolved, and the family mysteriously ceased their cries for justice, burying the 3 brothers and settling their business in Yingsheng, vanishing entirely. Half a month later, a new health establishment, Yushanfang, opened in Yingsheng. On opening day, many came to see the novelty, though few dined there. However, just 3 days later, patrons began to flock to Yushanfang, with some even bringing food boxes to purchase meals. The cuisine was not inexpensive, but with many suffering from ailments, the prospect of enjoying gourmet food while treating their health issues made it a worthwhile investment. In the realm of the Great Xia, filial piety held great significance. Wealthy families in Yingsheng began sending their stewards to Yushanfang to order meals for their elders, often booking for an entire month, which also came with complimentary snacks and tea. Furthermore, the name Yushanfang, a homophone for the imperial kitchen, suggested that a higher price was befitting of such a name, catering to the vanity of those who ordered meals from there. Thus, in a single night, Yushanfang became a household name in Yingsheng, beloved by many, yet none knew that its proprietor was the Navi Jiang Xianyi. On the 18th of August, Cui Jian departed Yingsheng for the provincial capital to partake in the autumn imperial examination. By the time he returned, he was celebrated as the top scholar, and Magistrate Zhou personally visited to offer his congratulations, drawing a throng of fellow scholars eager to pay their respects. As September rolled in, the gates of Mu's residence remained closed, and young Master Mu was visibly agitated. However, if I achieve success in the examinations, I shall turn this street upside down. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel him from Zhigui Alley, young Master Mu grumbled. Eating the porridge Jiang Ling Yi had prepared for him, Zheng Mian coolly remarked, "Young master, are you not concerned that expelling him will also drive the two Jiang ladies away?" Jiang Xiaonyang had noticeably reduced her visits to their residence of late.
Zheng Mian,
Also consuming medicinal cuisine that he had ordered from Yushan Fong, noted the weather turning chilly, necessitating his own replenishment. Humph. It is only that handsome exterior that has bewitched Mr. Zheng. Must you slurp your porridge so loudly? In the past, you were much more likable than that Cui Jian. If only you would show some ambition, we wouldn't have to pander to two women for our meals. Young Master Mu frowned in disdain, finishing his porridge with great appetite, leaving not a grain behind, and still yearning for more side dishes. Zheng Mian ignored him, continuing to noisily finish his porridge. Young master, what use is reminiscing about past glories? Now, my subordinate is indeed a disfigured figure. To have brought this bowl of porridge for the young master is already not to disappoint his expectations, Zheng Mian remarked while tidying up the food box.
Zheng Mian,
Oblivious to his own words, noticed that Mu Gongzi's hand faltered, and for a long while, he remained silent. Since we understand the significance of the Yuan festival, we should also prepare a congratulatory gift. Let us send that exquisite Lu Yunxing stone over, Mu Gongzi said, lowering his gaze. The Lu Yunxing stone? It would be a pity to give it away so easily, Zheng Mian thought, feeling a pang in his heart. Send it over. It would be of no use to keep it myself. Let us not allow others to underestimate us. We must avoid being slighted. For those two sisters are quite the opportunists, Mu Gongzi retorted with indignation. Who are you referring to as opportunists? Jiang Xianyi's voice suddenly echoed, startling both Zheng Mian and Mu Gongzi, who looked around the empty courtyard before noticing Yilang pointing towards the east. Mu Gongzi exchanged glances with Zheng Mian, who adeptly tied the silk ribbon, pushing him towards the door. In early September, the weather had turned slightly cool, and the osmanthus flowers on the trees were sparse. Jiang Xianyi sat gracefully on a tree branch, her skirt fluttering like a celestial being about to ascend. But Jiang Yangzi, I am referring to a pair of sisters who are indeed opportunists, their countenance far from the dignified and noble demeanor of Jiang Yangzi and her sister. Mu Gongzi felt Zheng Mian poke him in the shoulder from behind, forcing him to speak against his will. Thank you for the compliment, Mu Gongzi replied. Though I am no gentleman, but rather an opportunist myself. It is time to settle the bill for the month's meals. It wouldn't sound pleasant to come asking for debts in person, so I am informing you here, Jiang Xianyi said with a serene smile. Do I need to come to collect this small sum from Jiang Yangzi? Mu Gongzi's expression darkened as he gazed at the osmanthus tree, clearly seeing Jiang Xianyi's figure through the silk ribbon. What a fortunate little person, Mu Gongzi thought bitterly, yet he dared not voice it, for their entire party was still reliant on the Jiang sisters for their meals. Zheng Mian returned with a silver note, having previously agreed upon a daily meal cost of 10 taels, totaling 300 taels. Jiang Yangzi, I am not adept at climbing trees. May I deliver this silver note to you? Zheng Mian raised the note. I will fetch it myself, Jiang Xianyi replied, descending from the tree without hesitation. As Mu Gongzi looked up at Jiang Xianyi, she suddenly fell, and he instinctively stood to catch her. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared, and Jiang Xianyi, caught off guard, had no leverage to change her direction, landing in Mu Gongzi's embrace. Zheng Mian and Yilang stood dumbfounded. In an instant, the young master had lost both his disguises, revealing his secret skills. According to previous rules, Jiang Xianyi should not be allowed to remain. Yet at that moment, Jiang Xianyi beheld an unusual scene in the same garden. A 7 or 8-year-old child, savoring a sweet osmanthus cake, his peach blossom eyes slightly squinted in satisfaction. Jiang Xianyi momentarily forgot her actions, lying obediently in Mu Gongzi's arms. After a brief, peculiar silence, she regained her senses and jumped down, saying, Thank you for your timely rescue, young master. Mu Gongzi had never been in such close contact with a woman. The soft, Elastic touch and the faint scent unique to young girls made his heart race like never before. How could I have lost composure? Mu Gongzi thought, his first instinct being to conceal his physical reaction. The young master is usually able to walk, albeit with some weakness, Jiang Xian candidly pointed out. Ahem. That is not the case. Thank you, Jiang Yangzi, for allowing me this unexpected ability to walk. Mu Gongzi managed to maintain his calm facade. If that is so, then you should thank me, for not only can you walk, but you do so quite swiftly. Moreover, has your eye ailment improved significantly? Jiang Xian said with a significant tone. Chapter 55. Chuiling June and the Yuan Festival. Upon hearing Jiang Yangzi's words, it seemed indeed that he had recovered. Mu Gongzi remarked, removing the silk ribbon to reveal his peach blossom eyes, which held a smile, albeit faint. Jiang Xian gazed into his eyes, gradually overlapping with the image of the child from earlier. Noticing Jiang Xian's unwavering stare, Mu Gongzi felt a surge of disdain. Women of such nature only cared for appearances. Had he known his looks would prove so useful, he would have claimed his eyes were fine much earlier. As he wrestled with his feelings of aversion, his ears began to redden, and he turned to glare at the dazed Yileng. Yileng blinked a few times and hastily brought over a cart for Mu Gongzi to return to the main hall. Zheng Mian took the silver note and handed it to Jiang Xian. Would Jiang Yangzi like a cup of hot tea? Our young master's tea is quite commendable. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, that would be delightful. Jiang Xian entered the main hall and sat down, while Yileng quickly served tea to the three of them. Mu Gongzi sat there, his gaze cast downward while sipping tea, the redness in his ears taking a long time to fade. After taking a sip, Jiang Xian placed her teacup down and approached Mu Gongzi. Young master, may I check your pulse to see how your cold affliction is faring? Perhaps the medicinal diet should be adjusted. As Jiang Xian walked over, Mu Gongzi's mind raced with various thoughts. He was unsure of her intentions, realizing he had overthought it, and the red flush returned. Actually, it is fine. Mu Gongzi extended his wrist, striving to maintain his composure. Jiang Xian placed her hand on his wrist, but this time, no strange visions emerged. After checking his pulse, Jiang Xian washed her hands and returned to her seat, taking a sip of tea before asking, Young master, are you familiar with Linjing? Mu Gongzi had just regained his normal demeanor, but upon hearing Jiang Xian's question, any semblance of ease vanished, replaced by scrutiny and caution. Why do you ask about that, Jiang Yangzi? He countered. I have heard of a place with a vast garden, where colorful butterflies flit about. Does Linjing possess such a location? Jiang Xian recalled the scene slowly. Mu Gongzi was taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise. Jiang Yangzi, from whom did you hear such tales? Indeed, there are places like that in Linjing, but I wonder if Jiang Yangzi will have the opportunity to see them. Is there truly? Jiang Xian's phoenix eyes raised slightly, their depth reminiscent of ink, bright yet devoid of joy. Mu Gongzi suppressed his wariness. How could such a woman be here to gather intelligence? He had been overly cautious. Indeed, there exists such a place in Linjing, known as Butterfly Garden, he said slowly, as if reminiscing about its beauty. Jiang Xian nodded. Young master must have visited Butterfly Garden before? Mu Gongzi lowered his gaze for a moment, then replied coolly, It is not a particularly fine place. What of it if I have been there? Why do you say so? What is wrong with Butterfly Garden? Jiang Xian pressed further. Jiang Yangzi, the business at Yushanfang is thriving. Not long ago, it was difficult to meet you. How is it that you have the leisure now? Zheng Mian interjected, changing the topic. The menu for Yushanfang has been adjusted. Jia knows how to mix the medicinal ingredients, so I need not worry about that. Jiang Xian had asked all she needed. And now she stood to take her leave, stepping out of the main hall and turning towards the osmanthus tree, effortlessly scaling the wall. Zheng Mian stood in the courtyard for a while, shaking his head and sighing. If it were in the past, Jiang Yangzi marrying the young master as a concubine would have been a fitting match. Mu Gongzi, wrapped in a fox fur coat, sat in the cart inside. Biting his teeth at Zheng Mian's words, Zheng Xiansheng, you seem particularly idle today. If so, perhaps you should calculate the incoming accounts, if any discrepancies arise. I fear your monthly allowance may not suffice for medicinal meals. Zheng Mian's face stiffened. Young master, if only my calculations could achieve first rank. Then the title of top scholar would be beyond anyone's grasp. Why must I be forced into this predicament, only to lose all that silver? Young Master Mu disregarded him and turned the cart back. The guests thanking Cui Jian were few, Su Fuzi, the Jiang siblings, and young Master Mu along with Zheng Mian. Initially, young Master Mu had no intention of attending, but upon seeing Zheng Mian, who had tidied himself up and was ready to leave with his congratulatory gift, it was evident he was attempting to curry favor. Thus, he changed his attire and joined them. Cui Jian remained in his blue robe, while young Master Mu, having removed the blindfolded silk, occasionally assessed him, internally comparing their shortcomings. Upon seeing young Master Mu's gift, Cui Jian slightly furrowed his brows, glanced at him without a word, and carefully set the precious inkstone aside. Today, Su Fuzi was in high spirits, hoping to indulge in a few extra cups thanks to Jiang Lingyi's delectable dishes. However, just as they began their meal, Fu Bo, the gatekeeper, entered with a group, appearing anxious. At the forefront was a pair of middle-aged individuals. The man was none other than Cui Jian's father, followed closely by Cui Jian's younger brother, Cui Jin. The middle-aged woman, with a face like a silver basin, wore lavish attire that could not conceal her hostility. Cui Jian's smile vanished as he stood to greet them. Father, mother. How can I accept such a title as mother from the examination champion? If it weren't for your fifth brother returning home with good news. I fear that when the golden list is announced, he might not recognize us as his parents. This middle-aged woman was Cui Jian's biological mother, and he had grown accustomed to such ridicule, preferring not to elaborate. Father, mother, I merely succeeded by chance and still have the spring examination to prepare for. Hence I dared not disturb you at home. Cui Yingchuan snorted, his gaze turning icier upon seeing Su Fuzi at the table. Your aunt's brother has become a guest of honor, clearly ignorant of the distinctions of rank and kinship. Su Fuzi ignored Cui Yingchuan, downing his cup in one gulp. Father, mother, today my uncle and neighbors have come to celebrate, and we have prepared some wine and dishes. Please have a seat and dine together. Cui Jian gestured for the servants to set the table. Sixth brother, I never expected mother to provide you with academic funds, and yet you squander it in such a debauched manner. Mother, you often teach me to be frugal. How can you indulge sixth brother in such extravagance? Cui Jin pointed at the banquet. Young Master Mu lowered his eyes, uninterested in meddling in others' affairs. Jiang Mianting narrowed her fox-like eyes, her fingers gently fiddling as she concocted a scheme. Sister, today this osmanthus wine has a sour taste. Wait, this isn't the flavor of osmanthus wine. It's a foul odor, distinctly reminiscent of something unpleasant. It's a shame to waste such a fine spread. Jiang Lingyi frowned, fanning her hand before her nose, trying to avoid Cui Jin's direction. Su Fuzi and Zheng Mian exchanged amused glances, while young Master Mu's lips twitched. Only this young lady from the Jiang family could be so blunt. What did you say? Truly vulgar. Cui Jin's face flushed red from the insult. Yet he dared not argue with a young girl, pointing at Jiang Lingyi and uttering a retort. I may be coarse, but you are indeed lowly. This feast is in celebration of Cui Liulong's academic success. Who are you to criticize? You are as blind as a frog at the bottom of a well, and a dung beetle dressed in shameful finery. I advise you to roll away as far as you can. Do not disgrace yourself in this house. Jiang Lingyi stood, pointing at Cui Jin and berating her. Chapter 56. Anger. Young Master Mu and Zheng Mian exchanged glances, both realizing the mutual sense of inadequacy. It was indeed liberating to insult others so freely. Cui Yingchuan was taken aback, while his wife, Yang, seethed with anger. Where did this little vixen come from to insult my son? Someone, teach her some manners. Yang was a legitimate daughter from another prominent family in the Great Xia, enough to uphold Cui Yingchuan's status, which made him regard her with respect. At her command, two robust servants stepped forward, lunging at Jiang Lingyi. Unyielding, Jiang Lingyi stood her ground, emboldened by her sister's presence, ready to retaliate. Come on, who's afraid? Before the servants could reach her, Yelong and Jiang Shuani positioned themselves in front of Jiang Lingyi. The two servants hesitated, glancing back at their mistress. What are you looking at? This little wench has dared to insult my son. Whoever stands in the way, throw them out. Yang commanded. This was indeed the Cui family's residence, and having a bastard residing there made her feel that they had assumed ownership. Yang had never been opposed before. Residing in the inner court had always been smooth sailing, with only Cui Jian being an anomaly. If it weren't for Su's family having this learned gentleman, some connections would have made it unwise to provoke them. Now, with a little girl insulting her son, how could she swallow her pride? The servants, having received their orders, advanced again, but Yelong disdainfully kicked the two aside, leaving them groaning on the floor. Yang was furious and turned to call her servants to apprehend Yilong. It was only then that Cui Yingchuan noticed young Master Mu's presence and quickly intervened, approaching with respect. Young Master Mu is also here. Luling. Why is the feast so meager, neglecting our esteemed guest? The young lady from the Jiang family truly lacks refinement. My wife acted in haste and has embarrassed you. Young Master Mu. Cui Yingchuan's expression shifted several times in a minute, while young Master Mu lost interest altogether, having never enjoyed noisy gatherings. Cui Chenggu. I have no intention of meddling in your family affairs, yet I came today to celebrate, and the Jiang family lady has kindly prepared this banquet. Are you truly intent on dampening everyone's spirits? Young Master Mu indicated to Yilong, who then maneuvered the cart to face Cui Yingchuan. Cui Chengwu. If the head of the Cui family were to learn of your treatment towards outstanding youths, what would be his thoughts? How long has it been since the Cui family has produced a top scholar after Cui Taifu? Cui Yingchuan was struck with fear. Someone who could articulate such words was certainly not an ordinary noble son, and he began to sweat profusely. Young Master Mu, I have been inconsiderate, indeed. It is this ungrateful son who has not reported his achievement to the family. I was merely anxious. I appreciate your reminder. Master, what of the top scholar? He is still our son, raised by us. Can he be allowed to be unfilial without my discipline? Yang dismissed young Master Mu, regarding him as a frail invalid. Meddling in others' affairs. Do not speak too much, young Master Mu. Do not take it to heart. Please sit and enjoy a few more drinks. Cui Yingchuan hurriedly attempted to placate young Master Mu with a forced smile. I shall not linger. I am feeling somewhat better today, but having seen so much unpleasantness, I fear my eye ailment may return. Cui Luling, let us celebrate again after your palace examination. Young Master Mu declared before Yilong pushed him away. Zheng Mian merely stood to see him off but returned to his seat, raising his cup to Su Fuzi. Let them create their ruckus. We shall enjoy our wine. Su Fuzi's anger subsided as he smiled and drank with Zheng Mian. Jiang Xuani, holding Jiang Lingyi, returned to their seats, leaving the three members of the Cui family isolated. Cui Yingchuan, both ashamed and furious, recalled young Master Mu's words and suppressed his rage. Is this how you treat your parents and elder brothers? Now that you have succeeded, do not waste time here. Come home with us. You need to prepare for the imperial examination in the capital, and we shall accompany you. This sounded like genuine concern for Cui Jian, yet Su Fuzi slammed his cup down upon the table. Cui Yingchuan, you have loved reading since childhood. Initially, you flaunted him as a trophy, dragging him around to recite and debate, regardless of his wishes. Gradually, everyone came to know the prodigy as father, forgetting Cui Yingchuan. You confined him within the walls of your estate, denying him freedom, and now he has finally reached the examination. What do you intend? To imprison him again and bar him from participating in the spring exams? I merely perceived Xinjiang as muddled, yet I did not anticipate such blindness. Though you may not embody the virtues of a gentleman, at the very least, even a tiger spares its cubs. Perhaps you could have been a good father. Yet you continuously astonish me with your cruelty. How can a father be so merciless? At this juncture, Master Su, unable to suppress his fury, pointed a trembling finger at Cui Yingchuan. Uncle, do not lose your temper. Take care of your health, Cui Jian said, furrowing his brow and leaning down to soothe Master Su's heaving chest. Su Fengtang, how dare you slander me so? Cui Jian is my son. How I choose to deal with him is entirely my prerogative. Lu Lang, pack your belongings and return with me at once. Su Fengtang had torn away the veil of shame from Cui Yingchuan, revealing his petty machinations for all to see. At this moment, he cared not for his dignity, only wishing to leave the old residence as swiftly as possible. Father, please forgive me. I cannot return at this time. Uncle has summoned former classmates and intends to instruct me on certain unresolved matters. This place is tranquil, and I wish to devote myself to my studies. If I do not succeed in the imperial examination next spring, I shall return home then. Cui Jian stood before Cui Yingchuan, for the first time defying his father. Unruly wretch! I should never have allowed you to come to Shuanqing. A resounding slap struck Cui Jian's face, causing him to sway slightly. The imprint of fingers appearing on his fair complexion, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Alas! Jiang Lingyi leapt from her chair, rushing over to deliver a punch to Cui Yingchuan's abdomen, too swift for Jiang Xuani to intervene. That us for hitting my handsome young lord, Jiang Lingyi added after the deed was done. Meanwhile, Yang Shi suddenly swung her hand, striking Jiang Lingyi with a fierce blow, releasing all her pent-up anger. sending Jiang Lingyi sprawling to the ground. Sister, this old hag has struck me, Jiang Lingyi exclaimed, on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend Jiang Xuani's swift movements. All she heard was a series of crackling sounds, followed by two cries of anguish. Both Cui Yingchuan and Yangshi sat on the ground, clutching their wrists, faces pale and wailing in pain. Why did you strike my younger sister? Jiang Xuani coldly inquired, an unsettling sensation spreading from her chest, igniting a desire to crush the two assailants into dust. At this moment, Jiang Mianting had already gone to assist Jiang Lingyi, and upon hearing Jiang Xuani's words, she turned around, her eyes filled with inquiry. Sister, is she angry? Jiang Lingyi murmured, having forgotten the pain on her face, her expression transforming into one of delight. Chapter 57. Do you feel pain for me? Cui Jin bent down to assist the Cui couple, while the servants finally snapped back to their senses and offered help. Cui Jian took the handkerchief offered by Ting Mo to wipe the blood from his mouth, then approached Jiang Lingyi to inquire if she was unharmed. What audacious wench dares to inflict harm? Yang Shi gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. She is the discarded wife of the newly appointed General He Dingjiang. Not long ago, she was seen strolling through the market with Lu Lang, and she even injured my son. Cui Jin attempted to point at Jiang Xuani, but withdrew his finger. Someone, go report this to the authorities. This wretched woman has harmed the master in my house. Summon the magistrate of Shuanqing to take her away. Yang Shi, sweating from pain yet fueled by her resentment, urged her servants to report the incident. I ask you again, why did you strike my younger sister? Jiang Xuani continued to question coldly. I struck her, so what? This is the Cui residence. You barged in here and harmed my lord. If I were to kill that little wretch, it would not be unjust. Yang Shi's voice grew hoarse, trembling with pain, her eyes glaring at Jiang Xuani. Father, if mother persists in this quarrel, I shall henceforth refer to you as you for the last time. Cui Jian will voluntarily request to be removed from the clan and will never set foot in the Cui family again. At this moment, Cui Jian stood before Jiang Xuani, addressing Cui Yingchuan with an icy demeanor.
What?
You would sever our father-son bond to protect this wretched woman? Cui Yingchuan, taken aback, momentarily forgot the agony in his wrist. To renounce his clan identity meant that Cui Jian would lack any support in his career, a decision fraught with difficulty. Cui Yingchuan could never have imagined that Cui Jian would be willing to forsake such status, something that countless impoverished students would envy. To protect Jiang Xuani, Cui Jian was willing to cut off his own escape route. Father, should you continue to insult Lady Jiang, I shall leave this old residence. The gratitude for 18 years of nurturing shall be repaid in gold and silver. From this day forth, I shall have no familial ties with you. Each word Cui Jian spoke was deliberate yet resolute, making it clear to Cui Yingchuan that this illegitimate son was not merely attempting to intimidate him. In the past, Cui Yingchuan would not have been cowed by such words, but as young Master Mu had said, losing such an exceptional offspring would not be forgiven by the head of the Cui family. Very well, let us return. Cui Yingchuan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Cui Jian. He had lost this round, realizing he must obey the family head and protect his children, unable to gamble on losing. My lord, are we to let this wretched woman go unpunished for injuring us? Yang Shi gasped, her wrists swollen, bitterness coursing through her. Madam, your words are erroneous. It is clear that you and your husband instigated this violence, yet you now suffer from your own misfortune. The marks on your face bear witness to this. Should this reach the authorities, it may be unclear whose fault it truly is, Zheng Mian interjected calmly. Is there anyone who witnessed Lady Jiang inflict harm? She is but a frail girl. How could she have injured both of you so severely? Truly, this is an unreasonable commotion. Cui Chengwu, I advise you to heed my words. Your wife speaks recklessly. Beware, for trouble may arise from her tongue. Cui Yingchuan understood that Zheng Mian was affiliated with young Master Mu, whose identity remained a mystery, and the family head had cautioned against provoking him. Thus avoiding his subordinates was imperative. Yes, I have been taught. Escort my wife out, Cui Yingchuan weakly commanded. The group departed in a dispirited manner, and Jiang Lingyi attempted to make a funny face, inadvertently causing pain to her left cheek, prompting her to wince. Does it hurt, Jin He? Quickly fetch the ointment. Jiang Xuani instructed, her brows slightly furrowed. Jin He hurriedly ran to retrieve the ointment. Sister, do you feel pain for me? Jiang Lingyi, at this moment, forgot her own discomfort, her gaze fixed anxiously on Jiang Xuani. The old sage had remarked that Jiang Xuani was devoid of emotion, like a leaf adrift on the currents of fate. Only by experiencing the myriad joys and sorrows of life could her destiny be fulfilled. Lest she shatter like a glass lamp when her time came. The impending date of her reckoning loomed on the 10th day of the 8th month next year. Thus, if Jiang Xuani were to grasp the essence of joy, anger, sorrow, thought, and fear, any emotion would surely bring delight to the siblings Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi. Feel pain? Jiang Xuani pondered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. She did not comprehend what it meant to feel pain. The overwhelming sensation that had once threatened to obliterate all had vanished without a trace. Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet they remained undeterred, for the three siblings were bound by a mutual promise of vigilance. Cui Jian invited everyone to take their seats once more, and the Cui family's cook, Madame He, brought in freshly warmed dishes. Jean He applied the ointment to Jiang Lingyi's injuries, while Ting Imo did the same for Cui Jian, secretly wiping away tears as she worked. Master Su raised his wine cup in a toast to Zheng Mian. Young Master Mu is a dragon among men, and Mr. Zheng is a phoenix among dragons. I must also express my gratitude for your protection of Yishu. Zheng Mian's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and he chuckled sheepishly. I went to great lengths to ensure my attendance at this banquet hosted by Miss Jiang. How could I allow anyone to disrupt it? The desire for sustenance surpasses all. Master Su said no more, turning to Jiang Xuani. I must confess, I underestimated you, Lady Jiang. I previously thought you merely clever, yet regrettably bound by your gender. Little did I know, you are both learned and skilled. Indeed, Lady Lin has trained her children well. Master, look at me. I am also my mother's daughter. Why did I receive such a slap? Jiang Lingyi pouted, pointing at herself to assert that Master Su's statement was inaccurate. The others exchanged glances, and apart from Jiang Xuani, could not contain their laughter. Despite the setbacks, a banquet was rejuvenated by Jiang Lingyi's lively spirit. Su Fuzhong congratulated Cui Jian on his resilience, suggesting that he would no longer be constrained by Cui Yingchuan. In a wooden house separated by a courtyard, young Master Mu once again approached the door, gazing eastward. Mr. Zheng is truly enjoying himself tonight, refusing to return even now, as if he has forgotten what we dined upon. Today, Jiang Lingyi had cooked at the Cui residence, while the meals at the Mu household were prepared by Madame He. Although the flavors were not lacking, young Master Mu's palate had been spoiled by the Jiang sisters. Young Master, what shall we do about your meals once we return to the capital? Night Lang is already worried. Young Master Mu hesitated, slowly retracting his gaze. In truth, it is not so dire. It is merely a matter of appetite, and one can easily forget over time. It was not until the hour of Yu that Zheng Mian returned to the residence, fully satisfied, while young Master Mu had already retired for the night. That evening, Jiang Xuani allowed Jiang Lingyi to sleep in her chamber, as it made it easier for her to apply medicine. The wounds on Chuanxiao's face had formed scabs and begun to darken and peel in recent days. Jiang Xuani diligently watched over her, admonishing Chunxiao not to scratch due to the itch. Jiang Lingyi, observing Chunxiao's face, asked Jiang Xuani, sister, will I also become like Chunxiao, a tiger skin egg? Chunxiao, who had been downcast lately, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingyi's words, then laughed and stomped her foot. Young lady, how can you jest about others like that? As night deepened, a shadow flickered past the wooden house, followed by a faint knock at the door. Chapter 58. Is this a lawless place? The main door of the residence cracked open, revealing a bamboo tube picked up from the ground before it was closed again. Zheng Mian gazed at the secret letter in his hand, the drunkenness fading from his expression, replaced by an unusual gravity. The herbalist had been ambushed on his return journey, with all his companions perishing, yet no trace of the herbalist's body was discovered. Was it possible that the young master would not receive the antidote for his cold illness? Nightlang's typically expressionless face now showed signs of anxiety. Having suffered from this ailment for many years, every time he sought medicinal herbs, complications arose. This time, despite meticulous preparations, something had gone awry. Zheng Mian's gaze fell upon the secret letter. Although Jiang Yangzi's medicinal cuisine provided some relief, it was merely a delay. Without the antidote, the illness would still manifest. With the herbalist absent, what was to be done? Nightlang looked toward the back courtyard, where a dim yellow lamp was always lit in the bedroom. Recently, the young master had been able to sleep well thanks to the medicinal cuisine. Yet that lamp remained unextinguished. The young master had always been averse to medication. After enduring so many bitter remedies, he had lost all hope. The cold illness, however, remained untreated, leading him to secretly dispose of the medicine in recent years. Zheng Mian murmured softly, as if to himself, "Fortunately, Jiang Yangzi's cuisine is both delicious and effective. It seems fate has brought us to Shuanqing, where the young master should suffer less." Zheng Mian steeled himself. "Send word to dispatch 30 night guards to the herbalist's last known location. Search with all our might, alive or dead. We must find him." "Yes." Nightlang clasped his fists in acknowledgement and departed to issue the command. After Nightlang left, Zheng Mian sat down, removed the lampshade from the table, and held the secret letter close to the candle flame, slowly warming it until 2 lines of text gradually appeared. After reading, Zheng Mian burned the letter in the candle flame. The next day, Cui Jian closed his doors to guests to avoid incessant visits from students. Jiang Lingyi, having only taken a short nap, felt completely revitalized. As a culinary prodigy, she thrived on competition. Without her phone and the internet, she felt as though time was abundant. With the Cui residence closed, Jiang Lingyi could not break the rules, so she had Mama Liang summon craftsmen to construct a stable ladder against the courtyard wall. After several attempts, she was thoroughly satisfied. From that day forth, Jiang Lingyi boldly scaled the wall daily to deliver food to Cui Jian and whimsically dubbed it Red Apricot Leaping Over the Wall. Hearing this, Mo Ku dared not retort, turning away to spit. What a waste of a fine story. What? A ladder built specifically to deliver food to Cui Jian? After spending so much silver, why do we still have to go every day to fetch it? Young Master Mu was eager to confront this, but upon envisioning Jiang Xuani cradling Jiang Lingyi with her clear phoenix eyes, he continued, "Such a quantity of food delivered over the wall is indeed inappropriate. Moreover, the guards fetching it ensures safety, which is distinctly different from that of Cui Jian." This reasoning brought some comfort to young Master Mu. Glancing at the time, he sat at the table to read, appearing unconcerned. However, after half an hour had passed, there was still no sign of Jiang Xuani. Feeling irrationally impatient, he thought to himself, if it doesn't arrive soon, I shall forego eating today. In frustration, young Master Mu tossed the book onto the table. Zheng Mian could not help but chuckle, noting how much young Master Mu resembled a child lately. Since that fateful year, he had not seen such a side of him. A subordinate suggested sending Yi Qi to inquire, for it was customary for meals to arrive by this time. Zheng Mian stifled a laugh as he prepared to find Yi Qi. There is no need to rush. Perhaps the prescription has been adjusted, causing a delay. This medicinal cuisine is not like regular meals. It likely requires more effort, so Yi Qi should inquire carefully to avoid offending Jiang Yangzi. Young Master Mu picked up the book and, looking down, spoke softly. Understood, his subordinate replied as he left. Soon, Zheng Mian returned, his expression serious. Young Master, Jiang Yangzi mentioned she went to the Yushanfang today to prepare medicinal cuisine for you, but she has yet to return. The stewardess is unaware of what has transpired. Send someone to check on Yushanfang. Prepare the carriage. I shall go personally, as I have yet to see the markets of Shuanqing. Young Master Mu said, rising to allow Nightlang to assist him with his attire. Young Master, we should not make our presence known in Shuanqing. It would be better for my subordinates to investigate. Zheng Mian hurriedly dissuaded him, explaining that the young master's identity was unique, and being away from the capital was already rare. Should anyone learn of his identity, it could lead to trouble. Merely a frail body. Who would desire it? Do you think I would cling to life like a living corpse? Young Master Mu continued without pause, heading straight to the inner chamber to change. Zheng Mian ceased further protest, immediately instructing the carriage be prepared and meticulously arranging the guards to ensure no detail was overlooked. Before long, they arrived at the marketplace. Zheng Mian lifted the carriage curtain and, from a distance, saw a crowd gathered before a shop, with the driver, Yi Qi, turning back to confirm that it was indeed Yushanfang. It seemed something had gone awry. A few officials were sealing the shop, preparing to close it while Jiang Xuani, holding a food box, was being ushered out along with the cook and staff. No wonder business was booming. They had been adding wuxia powder to the food, deceiving customers into believing they were healing. Such a travesty. Those with filial piety were purchasing for their parents, thinking it a remedy, when in fact it was poison hastening their demise. It turned out the owner was this foolish woman, perhaps having opened the shop to harm others with her returned dowry. Who would have thought this simpleton possessed such cunning? The crowd buzzed with chatter as the guards cleared a path, allowing young Master Mu, cloaked in a hood, and Zheng Mian to enter. Officer, on what grounds do you seal my shop without evidence? Even if someone has accused me, We must confront the matter publicly. Jiang Shuani interjected, restraining the official, asserting that once the seal was affixed, even the innocent could be deemed guilty. Step aside. The Lord has commanded it. Who dares obstruct us? Any grievances must be addressed at the yamen. Do not hinder our duty. As such, the medicinal herbs within must be extracted. Some herbs are particularly susceptible to mold, and if left too long, they could jeopardize your shop along with its contents. The officer pushed aside Jiang Shuani and caught sight of the food box in her hand. Bring that here, he ordered. No items from the shop are to be taken. The officer reached out to snatch the food box. Jiang Shuani stepped back, allowing him space. Sir, this is a medicinal dish prepared for the son of a neighbor. Not from the shop. I kindly ask for your leniency. Leniency? My comrades and I are here to enforce the law. If we fail, we shall be reprimanded upon our return. Who will take responsibility? Hand it over. The officer leaned in to seize the box. With a loud smack. Ah.
Who the hell struck me?
Do you wish to rebel? The officer's hand was deflected by a dagger, and he drew his own weapon, pointing it at the figure before him, Yelong. What an imposing display of authority, yet you are merely a county constable, daring to threaten a citizen. Has Xuanqing become a lawless land? The voice of young Master Mu was clear and cold, suppressing the surrounding clamor. Who do you think you are to obstruct the duties of the officers? I advise you to mind your own business and walk away. The officer's tone softened, realizing young Master Mu was not an ordinary citizen. You are not worthy to inquire about my master. Go fetch someone who can make decisions. Otherwise, no one shall seal the shop. Zheng Mian stood beside young Master Mu, his face obscured by a black veil, speaking slowly, yet with an arrogant demeanor. The officer glanced at the head constable and discreetly shifted closer, aware that these men often bully the weak, but shy away from those who are strong. The head constable, after observing for a moment, approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. May I inquire why you object to sealing the shop? My brothers are merely performing their duties and cannot afford to neglect them. Can you articulate the reason for sealing the shop? If you cannot provide justification or produce witnesses, then this shop cannot be sealed, Zheng Mian replied, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. To be frank, it is due to the matriarch of the Qin family in the East City, who fell ill after consuming food from this medicinal establishment. Upon investigation, it was discovered that it was tainted with wuxia san. Mr. Qin lodged a complaint with the county office, and we were dispatched to seal the shop. The head constable explained with a forced smile. Ah, Mr. Qin, is it? Not long ago, his son abducted a young lady from the Jiang family and inflicted severe injuries upon her. It is rather coincidental that he now accuses Zhang's establishment, Zheng Mian scoffed. So it is the Qin family who is behind this. There must be some hidden agenda, murmured someone from the crowd. Young Master Mu had approached Jiang Shuani, signaling Yelong to take the food box. Is this prepared for me? He asked. Jiang Shuani nodded. Earlier, some commotion arose here, claiming that the medicinal dish caused harm, which frightened away the customers, and soon after, officers arrived to seal the door, hence the delay. Seeing that Jiang Shuani was not flustered or angry, young Master Mu felt reassured and decided not to engage further with the officers. Take my insignia and visit the county office to investigate the accuser. If it is indeed stated that wuxia san was present, we must uncover how it came to be in Xuanqing, as it is strictly prohibited. The county magistrate must bear responsibility for this oversight. Furthermore, we must ascertain who from the Chen household fell ill. If no symptoms of wuxia san are found, it is a false accusation. If symptoms are present but untraceable to the medicinal establishment, the responsible parties shall be punished accordingly. Before young Master Mu made this declaration, the officer had been holding a packet, claiming it contained wuxia san discovered in the shop, but at that moment, he hesitated to present it, fearing the implications it could have for the county magistrate. Onlookers whispered among themselves, speculating on the misfortune of the Qin family this year, having suffered various calamities, including their son being injured and losing a hand due to his reckless actions. They believed this latest accusation against Zhang's establishment was yet another stroke of bad luck for the Qin family, regardless of the outcome of the investigation. Although young Master Mu's guards were disguised as servants, they bore daggers, enough to intimidate the few officers who dared not press their advantage, retreating hastily to report back. Please return to the residence, Lady Zhang. The medicinal dish may cool. My subordinate will go to the county office, Zheng Mian advised young Master Mu. Thank you for keeping your word, Jiang Shuani expressed her gratitude. Young Master Mu frowned beneath his hood, thinking, why thank him and not me? I am the one truly assisting you. Zheng Mian did not decline. Lady Jiang, you are too polite. I must attend to my duties. Jiang Xuanyi instructed Zhu, the shopkeeper of the medicinal establishment, to maintain normal operations. Should anyone disturb again, they were to report directly to the county office without engaging in disputes. Young Master Mu raised an eyebrow, noting her adeptness at wielding authority. Yelong helped young Master Mu into the carriage, while Jiang Xuanyi intended to walk back. Young Master Mu remarked coolly, if the medicinal dish cools, I shall lose my appetite. Should I wait for Lady Jiang to return and take my pulse before eating? Reluctantly, Jiang Xuanyi boarded the carriage. From the outside, the carriage appeared ordinary, but within lay a hidden world. The interior featured exquisite cabinets, stocked with tea and snacks, as well as a warming stove and books. The seats were wider than those of other carriages, adorned with fragrant cushions, releasing a subtle aroma as they moved. However, the limited space constrained seating, with cabinets and a stove taking up room, leaving only enough space at the back for 2 people. Thus, Jiang Xuanyi found herself seated beside young Master Mu. Upon entering the carriage, Jiang Xuanyi realized this predicament, but it was too late to retreat. Yechi, driving, set off, and had Jiang Xuanyi not been agile, she might have tumbled into young Master Mu's lap. Young Master Mu sat there, unable to remove his hood, silently berating himself for being so careless. He had forgotten that while he occupied the seat comfortably, 2 people would inevitably be cramped. He maintained a facade of nonchalance, attempting to lean to one side, presenting the appearance of ample space. Jiang Xuanyi had no choice but to sit closely on the other side, grateful that the journey was short and they would soon return to Zigailing. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, young Master Mu initiated a conversation. Were you born in Xuancheng, Lady Jiang? This city is abundant in osmanthus trees, and your osmanthus pastries are remarkably authentic. Jiang Xuanyi turned, frowning. Have you eaten osmanthus pastries before?
Indeed.
I had them in my youth, and they tasted just as you make them. It was only after that I never encountered them again, young Master Mu replied. Momentarily lost in memory. It was only recently, when Jiang Xiaonyang sent some for breakfast, that I discovered someone could still make them, he added softly. But Xuanyang claimed she created the recipe herself, and no one made them before her.
Who sent them to you?
Jiang Xuanyi recalled a scene where a young boy held the very osmanthus pastries. Who is Xuanyang? She must have deceived you. I not only tasted them but also remember the name, as my mother adored osmanthus, young Master Mu said, his thoughts drifting as the scent of osmanthus filled the air. He lifted the carriage curtain and spotted the grove of osmanthus trees nearby. Jiang Xuanyi was about to explain about Xuanyang when she noticed young Master Mu suddenly lean forward, gripping the cabinet tightly. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Xuanyi inquired. Young Master Mu gritted his teeth, enduring the icy pain within, and replied softly, It's nothing. Perhaps my cold ailment is acting up. Lady Jiang, you may disembark here. Jiang Xuanyi felt a chill in the carriage and hesitated before saying, Young Master Mu, I have some knowledge of medicine. It would take time to summon a physician. It would be better if I examined your pulse.
Stop the carriage. Get out.
Young Master Mu shouted hoarsely. Jiang Xuanyi ceased her words, preparing to rise from the carriage, when young Master Mu leaned languidly against her shoulder, sending a chill coursing through her body. Chapter 60. The Onset of Cold Illness. Young Master, Knight Lang exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he pulled back the carriage curtain. Jiang Xuanyi intended to assist him to a seated position, but as he bid her to leave, she resolved not to linger. At that moment, a wave of cold, almost sentient in its ferocity, swiftly infiltrated Jiang Xuanyi's being, rendering her acutely aware of the bone-deep chill, as if a portion of young Master Mu's suffering had been transferred to her. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Xuanyi instructed Knight Lang, drive back to the residence. Knight Lang, not daring to delay, urged Knight 7 to hasten their pace. The carriage arrived promptly at the rear courtyard's drooping flower gate, where Jiang Xuanyi alighted, and Knight Lang carried young Master Mu into the bedroom. At that moment, young Master Mu's complexion was pale, his lips tinged with a purplish hue, even in unconsciousness. His teeth chattered audibly from the cold. A cloth was placed in his mouth to prevent injury to his teeth, several braziers were lit in the room, and he was changed into inner garments, with hot water prepared for his bath. Jiang Xuanyi endeavored to control her own body, stifling any trembling in her voice as she addressed young Master Mu's symptoms based solely on her physical sensations. He could not perish. Many enigmas surrounded him that remained unresolved, and they were intrinsically linked to her. Having given her orders, Zhang Xuanyi slipped outside and scaled the wall back to her own courtyard. The exertion was taxing, and she nearly stumbled while descending. There was no time to ponder the reason for her weakness. Upon entering her room, she retrieved the medical kit, donned a fine linen inner garment, and wrapped herself in a cloak, reassuring the worried Chen Xiao that there was no need for alarm. She instructed Zhang Lingyi to rush to the Mu residence upon her return. After conveying these instructions, Zhang Xuanyi returned to young Master Mu's bedroom. The room was illuminated by 6 braziers, and Zhang Xuanyi felt warmth beginning to seep into her skin, yet the coldness within her persisted. She first needled the Yongquan point on young Master Mu's foot, and he stirred slightly, letting out a soft groan as he regained consciousness. Seated cross-legged on the bed in her inner garment, she proceeded to needle her own Tian Shu point, and though it was through the fabric, Night Lang dared not glance in her direction. Next, she needled the Shang Ju point on her calf, and as she gently manipulated the needle, the coldness within her gradually dissipated. This method proved effective. Zhang Xuanyi wasted no time and approached young Master Mu's bed, instructing Night Lang to unfasten his garments. She located the Tian Shu point on his abdomen and similarly applied the needle. Though young Master Mu's eyes were closed, he was now lucid, lacking only the strength to resist Night Lang's ministrations, allowing Zhang Xuanyi to take charge. After administering needles to both herself and young Master Mu, Zhang Xuanyi instructed Night Lang to prepare herbs according to her prescription and to arrange for 2 large bathing tubs, soaking the herbs in hot water. Night Lang, puzzled by Zhang Xuanyi's actions, assumed perhaps she was concerned about making a mistake, but he refrained from questioning her further, especially as he noticed young Master Mu's complexion improving. Zheng Mian and Zhang Lingyi arrived almost simultaneously. Hearing Night Lang's words, Zhang Lingyi disregarded etiquette and rushed into young Master Mu's bedroom. Sister. Zhang Lingyi's voice trembled. She had never seen Zhang Xuanyi in such a weakened state. Sister, what has happened to you? Why are you so cold? The moment Zhang Lingyi touched Zhang Xuanyi, she was jolted back by a wave of coldness. On the bed, young Master Mu, hearing Zhang Lingyi's words, strained to open his eyes. Zhang Yangzi, how could you? Zhang Lingyi suddenly grasped the situation. It must be you, this sickly wretch, who transferred the cold poison to my sister. My sister, already frail, has been further poisoned by you. Are you trying to kill her? Zhang Lingyi began to weep as she spoke. Zheng Mian, having entered, was taken aback by Zhang Lingyi's accusation, but observing young Master Mu's bewildered and remorseful expression, it was clear he was unaware of the implications. Do not be alarmed, Miss Zhang. If this poison could transfer, our young master would have long been unharmed. I am but a useless person. What does it matter if I take on this cold poison? Zheng Mian reassured her, moving to young Master Mu's bedside. The matters you instructed have been attended to. Miss Zhang is well versed in pharmacology and has saved young Master once more. At that moment, Zhang Xuanyi was exerting herself to expel the cold from her body, which was why her skin felt so chilled, while young Master Mu, relying solely on the silver needles, was expelling the cold at a slower pace. It is of no consequence. Perhaps my constitution is inclined towards cold, hence I absorbed the chill. The needles have dispelled most of it. After withdrawing the needles, a medicinal bath will suffice. Zhang Xuanyi calculated that Zhang Lingyi would return soon, and given the urgency of the situation, she decided to administer the medicinal bath here, as she could detect any abnormalities in her body and assist young Master Mu promptly. Unfamiliar with the nuances of gender propriety and etiquette, having learned about them solely from books, and lacking curiosity about male anatomy due to her medical training, Zhang Xuanyi called upon Zhang Lingyi for assistance, knowing she could help procure dry clothes for her, as it was less convenient in this place. The bathing tubs were brought in, and Zhang Xuanyi instructed that one be taken to the warm chamber while the other remained in the bedroom, with Night Lang attending to young Master Mu's bath. Zhang Xuanyi led Zhang Lingyi to the warm chamber, soaking in warm water with the fragrance of herbs gradually intensifying. Zhang Xuanyi expelled the last remnants of cold from her body. It was only then that she furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering why she had been affected by the coldness and felt the same pain as young Master Mu. Since the moment he had adorned her hair with a jade hairpin, inexplicable images had surfaced in her mind, and her heart was filled with questions, now more urgent than ever. What unique connection existed between her and young Master Mu? Sister, are you feeling better? Zhang Lingyi's worried voice snapped Zhang Xuanyi back to reality, and she nodded, drying herself and changing into fresh inner garments before stepping outside. Young Master Mu was still immersed in the bathing tub, and unlike Jiang Xuani, the water surrounding him had grown cold, leaving him feeling embarrassed as he saw the sisters emerge, both clad in inner garments. "Young Master, are you feeling any better?" Jiang Xuani inquired calmly. Young Master Mu nodded, lowering his gaze as he replied, "Thank you, Jiang Yangzi." Back in the carriage, "I merely wish to spare you the sight of my predicament." He did not continue, but Jiang Lingyi understood. He surely did not want Jiang Xuani to witness his vulnerable state, and yet now both sisters had seen it.
What did you see?
Jiang Xuani asked, her brow furrowed. Jiang Lingyi sighed internally, wondering when her sister would gain some insight. "Jiang Yangzi, do add some hot water for our young master. It appears the water has grown cold." Zheng Mian interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. Jiang Xuani shook her head. "There is no need. The coldness of the water is beneficial. It allows the coldness within to dissipate. However, we must not indulge excessively. If you feel warmth within your organs, you may exit the bath. We shall prepare the medicinal meal, and I will adjust the prescription later this evening." As she was about to exit, Jiang Xuani turned back and asked, "What is the name of this cold poison's herb? For every poison, there must be an antidote. Why has one not yet been found?" Chapter 61. Frosty Stone. This herb is known as Frosty Stone, a valuable remedy for martial artists seeking to refine their bodies. However, its usage demands utmost precision. Even the slightest error renders it a deadly poison, Zheng Mian replied, his demeanor grave and resigned. "Unfortunately, our young master made an error. As for the antidote, it typically appears in the vicinity of the Frosty Stone, and attempts have been made to locate it, yet to no avail." Zheng Mian responded vaguely, deflecting further inquiry. Jiang Xuani cast a glance at the weary and frail young Master Mu in the bath, noting the peculiar contradiction of his physique. One side robust and resilient, the other side weakened and subdued by a chilling ailment. Nodding, Jiang Xuani led Jiang Lingyi back home. Perhaps owing to Jiang Xuani's medicinal cuisine, young Master Mu experienced less suffering this time. After bathing, he consumed the medicinal dish and fell into a deep slumber. Upon returning to the residence, with Jiang Lingyi, Jiang Xuani learned of the incidents at the medicinal clinic and silently congratulated himself for his foresight in securing Zheng Mian's promise to ensure their safety. When Jiang Mianting returned from the academy, he had already inspected several shops and was aware of the false accusations. The three siblings, having dined with Do Wenweng, sat together and conversed. "Sister, the Chen family seems to have made an enemy of us. How did Chen Yuanwei learn that the shop belongs to you?" Jiang Lingyi pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "The Chen family is merely a pawn. We have a list of all who ordered medicinal dishes, and each ailment has been personally diagnosed and confirmed by Du Longzhong. What relevance does the Chen matriarch hold?" Jiang Mianting's eyes glinted with cold intensity. "I have already investigated. The second daughter of County Magistrate Zhou married into the wealthy Hu family, who indeed ordered a good number of medicinal dishes. Today, without inquiry, County Magistrate Zhou aims to seal the shops, intending for us to offer favors. We only possess a single shop. How could we provide so many favors? Although sister enjoys tax exemption as a first-class noblewoman, we still had to pay the city magistrate 10 strings of cash at the opening. And those patrolling officials, who doesn't sample a bowl of porridge when passing by?" Jiang Lingyi said indignantly. "That is why, when establishing Wangjiang Tower, Mother meticulously arranged for someone to pose as a noble from the capital to open the shop, and also had manager Xiao cover for us. Otherwise, trouble would have come knocking long ago," Jiang Mianting remarked. "In this small Xian city, the common folk suffer under corrupt officials. In these times, where treachery reigns and power is rampant, what can the commoners do?" Do Wenweng sighed. "Xian city is merely 3 days' travel from the capital. How can a county magistrate dare to deceive the higher authorities? What is the emperor of the Great Xia doing?" Jiang Lingyi exclaimed in frustration, shaking her small braid and muttering in her heart about the incompetent ruler, who must be under the influence of sycophants while the common people endure hardship unseen. "Wenweng is of no use. This matter cannot be resolved by you. Even if this corrupt official were to be killed, another would soon take his place. With the upper echelons corrupted, it is difficult to govern the lower." Do Wenweng spoke with resignation. "You should focus on your health. Leave these matters to your elder brother. For now, there shouldn't be any trouble. Mr. Zheng has assured me he has handled it." Jiang Lingyi immediately comforted Do Wenweng with obedience. This young Master Mu, of unknown origin, can command County Magistrate Zhou's obedience. He cannot merely be a scion of a noble family. Do Wengwing speculated, having never seen young Master Mu. What does it matter where he comes from, as long as he is capable? Zhang Lingyi cared little for the process, only the outcome.
Weng.
Have you ever heard of bone-tempering ice stone? Jiang Xuani, who had been silent, asked. Do Wengwing replied curiously, bone-tempering ice stone? How do you know of this? It is a rare herb for tempering bones, coveted by martial artists, yet it is fraught with peril. A misstep could lead to poisoning. Typically, it is the weak in youth, aspiring to martial prowess, who would take such risks, or those with a gift for martial arts seeking rapid advancement despite their frail bones. If poisoned, is there an antidote? Zhang Lingyi could not help but inquire first, worried for Jiang Xuani's health. If he were so fond of this tempering stone, it would be prudent to have an antidote on hand. She was a selfish young woman, caring only for her sister, who was her pillar of survival in this world. Indeed, there is an antidote. I heard my master mention it in a drunken stupor. It is said that the antidote is a humble herb called fiery grass. It has tiny red leaves, and its flowers are minuscule, blooming only for 3 days. The leaves must be harvested when the flowers bloom to counteract the poison, as this is when the fiery grass is most potent, Do Wengwing recounted, stroking his beard in recollection. However, after my master sobered, he denied ever saying it. Thus, I had no opportunity to verify it. And I do not even know what fiery grass looks like, Do Wengwing added, failing to notice Zhang Lingyi's anxiousness. Fiery grass. Small and red. This means that wherever bone-tempering ice stone has been found, fiery grass could also be present? Zhang Lingyi murmured, her eyes bright as she asked Do Wengwing. The logic holds, but the bone-tempering ice stone is rare. Who knows where it has been discovered? My master's drunken words cannot hold weight. Do Wengwing shook his head and laughed. Zhang Lingyi raised a finger and shook it. No. Drunken truths can also be drunken nonsense. However, generally speaking, alcohol serves as a truth serum, and few concoct tall tales when inebriated. Do Wengwing laughed heartily. Little E, you always have a way with words that delights Wengwing. Let us assume it to be so. Who would go searching for such trifles? Zhang Lingyi blinked, determined. She would, for her philosophy was that if one desired something, they should pursue it with all their might, leaving the rest to fate. Jiang Xuani, choosing not to elaborate further, returned to her room and retrieved the Great Xia Compendium of Local Wonders and a map. She could recall all the books she had read, and as she flipped through the compendium, she searched for the peculiar stones and rare herbs it mentioned. This is indeed the bone-tempering ice stone. Jiang Xuani's fingers rested on one page. Though it contained only a few lines, it had not yet revealed its name. But the symptoms described by those who had come into contact with this poisonous stone mirrored young Master Mu's condition. Following the locations where this poisoned stone had appeared, Jiang Xuani discovered that it now lay at the border of the Liang Kingdom, no longer belonging to the Great Xia, making it impossible to cross into foreign territory to procure herbs. She closed the book and secured the map. Knowing that the Great Xia could not have only one site where the bone-tempering ice stone was found, she would continue her search. That night, Zhang Lingyi again sought out Jiang Xuani, clutching her small blanket and stealthily slipped her hand under Jiang Xuani's covers to feel her warmth. Jiang Xuani remained still, allowing the touch but unsure how to respond. Sister, I wish to sleep close to you. Zhang Lingyi gazed hopefully at Jiang Xuani. She had only been Lin Xuanyang's daughter for 5 years, a time when Lin Xuanyang often held her close while sleeping, and she longed for that feeling of being cherished. Regrettably, Jiang Xuani understood only protection and care, yet not affection. Very well. Jiang Xuani did not understand why Zhang Lingyi wished to sleep so close, but did not refuse. She lifted the covers to allow them both to nestle in. The warmth was comforting. Zhang Lingyi felt content, her fluffy little head resting on Jiang Xuani's shoulder, one hand encircling Jiang Xuani's slender waist. In the courtyard to the west, Yalang met Zheng Mian's gaze. Sir, since Zhang Yanzi can transfer the cold poison to herself, why not use her to relieve the young master as affliction? Chapter 62. Transferring the cold poison to Jiang Yanzi. Zheng Mian showed no surprise. Clearly, with his wisdom, this thought had crossed his mind upon hearing Jiang Xuani's words. Everyone in this courtyard and many beyond it had their fates entwined with that of the young master. Should he truly perish, the last flicker of hope for these individuals would extinguish. Their grievances and indignation would find no avenue for redress. Therefore, as long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would do everything to prolong the young master's life. Be it a neighbor's daughter or himself, he would willingly take on the burden of the antidote. Sir, the young master now suffers from the cold ailment once a month. It used to be only once every 6 months. Had it not been for the delay caused by the herbalist, the young master might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yelong's voice grew softer, yet his determination remained steadfast. Sir, I cannot concern myself with the consequences. Everything must prioritize the young master. If blame is to be placed, let it fall solely upon me, and not upon you. Yelong. Today's incident was fortuitous. How do you know how to transfer the poison to Jiang Yangzi? Had I known the method, I would not have allowed Lady Jiang to venture out today. Zhang Mian fixed his gaze upon Yelong and confessed, I am acutely aware that this course of action bears grave sin, yet in comparison to the imperative of restoring the young master's health, such transgressions seem trivial. What does it matter if I were to sacrifice my own life for Lady Jiang? However, until the truth is unveiled, it is unwise to act recklessly. We must proceed with caution. Approaching the window, Zhang Mian observed the mottled shadows of the trees cast upon the paper. Lady Jiang appeared unassuming, yet her calm demeanor was far beyond that of a mere village maiden. Should we act impulsively and cause a stir, how would the young master navigate such knowledge? Zhang Mian mused, prompting Yelong to lower his head, overwhelmed by thoughts. He realized that Lady Jiang had the capacity to transmute the poison, akin to a drowning individual grasping a piece of driftwood. It would be prudent to disregard this incident for now and facilitate more interactions between the young master and Lady Jiang, thereby discerning the circumstances that might lead to such occurrences, which would better prepare us for action. Zhang Mian spoke softly. Yes, I understand, Yelong replied, clasping his hands in respect as he prepared to depart. Ensure that Knight 11, who excels at concealment, accompanies Lady Jiang to guarantee her safety. Upon her return, every detail must be reported. Should any misfortune arise, bring her head to me. Yelong glanced at Zhang Mian before affirming and exiting. The following morning, after breakfast, Cui Jian arrived, scaling the wall with Ting Mo. The latter was situated in Jiang Lingyi's small courtyard, and Ting Mo first explained the situation from the wall's top. Jiang Lingyi was delighted that Cui Jian had come to visit her elder sister. Jiang Xianyi had completed his training and received Cui Jian in the front courtyard study. Had it not been for Madame He bringing food and mentioning this matter, I would have remained oblivious to such happenings. Truly, this county magistrate is unworthy of his position. Cui Jian expressed his rare indignation, his handsome features taking on a stern demeanor, infused with a hint of official authority. Sixth young master. You must diligently prepare for the imperial examination and aspire to become a high-ranking official, rectifying governance and punishing corruption, restoring peace to our realm. Jiang Lingyi's bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with encouragement for Cui Jian. Previously, Cui Jian had only wished to escape the suffocating confines of his household, away from the disdainful gazes of his father and stepmother and the tears and manipulation of his biological mother. He had once contemplated grand ambitions, desiring to leave a legacy of honor, yet those aspirations had drowned in his dire circumstances, rendering his goals painfully simple and humble. Today, gazing into the clear, resolute eyes of the young girl, he felt the weight of expectation and trust upon him. Cui Jian lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Xianyi's calm scrutiny. Does Lady Jiang believe I am capable of this? Jiang Xianyi nodded. Hasn't Cui Langjun always performed admirably? Cui Jian fell silent, studying Jiang Xianyi's eyes. I vow not to disappoint the wishes of both ladies. Should that day come, I shall exert every effort to restore peace to the great Xia. Years later, Cui Jian would reflect upon this moment, ultimately believing in the potential of a single spark to ignite a fire. That serendipitous aspiration had driven him tirelessly throughout his life. Very well, sixth young master, it is settled. Let us toast with tea as our wine, and on that day, we shall raise our cups in celebration. Jiang Lingyi lifted her teacup, winking at Jiang Xianyi. In Jiang Lingyi's heart, she envisioned Cui Jian as her future brother-in-law, in terms of character, appearance, and talent. He was beyond reproach. In her own time, such exceptional men were unattainable, a scholar and a paragon of charm. Hearing that Lady Jiang had caught a chill the previous day, she suggested, this honey ginger is good for dispelling cold. My aunt often bought it when she was weak, so I had Ting Mo procure some. The once unpretentious young master now appeared somewhat uneasy as he accepted a paper package from Ting Mo, placing it before Jiang Xianyi. Honey ginger? Is ginger truly that sweet? Jiang Lingyi elongated the word ginger, causing Cui Jian's ears to flush crimson as he realized the pun with Jiang. Ting Mo, feeling disgruntled, recalled that day when he learned of Jiang Xianyi's intention to wed Cui Jian. He felt a sense of injustice for his young master, who had endured rigorous studies for success. Why should he suffer if the goal was merely to marry in? Originally, he sought to avoid the humiliation from Chui's stepmother and brothers, striving for a future through his own merit. Wasn't marrying in merely inviting further ridicule? Lady Jiang, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. My young master was unaware of this. I merely remembered that Aunt Shi often consumed it, so I purchased it. If you dislike it, I shall exchange it. Ting Mo insisted, reaching for the package of honey ginger.
Put it down.
Jiang Ling exclaimed, striking Ting Mo's hand with force. Her hand was strong enough to make him wince, yet he bore the pain in silence. Did you bring this for my sister? Who permitted you to take such liberties? Do you not wish to partake in the food I prepared? Are you hoping to survive on the biting winds of winter? Jiang Lingi resembled a feisty kitten, confronting Ting Mo with an assertive demeanor, having long yearned to put him in his place. Cui Jian, amused and exasperated, quickly urged Ting Mo to apologize, acknowledging that his words had been ill-considered. After receiving a reprimand and a slap, Ting Mo felt aggrieved yet powerless, now required to apologize to the fierce young lady. Cui Jian led Ting Mo back over the wall, while Jiang Lingi climbed up to bid farewell. Sixth young master, do you visit often? Ting Mo, irked, positioned himself protectively behind Cui Jian. Shortly after Cui Jian departed, Yelong personally arrived to summon Jiang Xianyi, asking her to examine young Master Mu's pulse for any abnormalities. After all, young Master Mu's assistance had been pivotal in preventing the shop's closure. Although Jiang Lingi was reluctant, she accompanied Jiang Xianyi to the Mu residence. Young Master Mu was recovering swiftly this time. Upon seeing Jiang Xianyi, his expression remained somewhat awkward, a remnant of yesterday's disarray. There is no significant issue. Why must we make such a fuss? He chided Zheng Mian, brow furrowed. Since there is no substantial concern, sister, let's return, Jiang Lingi urged, tugging at Jiang Xianyi to leave. Cough, cough, cough. There is merely a trace of chill lingering, young Master Mu managed, stifling a cough with his fist. Lady Jiang, I implore you to examine my pulse. Zheng Mian hastily interjected with a broad smile, while Yelong subtly positioned himself to block the door. Chapter 63. You cannot die before my permission. Jiang Xianyi settled down to examine young Master Mu's pulse. His skin was perpetually cool, and her slightly calloused fingertips grazed his skin, the dry warmth of her touch eliciting a sense of longing within young Master Mu. Yet, he displayed no signs of this desire, maintaining a facade of aloofness. Each time he revealed his true feelings, he was met with betrayal and disappointment, leading him to conceal his genuine expressions. Zheng Mian and Yelong, however, were not focused on this. Their attention was fixed on Jiang Xianyi's fingertips, observing young Master Mu's reactions. Regrettably, nothing transpired. Exchanging glances, they concluded that mere contact would not transfer the chilling poison. After Jiang Xianyi concluded her examination, she stated, "This time, the condition has improved somewhat. A considerable amount of the cold poison has been expelled from your organs. With the aid of medicinal cuisine, the next onset of the poison may be delayed." A glimmer of joy flickered in Zheng Mian and Yelong's eyes. Yet this was not a permanent solution. The pressing matter remained the discovery of an antidote. Otherwise, young Master Mu's organs would inevitably suffer irreparable damage. Jiang Xianyi candidly declared her findings. Young Master Mu's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this outcome. However, as he still held value, he could not afford to perish just yet, lest the necessary herbs become unattainable. He lifted his gaze, nonchalantly stating, "Thank you, Lady Jiang. This ailment is indeed challenging to treat. The antidote is not easily found. To alleviate the symptoms, even temporarily, is already commendable. After all these years, I have become a burden." Young Master, Zheng Mian and Yelong interjected in unison. "Very well. Where is my medicinal cuisine?" Young Master Mu turned to Yelong, who presented the food box. At that moment, Jiang Lingi felt a twinge of sympathy. Though their acquaintance was fleeting, she had initially harbored some disdain for young Master Mu. Yet he was merely a youth in his 20s, akin to a university student in her time. At such a tender age, the uncertainty of daily afflictions and the torment of pain, coupled with the ever-looming specter of death, stirred a profound sympathy within Jiang Lingi. After all, they were somewhat acquainted. Jiang Lingi solemnly addressed young Master Mu, urging him to nourish himself well. to partake of the medicinal cuisine prepared by her elder sister, and to hold on to hope for the day when an antidote would be discovered. She implored him to trust in her, as well as in her sister. Recalling what Jiang Xuanyi had said, that young Master Mu must not perish, she resolved that he should not die, just as she could not bear the thought of her sister's demise. Mr. Zheng, are you familiar with the blazing herb? Jiang Xuanyi turned to Zheng Mian, inquiring. Zheng Mian's pupils flickered. It was astonishing that Jiang Xuanyi was aware of such an antidote. The frostbone ice stone had once been a forbidden substance, and the blazing herb was nearly unknown. How did Madame Jiang come to know that young Master Mu's cold poison could only be resolved with this herb? Realizing he could not conceal the truth, especially since he would later depend on Jiang Xuanyi for salvation, Zheng Mian candidly admitted his knowledge. Jiang Xuanyi nodded. Then Mr. Zheng should also know where the frostbone ice stone can be found? Zheng Mian fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. The young master inadvertently consumed this drug many years ago. It was purely serendipitous. Jiang Xuanyi maintained a calm demeanor. After all these years, can you truly not ascertain the location of the frostbone ice stone? Zheng Mian clasped his hands within his sleeves, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Madame Jiang, I am powerless. The frostbone ice stone is exceedingly rare and is expressly prohibited in the Great Xia, leaving common folk unaware of its existence. Finding it is incredibly arduous. I understand. Jiang Xuanyi continued. There are matters I wish to clarify, and you may be the sole individual capable of enlightening me. She paused, gazing intently at young Master Mu, and then said softly, Young Master Mu, I permit you to live until I have found a remedy for your affliction. The room fell into an unusual silence, and Jiang Lingyi's mouth formed a new surprise, her brows arching high. Brother-in, I permit you to remain unwell no longer. Tell me where it hurts, and I shall blow it better. Young Master Mu sat in stunned silence, as Jiang Xuanyi transformed into that spirited young girl, imperiously commanding him. Her cherubic face drawing near, her delicate lips pursed. Sister, while you possess medical knowledge, curing his chronic ailment is another matter altogether, Jiang Lingyi reminded Jiang Xuanyi. Preventing his death is one thing, achieving a cure is quite another. Thank you, Madame Jiang. Knight Lang knelt on one leg, clasping his fists in a deep bow, preventing Jiang Xuanyi from reconsidering her promise. Without further explanation, Jiang Xuanyi departed the Mu residence with Jiang Lingyi. Sister, where will you seek the antidote? Moreover, is it not imperative to entice that Lord Cui? Jiang Lingyi fretted on behalf of Jiang Xuanyi. Lord Cui had no desire to become a son-in-law. One could not force him into such a role. Upon returning to her study, Jiang Xuanyi perused some travel writings and casually responded to Jiang Lingyi. Sister, do you wish for that ailing fellow to become a son-in-law? Jiang Lingyi pondered Jiang Xuanyi's words, her thoughts shifting, feeling an inexplicable urgency, akin to a rebellious daughter in her family. Jiang Xuanyi shook her head. Young Master Mu would certainly not become a son-in-law. Jiang Lingyi felt a profound sense of despair. Her combined years far surpassed those of Jiang Xuanyi, evoking both admiration and helplessness. Sister, if we seek such things, it would be wiser to approach Lord Cui. His extensive reading may provide insight. Otherwise, Mr. Su, your collection of books is limited, and querying them will yield little. Reluctantly, Jiang Lingyi sought another method to assist Jiang Xuanyi in achieving her goal, all the while harboring her own intentions, to have more interactions with Lord Cui. Jiang Xuanyi lifted her head, revealing a smile. Indeed, Sister Yi, you are truly astute. Jiang Lingyi's heart soared with joy, though she feigned modesty, blushing slightly.
Oh.
It is merely a smidgen of cleverness. With this pretext, Jiang Xuanyi and Jiang Lingyi ventured to Lord Cui's courtyard later that afternoon. Lord Cui's study was remarkably simple, dominated by the presence of books. Madame Jiang, are you in search of the source of the frostbone ice stone? Lord Cui's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Jiang Xuanyi. She nodded. I have encountered mention of it in a volume on the customs of the Great Xia. While it did not name it explicitly, those afflicted bore symptoms similar to young Master Mu's cold poison, characterized by pervasive chill that only alleviated after several days. Jiang Xuanyi paused before continuing, however. The location of this substance was said to be in Minzhou. Lord Cui's expression faltered. Minzhou was still a source of shame for the Great Xia. Having lost half its territory to the Liang Kingdom, and 10 years prior, 12 provinces had been ceded.
Minzhou was one of those 12.
With Minzhou being the location, the prospect of finding the antidote seemed bleak. Madame Jiang, you seek me out to inquire if there are any records from other locales? Lord Cui asked.
Precisely.
If Lord Cui has ever encountered such travelogues or local chronicles, I would be most grateful for your guidance, Jiang Xuanyi affirmed. Lord Cui regarded Jiang Xuanyi thoughtfully for a moment before lowering his gaze. Tomorrow, my uncle will host a visit from an old acquaintance who has traveled extensively throughout the Great Xia. His knowledge is vast. Perhaps it would be worthwhile for Madame Jiang to join me in meeting him. The following day, a messenger for Mr. Su informed Jiang Xuanyi that Lord Cui's well-traveled friend had arrived. Mr. Su's academy lay to the south of the city, and Jiang Xuanyi, disguised as a young boy, accompanied Jiang Lingyi and Lord Cui to the residence of Mr. Su. Upon seeing the sisters together, Mr. Su was momentarily taken aback. While Lord Cui casually explained that Jiang Xuanyi had a keen interest in the local customs and had been invited to join the meeting with the esteemed Song. Song was known as Song Wei, a man of free spirit and unrestrained demeanor, whose tales of various locales were captivating. Gradually, Lord Cui guided the conversation towards local flora. Frostbone ice stone? That name has not crossed my ears for many years. Over a decade ago, it was frequently mentioned in the martial world. But after it became a banned substance, those who abused it faced severe penalties, leading it to vanish entirely. Do you know where the frostbone ice stone was once produced? Alongside it, there exists a rare herb known as the blazing herb. Have you heard of it? Jiang Xuanyi directly inquired. Mr. Su raised an eyebrow, smiling as he cast a glance at his nephew, who appeared indifferent while sipping tea. This young lady possesses considerable knowledge, having learned of the blazing herb, which was once relatively accessible alongside the frostbone ice stone. However, the blazing herb is exceedingly rare due to its diminutive seeds that do not propagate easily. Its blooming period is short, and it withers soon after, only to re-emerge the following year, Song Wei remarked with a smile. Have you, perchance, encountered the blazing herb? Jiang Lingyi asked eagerly, presenting a selection of pastries she had just prepared, the warmth of which was particularly inviting in the cool autumn air, making it all the more pleasant to sip tea alongside them. Indeed, I have been fortunate enough to witness it. In the height of summer, its leaves are a brilliant crimson, and after the flowers drop, the seeds stubbornly cling to the plant, while the leaves turn brown. I discovered it quite by chance while accompanying local villagers in search of caves. They pointed it out to me and shared its peculiar characteristics. Where did you come across it, Song Wei? Jiang Lingyi's eyes widened with excitement, unable to contain her curiosity. Mr. Su, puzzled, wondered why the sisters were so intrigued by this herb. If you were to prepare a few more trays of tea cakes for me, I would gladly recount the details to you upon my departure, Song Wei teased, raising a piece of osmanthus cake in his hand. This is no trouble at all. I could prepare 10 trays if you wish. Please do share. Jiang Lingyi implored, her demeanor adorably earnest, despite her boyish attire, her sparkling eyes revealing her true identity as a young lady. Uncertain of why Jiang Liangzi inquired about this, the place was notoriously treacherous. Without the guidance of local mountaineers, one could easily become lost amidst the mountains. Song Dejia's expression grew a touch more serious. That was Bailu Mountain in Izhou, despite its melodious name. It was so perilous that even egrets could not soar over it. Bailu Mountain is not merely a single peak, the prominent one is known as Luyun Peak. Upon reaching its summit, one could behold the flowing clouds. The mountain was exceedingly frigid, and even in May, the ice and snow had yet to melt. At this moment, Song Dejia glanced out the window. Snow was about to fall on Luyun Peak. Jiang Lingyi, losing her earlier enthusiasm, felt a twinge of trepidation. Having spent her childhood in the warm Jiangnan, she had never witnessed snow in winter, let alone ventured into a land of ice and snow. Song Dejia, could you sketch a rough map for me? Should anyone wish to seek it out, it would be prudent to have a reference. Jiang Xian spoke softly. Song Dejia, aware that one should not bite the hand that feeds, nodded in agreement and swiftly created a drawing, even depicting the fiery grass. The room fell into a contemplative silence. After completing the sketch, Song Dejia turned back to find Su Fuzi gazing at the illustration with a complex expression. Xiangju, after all these years, why has your artistic skill not progressed? Su Xiong remarked. I am a writer of travelogues, not a painter. It would be unseemly to encroach upon another's livelihood. Song Wei retorted nonchalantly. Jiang Xian dried the ink and carefully stowed the drawing away. The fiery grass blossomed late, and at this time, it had yet to bloom. That was also why it was rarely encountered, as most seeds fell upon the snow, consumed by birds. Song Dejia sipped his tea and finally spoke again. Jiang Lingyi's eyes brightened momentarily before a hint of anxiety flickered as she glanced at Jiang Xianyi, aware that once Jiang Xianyi made a decision, she would not easily waver. Jiang Lingyi and Jiang Xianyi proceeded to prepare a few dishes, and Song Dejia relished the meal, singing praises and wishing he could linger in Shuanqing indefinitely. However, being of a free spirit, he soon resolved to continue his travels the following day. After dinner, the sky had darkened. Cui Jian and Jiang Xianyi took their leave, accompanied by Jiang Lingyi and Ting Emo. The path from the southern to the western part of the city was well trodden, but as they reached the osmanthus grove, only the four of them remained. With no moonlight to guide them, Ting Emo led the way with a lantern, the sound of their footsteps the only company in the grove. As they turned a corner along the woodland path, they arrived at Jigui Alley. Just then, Jiang Xianyi suddenly raised her hand to halt Cui Jian, pulling Jiang Lingyi behind her and listening intently. Ting Emo noticed the sudden pause and turned back, only to have his expression shift in an instant. "My lord, run!" Ting Emo shouted, attempting to pull Cui Jian away. Four masked figures in dark attire emerged from behind the trees, swiftly charging toward Cui Jian and Jiang Xianyi, their long knives glinting menacingly. "You must leave." Jiang Xianyi remained calm, urging Cui Jian and Jiang Lingyi in a low voice.
No.
"Sister?"
There are too many of them.
Jiang Lingyi trembled with fear but was still concerned for Jiang Xianyi, unwilling to flee. "Quickly go to the wooden house and raise the alarm." Jiang Xianyi raised her voice, advancing toward the assailants to buy time for Cui Jian and Jiang Lingyi.
Right.
Jiang Lingyi finally came to her senses, daring not to delay further, and pulled Cui Jian to run. "Young Lady Jiang, go quickly. I will assist in driving off the attackers. You take Ting Mo and flee." Cui Jian, though tense, remained composed. Lacking weapons, he quickly found a wooden stick and joined Jiang Xianyi in her advance. "Ting Mo, you run swiftly. Go to the wooden house. Quickly. If you delay, your lord may lose his life." Jiang Lingyi halted, pushing Ting Mo forward, drawing a small bone knife from her sleeve, and following closely behind Cui Jian. At that moment, Jiang Xianyi had already engaged the black-clad figures, but suddenly, a man in brown servant's garb leapt down from a tree, drawing a dagger to join her in the fray against the attackers. Regardless of the brown-clad man, the assailants lunged at Jiang Xianyi without regard for their own lives, even ignoring Cui Jian, who charged at them wielding a wooden stick. It was evident that their singular intent was to eliminate Jiang Xianyi.
Ah.
"Who dares to harm my sister?" Jiang Lingyi rushed forth, brandishing her small knife, having realized the true target was Jiang Xianyi. Jiang Xianyi, unarmed, had to rely on the force of her opponents, weaving through the black-clad assailants. After a mere dozen exchanges, she seized a long knife from one of them. Yet at that moment, one of the black-clad figures' eyes flickered, and the long knife swung toward Jiang Lingyi. Chapter 65. The first kill at this juncture. Jiang Lingyi remained oblivious to the impending danger, stabbing at the thigh of the black-clad man who had lost his weapon, intent on diminishing the threat to Jiang Xianyi. "Young Lady Jiang." Cui Jian, witnessing the black-clad man's knife aimed at Jiang Lingyi, shouted in desperation, raising his wooden stick to block the blade. With a sharp crack, the stick shattered into two, and Cui Jian closed his eyes, bracing himself for the knife that was about to fall upon him. A soft thud accompanied by a muffled groan echoed. Cui Jian felt warm liquid splatter across his face, and then a heavy weight collapsed to the ground. He opened his eyes, and through the dim moonlight, he saw the black-clad man sprawled face down before him, dark liquid pooling beneath him. Cui Jian's complexion paled as he looked up at Jiang Xianyi, who had already drawn her knife and continued to battle the remaining assailants without a moment's hesitation. At this point, Jiang Lingyi comprehended the gravity of the situation, too terrified to gaze at the fallen figure, instead using her knife to shield Cui Jian. "Sixth Lord, do not fear. My sister will not let you come to harm." After slaying one black-clad man, the remaining three grew visibly agitated. The unarmed assailant reached down to retrieve his fallen comrade's knife, and the five of them became entangled in battle. Jiang Xianyi wielded her knife with fluid grace, and the two black-clad figures initially attempted to block her strikes, but soon realized that the force behind her blows nearly rendered them incapable of holding their weapons, prompting them to avoid direct confrontation. The three black-clad figures sustained injuries. Yet their martial prowess was formidable, and both the brown-clad man and Jiang Xianyi bore light wounds. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the grove, startling the three black-clad figures. One of them whistled sharply, and they swiftly retreated, fleeing along the path they had come. Jiang Xian Yi chose not to pursue, halting to discard her knife. Let none escape. Life or death shall be disregarded. Lord Mu's voice was cold. The brown-clad guards leapt into action. And after a flurry of clashing weapons, silence enveloped the scene. My lord, they are death warriors, Yi Qi reported as he approached. One of the injured brown-clad men knelt on one leg, saying, My lord, you sure failed to protect Jiang Liangzi. I am willing to accept punishment. You have done well. Jiang Xian Yi took Jiang Lingyi's hand, addressing Yi Shi. Sister, are you injured? At that moment, Jiang Lingyi noticed the cut on Jiang Xian Yi's sleeve. Blood slowly seeping through, and she immediately grew concerned, studying Jiang Xian Yi's arm. It is nothing, merely a slight injury, Jiang Xian Yi replied calmly. Sister? You are so formidable, Jiang Lingyi genuinely praised, for while she knew Jiang Xian Yi practiced martial arts, she had not realized she was capable of killing. Since Jiang Liangzi is unharmed, I shall take my leave, Cui Jian said, his expression grim as he clasped his hands in farewell. Ting Mo held the lantern for him, unwilling to glance at the bodies on the ground. Sixth Lord, I shall send you some calming soup later. Jiang Lingyi hurriedly called out, recalling stories from novels and dramas where some men were less resilient than women. Witnessing Jiang Xian Yi's act of killing might leave a shadow upon his heart. Cui Jian, being a frail scholar not yet 20, could be forgiven for such a reaction. No need. I am unscathed. Cui Jian nodded slightly in gratitude. Leading Ting Mo away. Leave the bodies here. Someone will come to take care of them. Go summon a doctor to tend to Jiang Liangzi's wounds, Lord Mu instructed. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Xian Yi's arm. My lord, leaving them here may provoke Zheng Mian, a voice cautioned softly. I shall have it this way. Anyone who comes into contact with me, even a stranger from the neighborhood, shall not find peace. This time, I am determined to let them know that I, too, have those whom they must not provoke. Young Master Mu gazed at Jiang Xianyi's wound, gripping the wheelbarrow tightly. It is but a minor injury. There is no need to summon a doctor. The night is cool, and the dew is heavy. It is unwise for young Master Mu to catch a chill. Jiang Xian Yi advised, leading Jiang Lingyi back towards the residence. Mama Liang and Jean, he awaited them at the gate. Upon seeing Jiang Xian Yi and Jiang Lingyi return, they hurried over. Madam, what has transpired? Mama Liang inquired anxiously, thinking of how late it had grown and the commotion she heard when Imoku banged on the door, crying for help. Madam is injured. How is it that things are so unsettled here? Do not worry, Mama Liang. Some ruffian sought to rob us, but my sister is skilled, and with young Master Mu's assistance, those villains were frightened away. Thank goodness for that. Mama Liang exclaimed, relief washing over her. I thought it was that scoundrel. She trailed off, swallowing her words. Mu Wu received 30 strikes of the rod, and he and his accomplices were exiled. On the day of their departure, it was said that his muteness had not yet healed, yet none paid it any mind, as they had already confessed their guilt. Mama Liang's fear of Mu Wu ran deep, so when trouble arose, her first thought was whether he had returned. Mother, do not dwell on the past. Father has confessed and been sentenced to exile. Without a special pardon, he cannot leave. How could he return? Let us focus on living peacefully and serving Madam and young Master well, Jiang Lingyi replied, her brow furrowing. Mama Liang nodded vigorously. You are right. It was foolish of me. Quickly, assist the madam back inside. I shall prepare warm water for her bath. In a flurry, Mama Liang set to work, while Jiang Xian Yi returned to her courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Xian Yi injured, Chen Xiao rushed to fetch the medical kit. Madam, young Master Mu has come personally to see you, Mama Liang returned to report. What does he want? He should not presume that a single act of assistance obligates me to him. Such tropes are no longer in fashion. Jiang Lingyi frowned, helping Jiang Xian Yi remove her outer garment, revealing dried bloodstains on her inner clothing. Please let him in, Jiang Xian Yi instructed. After a brief bandaging of her arm and changing her clothes, she descended the stairs with Jiang Lingyi. Young Master Mu sat in the wheelbarrow, observing Jiang Xian Yi as she entered the study. After a moment, he opened his clenched hand to reveal a small porcelain vial. The events of today have inadvertently involved you, Jiang Liangzi. This vial contains an extraordinary healing ointment. When applied, it will leave no scar. I urge you to use it promptly, he said. Jiang Xian Yi glanced at the exquisite vial, recognizing that even the container itself was worth a considerable sum. indicating the preciousness of its contents. I possess my own healing ointment. You may keep this, young master. The ruffians came solely for me. So there is no need for you to feel implicated, Zhang Xianyi replied, her gaze clear and unwavering. This ointment is the only one of its kind for my family. You must understand my sincerity, Zhang Yangzi, young Master Mu insisted softly. If it is a token of sincerity, I shall accept it on behalf of my sister. Thank you, Zhang Lingyi interjected, reaching out to take the vial. The importance of leaving no scar is paramount for a woman, and Zhang Xianyi remained unaware that Zhang Lingyi was accepting it on her behalf. Seeing that Zhang Xianyi did not object, young Master Mu glanced at her wounded arm and earnestly said, Zhang Yangzi, you are blameless in tonight's events. Do not allow fear to take root in your heart. I have never known what it is to feel fear, Zhang Xianyi replied candidly. Noticing no unusual reaction from her, young Master Mu took his leave. As the wheelbarrow reached the entrance, he gestured for Yilang to stop and turned to Zhang Lingyi, saying, Cui Jialang Jun is not a woman. Why should he drink a calming broth? It is I, a sickly wretch, who has been frightened to death. Zhang Xiaonyangzi, do prepare a bowl for me. Zhang Lingyi, smiling at his gesture of bringing medicine, nodded in agreement, but once he exited, she couldn't help but scoff. You are not my brother-in-law. What is there to compete for affection over a mere test of medicine? As Zhang Xianyi turned to her bedroom, she remarked, then send him a bowl. After all, one must collect payment for services rendered. You are not at a loss. Zhang Lingyi pondered this as well, escorting Zhang Xianyi back to her room for a bath, while she herself changed clothes to prepare the soup. Soaking in the warm water, Zhang Xianyi's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly. As she recalled witnessing the dark-clad assailant strike at Zhang Lingyi, a peculiar sensation welled within her. Akin to a taut string in her heart, her singular thought was that Zhang Lingyi must not come to harm. Ignoring the blade aimed at her, the pain in her arm was inconsequential as she lunged toward the assailant, plunging the blade into his body with unwavering resolve. Any resistance failing to deter her from rescuing Zhang Lingyi. What is this? Zhang Xianyi murmured in confusion. She had never denied her own peculiarities. Unlike others, she lacked the emotions they all possessed: compassion, empathy, sadness, or joy. The news of Lin Xuanyang and Jiang Guizi's fall from the cliff reached her. And even young Zhang Lingyi sobbed uncontrollably, yet not a single tear fell from Zhang Xianyi. She remained tranquil, as if nothing had occurred. However, in that fleeting moment, she experienced an unfamiliar sensation, one she could not define. All she could do was exert herself fully to ensure that the assailant's blade could not reach Zhang Lingyi. The water in the tub steamed with warmth. Zhang Xianyi's skin gleamed like the finest white porcelain, reflecting a soft luminescence. Around her neck hung an oval-shaped pendant of deep ink, strikingly prominent against her form. Nearby, Chun Xiao quietly wiped her tears, careful to keep Zhang Xianyi's arm from the water. Madam, they say that Zhigui Alley brings misfortune. Ever since we arrived here, calamities have befallen us. Perhaps we should seek another place to rent. Even a modest one would suffice, Chun Xiao contemplated, considering the cost of such a dwelling. This house bears no ill fortune. Perhaps it is I who am unfortunate, Zhang Xianyi softly replied, pulling her thoughts back. Madam, do not think that way. If trouble arises, it is surely due to you that it does not escalate. Chun Xiao eagerly explained. Zhang Xianyi regarded Chun Xiao's peeling face, recognizing the myriad expressions that played upon her lean features. Lacking those emotions herself, she did not exhibit such expressions. She resembled a porcelain doll, devoid of joy, anger, or sorrow. Zhang Lingyi said that her smile was lovely, yet it was not born of happiness. It was merely to please Zhang Lingyi, who believed she ought to smile. Very well, I understand, Zhang Xianyi replied. Although she herself felt no emotions, she was not oblivious to the feelings of others. For those who treated her kindly, she was willing to fulfill their wishes. Once dried and donned in fresh undergarments, Zhang Xianyi allowed Chun Xiao to bandage her wound, retrieving the special ointment Zhang Lingyi had instructed her to use. Madam, do you think this medicine is suitable? Chun Xiao asked, wary after having been bitten by a snake once, having been misled by Chen Yu's subordinates when she was abducted. Zhang Xianyi opened the porcelain vial and took a whiff, nodding in approval. Only then did Chun Xiao feel reassured enough to apply it to Zhang Xianyi's injury. Those ruffians specifically targeted the weak, their hearts rotten. Chun Xiao gazed at Zhang Xianyi's gaping wound, feeling both pity and fury. and thought to herself how Cui Lengjun remained unscathed. She held those ruffians in utter contempt. Jiang Xianyi contemplated, yet that would be an injustice to them. They did not prey upon the weak. Chen Xiao looked perplexed, believing her mistress had lost her mind. Surely, she was not stronger than Cui Lengjun, a man. Having bandaged the wound, Zhang Lingyi and Zhang Mianting entered, with Jean, he carrying a tray that held 4 small bowls of wontons. Zhang Mianting's expression was grave and serious. Today was the day for settling accounts with several shopkeepers. That is why I returned late. Yet I did not expect such an incident to occur, he stated, scanning Jiang Xianyi for any signs of injury, and, upon finding none, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I heard from Sister Yi that you know where the fiery grass grows? Jiang Mianting tentatively inquired. Jiang Xuanyi, savoring his wontons, glanced cautiously at the soup-drinking Chen Xiao. You must eat more. Don't just sip the soup. You need to gain strength. Jean has stood aside, watching the 4 of them enjoy their wontons, her gaze resting on Chen Xiao's face. Yes, I know where the fiery grass can be found, and it is currently not yet in bloom. According to the map, if we ride a swift steed from here to Bailu Mountain, we could arrive in 3 days. Even if we push on day and night. This means if we find the fiery grass before it blooms and bring it back in time, it can be used to cure young Master Mu. After eating a wonton, Jiang Xuanyi added, naturally, the antidote does not come without a price. I will need 5,000 taels of silver. Not too much, is it? With that, we could purchase several shops and farmlands. Jiang Lingyi, her cheeks puffed, momentarily forgot to chew, exclaiming why sister would concern herself with that ill-fated man, revealing it was all for profit. 5,000 taels, that amounts to 11,500 guan, which is the annual income of Wangjiang Tower, without having to deal with local bullies like the market officials. If it were as simple as making a single trip to earn such a sum, sister, how do you know young Master Mu can provide such a large amount of silver? Jiang Lingyi finally swallowed her wonton and posed an important question. Anyone who can afford to maintain guards, especially those skilled in combat, cannot be an ordinary citizen or even a typical wealthy household. They spend lavishly on food and medicinal dishes. Thus, I conclude this price is fair. Jiang Xuanyi explained calmly. Sister, you have never traveled far and Bailu Mountain is perilous. We must not take risks. Although 5,000 taels is considerable, I could earn it myself. So please do not go. Jiang Mianting, however, was not swayed by the sum. In his previous life, he belonged to the Fox clan, a descendant of the infamous Su family, known for producing the notorious Daji, and he was often bullied within the clan. Merely passing by Tishan, he had a quarrel with a fox cub from the Tishan clan, only to be pushed off the steep cliffs of Tishan, awakening as Jiang Mianting in his mother's womb. Earning money was easy for him. It was merely his youth that restricted him from displaying wealth. Although he was unaware of Jiang Xuanyi's background, he knew that none of the Jiang family children were ordinary. Even little Jiang Lingyi possessed an innate talent for cooking, and Jiang Xuanyi was endowed with remarkable strength and an exceptional memory. If he were to remain idle, he would undoubtedly be deemed the useless one among the trio of siblings. Thus, he was not concerned about earning money but rather about the safety of Jiang Xuanyi. I am not merely in pursuit of silver. Young Master Mu has a connection with me that he himself is unaware of. Many things will require his clarification, and his poison could transfer to me. If his poison is not resolved, I may very well be the antidote. Jiang Xuanyi stated calmly. Impossible. Jiang Mianting and Jiang Lingyi exclaimed in unison. Yet, confronted by Jiang Xuanyi's serene gaze, they had to admit the possibility. My lady, he intends to use you as the antidote. Chen Xiao suddenly interjected, her voice deep, markedly different from usual. Jiang Mianting and his sister exchanged glances. Indeed,
It was a feasible plan.
Chapter 67. Journey to Bailu Mountain. Even if we could kill him, would his guards let us go? It is folly to engage in a futile endeavor. If we strike, we must ensure a clean escape. Jiang Xuanyi lowered her gaze, finishing the last wonton. Sister, I shall accompany you to Bailu Mountain, Jiang Lingyi declared, patting her chest. Experience trumps youth. She was already past the prime age of 35, far more seasoned than the 15-year-old Jiang Xuanyi. I shall go instead. You are still young and may not withstand the hardships of the journey. I will accompany sister. Jiang Mianting insisted, deeming it inappropriate for 2 women to venture forth alone, as he was a man after all. You both must remain home, managing the shops and household. I must travel day and night. If you are present, I would be distracted by your care, and besides, Who among you can ride? Jiang Shuani posed the crucial question. The speed of a carriage cannot compare to that of a horse. Aside from Jiang Shuani, none of the Jiang siblings had learned to ride. Sister, when do you plan to depart? And where can we find good horses? Jiang Lingyi felt a bit lost. Aside from preparing provisions, she could do little else. Jiang Shuani rose. I will set off tomorrow. The sturdy horse raised at our estate will suffice. The head of the village is skilled at feeding horses, and it has grown quite well these past 2 years, possessing good endurance, and I am familiar with its temperament. Jiang Lingyi's face flushed. She had named that horse, calling it Dazhuang, as it was said that humble names are easy to nurture. Indeed, it had grown robust. Departing tomorrow? I must prepare clothing for my lady. What seasonal garments should I pack? Jackets, undergarments, cotton cloaks. Chen Xiao was ever eager to be a diligent maid, yet she was unaware of the true standards for a good servant, only striving to consider Jiang Shuani as needs. With snow about to fall, cotton cloaks are essential. The changes in clothing should not be excessive. They would be cumbersome on the road. I will prepare provisions and cured meats, which are indispensable. Jiang Lingyi was proactive, and having said that, she was already out the door. Chen Xiao promptly began gathering clothing. Jiang Mianting also stepped outside. We need to prepare some fodder for the horse. I will have Dazhuang delivered from the estate before dawn, and we should gather some small silver and banknotes for convenience on the road. Jinhe collected the dishes and quietly exited. Jiang Shuani went to the study, retrieved the map, and traced the route. Without travel permits, she had to avoid cities, and even some official roads were off-limits. After securing the route map, she retrieved a dry compass and fire starters from a wooden box on the bookshelf. Chen Xiao emerged with a large bundle, her face troubled and peeling. My lady, I fear we will need all of these. Jiang Shuani approached, opened the bundle, selected a few items, and instructed Chen Xiao to take the rest back. How could this be enough? Chen Xiao protested. Although Jiang Shuani had few new garments in the He family, she was far from being in want of clean clothes, as she was quite fastidious. Enough. When traveling, there are no opportunities to change clothes. Excess is merely a burden. It is better to carry more food, Jiang Shuani clarified, packing the compass and fire starters into the bundle. Jiang Mianting soon returned with silver and banknotes. Upon seeing them, Jiang Shuani asked, Are you planning to part ways with me? Why do you have so much silver? Jiang Mianting couldn't help but chuckle, her fox-like eyes narrowing. Sister always jokes, a poor family must travel with ample funds. Such a sum will only attract trouble. I only need to take this much. Jiang Shuani took a 100-tael banknote along with some loose silver and added her copper coins. Jiang Mianting understood that Jiang Shuani's words held merit. The situation in Shuanqing was still precarious, and the outside world was unpredictable. 100 taels might attract petty thieves, but Jiang Shuani could handle that alone. However, 1,000 taels would draw a band of robbers. Those men are still unaware of our intentions. Sister must exercise caution on the road, lest you encounter young Master Mu's people, and Jiang Mianting remained concerned. What need would I have of your assistance then? Jiang Shuani replied, her smile blossoming. Jiang Mianting gazed at Jiang Shuani, suddenly struck by her smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. What's the matter? Is my smile unappealing? It seems Sister E has deceived me. Jiang Shuani tucked away her smile. No, Sister. You look beautiful when you smile, like a fox, no, like a celestial being, Jiang Mianting hastily clarified. Jiang Shuani urged Jiang Mianting to rest early, as everything needed had been prepared, and she would set off at dawn. After Jiang Mianting departed, Jiang Shuani entered the weapons room, concealing a dagger within his garments, and carefully wrapping a broad-bladed bronze ring sword in cloth before returning to his chamber. That night, many were unable to find repose. Young Master Mu, upon hearing the report from Yi Shi, realized that those individuals were utterly unconcerned about Cui Jian and Jiang Lingyi. They were fiercely intent on eliminating Jiang Shuani. Had it not been for Jiang Shuani's commendable martial prowess, he would have long been a victim of their blades. Jiang Yangzi, lacking the experience of deadly combat, was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the night guards would have proven no match for her. Yi Shi added that those men, being death warriors, possessed formidable skills, and it was indeed commendable that Jiang Yangzi had been protected until their arrival. Young Master Mu's expression softened slightly as he reassured Yi Shi. Jiang Yangzi was truly extraordinary, her strength was immense, and her assailants dared not confront her with weapons. Yi Shi, invigorated by this praise, continued to extol her virtues. Surely, It cannot be as you say. How much strength could a frail woman possess? Unless, well, go rest and tend to your injuries. Young Master Mu pressed his fingers to his brow and waved for Yishi to depart, who left with lingering reluctance. Why were they targeting Jiang Yangzi? Had they quickly discovered the jade hairpin? Young Master Mu furrowed his brow and inquired of Zheng Mian. Zheng Mian lowered his gaze and remained silent. Young Master Mu, inherently benevolent and much like his mother, could hardly fathom the idea of employing Jiang Yangzi as a bargaining chip. Yet, it was evident that this matter had already spread. Thus, to eliminate future threats, death warriors were dispatched to assassinate Jiang Yangzi. They were aware of her martial skills but underestimated her prowess. It was only through their complacency that she had narrowly escaped doom. Young Master Mu must never learn of this. Perhaps it was indeed so. The jade hairpin was of paramount importance. Should the bearer of the hairpin bear offspring? Zheng Mian halted and gazed at young Master Mu. Young Master Mu stared intently at Zheng Mian, initially failing to comprehend the implications of the bearer having progeny, but soon realization dawned upon him, causing his ears to flush crimson as he cleared his throat and declared, "Absurd." What young Master Mu deemed absurd was, in fact, a matter of great concern for certain individuals. Zheng Mian sighed with narrowed eyes. Given this, you should seek out Jiang Yangzi and retrieve that jade hairpin. She has not truly harmed me, merely humiliated me a touch, and thus there is no need for such rancor, young Master Mu stated, lowering his gaze. Your subordinate cannot afford to lose that person. I cannot comply, Zheng Mian replied with an impassive demeanor. Young Master, I have something to report. Came the voice of Yi Qi from outside. Come in, Zheng Mian called. Yi Qi entered, saying, Young Master, a servant from the Jiang residence has left the city. I had someone follow, and they are headed to an estate outside the city to prepare horses for entry before dawn. Young Master Mu frowned in contemplation, and Zheng Mian inquired, Is there anything else? Yi Qi scratched his head. Also, Zhang Xiaonyang is in the kitchen making something. It seems like steamed cakes, the aroma. Yi Qi's words trailed off as he swallowed hard. I thought it was something serious. You may leave, Zheng Mian said, casting a glare and waving him off. Yi Qi exited with a grin. Is someone preparing to leave? Young Master Mu asked. Indeed. Could it be that the Jiang family has become suspicious and intends to pose a threat to you? Zheng Mian pondered. It was this cautious nature that had allowed young Master Mu to endure for so many years without anyone finding a legitimate reason to handle him. The Jiang family were but common folk. How could they possibly know so much? Even if they contemplated bargaining with me, they would hardly know whom to approach. You are being overly paranoid. Young Master Mu rose, glancing at the food container sent by Jiang Lingyi, and instructed Yilang. Inform Yi Wu and Yi Jiu to disguise themselves and follow whoever is leaving. They must ensure the person's safety. If they intend any harm towards me, they should be dealt with on the spot. Zheng Mian stated coldly. Understood. Yilang accepted the command and departed to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Cui residence, Cui Jian had bathed and changed, settling down with a book. Yet, even with the faint scent of incense in the room, he could still perceive the lingering smell of blood. This scent evoked vivid memories of that time when crimson blood pooled beneath the corpse, and Jiang Xuani, expressionless, withdrew his blade without a hint of hesitation. Cui Jian, for once, found himself agitated, unable to focus on his reading as he paced the study. He understood that the assailants were ruthless criminals. Had Jiang Xuani hesitated even slightly, it could have been him lying on the ground. Yet, Cui Jian found it impossible to accept Jiang Xuani's cold acceptance of murder. The expression on Jiang Xuani's face reminded him of a term entirely unrelated to women, killing as if it were mere grass, while her indifference evoked another phrase, life is as trivial as straw. These two phrases stood in stark contrast to the woman he had seen sitting on the rooftop that night, whose beauty was as radiant as the moon, and whose smile was as splendid as spring flowers. In that moment, he would have willingly fought for a lifetime of peace for her. However, tonight's Jiang Xuani filled him with trepidation, and Cui Jian could not accept that they were one and the same. As the night deepened, rest eluded Cui Jian, and it was not until dawn that he finally understood. It was his own inadequacy that compelled Jiang Xuani to wield her blade. Thus, the fault lay with him, not with her. On the day of his success, had he been able to protect Jiang Xuani, he would have no reason to fear her bloodthirst. Cui Jian promptly rose to wash and, accompanied by Ting Mo, sought an audience with Jiang Yangzi at the Jiang residence. My sister has left. You have come too late. Lu Langjun, Zhang Lingyi said with tearful eyes as she looked at Cui Jian. Just half an hour prior, Jiang Xuanyi had already bid farewell to everyone and had specifically instructed Chen Qiao not to neglect her studies, ensuring she had written all the characters she needed to practice for when she returned. Zhang Lingyi, wishing to embrace Jiang Xuanyi and weep, was comforted by Mama Liang, who declared it inauspicious to cry when someone departs, prompting Zhang Lingyi to stifle her tears, wide-eyed and resolute against letting them fall. Dressed in a fitted dark riding outfit, with a black veil had atop her head and white-soled boots on her feet, Jiang Xuanyi shouldered her pack, stroked the sleek black fur of her sturdy steed, and mounted with a swift wave, galloping towards the western city gate. After the Jiang family reluctantly entered, 2 horses from the Mu residence pursued Jiang Xuanyi. Jiang Xuanyi rode briskly along the official road towards the northwestern Yizhou, avoiding the main roads when passing through towns and opting for smaller paths through villages. When passing through a village, Jiang Xuanyi would stop to procure some hot water, feed her horse with fodder, and purchase additional provisions before continuing her journey. Yi Wu and Yi Jiu had not anticipated Jiang Xuanyi's pace. They had only brought a small amount of food, which was quickly consumed. They had thought to find lodging by nightfall and purchase food then, but Jiang Xuanyi merely found a spot to sit, eat a little, drink some water, tend her horse, and then set off again. Yi Wu and Yi Jiu grumbled in despair, hastily buying a bit of food and preparing fodder for their horses before closely following her. While riding, they munched on their biscuits, and Yi Jiu, teary-eyed, queried, "Is Zhang Yangzi made of iron? What kind of young lady can endure riding for 7 or 8 hours? Her horse is truly resilient, more robust than ours." The wind whipped past them, making it difficult to hear clearly, yet Yi Wu, though unsure of Yi Jiu's words, wore a face of despair. "This is nothing short of a long-distance chase." He bit into his biscuit, incredulous that a mere young lady could traverse the night unafraid. She must surely seek lodging. Jiang Xuanyi looked up at the sky. It was the 21st of September, and the waning crescent moon now hung like a luminous disk above the treetops. Taking advantage of the clear skies and the moonlight, she urged her horse onward, keen to make swift progress. Should it rain? She feared that by the time she reached the Bailu mountain in Yizhou, the flowers would already have bloomed and faded, due to prolonged horseback riding. Her legs had grown numb. Initially, the searing pain from the chafing on her inner thighs had diminished. Jiang Xianyi slightly bent forward, gripping the reins, her gaze fixed solely on the path ahead, all other sensations yielding to her resolute will. The official road wound through 2 mountains, the howls of wild beasts echoing eerily from above. De Zhuang neighed loudly, and Jiang Xianyi gently stroked the horse's neck, reassuringly saying, "It matters not. Should they dare approach, I shall slay them." Whether De Zhuang understood her words remained uncertain, yet he galloped on with fervor. How could she not feel fear? Yi Jiu inquired silently of Yi Wu. "Such a young lady, I have never encountered before," Yi Jiu remarked, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. By dawn, Jiang Xianyi had traversed the dense mountains and arrived at a small town, where she dismounted and sought out an inn for rest. Lacking experience in travel, she followed Zhang Lingyi's advice, instructing the innkeeper to tend to her horse and prepare a quick meal, for she was eager to resume her journey. In this small town, there was but one inn, and Yi Wu and Yi Jiu, having no alternative, discreetly turned their backs to Jiang Xianyi and hastily ordered their own meals. Jiang Xianyi glanced back at them, unconcerned, and devoured her soup pancake, subsequently seeking the restroom to wash her hands. Upon her return, De Zhuang had been fed, and provisions were prepared for the journey ahead. Yi Wu and Yi Jiu, having wolfed down their pancakes, hurriedly led their horses to catch up. As they ventured further north, the weather grew increasingly frigid. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Xianyi finally crossed into the borders of Yizhou and arrived at the foot of Bailu Mountain. Following Song Wei's guidance, she did not head towards Yizhou City, but instead took the mountain path directly into Bailu Mountain. The peaks loomed one after another, the trail becoming ever more treacherous, until she had no choice but to lead her horse by foot. The mountains seemed insurmountable, and by the time darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Xianyi discovered a small village nestled within the mountains. Though it was called a village, it comprised merely a dozen households, all reliant on hunting for their sustenance. Following the flickering lights, she knocked on the door of a modest courtyard. Chapter 69. Seeking Shelter. Perhaps due to infrequent visitors to the mountains, no one answered the door, prompting Jiang Xianyi to knock more forcefully and call out, "Is anyone home?" The light within flickered, and after a creaking sound, The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman holding an oil lamp, who inquired, "Who is it?" "Aunt, I am a traveler seeking shelter for the night. May I intrude?" Jiang Xianyi spoke politely. "A young lady?" The woman approached, and upon Jiang Xianyi removing her hood, the woman examined her face with the lamp's glow. "You are indeed a comely young maiden. Please come inside." Jiang Xianyi bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "If you were a gentleman, it would be inconvenient. However, since you are a young lady, you may enter. You appear to be of similar age to my youngest daughter." The woman opened the door, allowing Jiang Xianyi to step inside without any hesitation regarding her travel at night. "Aunt, I've been traveling for several days, and my horse needs water and fodder. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" Jiang Xianyi gently stroked a zhuang, acknowledging their mutual exhaustion.
Tonight.
"We shall rest well to regain our strength for the ascent of Lu Yun Peak. Fodder is no trouble. We raise mules at home." The woman gestured towards a cart by the yard. At that moment, a young girl peeked her head out from the door. "Mother, who is it?" "This is my youngest daughter, Wan Yun. Today, it is just the two of us at home. Wan Yun's father has gone hunting in the mountains and has yet to return. May I ask for your name, young lady?" the middle-aged woman inquired. "Please, just call me Zhang Yangzi," Jiang Xianyi replied. "Wan Yun, take Zhang Yangzi's horse to the back and give it some water and fodder, steering clear of that black mule so it does not harm Zhang Yangzi's horse." Wan Yun nodded, stepping out, her patched clothing revealing a blend of curiosity and shyness as she took the reins of De Zhuang and led him to the backyard.
Exhausted.
Jiang Xianyi followed the woman into a nearby room. "This is where Wan Yun sleeps. You may make do here for the night while I prepare some food for you." The woman set down the oil lamp as she turned to leave. "My maiden name is Lu. You may call me Aunt Lu. My husband's surname is Qiao. We are all hunters in these mountains." Jiang Yangzi. "May I ask where you're heading tomorrow?" "Aunt Lu, could you please tell me the way to Luyun Peak? I wish to seek a peculiar stone said to be there." Aunt Lu's demeanor shifted instantly, her expression darkening. "I know not. If you seek some trifling stone, you ought to leave at first light." Confused, Jiang Xianyi stepped forward to grasp the sleeve of Aunt Lu, only to hear a tearing sound as it split. "I sincerely apologize. I shall compensate for this garment." Jiang Xianyi was taken aback, noticing that Aunt Lu's outer garment was also patched. Her strength had inadvertently caused the worn fabric to rip. Aunt Lu sighed. "It is not your fault. We hunters know little of other trades, relying solely on hunting for our sustenance. With the taxes being so high now, 6 parts out of 10 for every hide sold, survival is a struggle, and there is scarcely any excess to purchase new clothing." Jiang Xianyi, having resided in Shuanqing, was well aware that it was the ancestral home of many prominent figures from the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. Their old residences and ancestral lands lay there.
Consequently,
the decrees from the court in Shuanqing were rarely altered or tampered with, rendering it a veritable sanctuary. Upon hastening to Bai Lu Mountain, the common folk she encountered along the way were undoubtedly varied, yet Aunt Lu was the first impoverished villager from Shuanqing she had genuinely interacted with. 6 parts tax? Even without paying taxes, I understand what that entails. Over half of the proceeds from selling a hide go to the government. As she produced some loose silver, she listened to Aunt Lu's lamentations. Indeed, hunting is not a year-round endeavor. If we do not sell our game, we still face a monthly head tax that cannot be evaded. Jiang Xianyi placed the silver into Aunt Lu's hands. "This is for the torn garment and lodging. Should it fall short, I shall make up the difference when I depart." "Such a sum is unnecessary," Aunt Lu exclaimed, weighing the silver in her hand, finding it to be over a tael, and hastily attempted to return half to Jiang Xianyi. "Aunt Lu, there is no need for such formality. If you could provide a warm soup, I would be most grateful, as I am quite weary from my journey and wish to rest soon." Jiang Xianyi succinctly expressed her desires. Aunt Lu nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, we have hot soup. Please do not disdain my humble cooking." With delight, Aunt Lu hurried off to prepare the meal. Jiang Xianyi surveyed Wan Yun's room, which contained a simple bed and a small wooden table, with a wooden box propped up beside the bed on stones. Exhausted, she placed her bundle and long knife on the table and lay down on the bed, falling asleep before she realized it. When Aunt Lu and Wan Yun entered, Jiang Xianyi was already breathing evenly in slumber. However, at the sound of their arrival, she instantly opened her eyes. This was a skill instilled in her by Do Wengweng since childhood, to remain ever vigilant. seeing Jiang Xianyi awake. Aunt Lu set the soup on the table, while Wan Yun shyly placed a plate of wild vegetables and black flatbreads before Jiang Xianyi. Jiang Yangzi. Eat while it's hot, then you may sleep. If you are too fatigued from your journey, heed my advice and do not seek out that stone. Many have perished in pursuit of it. You, a young maiden, need not pursue such things. After several attempts to dissuade her, seeing Jiang Xianyi remain silent, Aunt Lu sighed. There is nothing of value in the mountains. Drink the chicken soup while it is hot. Once it cools, it will acquire an unpleasant odor. After you finish, leave the dishes here. Wan Yun will come in to collect them. Jiang Xianyi nodded and sat down to eat. Although the flatbreads were made from dark flour, they carried the aroma of wild vegetables, and with the chicken soup, she consumed too. Afterward, Jiang Xianyi gathered the dishes and took them out, seeking fresh water to wash her hands. The dwelling consists of 3 rooms in total. To the east, 2 mud-walled side rooms stand, one of which has its door ajar, revealing a flickering glow from within. Jiang Xianyi, wishing to avoid disturbing the mother and daughter, tiptoed over to set down a bowl, but he overheard their conversation. Mother, father should have returned yesterday. If he does not come back soon, I shall venture into the mountains to find him. I know these paths well, Wan Yun's soft voice whispered. Your father went with your second uncle and the Miao brothers, likely to stake out some significant game. With the impending snowfall, the beasts will mostly remain inactive, and they aim to hunt as much as possible before then. Lu Danyang added, placing more firewood into the stove. The water boiled, and she sent it to Jiang Yang for washing. The woman appeared to be of a different class, unlike the common hunters' families, suggesting a preference for cleanliness. Mother, we have only that little bit of coarse flour left. If father doesn't return, I worry, Wan Yun said with concern. Jiang Yang gave us silver. It truly saved us. I reluctantly accepted it. And tomorrow I shall exchange some for rice and flour. Living solely on wild vegetables has turned your complexion green, Lu Danyang teased, filled with maternal affection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianyi moved to enter, but suddenly alert, he turned his head as hurried footsteps approached from outside. We've arrived. A loud voice called out. The tranquil village was disrupted, startling the dogs into a chorus of barking. The mother and daughter heard the commotion and emerged to see Jiang Xianyi holding a bowl, just as a loud knock sounded at the courtyard door. Big sister. Big sister. A hoarse, urgent voice called. Recognizing the voice, Lu Danyang rushed to open the door. Outside stood 3 men dressed as hunters, bows and arrows slung across their backs, with a man lying on a wooden stretcher bound with branches behind them.
Quick.
My elder brother has been injured by a beast, the foremost man exclaimed, desperately pulling the stretcher into the courtyard, his expression filled with alarm. How could he be so gravely wounded? Lu Danyang trembled as she bent to inspect the man on the stretcher. His leg was a mangled mess, and his arm was torn, blood seeping through the makeshift bandages. The injured man was brought into the main room, while Wan Yun, horrified, followed behind, covering her mouth and silently weeping. Jiang Xianyi contemplated briefly, placed the bowl in the kitchen, and followed suit into the main room. Lu Danyang lit an oil lamp, casting light upon the man laid on the bed. His face was pale as parchment, eyes tightly shut, and blood continued to flow from his arm, one thigh savaged to the bone. My elder brother encountered a bear without informing us. He pursued it alone. When we went to find him, we found a mother bear with an arrow in it, clinging to my brother's leg while the cub attacked his arm. The younger man recounted, wiping sweat from his brow, glancing sorrowfully at the bedridden man. The other 2 men, though serious, bore less sorrowful expressions, presumably the Miao brothers. Let us save him first, Jiang Xianyi softly suggested. Lu Danyang snapped back to reality. Yes, save him first. Second uncle, quickly fetch a doctor. We have some hemostatic herbs at home. I will go retrieve them. Wan Yun's second uncle hesitated before the injured man, and when Lu Danyang returned with the herbs, he spoke with reluctance. Sister-in-law, in this condition, it appears there is little hope. If we call a doctor, the silver spent may not bring him back. Both Wan Yun and Lu Danyang stared at Uncle Qiao in shock. But he is still breathing. We cannot abandon him. Lu Danyang's voice quivered. Uncle Qiao's darkened face flushed. Sister-in-law, it's not that I do not wish to help, but with my brother in this state, calling a doctor will require considerable funds. Our family needs to stockpile food for the winter. Finding silver is difficult now. Wan Yun sobbed softly, but we cannot just watch my father die, Uncle Miao. Please save him. Lu Danyang produced all the silver given by Jiang Xianyi, rummaging through a trunk to find a silver hairpin. And even took off 2 silver earrings, placing everything together in Uncle Qiao's hands.
This is all I have.
Go fetch a doctor. If it's not enough, I will sell our black mule. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Dinyang's eyes as she thought of the mule. But that mule is worth very little. One of the stout men interjected awkwardly. Sister-in-law, why not ask Granny Tang instead? It won't cost so much. If it succeeds, we can consider it a miracle for Brother Lu, another man suggested. Yes, let us seek Granny Tang. I shall go. Uncle Qiao turned and dashed out. At that moment, Jiang Xianyi approached the man lying on the bed, whose color was ashen, life ebbing away gradually. Lu Dinyang, fetch a bucket of water to clean Uncle Qiao's wounds. Cold water is essential, Jiang Xianyi commanded softly, not as a suggestion but as a directive. Lu Dinyang, flustered, nodded and hurried out, while Wanyan held her back. Mother, let me go. Who is this young lady? The stout Miao brother frowned, questioning. This is Jiang Yang, who is staying here to gather herbs, Lu Dinyang explained, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Xianyi as she spoke. Since she is merely a guest, it would be better if she did not stay here. It might be inconvenient, the simple-minded man said, attempting to usher Jiang Xianyi away. Without further ado, Jiang Xianyi turned and returned to Wanyan's room, closing the door and preparing to rest. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and before long, Jiang Xianyi's door was kicked open, Uncle Qiao barging in shouting. Who told you to meddle? You've washed away my brother's last bit of vitality. Now he cannot be saved. You shall pay for my brother's life. Jiang Xianyi's eyes reddened. 3 days and nights without rest had left her exhausted. She had no desire to involve herself further. It was only due to Lu Dinyang's hospitality that she had spoken earlier, and since no one wished to listen, she would remain silent. Life and death are fated. They belong to others' karma. However, Jiang Xianyi would not let herself be wronged. Sitting upright, she retrieved a pouch of silver needles and several vials from her pack, moving towards the main room under Uncle Qiao's bewildered gaze. In the main room, a gray-haired woman was shaking her head, her long, dirty nails pointing at Uncle Qiao on the bed. There is barely a flicker of life left. The misfortune has swept it away. It is pitiful. Prepare for the final rites. Lu Dinyang and Wanyan stood by, weeping, and upon seeing Jiang Xianyi enter, Lu Dinyang shook her head and cried, Jiang Yang, this is the fate of Wanyan's father. I do not blame you, but you can no longer stay here. I will return your silver. You should leave. Uncle Qiao entered at that moment, blocking Lu Dinyang's path. Why should we return her money? She has caused my brother's death. The silver is insufficient to cover that. Step aside. I will treat the wounds. I will not accept any payment. If he does not awaken, I will owe you 10 taels of silver, but if he does awaken... Jiang Xianyi glared at Uncle Qiao. You and this woman must kneel and apologize to me. Nonsense. A soul that has departed cannot return. It is merely a breath that sustains him. And when that breath is gone, so is he. Granny Tang screeched, her finger poised to jab at Jiang Xianyi's face. Indeed, Granny Tang speaks the truth. Do not torment Brother Lu further. Let him rest. The stout Miao brother added. Madam Lu, I possess the art of healing. Should you place your trust in me, I shall administer treatment. If not, I shall take my leave at once. Jiang Xianyi turned to inquire of Madam Lu. She glanced around at the onlookers, noting that none of them held faith in Jiang Xianyi's abilities. Reluctant to subject her husband to further suffering, she considered yielding to despair. Mother, I believe in Madame Jiang. Let her have a chance to try. If her efforts prove futile, she shall still return with silver. Why are they so unwilling to allow her a chance? Wanyan suddenly grasped the hem of Madame Lu's garment, imploring her to reconsider.